Chapter 1. The Jungle Python. Su Qing slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brow as she rubbed her aching head. Once the dizziness subsided, she surveyed her surroundings, and the sight nearly sent her into a faint. Towering fir trees shot up from the ground, their dense foliage intertwining to obscure the sunlight. A thick mist enveloped the forest, giving it a primordial feel. But hadn't she just been at Aunt Lynn's, purchasing skewers? How did she end up here? Had she been kidnapped? With confusion swirling in her mind, Su Qing picked up a fallen piece of giant snakewood carving beside her, and a flood of fragmented memories surged into her consciousness. Tomorrow marked her first day as a formal employee. Excitedly, she had taken a detour after work to visit Aunt Lynn's skewer stall, where she encountered a blind old man who insisted on giving her the giant snakewood carving. Now, filled with regret, Su Qing glanced around her surroundings. What a calamity! I should have indulged. I should have just gone home. The prospect of being kidnapped was unlikely. Yet as Su Qing held the somewhat warmed giant snakewood carving in her hand, a bold thought flickered in her mind. If she recalled correctly, all the bizarre occurrences began the moment she received this carving. Setting aside her trepidation, she forced herself to stand. Her instincts warned her that the jungle was unsafe. Although she was unaware of the dangers lurking in this primeval forest, she knew that her safest bet was to find a way out. However, wandering alone could be perilous. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground, glanced at the direction the birds had flown off to, and decided to follow it, realizing she had no other options. After walking for a while, she retraced her steps to retrieve the giant snakewood carving she had carelessly discarded. Regardless of the situation, it had brought her here, and perhaps it could lead her back. As Su Qing ventured deeper into the jungle, in a dim chamber adorned with runes, a tall man opened his tightly shut eyes. Not far from him, on a stone pillar, a golden giant egg floated, continuously drawing energy from the pillar. The egg was covered in intricate, mysterious symbols, interspersed with eerie crimson marks. Two forces clashed, and the lines of the runes appeared faint, as if they could vanish at any moment. The man gazed at the giant egg, and a flicker of strange purple light passed through his deep, cold eyes. He gently sliced his palm, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the stone pillar. A golden light flashed, deepening the patterns on the egg. "Father, I can't hold on much longer. You need not expend your blood and cultivation for me any longer." After absorbing the energy, the giant egg trembled slightly, and a faint consciousness penetrated the man's mind. Just as he was about to speak, another wave of excited awareness surged into his thoughts. "Father, it's Mother. She has returned. I can feel it. It's her. Father." The man's purple eyes stirred, his expression remaining calm as he contemplated. After a moment, he softly replied, "Fear not, my child. Your father will ensure you are born safely." With that, the man vanished like a gust of wind from the chamber, leaving only the giant egg quaking violently in excitement. Meanwhile, after wandering for what felt like an eternity, Su Qing realized she had not yet escaped the jungle. As dusk approached, her attempt to follow the birds had proven futile. The thickening mist obscured her sense of direction entirely. Fortunately, her experience in outdoor survival came in handy. The towering trees made it difficult to climb up for the night, so she opted to find a flat area where she could gather firewood to create a fire. After what felt like an eternity of rubbing sticks together, sparks finally ignited the pile of wood. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Su Qing glanced around, now completely enveloped in darkness, with eerie animal sounds echoing in the distance. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. She could only hope to survive the night. If she had to traverse to another world, couldn't it be somewhere with food, shelter, and safety? Why did she have to end up in such a wretched place? As a potential meal for wild beasts. Wait, a meal for wild beasts? Rustle, rustle, rustle. No way. Surely her luck couldn't be that dreadful. She hadn't even had the chance to savor the world's delicacies before becoming someone's dinner. Listening to the noises surrounding her, Su Q, what nonsensical prattle are you uttering? Do you wish to lose your tongue? A cold and grave voice echoed within the confines of the chamber. After several confirmations, Su Qing realized that this voice was not merely a figment of her imagination. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a man who had appeared by the stone pillar at some point, and instinctively swallowed hard. Setting aside all else, this man could indeed be described as a marvel of beauty. His piercing purple eyes were fixed coldly upon the suspended giant egg. His skin was fair and luminous, his high nose was striking, and his sharp brows were slightly arched. His thin lips were pressed together. Though it was said that men with such lips are often fickle, the truth of this remains uncertain. Su Qing scrutinized the man's features for a considerable time, finding no faults to speak of. He was clad in a pale blue robe, his long black hair cascading elegantly, presenting an exquisite image reminiscent of ancient attire. Perhaps noticing that Su Qing had remained silent for an extended period, the man shot her a frosty glance. To his astonishment, the loquacious woman who had been so animated moments ago was now gazing at him with an almost dazed expression. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Indeed, mortal women were nothing but mundane creatures were it not for the wishes of the high priest. He would have no desire to keep her around, let alone bring her into this secret chamber. The offspring of Yan Linchen was not something a mere mortal woman ought to behold. Moreover, she had audaciously mistaken his child for a specter. How utterly detestable. Perhaps Yan Linchen's contemptuous gaze was too overt, as Su Qing, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, finally managed a nervous smile and said, "Handsome sir, esteemed gentlemen, greetings. I am Su Qing. Have you also been captured by the monster that brought you here?" After a moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and she pointed at the giant egg on the stone pillar, inquiring, "How long have you been its keeper? Which dynasty do you hail from? Do you know how to return home? How did you end up being captured? What are you babbling about? I cannot comprehend a single word. I advise you to behave and refrain from any tricks. Focus on hatching the egg, and you may yet have a chance at survival otherwise. Well, hatch an egg? Does he fancy himself a domineering CEO? Hatching eggs? Calling himself this king?" In the 21st century, Su Qing mused that this man must have been a blood cow for far too long, lost in his role. Despite his striking looks, her polite demeanor was met with his haughty airs. Truly, perfection is a rare trait in anyone. "Esteemed sir, I am human. I am a mammal. If you possess even a primary school education, you should know that humans do not lay eggs, let alone such a monstrous one." No sooner had Su Qing spoken than she felt her jaw suddenly clamped tightly in the man's grip, as if he intended to crush it. Confused, she gazed at the furious man before her, utterly a loss as to why he was so enraged. Could she be encountering a madman? TSK, it would be a pity for such a handsome visage to be marred by madness. Yet, it seemed she was the one truly unfortunate, having crossed paths with this lunatic. "If you utter another disrespectful word about my child, I shall send you to meet the king of hell." Yan Linchen spat these words through gritted teeth, barely containing his fury. This woman had nearly reached his breaking point had it not been for the remnants of his reason. She would have already been reduced to nothing but a smear. Your child?" The magnitude of this revelation stunned Su Qing, and she clicked her tongue in disbelief, her mind momentarily flashing with images of two colossal serpents. Turning to the man, she gazed at him incredulously. Could it be that he was one of those serpents? Seeing Su Qing's terror-stricken expression, Yan Linchen disdainfully tossed her to the ground, leaving her wincing in pain. "Shao Qing, take her away. Draw her blood daily and ensure she does not wander. I have no desire to see her again." "Yes, your majesty." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a green snake appeared and swam gracefully to Su Qing, transforming into a strikingly beautiful girl of around 16 or 17, dressed in flowing green robes. Her eyes shimmered with a similar hue as she smiled cheerfully at Su Qing. Su Qing returned the smile momentarily, but then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. The maid named Shao Qing pouted helplessly, glanced at Yan Linchen, shivered, and lifted the unconscious Su Qing, casting a spell before vanishing from the secret chamber. "Father, I will not allow you to treat mother this way. Why did you bind me just now?" Yan Linchen cast a glance at the floating giant egg and replied coolly, "How many times must I say it? How can a mortal woman be worthy of being your mother? The fact that she could conceive you is merely a coincidence. Once your vitality is restored, I will ensure she fully supports your birth. All you need to do is wait patiently. With that, Yin Linshan also disappeared from the secret chamber, leaving the giant egg, which seemed to sigh. Father. She truly is Mother. How could I mistake her? The one in the wrong is you. You should not treat Mother this way. Yet the chamber was now empty, with only the intricate runes on the giant egg pulsating with life. Chapter 3. I will stew you. Su Qing awoke languidly 2 days later, finding herself lying on an antique wooden bed, the entire room exuding an ancient charm. She looked down at her changed attire, noting that the wounds on her hands had vanished, likely healed by those she had tentatively labeled as snake demons. Too many bizarre occurrences had transpired, leaving her somewhat numb. Having not seen anyone enter for a while, she decided to sit at the edge of the bed and reflect on the series of events that had unfolded since she left work. This world contained giant pythons, which could even transform into humans and speak. And what of that egg? Why had that man, whom you referred to as your majesty, compelled her hatch it? She was certain she had never laid an egg, and it defied biological principles. Creak. Her thoughts were interrupted as Xiao Qing entered, carrying a basin of clear water. Upon seeing Su Qing awake, her face brightened with a smile. Miss, you're awake. Are you hungry? The kitchen has prepared a meal for you. Would you like to eat now? Xiao Qing, could you tell me where I am? And why does that man, the one you call your majesty, want me to hatch that egg? Is he the giant python? Xiao Qing placed the basin down, staring at Su Qing in astonishment before exclaiming, Miss, you don't know? But you are the mother of the young prince. I thought you already knew I could truly Haven Tea laid an egg. Before Su Qing could defend herself, Xiao Qing continued, Miss, you are currently in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. You fell into the misty forest outside, nearly meeting your end, and it was the king who saved you. As for the king, he possesses the bloodline of the ancient dragon god. King. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly at Xiao Qing's innocent smile. She certainly would not take a snake as a husband, especially a cruel and unfeeling one. Over the next few days, she conversed extensively with Xiao Qing and gradually unraveled the intricacies of her surroundings. She learned that she was situated in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, ruled by the Snake King Yin Linshan, encompassing the misty forest. The black giant python she had encountered that night was Yin Linshan's archnemesis, Feng Mo, who governed the area outside the misty forest. Xiao Qing had never ventured beyond the misty forest, thus her knowledge of the outside world was limited to simple descriptions. Nevertheless, Su Qing understood that this world was markedly different from her own. As she surveyed the room, more lavish than a palace, Su Qing felt a moment of confusion while holding a wooden carving of a giant snake. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Regardless, she was determined to find a way back, and first, she needed to understand how she had arrived in this place. Miss, the food is here. Upon hearing that meals were being served, Su Qing eagerly rushed to the dining table, only to deflate when she saw the dishes before her. Again with the blood replenishing food. For days, she had been consuming meals that were beneficial for restoring blood, only to have it drawn again. She hadn't encountered anyone else apart from Xiao Qing, and it felt as though she were a captive blood cow. Xiao Qing, aware of Su Qing's thoughts, had grown fond of this mortal woman over their days together. She found Su Qing refreshingly different from the mortal women described by the little elder. Her thoughts were simple, her character pleasing to Xiao Qing. Thus, Xiao Qing held a genuine affection for Su Qing. Noticing Su Qing's lackluster demeanor, Xiao Qing suddenly pulled out a package of treats from her pocket. Miss, look at this. Pastries. Yes, to be precise, they're called apricot millet cakes. Chunda Rin claims they're the most delicious food in this world. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Qing's bashful expression. It seemed that regardless of the species, women in love shared a common demeanor. However, Su Qing longed to inform her that her Chengde Run was surely deceiving her. The place where she had spent 24 years was the true culinary capital, filled with numerous delicacies, none of which dared claim to be the most delicious. Taking a piece of the apricot millet cake, Su Qing took a few bites and asked, "Where did you get this?" Seeing her enjoyment, Xiao Qing felt pleased and replied without much thought, Chengde Rin bought it from the mortal marketplace. I noticed those mortal women loved it, so I liked it too, thinking you would enjoy it as well. The mortal marketplace? It seemed that no matter how hard Xiao Qing tried to avoid the topic, Su Qing had begun to grasp that, apart from demons, There were indeed mortals like her in this world. Therefore, she needed to find a way back to the human realm and then figure out how to return to her original world. As soon as Xiao Qing finished speaking, Su Qing fell silent, holding the pastry. Realizing she had let something slip, Xiao Qing quickly changed the subject. "Miss, hurry and eat. Afterward, you'll know what to do." For several days, this routine continued. Blood was drawn, the wounds healed magically, and then reopened. Although the wounds showed no trace after their magical treatment, the pain of each reopening remained. After finishing her meal, Su Qing intended to take a brief rest when Yin Linchun suddenly appeared in the room, his icy gaze flashing with a hint of urgency. Before Su Qing could react, he wrapped his arms around her waist. The sudden male presence causing her cheeks to flush. T 24 years old. This was her first close encounter with a man, and the warmth radiating from his distinctly defined hands sent shivers down her spine. However, Yin Linchun seemed oblivious to Su Qing's thoughts that a gust of wind swept by her ear, and the next moment, they stood upon an altar. The altar was elliptical, with 4 towering serpent statues surrounding a central platform, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Qing felt a strange familiarity with these statues, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Standing silently beside, the serpent statues were 8 cloaked figures of varying heights. Without needing an introduction, Su Qing recognized that the Valley of Serpents was indeed a den of serpents. "Lord Snake King, what do you intend to do?" Su Qing brushed aside her disheveled hair, wondering if this creature had changed its mind and intended to consume her. Yin Lin Chun shot her a cold glance. He strode towards the altar's center, waving his hand, causing the giant egg to levitate. Unlike before, the mysterious runes on the egg had vanished, replaced by a glaring crimson hue, giving the impression that the egg was on the brink of death. Observing the urgency in Yin Lin Chun's expression and recalling previous events, Su Qing felt an ominous premonition. This brutal Snake King could not possibly want her, this blood cow, to offer all her blood. She refused to meet an untimely end in this world, with thoughts of escape. She turned to flee as fate would have it. Yin Lin Chun's gaze fell upon her as she attempted to run. With a cold snort, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly. And Su Qing found herself, along with the serpent egg, at the altar's center. "High Priest, esteemed elders, whether my son can overcome this trial rests in your hands. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall risk our lives to ensure the young prince's safety." Su Qing struggled against her bonds, glaring furiously at Yin Linchun as she yelled, "Yin Linchun, you vile snake! I have lost so much blood for your wretched egg over the past few days. And now you want my life. Yin Linchun, may you suffer a terrible fate. I will skin you alive and stew you." As soon as the words fell, 8 cloaked figures simultaneously invoked their magic, causing 4 colossal stone statues to illuminate in unison. Shortly thereafter, a beam of golden light surged upwards through Su Qing and the serpent egg, and with a flash of golden radiance, the once azure sky was abruptly shrouded in darkness, while fierce winds howled all around. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Su Qing's heart sank with trepidation. Chapter 4. Who are you really? It was evident that no matter how harshly Su Qing berated them, Yin Linchun and his companions would not spare her. Ever since the golden light had erupted, a searing heat radiated from her body, leaving her to wonder if they truly intended to offer all her blood as a sacrifice to this serpent egg. A bolt of lightning struck, descending directly towards the altar's center. Meanwhile, Su Qing and the serpent egg began to rise slowly due to the power of the formation, and to her dismay, she discovered a gash had appeared on her wrist, blood profusely flowing towards the serpent egg. The cloaked figures surrounding the altar chanted their incantations, and the thunderous bolts did not strike Su Qing. Instead, they were all directed towards the serpent egg. It was uncertain how long this state persisted, but the eerie crimson hue on the serpent egg gradually faded, while the mysterious runes that had almost vanished reappeared mysteriously across its surface. As the restrictions dissipated, the altar slowly returned to its original state, and the surrounding area regained its former tranquility. Su Qing and the serpent egg descended gently, and as the restrictions lifted, Yin Linchun rushed forward to take the serpent egg into his possession. After sensing the egg and confirming that the hatchling inside was unharmed, Yin Linshan let out a sigh of relief. The 8 figures surrounding the altar exchanged knowing smiles, though their breaths appeared somewhat labored. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, and congratulations, young prince, for your safety," they proclaimed in unison, bowing respectfully. Yin Linshan nodded, a rare softness in his demeanor. "I am deeply grateful to all the elders. I thank you once more for assisting my son in overcoming this calamity. It is our duty to alleviate Your Majesty's worries and uphold the royal bloodline of the Serpent Clan. Your Majesty, may I first examine this young lady?" Su Qing, a woman seemingly in her 30s or 40s, stepped forward from the group. Though cloaked, her graceful demeanor suggested she was a woman of elegance. Upon hearing her words, Yin Linshan took note of Su Qing, kneeling on the ground with a pallid complexion. Her wrist stained crimson with blood, perhaps a result of excessive blood loss, as her gaze now appeared somewhat dazed. Meeting Yin Linshan's complex stare, Su Qing mustered the strength to glare at him fiercely. Yin Linshan scoffed, ungrateful. He then turned to the woman. "Please, Grand Priestess, attend to her wounds." The Grand Priestess, Lu Yu, nodded in response and knelt before Su Qing, gently applying pressure to stem the bleeding. A wave of icy calm spread through Su Qing's body. But she summoned all her strength to push Lu Yu away, biting her cracked lips in anger. "Yin Linshan, I do not want her feigned kindness. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state." "What?" A slap followed by candy. "Let me tell you, if you provoke me further, I'll end my own life to spare myself from being tormented to death by you serpent fiends, and don't think that the egg in your hand will survive either." Su Qing's audacity stemmed from her experiences over the past few days, as she intuitively sensed that the serpent egg seemed to require her blood to survive, though the reasons eluded her. She was certain that Yin Linshan and his companions would not eliminate her while she still held value. Her words startled everyone, except for Lu Yu, who was closest to her, while the others turned to Yin Linshan, whose expression darkened ominously. The king's authority was not to be trifled with. Had she not still been of use to the young prince, she would have surely met her demise countless times over by now. And it was inconceivable that Yin Linshan would merely scowl without taking action. "Humph, a mere mortal woman dares to insult the prince and the king of the Serpent Clan?" Another cloaked woman, brimming with fury, strode towards the altar's center, her beautiful eyes glinting with murderous intent. However, before she could approach Su Qing, Lu Yu interjected sharply. "Step back." "The Grand Priestess?" The woman stared incredulously at Lu Yu, but ultimately succumbed to her authority, and, after a moment of struggle, reluctantly retreated, her icy gaze never leaving Su Qing, as if ready to pounce should Su Qing make any further moves. "Miss Su, I understand your grievances. Our actions may have been somewhat improper, but the young prince's fate is tied to the future of our clan. Thus we had no choice but to act in such a manner. We will surely compensate and make amends to you in the future." Lu Yu glanced back at the stormy-eyed Yin Linshan before continuing to tend to Su Qing's wounds with a gentle demeanor. "Humph," Su Qing nearly retorted, but a sudden wave of searing pain shot through her wrist, causing her to cry out involuntarily. Lu Yu halted her ministrations, staring at Su Qing's wrist in astonishment. The bone-deep burning sensation felt as though it would incinerate her very bones, and cold sweat poured down Su Qing's face. Yin Linshan approached, surprised, and reached out to examine her wrist, but was halted by Lu Yu's firm grip. "Your Majesty, wait! If my suspicions are correct," before she could finish, a flash of golden light erupted from Su Qing's wrist, the visible wound vanishing before their eyes. When the golden glow receded, a serpentine golden mark was emblazoned upon Su Qing's wrist. "What is this?" Yin Linshan's violet eyes widened in shock. His usual composure shattered as he stepped forward, gripping Su Qing's wrist tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the mark. The burning sensation on Su Qing's wrist had just faded, and before she could catch her breath, Yin Linshan's hold on her wrist caused her to wince in pain. "What are you doing?" she snapped. "Tell me, who are you really?" Unable to withstand Yin Linshan's sinister gaze, Su Qing struggled to free herself from his grasp, rubbing her now reddened wrist in distress. She thought to herself that this Serpent King must have some sort of issue. Her own misfortunes seemed to compound as she had barely survived bloodletting. only to face further complications from Yin Linchen's behavior. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yin Linchen snapped back to reality, recognizing his lapse in composure. He regained some semblance of calmness, exchanging a glance with Lu Yu that was laden with unspoken words, before commanding one of the figures near the altar, Imo Chung, take her back and ensure that Shao Qing cares for her properly. There must be no mistakes. A man clad in black suddenly materialized at the altar. Bowing low in acknowledgement, he cast a cold, assessing glance at Su Qing, who stood there bewildered. Miss, please, having grown accustomed to their abrupt appearances. Su Qing merely regarded Yin Linchen and the others with curiosity, sensing that ever since the mark had appeared on her wrist, the atmosphere among them had shifted. Especially Yin Linchen, though she had only encountered him a handful of times. This king of the Serpent Valley was supposed to be as frigid as ice, yet it seemed that a mere serpent-shaped mark could elicit such a reaction from him. Did this mark hold some significance? Chapter 5. Not Debt, but Disaster. Mo Cheng escorted Su Qing back to her previous quarters. Observing Mo Cheng's meticulous demeanor, she couldn't help but mutter to herself that like master, like servant, both were equally frigid and unapproachable. Recalling Yin Linchen's expression as if someone owed him a great debt, Su Qing felt an inexplicable annoyance. Miss, you have finally returned. I searched everywhere for you, and with the strange happenings in the sky, I cannot fathom what transpired. Upon seeing Su Qing return, Shao Qing, who had been sitting at the door with a worried expression, nearly burst into tears of joy. A warm sensation flowed through Su Qing's heart at the sight of her. In this foreign realm, Shao Qing was the person she felt the most fondness for thus far. Moreover, Su Qing could tell that Shao Qing genuinely cared for her. She gently wiped the sweat from Shao Qing's forehead and offered a weak reassurance. Shao Qing, do not worry. I am quite well. I merely had some blood drawn earlier and may have lost a bit too much. His Majesty has instructed me to take care of Miss Su and ensure she does not wander about. For as a mortal, many of our kin harbor disdain for mortals, and you still hold value to His Majesty. Yes, I understand. Shao Qing will take good care of her. Shao Qing supported the pale and fatigued Su Qing. Her eyes averted from Mo Chung, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Qing cast a glance at the two of them, surprised to discover that the man Shao Qing had been so enamored with was actually Mo Chung. Both Mo Chung and Yin Linchen were akin to blocks of ice, and she couldn't fathom what Shao Qing found appealing about him, nor why she felt the need to express her admiration in front of her. To Yin Linchen, she was nothing more than a moving blood cow. She understood this without him having to articulate it. However, Su Qing was not foolish, and the warning embedded in Mo Cheng's words could not have been clearer. It seemed that Mo Chung held a deep disdain for her mundane existence. Yet, she found it perplexing that, despite this being their first encounter, his aversion towards her was so palpable. Once Mo Chung concluded his business, he departed in haste, leaving Su Qing with a look of reluctance on her face, prompting a pang of sympathy in Su Qing's heart for the girl. If she harbored feelings, why was she so afraid to meet his gaze? Dear girl, not all affections can be openly expressed, Su Qing thought to herself. Su Qing mused that regardless of her identity or cultivation level, she was unworthy of Sir Chung. He was admirable. Yet Su Qing felt a deep concern for Su Qing. The latter gazed at Mo Cheng's receding figure for a long while, wiping away the moisture from her eyes to conceal her disappointment, before turning to Su Qing with a smile. Miss, let us speak of something else. Allow me to assist you in resting. Is there anything you wish to eat later? Su Qing was not inclined to continue the previous topic, and she was not one to lack sensitivity. Furthermore, having lost quite a bit of blood earlier, she feared she might faint if she remained standing. Reflecting on this, Su Qing lamented the frequency of her fainting spells since arriving in this foreign realm. Su Qing, please fetch me some sweets. I feel a bit lightheaded, she requested. Su Qing assisted her into the room before swiftly exiting to procure the delicacies. Leaning against the table, Su Qing lifted her hand to observe the serpent mark on her wrist, puzzled. She rubbed it vigorously, but it failed to disappear. Miss, what are you looking at? So engrossed was Su Qing in her examination that she failed to notice Su Qing returning with the pastries. Glancing at Su Qing, she then looked back at the serpent mark, excitedly extending her wrist for Su Qing to see. Su Qing, take a look at this. Do you know what this serpent mark signifies? Suqing steadied Suqing's wrist, her eyes widening in astonishment at the golden serpent mark. Finally, Suqing felt reassured. It seemed that Suqing was aware of the significance of the golden serpent mark adorning her wrist. Suqing, do you know what it is? Suqing inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Suqing released Suqing's wrist and turned to cast a spell, sealing all doors and windows, her demeanor unexpectedly serious. The fact that this serpent mark could provoke an otherwise aloof Yanlichen to lose his composure in public and render the usually vivacious Suqing so solemn only heightened Suqing's curiosity about the nature of the mark on her wrist. Miss, did you have prior acquaintance with the king? Impossible. Our encounters have been merely fleeting. Oh, Suqing, do tell me what this thing is. Suqing was nearly consumed by her curiosity. After a long pause, Suqing finally explained, this mark is a secret technique unique to our serpent clan, known as chasing cause. Typically, only those of exceptionally high cultivation within our clan can successfully cast it. Judging by the appearance of the mark, it appears to have been cast by the king. Yanlichen, given his shocked expression, it is likely that even he is unaware of this chasing cause. I'm certain I have never encountered him in my 20-plus years, nor have I experienced any memory lost. If what Suqing says is true, when did Yanlichen cast this? Are you so certain it was him? Suqing asked, her voice tinged with skepticism, with a confident smile. Suqing replied, having trained for hundreds of years in the Valley of Serpents, I cannot mistake the king's golden physique and aura. Moreover, as far as I know, there is no one else in this world who possesses such a noble bloodline and golden form. Then the implications of all this are quite perplexing. Suqing mused, touching the serpent mark before inquiring further. What purpose does this chasing cause serve? Can you remove it for me? Suqing regarded Suqing with a look of regret and gently shook her head. In truth, this secret technique is beyond my modest means to touch, so I cannot remove it for you. Moreover, it is said that the casting of chasing cause often stems from either a debt or a calamity. Perhaps that is why you were saved by the king. Either a debt or a calamity. Suqing pondered these words in silence, wondering if her arrival in this realm was not merely due to the giant serpent wooden sculpture, but also tied to this serpent mark. Yet, it seemed illogical, as the mark only manifested today, and even its original owner was unaware of it. Why had it appeared? Miss, why you did not previously know the king. This chasing cause is closely linked to him. The clan would never accept a mortal woman having any connection with the king, so it is best that you keep this from others in the clan to avoid unnecessary trouble. That evening, Suqing lay alone in bed, reflecting on Suqing's serious warning from earlier, her thoughts becoming increasingly tangled. Chasing cause, the giant serpent wooden sculpture, the blind old man. What connection existed among these elements? Why was it she, and not another, who had been transported to this alternate realm? Could it be that she had a past connection with Yanlichen? Was it possible she had once lost her memory? A sudden chill enveloped her neck as Suqing retrieved the giant serpent wooden sculpture, which had not emitted light in quite some time. To her astonishment, it began to shimmer with the same golden glow she had seen before her journey, vibrating intensely. Chapter 6. Are you here to admire the moon? Old man, what is happening? Before Suqing could process the situation, the giant serpent wooden sculpture tugged at her, urging her to rise. Without time for further contemplation, she followed the wooden sculpture out of the inner chamber. After a brief distance, the sculpture halted in a nondescript dark corner of the room. As its tugging ceased, its vibrations intensified. Suqing grasped the wooden sculpture in an attempt to calm it, but it was evident that her efforts were in vain. She clicked her tongue in frustration and stepped closer to investigate, but the dim light rendered her efforts fruitless. Noticing candles in the inner chamber, Suqing disregarded the wooden sculpture's agitation and walked to retrieve a candle. Examining the area thoroughly. What is that? She noticed a moving object. Cautiously adjusting the light, Suqing advanced to remove the obstructing vase. Just as she was about to discern its nature, the object collided with the vase, swiftly darting away with an astonishing speed. Watching the vase shatter into pieces, Suqing initially intended to ignore the incident, thinking the elusive creature had escaped. However, the giant serpent wooden sculpture around her neck seemed even more curious. Appearing determined to pursue the creature, you realized that curiosity killed the cat. Must you drag me into trouble again? Ultimately, Suqing could not resist the influence of the wooden sculpture and donned cloak, following its lead out the door. Although she was unfamiliar with the Serpent Valley, she felt inexplicably confident that with the wooden sculpture, she would not lose her way, startled by her own misplaced confidence. She found herself outside in the dead of night, the world enveloped in silence. Navigating through a series of rock formations and winding corridors, the wooden sculpture finally stopped as Suqing contemplated returning the way she came. She had reached a point beyond the Serpent Palace, where the gentle sound of flowing water resonated beautifully in the stillness of the night. The moon shone brightly, and countless tiny stars adorned the sky, filling the air with the refreshing scent of jasmine. Remarkable. The air quality seems quite nice, Suqing remarked, patting the wooden sculpture, which had returned to its previous state of tranquility. She gave it a firm pat. But it remained unresponsive, like a still pond. That I knew it. You tricked me once, and now there's a second time. Could you not be more reliable? I had trusted you so completely. Seeing the sculpture's lack of response, Suqing felt a wave of regret for placing her trust in this troublesome object. She turned to retrace her steps to sleep. A shadow darted past her, moving swiftly forward, without a moment's thought. Suqing pursued the fleeting shadow, determined to uncover its identity. No one had dared to toy with her, Suqing. However, after a considerable chase, the shadow vanished without a trace, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. Truly unfortunate. Oh well. With a sigh, Suqing prepared to leave when she unexpectedly heard a clattering sound nearby. So late at night. Who could that be? Is it the shadow again? After hesitating, Suqing resolved to investigate. Her curiosity ignited. She could not allow her inquisitiveness to diminish now. As the sound of the stream drew ever closer, Suqing, fearing that the creature might flee, hastily removed her shoes. She allowed the evening dew to soak her socks as she carefully parted the water plants along the stream's edge. Crouching down to take a glance ahead, to her surprise, the moment she looked, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. In the center of the stream, a man was lounging with his hair cascading down, his upper body bare as he bathed in the moonlight. Perhaps he had been washing for some time, for his eyes bore a hint of fatigue as he leaned against a massive rock, gazing into the distance, lost in thoughts unknown. Amidst the shimmering water, a glimpse of a serpent's scaled body flickered, its tail occasionally stirring the water, the previous rustling sounds likely emanating from its movements. Setting aside all else, the man's physique was undeniably remarkable. Though a distance separated them, the brilliance of the moonlight and the fairness of his skin allowed Suqing to conservatively estimate that he possessed at least 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. Goodness, such a physique was devoid of any excess flesh. At this thought, Suqing couldn't help but touch the warm, soft flesh at her waist, lamenting, how could a mere human compete with a serpent? While his physique was splendid, the sight of that writhing serpent tail brought Suqing a tinge of regret. Alas, such a man was, in fact, a serpent. This was an entirely different species, and she certainly did not wish to find herself in a situation where she might lay an egg. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought, inadvertently stirring the water plants beside her. Casting a glance at the swaying foliage, then at the serpent tail, suspended in midair, Suqing froze for a moment before decisively turning on her heel to flee. Who goes there? A cold and familiar voice resonated from the center of the stream. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suqing recognized that voice. It belonged to the icy Serpent King, Yin Linchen. Goodness, she had sensed that the man looked somewhat familiar, but she never expected him to be Yin Linchen. Given his temperament, especially after she had insulted him, it was clear that as a Serpent King, he would not take kindly to her transgressions. Earlier, she had felt justified in her grievances, but now, having spied on him bathing, she was acutely aware that she was the one at fault. A tremor coursed through her body, and without a moment's thought, she dashed back, disregarding her shoes. However, her speed could not possibly surpass that of Yin Linchen. Behind her, a rustle of movement signaled his approach, and in mere moments, he stood before her, his violet eyes coldly fixed upon her. Perhaps taken aback by the suddenness of being discovered, Yin Linchen was clad in nothing more than a loose robe, revealing the full extent of his 8 sculpted abdominal muscles. Having just emerged from the water, droplets cascaded from his hair, trickling down from his nose to his throat and finally to his taut abdomen. The golden serpent tail had yet to transform into legs, rendering Yen Linchen significantly taller than Su Qing, allowing her a clearer view of his magnificent form. Was this not a living depiction of a handsome man emerging from a bath, coupled with his enchanting yet frigid visage? He epitomized the essence of restraint. Have you feasted your eyes enough? Yen Linchen glared at Su Qing with disdain. For reasons unknown, the sight of her gazing at him with such infatuation made him want to crush her right there, a sentiment he found utterly intolerable. The contempt in his violet eyes was impossible to ignore. Su Qing, perceiving his murderous intent, chuckled nervously and pointed toward the full moon above. Oh, esteemed Serpent King, are you also here to admire the moon? Ah, the moonlight is truly delightful tonight. Well then, if there's nothing further, I shall not intrude on your reverie any longer and will take my leave to rest. Chapter 7. Just for calling me mother with that. Su Qing attempted to sidestep Yen Linchen to leave, but he cast a cold glance at her soaked socks and the shoes in her hands, sneering, Miss Su, you certainly have a refined taste. Venturing out in the middle of the night to admire the moon while barefoot. It is indeed time for you to return. Su Qing cleared her throat, fully aware that her words would hardly convince even a 3-year-old, let alone Yen Linchen. Yet admitting to her act of voyeurism was undeniably embarrassing. She chose to maintain her cheerful demeanor, for as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Su Qing was unwilling to believe that Yen Linchen would truly resort to any drastic measures against her. To be honest, I thought I saw a shadow approaching, which inadvertently interrupted your noble enjoyment, esteemed Serpent King. Had I known you had a penchant for bathing outdoors at night, even under duress, I would never have dared to come. Ah, you may be quite adaptable, but do you take me for a fool? I've already laid down protective wards around this stream. How did you manage to breach them? Wards? Su Qing glanced around, unable to discern anything unusual, but given Yen Linchen's assertion, she felt it unwise to question him further. I truly did not notice any wards. Perhaps it was that shadow's doing. Absurd. Yen Linchen's irritation flared as he coiled his serpent tail, the powerful appendage wrapping around Su Qing's body with a fierce grip, the hard scales constricting her breath. Yet, the owner of the tail gazed at her struggles with a strange sense of amusement. Yen Linchen, what do you intend to do? Is it such a remarkable thing that you were seen in your entirety? I have seen my fair share, if not more, of men exposing themselves. Su Qing's words were not without merit. In this digital age, revealing a mere set of abdominal muscles was hardly novel. Yet, to Yen Linchen's ears, her comparison was deeply offensive. Fury flickered in his violet gaze. How dare this woman equate his noble form with that of any other man? It appeared she had a history of such indiscretions. You are a wanton woman. Yen Linchen tightened his grip, not genuinely wishing to end her life, but she needed to learn a lesson that he was the king of the Serpent Valley. And for millennia, none had dared to repeatedly challenge his authority. Feeling the serpent tail constricting her further, Su Qing suddenly regretted provoking this unpredictable Serpent King. Regardless of the situation, she was no match for him, and it would ultimately be she who suffered. Damn it, if I ever trust you again, I'll change my surname. Su Qing inwardly cursed, her struggles futile against the overwhelming force. Father, you shall not harm mother. A petulant voice emerged from the thicket of water plants, and suddenly, a dark shape darted past Su Qing's vision. That it was the shadow she had been pursuing. Is it you? The shadow transformed into a golden egg that hopped onto Yen Linchen's serpent body. Speaking in a sweet, childish tone, Father, do not blame Mother. It was Cian's doing. I miss Mother dearly, but Father does not like Mother. So Cian brought her here to see you. See us in love? Su Qing's face flushed, nearly choking on her own embarrassment. Who had taught this child such things? Yet, the voice was familiar. It was the same one she had heard when she first encountered the Serpent Valley. This time, it was indeed the serpent egg that was speaking all along. It was this egg causing mischief. Yet the fact that even an egg could perceive Yen Linchen's disdain for her left Su Qing at a loss. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, Yen Linchen glanced at the serpent egg. His expression softening considerably, he loosened his tail, allowing Su Qing to escape its grip as he turned to the egg. Cian, why did you not stay obediently in the secret chamber instead of causing chaos? How can I trust you to remain in the valley alone? But it is so dark in there. And Xian feels so lonely. The egg's plaintive voice tugged at Su Qing's heartstrings. No child should be confined to such a dark place, especially one that had yet to hatch. Perhaps it was her maternal instincts surfacing. But as Yin Linchen became momentarily distracted, Su Qing seized the opportunity to snatch the egg into her embrace, summoning courage under his intimidating presence. Did you not hear this, little one? He dislikes that dark place. You are his father. Even adults would become troubled after prolonged confinement. Would you have him grow up with only memories of darkness? Mother, mother! The little one's cries, tinged with a hint of distress, tugged at Su Qing's heartstrings. After all, he was still just a child. How could Yin Linchen, the serpent, be so devoid of empathy? What do you understand? What right do you have to reprimand this king? Just because he calls me mother, this matter is settled. You should not torment a child like this. Su Qing cleared her throat, somewhat nervously defending the little one. Yin Linchen observed Su Qing cradling Yin Xian with a fierce protectiveness. It was evident she was terrified herself. Yet he wondered where she found the courage to speak such words. He was well aware of how Yin Xian was secretly curled up in the serpent egg, stifling laughter. Your Majesty, since Miss Su shares a close bond with the young prince, why not allow her to care for him from today onward? An unbidden surge of anger welled up within Yin Linchen. But at that moment, a melodious voice interjected. Both Su Qing and Yin Linchen turned to see a beautiful woman gliding towards them with an elegant grace. Her face was undeniably enchanting, yet her demeanor exuded an air of purity untouched by the world. As Su Qing stared at her, feeling an uncanny familiarity, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where she had seen this woman before. What's wrong? Has Miss Su forgotten me? Lu Yu stepped forward, gently patting Su Qing's arm.it. Was then that Su Qing remembered. The woman was none other than the Grand Priestess she had encountered earlier in the day. Without her cloak, Su Qing had failed to recognize her. The woman was indeed a true beauty, exuding charm that was unexpected. Grand Priestess, your appearance here is certainly orchestrated by Yin Xian, but how fortuitous that you should find yourself here as well. A thought flashed through Su Qing's mind, causing her gaze to drift between Lu Yu and Yin Linchen. Although Lu Yu appeared to be much older than Yin Linchen, one could not assume the demon race placed great importance on age, especially since Yin Linchen had lived for an indeterminate span of time. Moreover, Lu Yu's beauty and captivating charm could easily bring many a man to their knees if the two had conspired. Then her presence was indeed questionable. Pondering this, Su Qing felt a pang of guilt. Should this be the case, her arrival tonight was decidedly improper. She nodded and said, "Yes, I recognize you." She then gestured towards the serpent egg. "Since this little one wishes to stay with me, may I take him for the night? If there's nothing urgent, I could return later." Yin Linchen regarded her flustered demeanor and expression and couldn't shake the feeling that she was indulging in some unfathomable thoughts. However, seeing that Yin Xian indeed wished to follow her, he simply waved his hand dismissively as Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Without a second thought, she smiled apologetically at Lu Yu, then swiftly departed with Yin Xian in her arms. Grand Priestess, can she truly care for Xian? Lu Yu produced a set of garments and offered them to Yin Linchen. He accepted them and transformed into his human form in an instant. Lu Yu placed her hand on his wrist, examining his condition without responding, instead smiling as she asked, "Your Majesty, do you find it hard to believe, or are you simply afraid to believe? I do not comprehend why the pursuit would manifest in her." Yin Linchen replied, his heart heavy with doubt. Yet all evidence pointed to her potential to assist Yin Xian in dire moments. "Your Majesty, while our perceptions may deceive us, the star testing plate has existed for millennia and cannot be mistaken. The wooden carving on her is undoubtedly accurate. Since that individual brought her before Xian, she is bound to aid him. Moreover, Xian's instincts are also reliable. Now that you have successfully navigated the full moon, it is time to take action. All factions will soon be restless, and perhaps only by uncovering the root of this matter can the truth be revealed." Lu Yu considered Yin Linchen's objective, a hint of concern crossing her features as it pertains to the survival of the serpent race. "As the Grand Priestess of the 10,000 Serpents Valley, my duty is to serve the king and the valley. Should any further mistakes occur, it would be a calamity I could not amend." Noticing Yin Linchen's troubled expression, Lu Yu could not help but inquire, why not seek out that one from Qingdao? With him, there may be a glimmer of hope. Yan Linchen smiled wryly and shook his head that, you think I am unaware. If that individual were willing to ally with me, the serpent race would not be in such a stalemate. Though the one from Qingdao possesses remarkable prowess, he has always regarded Yan Linchen as a nemesis. The fact that he has not actively opposed me is already a feat. Any collaboration is utterly improbable, and this weighs heavily on Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yu gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Su Qing had just departed, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. Your Majesty, you discovered Miss Su alongside him. And after she was brought back to the valley, given his competitive nature, he would undoubtedly charge forward into any trap. That is indeed a viable approach. Yan Linchen's lips curled into a smirk as he affirmed Lu Yu's suggestion and promptly commanded, after I depart, let that girl Lu Xia oversee the tribal affairs. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but she said nothing. After acknowledging his order, she left. Yan Linchen cast a glance at the nearby stream, his eyes shimmering with determination as he clenched his fists. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall uncover the truth. Upon returning to her quarters with Yan Xian, Su Qing was greeted by Xiao Qing, who was busy tidying up the broken fragments. Xiao Qing was taken aback by Su Qing's disheveled appearance. Miss, what has happened? With a cheerful laugh, Su Qing removed her socks and handed the serpent egg to Xiao Qing. Startled, Xiao Qing received Yan Xian as if confronting a formidable adversary, her body tense with apprehension. Miss, how could the young prince? I am sleeping with mother tonight, as permitted by father, Yan Xian declared, his tone serious, leaving Su Qing unable to bear exposing his performance. She couldn't recall who had earlier begged his father with such a quivering voice. Reflecting on the young child's cunning, Su Qing thought it amusing that he was so keen on maintaining his image. Fortunately, he encountered Xiao Qing, who was easily swayed. Others might not have been so accommodating. Xiao Qing, hearing Yan Xian's words, hastily set him down and took the wooden tub from Su Qing's hands. Miss, you wish to bathe and change? I shall do it for you. The young prince should stay with you. With that, she darted out of the room. As Su Qing found herself perplexed by the serpent egg, her curiosity piqued. Yan Xian, why does she fear you so? You are still but an egg. Mother, Yan Xian replied with a pout, prompting Su Qing to burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that Yan Linchen would have such an adorable son. Seeing Su Qing laugh heartily, Yan Xian leaped onto her, his baby voice explaining, she is a bamboo viper, a species of low status in our clan. I'm a descendant of the golden python. This bloodline pressure is not something she, a mere bamboo viper who is only cultivated for a century, can withstand. Hearing the pride and disdain in Yan Xian's words, Su Qing suddenly recalled Xiao Qing's forlorn expression when she mentioned feeling unworthy of Emocheng. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully shook the serpent egg. Yan Xian felt a wave of dizziness, crying out in distress, why does mother shake Xian? Xian only spoke the truth, hearing the little one's plaintive voice. Su Qing adopted a more serious tone. Xian, we cannot choose our birth. You mustn't take pride in your lineage. Xiao Qing is a good person, kind-hearted, that we should not judge others based on their status. If you continue this way, you will find it difficult to make true friends. Noticing that Yan Xian remained silent, Su Qing pressed further. I have heard that your kind often disdain mortals. Since you call me mother, I must be significant to you. If others look down on me due to their perceived superiority, would you feel comfortable with that? If he had been unclear before, Yan Xian now understood Su Qing's message. He exclaimed in a panic, that is absolutely unacceptable. Whoever bullies mother, I will confront them. Chapter 9. Let me take you out for a treat. Xiao Qing stood at the door, clutching the wooden tub for a long time, wiping her eyes before finally entering with a bright smile. Miss, the water is ready. You should wash up and rest early with the young prince. Su Qing, feeling quite pleased with Yan Xian's reaction, glanced up at the grinning Xiao Qing, wondering what delightful event had transpired for the girl. Not wishing to pry, she entrusted Yan Xian to Xiao Qing and made her way into the inner chamber to bathe. By the time she emerged, it was already late into the night. After a series of events, sleep eluded her, and she surmised dawn would break shortly. Thus, Su Qing decided to sit on the bed, cradling Yan Xian. Little one, why must you insist on calling me mother? Because you are my mother. You speak nonsense. Su Qing dismissed Yan Xian's assertion. After all, he had not yet hatched, yet he seemed to possess a keen understanding. She had hoped to extract some useful information from him, but it appeared the clever little creature would reveal nothing. Mother great, he was beginning to act cute again. Su Qing sighed in resignation, rose to extinguish the candle, carefully placed the snake egg aside, and lay down herself. Noticing that his mother was ignoring him, Yan Xian hopped closer to Su Qing, feeling the presence of the snake egg behind her. She turned around and gently adjusted the blanket, though she was uncertain if the snake egg required such warmth. Mother, do you like father? Su Qing pondered for a moment, the image of Yan Linchen emerging from the bath. Exuding an aura of restraint flashed through her mind, followed by thoughts of the high priest's appearance. She shook her head, stroking the snake egg with a tone that remained gentle. Xian, your father has someone he cares for. As for me, I do not belong here. I shall eventually return home. Your father and I come from two different worlds, so does that mean you don't like father and Xian? Yan Xian's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Tinged with a sorrowful quaver, Su Qing's heart ached at his words, wondering why that child's mother could be so cruel as to abandon him. Even before his formal birth, he must long for her affection. Su Qing's own mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father had raised her alone. Watching other children with their mothers, she often pondered what her own mother had been like. But as the years passed, those memories grew increasingly hazy. Thus, she could empathize with Yan Xian's feelings, but thinking of her father's gradually graying hair, she worried about how he would cope with her disappearance. She had to return. After all, she was not Yan Xian's mother. With a pang of regret, Su Qing embraced Yan Xian. I am not your mother. Though it seemed harsh, she truly did not wish to shatter his dreams. She would leave eventually, and she could not allow Yan Xian to experience the loss of a mother twice. Yet, in the end, Su Qing was mistaken. Upon hearing her words, Yan Xian stubbornly insisted in his childish voice. The high priest said that the star chart foretells my mother will return soon. I can sense your essence, mother. Your blood flows through my veins, and Xian cannot be mistaken, just as father, even if he has lost his memory, will know I am his bloodline. Intending to comfort Yan Xian, Su Qing inadvertently gleaned much information from him. She immediately probed, Xian, what is the star chart, and why does your father have amnesia? Curling within the snake egg, Yan Xian pouted in annoyance, unsure of what to say. Observing Su Qing's curious expression, he pondered for a moment before asking, Mother, are you curious if you like father? Huh. Isn't that a non sequitur? Su Qing's brow furrowed in irritation. This little serpent was so clumsy in his attempts to shift the conversation. She set Yan Xian down again and turned to prepare for sleep. Mother, you actually liked father's body tonight, didn't you? Your eyes were fixed on him, just as Su Qing was about to drift off. Yan Xian's voice pierced through the darkness, startling her awake. She was taken aback by his words, realizing he had an uncanny knack for uttering the most embarrassing comments. Who had taught him these things? Yet, her thoughts involuntarily wandered to the flowing stream, the droplets, the defined abs, and that devilishly handsome face, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Mother, your heartbeat is so fast, and you feel so warm. If you and father were to have a little brother or sister for Xian, I would be very happy. However, the snake egg behind her seemed oblivious to Su Qing's embarrassment, relentlessly adding fuel to the fire. Taking a deep breath and touching her flushed face, she threatened, Yan Xian, if you keep talking, you can no longer call me mother. Go to sleep. But only Su Qing knew how hollow that threat truly was. Miraculously, it worked on Yan Xian, who immediately fell silent. Yet perhaps out of compassion, just before she succumbed to sleep, Su Qing drowsily added, Be good. Tomorrow, mother will take you to enjoy some delicious food. Having said that, she sank into a deep slumber before Yan Xian could respond, and the little one smiled, inching closer to Su Qing. How wonderful. Mother's scent is so warm. The two drifted into slumber. Neither noticed the large snake wood carving around Su Qing's neck beginning to emit a faint golden glow, slowly enveloping both her and the egg. The following morning, Su Qing awoke early, only to find the snake egg had mysteriously vanished. She was not overly concerned, as it was impossible for anyone to stealthily abduct Yin Xian in Yin Linshan's territory. "Miss, are you awake? Have something to eat." Xiao Qing entered the room, unperturbed by the absence of the snake egg, instead casting an oddly scrutinizing gaze at Su Qing. Instinctively, Su Qing touched her face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Xiao Qing shook her head and replied, "The king just visited. He even ordered some fine garments for you. It seems you have turned misfortune into fortune. The king is quite attentive to you." Hearing Xiao Qing's words and observing her expression, which seemed to imply something akin to a child born of a noble mother, Su Qing couldn't help but shudder. What nefarious intentions might Yin Linshan harbor? After tidying herself up, Xiao Qing dressed Su Qing in a waist-cinching pomegranate-colored gauzy gown. Su Qing admired her reflection in the mirror, unable to deny that the king's taste was impeccable. Once the gown was on, she appeared ethereal and delicate. "Miss, you look truly beautiful dressed up." Xiao Qing leaned in to admire the girl with willow-like brows, a heart-shaped face, and bright, pearly teeth, unable to refrain from complimenting her. Who doesn't enjoy praise? Although she may not be a stunning beauty, she certainly possessed an appealing charm. "Come, Xiao Qing, grab the items I asked you to prepare. We shall set off." "Miss, while the king has granted you permission to roam freely in the valley starting today, why do you need that?" Su Qing, in high spirits, turned to pat Xiao Qing's cheek. "I am taking you to enjoy some delicious food." Without waiting for Xiao Qing to respond, she dashed out of the Wutong courtyard, filled with excitement. "Miss, slow down." Xiao Qing watched as Su Qing dashed off, her form disappearing from sight, and sighed in resignation. This girl truly cannot sit still for a moment. Following her memory, Su Qing hastily lifted her skirt and rushed out of the Snake Palace, attracting the attention of several members of the Snake clan along the way. The vibrant pomegranate-colored gown was particularly eye-catching. Who is that? She looks so unfamiliar. How dare she run in the Snake Palace? Look at her Na'vi demeanor. That is the mortal woman the king brought back to reside in the Wutong courtyard. What audacity, running about in the Snake Palace. Hey, did you not know? I heard the king personally visited the Wutong courtyard this morning. Just look at the fine attire she is wearing. It is clearly crafted from the best materials in our clan. It seems that little elder has no chance now. Two maids carrying fruit platters hid behind a rockery, whispering excitedly as they observed Su Qing pass by, completely oblivious to the ominous figure clad in crimson that loomed behind them. That Shuer timidly glanced up at her master, whose strikingly beautiful face now appeared slightly contorted, the shade of crimson in her eyes growing ever more pronounced. She cast a wary glance at the two maids still engaged in their gossip, feeling a chill run down her spine on their behalf. "Little elder, go and extract their snake cores for me. Dispose of their bodies afterward." Shuer shivered. Though she had accompanied the little elder for hundreds of years, fear still gripped her heart at the sight of the enchanting woman beside her. She hurriedly complied and made her way toward the two maids. Lu Xia turned away, tightening her grip on the whip, muttering to herself with simmering rage, "Su Qing, how dare you compete with me? I will make your life a living hell." If one were to ponder who in this world could so profoundly captivate Lu Xia's gaze, it would undoubtedly be Yin Linshan. She has stood by that man's side for millennia, and she would never allow anyone to take him away. No one, especially not that unreasonable mortal woman. Were Su Qing present, she would surely recognize that the strikingly beautiful woman before her is none other than the one who scorned her at the altar that day. However, in this moment, Su Qing remains blissfully unaware of the animosity directed towards her. As Xiao Qing caught up with Su Qing, she found her bending over by the stream, rummaging through a patch of aquatic plants. With curiosity piqued, Xiao Qing set down her belongings and approached to inquire, "Miss, what are you searching for?" "Look, Xiao Qing," Su Qing exclaimed, turning with a small object in hand, her face alight with a playful smile. However, to her surprise, Xiao Qing gasped and stepped back, her complexion paling. Miss, what is that you're holding?" Su Qing, taken aback by Xiao Qing's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle as she raised the creature in her hand, declaring, "It's a lobster. El lobster. What do you intend to do with it?" Noting Xiao Qing's fearful demeanor, Su Qing sighed and looked at the clawing lobster in her grasp, lamenting, "They simply cannot appreciate your exquisite flavor. But fret not, for you have encountered me, Su Qing, and I shall ensure your worth is celebrated. Xiao Qing, fetch my specially crafted fishing rod. Miss, are we truly going to catch this lobster to eat? Xiao Qing questioned, her disinterest evident as she eyed the peculiar creature. Yet, compelled by Su Qing's exuberance, she reluctantly handed over the fishing rod, albeit with a hint of trepidation, as Su Qing effortlessly tossed the lobster into a wooden bucket. Last night, upon seeing the stream, she had pondered its potential, and to her delight, she had indeed stumbled upon it. The lobsters thrived splendidly in this nourishing environment, perhaps overlooked by others. The thought of relishing the succulent lobster invigorated Su Qing, for she had been thoroughly exhausted by the nourishing meals of recent days and longed to elevate her culinary experience. Xiao Qing offered a tentative chuckle, sighing as she followed Su Qing in search of the so-called auspicious spot to fish for lobsters. Along the way, Su Qing discovered an abundance of freshwater snails, which only heightened her delight. "Father, what is Mother doing?" "I do not know." Not far off, Yin Linshun lounged on a massive stone, cradling Yin Si in his arms as they basked lazily in the sun. He truly had no idea what had provoked that woman today to fish for such creatures, seemingly intent on cooking them. Yet he couldn't deny that she looked splendid in her attire. "Father, I wish to go over there," Yin Xian exclaimed eagerly, only to be promptly rebuffed by Yin Linshun. Displeased, Yin Xian huffed and curled up, ignoring him. Yin Linshun cast a disdainful glance towards the nearby thicket, scoffing lightly before carrying Yin Xian away. After a morning of diligent effort, Su Qing finally returned to Wutong Courtyard, her hall brimming. Xiao Qing thoughtfully prepared a basin of clean water. Su Qing washed her face, grateful for Xiao Qing's assistance, for the sun had been particularly harsh that day. Without her help, she could not have garnered such a splendid bounty of lobsters so swiftly. Xiao Qing, to the kitchen. The Wutong Courtyard boasted a small kitchen, which Su Qing had previously noted. Yet perhaps due to years of neglect, though the facilities remained intact, a thick layer of dust had settled within. Su Qing set down the wooden bucket and rolled up her sleeves, realizing that preparing a sumptuous meal was no small feat. "Are you going to clean this?" Xiao Qing asked, observing Su Qing's determined demeanor. "Of course, you shall taste something exquisite soon. Then let me handle the cleaning." With a playful wink, Xiao Qing stepped forward, performing a hand gesture that animated the various cleaning tools in the room as if they were operated by unseen hands. Su Qing stood, momentarily dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. She had nearly forgotten that Xiao Qing possessed magical abilities. Glancing at the lively lobsters in the bucket, Su Qing excitedly inquired, "Can you help me clean them?" "Of course, I will be delighted to assist you, even if I do have some trepidation about these creatures," Xiao Qing replied with a smile. In the ensuing hours, Xiao Qing adeptly cleaned the lobsters and snails according to Su Qing's instructions. Su Qing donned an apron, perspiring as she busied herself in the kitchen, oblivious to the striking young man in black seated in a tree nearby, observing her with curiosity. After several hours of labor, Su Qing had prepared a feast of spicy lobsters, steamed lobsters, and garlic lobsters, along with stir-fried snail meat and spicy snails. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, prompting Su Qing to nod in satisfaction. When she chose to cook, she truly embodied the spirit of a master chef. "Xiao Qing, do we have any wine?" Sensing the delightful fragrance, Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed with excitement as she earnestly affirmed, "Yes, miss," by the time everything was ready. The evening had settled. Su Qing and Xiao Qing set a table in the courtyard, where Su Qing demonstrated how to peel a lobster. Xiao Qing hesitantly took a bite. "How is it? Is it delicious?" "Delicious, miss," with the affirmation. Su Qing joyfully poured herself a cup of wine and downed it in one go. Good wine, delectable food, and a gentle evening breeze. This was the life that any ordinary person could savor. Su Qing set down her cup, laughing heartily. "Let us feast." Chapter 11. An unexpected guest, Xiao Qing obediently nodded, picking up a piece of snail meat and savoring it thoughtfully. The initial bite was pleasantly spicy and chewy, far superior to the fare prepared by the cooks in the Snake Palace. As for the lobsters on the table, she had previously been unaware that they were even edible, marveling at the variety of flavors Su Qing had crafted. She found herself genuinely admiring Su Qing's culinary skills, astonished by her talent. As the wine flowed, both Su Qing and Xiao Qing began to feel slightly tipsy, Su Qing patting her now round belly. Burped contentedly, Xiao Qing, are you full? Iasin, tea it delightful. She then broke into a fit of giggles. Xiao Qing, equally intoxicated, wobbled to her feet, clutching a plate of lobsters. Miss, I want to let Mo Chang try some too. Heath swaying, she made her way toward the door, while Su Qing squinted at her, seeing multiple shadows of Xiao Qing. Leaning on the table, she playfully scolded, what is so great about Mo Chang? You really haven't seen much of the world. Have you, little girl? In her hazy state, she caught sight of a striking young man in black approaching. Unable to resist, she stood and playfully pinched his fair cheek, unabashedly exclaiming, brother, your skin is so lovely. How do you maintain it, brother? The young man chuckled, amused as he wrapped an arm around Su Qing's waist, intrigued by the woman whose gaze was clouded with inebriation. You, a mere mortal, dare to call an immortal king, who has lived for thousands of years, brother? I could very well be your ancestor. Bah! Su Qing retorted, pushing him away indignantly, glaring at him as she offered him a lobster. Sister 1T, hold it against you. You must be hungry. Eat up. The young man found her antics amusing. Observing her as one might a monkey, he accepted the lobster and, unhurriedly mimicking Su Qing's peeling method as she had shown Xiao Qing, he took a bite, his eyes lighting up in delight. Disregarding all decorum, he sat down and began to feast, devouring several lobsters and downing a cup of wine. With a hint of disdain, he tossed back the cup towards Su Qing, saying, this delicacy is admirable, but the wine is quite subpar. How disappointing! You scoundrel! Su Qing exclaimed, stumbling slightly as she swayed, picking up the wine jug in irritation. You little brat, eating my food and drinking my wine. And yet you have the audacity to complain. If you don't like it, don't drink. Before the young man could respond, her grip loosened, causing the wine jug to fall and shatter. She collapsed to the ground, sprawled out in a most ungraceful manner, fast asleep. Goodness, the young man remarked, casually wiping his hands as he approached Su Qing, gently nudging her with his foot, eliciting a disgruntled hum from her. How amusing. Yet, amid the amusement, the ruler of Qingdao realized that entering the Valley of 10,000 Snakes so brazenly might not be prudent. The smile faded from his eyes as he cast a sardonic glance at the figure of Yen Linshun, who had suddenly appeared atop the roof. You don't mean to tell me the defensive barrier of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes was breached without your doing, do you? I certainly will not believe that. Yen Linshun's figure flickered as he appeared before the youth, then bent down to gently lift the unconscious Su Qing, who had drunk herself into a stupor. He cast a tender glance at her before saying, how could one know why the Lord of Qingdao has lingered around my 10,000 Snake Valley for several days without invitation, if one does not entice him into the trap? However, if your aim is Su Qing, then it would be prudent for you to return to your Qingdao. With a smirk, Yen Linshun cradled Su Qing and made his way inside, just as a fierce gust of wind from a punch swept past him. Yen Linshun subtly shifted his stance, feigning ignorance as he inquired, what do you mean, Feng Mo? Feng Mo let out a scoff, pointing at Su Qing and declaring, she was the first one I discovered. Had I not momentarily lost focus, I would not have allowed you to steal what is rightfully mine. Yours? Yen Linshun chuckled as if he had heard something amusing, responding, if I recall correctly, she has never belonged to anyone. You, Feng Mo, exasperated, grasped a long sword and prepared to charge at him for Su Qing. Yet just then, Su Qing, cradled in Yen Linshun's arms, grimaced, and before Yen Linshun could react, she vomited all over him, leaving both men astonished. Ha ha! Yen Linshun, look at you now! Feng Mo cackled, eyeing Yen Linshun, who was splattered with vomit, reveling in his misfortune. Since you desire this woman, I shall temporarily leave her in your care. I will reclaim her another day. With that, he took his leave, leaving Yen Linshun, whose face was ashen, and the dazed Su Qing behind. Yen Linshun suppressed the urge to retch and gritted his teeth, bellowing, Su Qing. This roar caused Mo Chang, who was outside holding Xiao Qing, to pause momentarily before swiftly departing. Su Qing was deeply intoxicated this time. When she finally awoke, it was already noon the next day. After rubbing her throbbing temples, she called out for Xiao Qing, only to find her absence concerning. Concluding that the girl had likely wandered off in her drunken state, she poured herself a cup of tea. Tea appeared she had enjoyed herself far too much the previous night, leading to her memory lapses. Yet amidst her hazy recollections, she seemed to remember seeing Yin Linchen and a strikingly handsome youth arguing, and in the end, it seemed she had vomited all over Yin Linchen. Su Qing chuckled to herself, pondering how much she must loathe Yin Linchen to dream such a repulsive scene. After all, who was Yin Linchen? If she had truly vomited on him, she would have surely been long gone by now. However, it was already past noon, and Xiao Qing had yet to return. Just as she was about to search for her, she spotted a woman in red standing in the courtyard. The woman possessed an exquisite figure and striking features, and her crimson attire only accentuated her brilliance, making her appear even more flamboyant. Miss, do we know each other? Are you looking for me? Su Qing. Humph. It seems your memory is rather poor. The woman spoke with a sharp, sarcastic tone. Su Qing rubbed her temples, wondering what grievance she had caused such a flamboyant individual to seek her out. Nevertheless, she was not one to back down. She straightened her posture and asked, "Might I remind you, miss, that entering without invitation is considered theft? Or is it that those from the 10,000 Snake Valley conduct themselves in such a manner?" Sharp-tongued, the woman in red, infuriated, advanced and seized Su Qing, swiftly lifting her into the air and flying towards the outskirts of 10,000 Snake Valley. The fierce wind almost stole Su Qing's breath away. "What are you doing?" Su Qing struggled fiercely but was helpless against the woman's strength. After an indeterminate time in the air, the woman halted above a dense thicket, coldly laughing as she released Su Qing. Chapter 12. The Demon Star Wolf. Su Qing landed amidst a thicket of thorns, her clothes torn and blood oozing from multiple cuts. Rubbing her aching back, she glared up at the woman in red, who hovered above her with a mocking expression. Su Qing, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. If you are still alive by nightfall, I shall let go of your transgression of capturing my pet. Su Qing was both angry and amused. This woman had come to trouble her over the previous day's incident. Yet those lobsters were clearly free-roaming. There was no question of feeding them. "You claim I captured your pet. Pray tell, what is its name?" The woman paused, realizing she had concocted an excuse without knowing the name of the creature. However, she was unperturbed, sneering, "I am an elder of 10,000 Snake Valley, and I handle the valley's internal affairs on behalf of the king. That creature is a possession of my valley, if you take it without asking. It is theft. If everyone behaved as you do, chaos would ensue. It is only right for me to uphold the valley's laws." The elder, Lucia, used the same tired excuse of protecting the valley repeatedly. But Su Qing found it strange that she was being singled out. Could it be true, as Imo Chang had said, that they held a disdain for humans? Regardless, she was curious to see what Lucia intended to do. Su Qing, refusing to be defeated, brushed off the dirt on her clothes and asked, "May I inquire what you intend to do?" Miss Lucia. Lucia, satisfied with Su Qing's disheveled appearance, vanished into the branches of a giant tree. Yawning as she leisurely replied, "It is simple. If I recall correctly, this area is a favored resting and hunting ground for the Demon Star Wolves. At this hour, they should be returning to rest after foraging." Pausing, she raised an eyebrow, seemingly pondering. "Tell me, if the notoriously savage Demon Star Wolves return to rest and find a delectable meal, do you think you will be fortunate enough to survive?" So this woman intended to take her life. Su Qing did not know what the Demon Star Wolves were, but she guessed they were some form of wolf. Clenching her fists beneath her sleeves, she took a deep breath, massaging her sore neck. "Does Elder Lucia lack legs? Must you always speak from above?" Su Qing retorted, "My neck aches from your condescending position. If you're finished, you might as well take your leave." "Humph!" Lucia, enraged by Su Qing's defiance, tightened her grip on the whip in her hand and declared, "Continue being sharp-tongued. We shall see what happens next." Glancing at Su Qing's tattered clothing, an intriguing smile crossed her face as she added, "I almost forgot. The Demon Star Wolves seem to have a penchant for women, and as luck would have it, they are currently in their mating season, particularly attracted to lively women like yourself. Those brutish beasts may have poor eyesight during the day, but the moment they catch your scent, ha ha ha." With that, she vanished into the thicket, leaving Su Qing inexplicably anxious. although she had just exchanged barbs with Lu Xia. How could an unarmed woman survive among a pack of wolves? Moreover, from Lu Xia's tone, those wolves sent shivers down her spine. She could not allow herself to be tainted by them. What was she to do? Su Qing, calm down. Stay composed. If this territory indeed belonged to those demon star wolves, and it was indeed their hunting time, there was no way she could escape far enough. Su Qing clenched her trembling hands. Forcing herself to regain her composure, she surveyed her surroundings, mustering all her strength to extract a thorny stick from the thicket, wincing as it tore into her already bloodied hand. After removing the longer thorns from the stick, she barely had time to catch her breath before a series of wolf howls echoed nearby. Time was of the essence, as Su Qing quickly grabbed some leaves from the side, stirring them in her hands before applying them all over herself, hoping the scent would mask her own. With no time to lose, and after some hesitation, she hurriedly dove into the thorns, since Lu Xia mentioned that the demon star wolves relied on scent to hunt during the day. She could only hope that the essence of the leaves would conceal her own. In her haste to hide, Su Qing sustained several more cuts, even feeling sharp pains on her face. Thankfully, they were only superficial wounds and did not bleed excessively. Otherwise, the scent of blood would surely attract the wolves. Just as Su Qing nestled into the thicket, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby grass. Holding her breath, she anxiously focused on the source of the noise, gripping the stick tightly. If she was discovered, she would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Before long, a few pairs of eyes gleamed with a sinister light, revealing sharp fangs and a menacing demeanor. These were the demonic star wolves. Unlike the ordinary wolf packs that Su Qing had encountered upon her arrival in this strange world, these wolves were significantly larger in stature, their fur sleek and smooth. The moment the demonic star wolves appeared, Su Qing felt a shiver run through her entire body. She stood rigid, allowing thorns to pierce her skin. If those wolves were to discover her, her fate would be dire, especially considering they were not merely a pack of man-eating wolves. Lu Xia, oh Lu Xia, what deep-seated enmity could compel you to conceive such a cruel plan against me? Su Qing, drained of energy, even a curse, let a bitter smile surface at the corner of her lips. Here she was in the prime of her youth, yet to realize her dreams, and unable to ensure her aging father could enjoy his twilight years. In just a few short days, she found herself facing unimaginable horrors she had never believed could exist. The demonic star wolves circled around, preparing to find a safe place to rest, but they seemed to have caught a whiff of something, sniffing left and right. Then, one of the wolves, as if it had discovered a treasure, howled loudly, and the others gathered around, greedily licking at a scrap of fabric on the ground. As Su Qing squinted, was that not the very strip of cloth she had torn from her dress to staunch the bleeding from her hand? A surge of self-recrimination washed over her. How could she have been so careless as to overlook this detail? This was disastrous. Su Qing's heart sank. The wolves had detected the blood on the fabric, and it was improbable they would leave this spot anytime soon. However, her body had turned to stone, and sweat began to bead on her skin from the tension. If her perspiration and the sap from the leaves provided no cover, then she would be in grave peril. Glancing at the sky, despite being deep in the forest, Su Qing could clearly sense that it was still some hours until the night Lu Xia had mentioned. Yet the demonic star wolves had already begun to exhibit a glimmer of excitement, scanning their surroundings. Chapter 13. Humiliation. As Su Qing remained acutely aware of the movements of the wolves, her focus razor-sharp, her heart racing with anxiety. Her body bore multiple wounds, her once fair hands now a gruesome sight. Yet, at that moment, she scarcely felt the pain. Time trickled by silently, and to her surprise, the wolves exhibited an unexpected patience, constantly lowering their heads to sniff the ground. Meanwhile, Su Qing, crouched among the thorns, had long since lost feeling in her limbs. This couldn't continue. Gritting her teeth, she gently massaged her aching heels with one hand, frowning as she watched the wolves gradually abandon their search. She placed her makeshift stick on the ground, slowly lowering her heels, a wave of cramping pain nearly forcing a cry from her lips. Once the discomfort eased somewhat, she began to crawl out from the thicket of thorns. This simple act took her nearly half an hour, and as she cast a glance at the wolves now sitting and licking their paws, she cautiously began to inch away. Yet, in a stroke of ill fortune. She inadvertently stepped on a small twig, which snapped underfoot, drawing the wolves' attention. It was over. Su Qing stiffened, glancing back at the wolves, who, unlike before, now seemed to have seen through her disguise, gradually rising to gather. Their eyes glinting with greed as they stared at their long-awaited prey, that a series of wolf howls erupted, and from the surrounding shadows, several more demonic star wolves sprang forth, having long been lying in ambush. They had simply chosen not to reveal themselves until now. The wolves encircled her with precision, and Su Qing's legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse on the ground. Appeared these wolves, while not possessing the intelligence to cultivate into monsters like Lu Xia and her kin, were certainly far more cunning than ordinary wolves. They understood that prey would not escape far. They had quietly set a trap long before Su Qing had even spotted them, waiting for her to leap into their jaws. Just as she had now got a pack of treacherous beasts, they had anticipated that the owner of the fabric would eventually reveal herself, and all they needed was to bide their time until her vigilance waned. The realization that she had been outmaneuvered by a mere pack of wolves left Su Qing feeling helpless. She had not expected that even in this world, wolves could be so astute, leaving her feeling utterly shamed. Clenching the wooden stick tightly in her hand, she used it for support to rise, her gaze fixed intently on the now agitated wolves. It seemed Lu Xia had not deceived her. These creatures were indeed particularly drawn to females, indiscriminate of species. With this thought, Su Qing raised her makeshift weapon, resolute that even if she were to perish here today, she would not succumb to such humiliation. Perhaps sensing the spikes on her stick, the wolves circled her warily, baring their fangs but not yet attacking. Su Qing, too, refrained from making any rash moves. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, and should she strike, she would undoubtedly be swarmed. Just as she was caught in this tense standoff, an unexpected howl sent a tremor through her body. The surrounding wolves took notice, turning their heads toward the depths of the forest, and began to tremble, retreating to the sides as if parting to make way for something. Witnessing this strange turn of events, Su Qing did not feel relief. Instead, an ominous premonition gripped her, and this sense of dread did not stem from the demonic star wolves. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the ground, accompanied by a formidable howl. The wolves around her bent their bodies in a posture of submission, even tucking their tails between their legs. Under normal circumstances, Su Qing would have marveled at such a display. But now, she felt no sense of as anticipated. A massive black demonic star wolf emerged in her line of sight, its size comparable to that of a young elephant. Its bristled fur stood on end. And without a doubt, Su Qing recognized this creature as the alpha of the pack. The alpha wolf bared its sharp fangs, its crimson eyes fixed on the spiked stick in Su Qing's hand. Showing no signs of hesitation as it lunged toward her, seemed the alpha wolf was not one to waste time. It sprang forward with a speed that left no room for her to react. Faced with such a colossal beast, Su Qing instinctively raised her stick to strike, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The alpha wolf effortlessly swatted her weapon aside, the force of the blow numbing her arm. Before its massive body pinned her down, its forelegs pressing firmly onto her shoulders, Su Qing felt a sharp crack in her arm, a surge of intense pain followed by a torrent of blood. The alpha wolf then lifted one of its forelegs, tearing her clothing into shreds, exposing her skin to the air, leaving only a flimsy piece of fabric barely covering her most vulnerable areas. Su Qing screamed in humiliation, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, while the surrounding wolves erupted in excited howls at the sight of her plight. The cacophony of their calls only served to embolden the alpha wolf, which prepared to rend her remaining garments, and no matter how fiercely she struggled, it was futile. In her despair, she bit down on her tongue. Since the reality could not be altered, she would rather die with dignity. If she remembered correctly, Lu Xia had mentioned before leaving that the demonic star wolves held no interest in lifeless objects. You dare to humiliate my mother so. I shall see your kind eradicated. A childish yet furious voice echoed through the forest. Su Qing lifted her gaze slightly. Her vision blurred by tears, she could vaguely make out a massive serpent egg suspended in midair, its surface shimmering with golden light. Who else could it be but Yan Xian? Su Qing bit her lip, her heart stirred. Her voice hoarse, seeing his mother in such a weakened state filled Yen Xian with anguish and fury. But he was acutely aware of his own powerlessness. Damn the seal. He cursed inwardly. You lot, retreat at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure your destruction. Who do you think you are? A mere unhatched serpent egg cannot threaten me. A king. You are nothing but an ignorant child who has yet to embark upon the path of cultivation. However, for the leader of the Demon Star Wolves, there was no sense of threat. Instead, he scoffed, as if taunting, and before Yen Xian's eyes, he swiftly tore Su Qing's skirt to shreds. Chapter 14. Wrath Unbound. The sky had nearly succumbed to darkness, and Su Qing, like a broken doll, cried out in despair. The fabric she wore barely concealed her modesty, and even with it, much of her form remained tantalizingly visible. You dare to insult my mother? Oh, she happens to be your mother? How delightful. It has been ages since I have savored the pleasure of a beautiful woman. Ha ha ha. Yen Xian's fury did little to intimidate the Demon Star Wolf leader or the pack surrounding him. Instead, it incited even more raucous howls. And what of it? You are but a mere snake egg. Hardly even a cub. The Demon Star Wolf leader, hearing the infantile rage in Yen Xian's voice, felt no threat from the child. With a playful demeanor, he extended his claw, gliding it over Su Qing's body, eliciting waves of humiliating chills across her skin. Enduring the sharp pain that shot through her tongue, Su Qing roared, Xian, you must leave. Even if I perish here today, I will not submit to this beast's humiliation. Just remember to avenge me in the future. Even in death, I shall find peace. Mother, Yen Xian, within the confines of the egg, hesitated not a moment, invoking the secret arts passed down through memory. In an instant, a golden light erupted from the jungle, revealing a massive golden python, several yards long, flicking its tongue before the onlookers. Who are you? Offspring of the Demon King. I have declared, those who insult my mother shall die. Yen Xian awaited with wrathful eyes, and with a flick of its long tail, the surrounding wolf pack was decimated in an instant. The anguished howls of the wolves echoed through the forest, their forms reduced to bloody pulp, met with a gruesome end. You shall perish. Witnessing the continuous demise of his subordinates, the Demon Star Wolf leader became enraged. However, having cultivated for over a millennium, he discerned that Yen Xian was merely employing a secret technique to forcibly transform into a serpent. He was not truly born yet. The frail serpent, summoned through such force, could not last long. It was naive to believe that mere physical prowess could annihilate his entire clan, with the distance from the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. If he acted swiftly, the traces of this encounter could vanish. Even if he were the child of that one, what could be traced? Perhaps by consuming the blood and flesh of a descendant of the ancient dragon god. He could avoid millennia of cultivation and escape the fate of a lowly beast. With this thought, the Demon Star Wolf steeled his resolve, baring his sharp fangs as he charged at Yen Xian. Yen Xian, being a descendant of the Golden Python, belonged to a divine class of beasts and felt no fear of this lowly creature. He unleashed the full extent of his secret arts. Engaging in fierce combat with the Demon Star Wolf leader, Su Qing's arms were likely shattered beyond repair, leaving her devoid of strength to rise. She could only push herself forward with her legs, using her waist as support to turn over, raising her head with great difficulty to witness the struggle between the serpent and the wolf. Yen Xian could not have hatched suddenly. He must have employed some self-harming method. Yet he was still just a child. Xian, for the first time, I deeply resent my own helplessness, having to rely on a child to stand up for me. Su Qing's thoughts were not unfounded. Despite Yen Xian's valiant efforts, she sensed that the battle was nearing its conclusion, with the outcome all too evident. Yen Xian, at a disadvantage, was destined to lose. Indeed, a roar echoed, and Yen Xian was sent flying several meters. Crashing to ground near Su Qing, she trembled all over. Xian, run! Hurry, you foolish child. I'm not your mother. How could I possibly bear you? Do not throw your life away for a stranger. If you die, you shall never see your mother again. Mother, the youthful voice of Yen Xian emerged, even as his body bore a grievous wound, a gash torn open by the wolf's claws, blood gushing forth. Yet he defiantly raised his head. his purple eyes shimmering with resolve. "Mother, even if Xian were to perish, I will protect your life." "Fool! Silly child." Su Qing pressed her chin against the ground, straining her legs to crawl forward. Her eyes reddened with tears as she reached out toward Yan Xian. He looked at her with a pained expression, pouting slightly, and asked, "Mother, do you still refuse to acknowledge Xian?" Su Qing crawled closer, pressing her face against his, tears streaming down as she tenderly said, "You are. Indeed. Thus, Mother commands you now. Quickly go. Return to your father. Go. Our Xian is a good and obedient child who listens to his mother, right?" "Mother." Yan Xian's breath grew weaker, but a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Demon Star Wolf leader watched coldly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he observed the poignant scene between Su Qing and Yan Xian. How touching, the bond between mother and son. "But tonight, neither of you shall escape. You shall remain here as offerings for my kin." Su Qing, fueled by an unknown strength, rolled herself in front of Yan Xian, taking the brunt of the Demon Star Wolf's lethal strike. Blood erupted from her mouth, and she felt as though her very organs were being shattered by the blow. "Mother!" Yan Xian's anguished roar echoed as he witnessed Su Qing nearly torn apart by the wolf, struggling to rise, only to be seized by an ominous red hue that forced him to writhe in agony on the ground. Xian. Su Qing barely opened her blurred eyes, her heart aching as she beheld Yan Xian suffering. She longed to assist him, willing to offer all her blood, for this time her heart was resolute. Yet, reality did not unfold as Su Qing had envisioned. The Demon Star Wolf leader observed Yan Xian's violent writhing with a hint of curiosity, mistaking it for the backlash of a secret technique. With a sinister roar, he sneered, "Boy, had you been born smoothly, with your innate advantages as a divine beast, I might have fallen at your hands. But now that you dare to force your emergence, your fate shall be obliteration. First, I shall tear your mother apart." Obliteration. Su Qing's heart sank at the sight of Yan Xian's torment, disregarding her own safety as she shouted, Yan Linchen, where are you? Come out, come out." Her desperate cries echoed, and the Demon Star Wolf leader approached her, emboldened, taunting, "Stop your screaming, lovely maiden. Once I have feasted upon you, you shall certainly meet your son in hell. But fear not, should you satisfy me. Perhaps I shall spare you." As Su Qing glared at the Demon Star Wolf leader, her teeth clenched in fury that if you dare to harm Xian, your clan shall face true annihilation. "Umph," the Demon Star Wolf leader scoffed dismissively. "Rest assured, such a day will never come." With that, his massive form loomed over Su Qing. "Are you so certain?" A voice, imbued with unbridled rage and the chill of death, reverberated through the forest, causing many beasts to tremble in fear. The Demon Star Wolf leader turned in disbelief, his eyes narrowing as his enormous body quaked in trepidation. Chapter 15. Remember this well. Su Qing, tears in her eyes, gazed at the figure that appeared above. Though the aura surrounding him was colder than winter, she felt an unprecedented warmth and comfort. It was none other than Yan Linchen. A great weight lifted from her heart as she urged, "Quickly save Xian." Yan Linchen's gaze was complex as he stared at the bloodied, near-lifeless woman on the ground. The serpent-shaped mark on her wrist still glimmered faintly with golden light. Moments ago, he had been in a concealed chamber, consumed by unease, when suddenly he felt a calling, leading him here. Had he arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire. Upon seeing Yan Linchen in the sky, the Demon Star Wolf leader's will to fight evaporated, and he turned to flee. Yan Linchen, looking down from his elevated position, was like the arrival of death itself. With a mere flick of his hand, the once mighty Demon Star Wolf leader fell to the ground, immobilized and howling in despair. "M.O. Chung, take him back to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. I shall ensure he endures a century of being devoured by snakes, unable to live or die. And as for his clan, notify them. All of his descendants within my domain shall no longer be allowed to exist." At his side, M.O. Chung respectfully adjusted his grip and swiftly moved to seize the Magic Star Wolf leader. Upon realizing the impending danger, the Magic Star Wolf leader was immediately struck dumb with fear, finally comprehending the grave trouble he had entangled himself in, that he hastily pleaded for mercy. "Your Majesty, the Demon King, It is I, a mere demon, who has failed to recognize the greatness before me, that I am wronged. I beseech your majesty to spare my life this once, and I shall certainly reveal the whereabouts of the divine artifact. I shall serve you like a beast." Mo Chang hesitated for a moment, casting an inquiring glance towards Yan Linchen, who scoffed derisively at such a lowly beast's audacity. Yan Linchen's intention was unmistakable. Without further hesitation, Mo Chang seized the magic star wolf leader and hurriedly departed, the creature's wails echoing through the misty forest. Many beasts, fearing for their own safety, retreated into their lairs to continue their cultivation. From a nearby thicket, a young man shook his head in regret. "It seems I have arrived too late. I have missed such a splendid spectacle," glancing at the unconscious Su Qing on the ground. He sighed. "It appears it is not my fate to play the hero today. But what connection does she have with Yan Linchen, to the extent that such secret arts are being employed?" Having muttered to himself, he was about to depart when he was drawn in by the anguished roars of Yan Xian not far away, his gaze fixed anxiously on Yan Xian, who was nearly consumed by the eerie crimson flames. Yan Linchen cast a fleeting glance at the barely breathing Su Qing, draping a robe over her shoulders and kneeling to mend her fractured arm and other wounds. That "Go save Xian. Do not concern yourself with me. If my blood is required, you may take as much as you need. Even if it means draining me completely, I must save Xian." Su Qing's eyes were filled with desperation. Yan Linchen was taken aback. He recalled how this woman had previously harbored intense animosity towards him and Yan Xian, fearing for her life. Yet now, she implored him to save Yan Xian. "I beseech you." Su Qing's plea resonated deeply within Yan Linchen, who, despite the concern etched on his brow, did not conceal the truth. "He requires a substantial amount of blood, yet in your current state, you cannot provide it. You would perish, and neither would Xian be saved." Su Qing anxiously turned her attention back to Yan Xian, who was writhing in agony amidst the crimson flames, and ceased resisting Yan Linchen's ministrations. Before long, apart from a slight fatigue, all her other injuries had healed completely. Yan Linchen wasted no time. He expelled a golden orb from his mouth, which flew directly towards Yan Xian, confronting the red flames engulfing him. Once clad in a robe, Su Qing rushed forward, flustered and unsure of how to assist. Although she was unaware of the orb's nature, she clearly observed that as it confronted the crimson flames, Yan Linchen's complexion began to pale. "Blood!" A deep, suppressed voice echoed from the front. Without hesitation, Su Qing extended her wrist, revealing the chase mark. Both were momentarily stunned, prompting Su Qing to quickly switch to her other hand. Yan Linchen deftly sliced her wrist, guiding her blood to flow towards Yan Xian in an orderly manner. Yet as time trickled by, Yan Xian showed only slight improvement, while the crimson flames refused to dissipate. Although Yan Linchen maintained a calm demeanor, his pallor deepened significantly. "Yan Linchen, what is happening to you? Why do I always see you in such a state of exhaustion? Perhaps you should let me take the position of Demon King for a few days, unless you have brought the Bai Bo Pearl. Do not prattle." Su Qing was taken aback, suddenly realizing the dark-haired youth's sudden appearance. However, judging by his tone, it was evident that they were quite familiar. Noticing Su Qing's gaze, Feng Imo smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Long time no see. Little beauty, so, have you finally realized that I am more charming than Yan Linchen?" Faced with Feng Mo's brazen familiarity, Su Qing couldn't help but twitch her lips in annoyance. This boy truly had an uncanny ability to jest in any circumstance. Yet, from Yan Linchen's tone, it seemed he possessed something capable of saving Yan Xian. Su Qing clasped her hands together, saying, "If you possess a treasure that can save Xian, I implore you to assist us." Feng Imo chuckled lightly, bemused by her forgetfulness. "Nevertheless, time stretches ahead of us. Since little beauty has asked, I shall, out of kinship, spare this lad's life." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Imo produced a pale blue orb from his robe. Channeling his demon power into it, a soft glow enveloped Yan Xian, and with Su Qing's blood and Yan Linchen's assistance, the fierce and malevolent crimson flames finally receded, revealing Yan Xian once more as a golden egg. However, it was apparent that the mysterious runes that had previously contended against the crimson flames had vanished, replaced by a dense array of eerie red markings. It seems this lad has a strong will to survive. Feng Mo remarked, retrieving the Bai Bo pearl and glancing at the pale-faced Yen Linchen. You must not perish, at least not before I have the chance to defeat you. I am not so easily dispatched. Yen Linchen replied nonchalantly, though it was clear he had relaxed significantly. Splendid. Although Yen Xian has reverted to his egg form, he should be fine now. Suddenly, darkness engulfed Su Qing's vision, and her steps faltered. Feng Mo swiftly caught her, secretly channeling some energy into her, allowing her to stand upright. Oh, so quickly you have taken a liking to me. Yet we shall meet again. Remember, my surname is Feng, and my given name is Mo. Should you choose to abandon Yen Linchen, I would not mind taking you back to Qingdao. Chapter 16. Tonight, you shall sleep beside me. Su Qing forced a smile, albeit awkwardly, and replied, Thank you, but I am merely an ordinary person. You overestimate me. I have no particular relationship with the Snake King, nor any interest in returning to Qingdao with you. This young man must belong to some powerful faction, setting aside her lack of connection with Yen Linchen. Even if there were any, she was still determined to track down the blind old man and the origins of the giant snakewood carving. She did not belong to this world. She should return to the realm of science. TSK, little beauty, how unappreciative. Very well. Time is on our side. Solitude can be quite dull. Feng Mo cast a sidelong glance at Yen Linchen with a hint of mischief before tossing the Bai Bo pearl to him, adding, I am dashing and charming, and I never bother with those whose essence is depleted. This Bai Bo pearl is of no use to me. Your precious snake egg awaits revival, so do not thank me excessively. I am simply that benevolent. Indeed. Yen Linchen accepted the Bai Bo pearl without hesitation, carefully storing Yen Xian within his sleeve. I could see that moment. Yen Xian indeed required the Bai Bo pearl to restore his vitality. However, Feng Mo, observing Yen Linchen's indifferent demeanor despite being in need, felt a pang of irritation and fanned himself before departing. Little beauty, I shall return. You should recuperate. Su Qing watched Feng Mo's retreating figure. Her curiosity piqued about his identity. Yen Linchen cast her a sidelong glance and slowly spoke. Currently, the demon realm is divided into two major factions. He is the king of Qingdao, and I am the king of the 10,000 Serpents Valley, as well as the demon tribe's king. Let us return to the valley. I wish to discuss Yen Xian's matter with you. Initially, Su Qing had assumed that this aloof snake king would not answer her queries. Yet tonight, she unexpectedly received his response. I did not intend to leave the valley. Yen Linchen glanced at Su Qing before drawing closer and wrapping an arm around her waist. Su Qing gasped, her tongue tripping over itself, unable to voice a single word. Could it be that he had taken a liking to her? Yen Linchen exuded a uniquely cold aura, yet his warmth enveloped her. Su Qing was not short, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, yet he towered over her by a full head. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, his sharply defined features seemed to shimmer with a golden hue, momentarily rendering Su Qing spellbound. This night, Yen Linchen appeared unusually accommodating, lowering his gaze to meet hers in silence. In that tranquil moment, the forest hushed, the dappled shadows cast by the moonlight blending their figures into one. After a while, Su Qing, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed Yen Linchen away. Appearing somewhat weary, spoke softly, Do not worry, I'm already aware. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding today's events that we must return to the Serpent Palace. I will send someone to fetch you tomorrow to discuss important matters. She had initially intended to say something, but perhaps it was the sight of Yen Linchen's weary expression, or perhaps it was due to his unusual amiability this evening that Su Qing chose not to resist any longer, allowing Yen Linchen to embrace her ambiguously as he returned to the Snake Palace. The breeze along the way was refreshingly cool, and Su Qing suddenly felt less resentment towards him for having drawn her blood in the past. Upon returning to the familiar Wutong courtyard, Shao Qing, upon seeing Yen Linchen carrying Su Qing, was taken aback for a moment before stifling a laugh and greeting them with a courteous bow. Your Majesty, Mississippi Yen Linchen slightly inclined his head and remarked, Take good care of your lady. After casting a glance at Su Qing, he prepared to leave. Yen Linchen, his voice carried a hint of fatigue. Gathering her courage, Su Qing asserted, I still stand by my words. Xian's condition is because of me. He has taken my life. So please save him. He has seen his true mother in this world. Yan Linchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing deeply at the mortal woman before him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he replied, "Rest assured. I shall save Xian if your feelings are genuine. Take good care of your health." With that, he strode away, leaving Shao Qing in a state of shock, her jaw nearly dropping. She reached out to touch Su Qing's arm. "Miss, that must have been a false king. I have cultivated in the valley for a century and have never seen him smile." "Did he smile? When?" Su Qing asked, her expression laced with skepticism. Shao Qing nodded emphatically. "I saw a smile at the corners of his mouth. Everyone smiles. What's so shocking about that?" Su Qing retorted, though she was indeed taken aback. Shao Qing shrugged, having seen through Su Qing's inner thoughts long ago. The two entered the house in succession, and Shao Qing brought forth dishes that were meant to replenish energy and blood. Su Qing, having been utterly famished, devoured the meal voraciously. Shao Qing watched with a twinge of sympathy, waiting until Su Qing had finished and washed up before asking, "Miss, I heard today that the Misty Forest is not peaceful, and you disappeared for quite some time. Did something happen?" Su Qing paused for a moment, then slowly recounted the events to Shao Qing. As she listened, Shao Qing was filled with dread and guilt, softly sobbing. "It was my indulgence that led to this. Had I been by your side, you would not have suffered so." Thankfully, His Majesty and the young prince arrived. Otherwise, enough, do not blame yourself. It was never your fault. Even if you had been there, you would not have been able to withstand Lu Xia. And perhaps I would have drawn you into danger as well. Su Qing said, gently patting Shao Qing's head, remembering the peculiar red flames on the dark-clad youth Feng, Mo, and Yin Xian. Her expression grew serious. "Shao Qing, there are many things I do not understand. Do you know anything about Qingdao? And how much do you know about the demon realm and Xian? Why this sudden curiosity?" "Miss?" Shao Qing asked as she tidied the bedding. "How about I tell you tomorrow? It's late, and you've been through a lot today, having lost so much blood. You should rest early," Shao Qing insisted, remaining close to Su Qing from that moment on. She felt a deep sense of guilt over the events of the day. After spending time together, Shao Qing had grown fond of this mortal woman, who was one of the few who genuinely cared for her without regard for her status. Yet because of her indulgence, Su Qing had suffered such grave harm and insult. "All right, Shao Qing, I must clarify these matters. I have been here for quite a while, yet I know so little about this world, and about Xian. He transformed as a result of saving me today, and even someone as powerful as Yan Linchen could not assist Yan Xian with his own strength. It must be extremely serious." Shao Qing sighed and said, "Then I shall stay with you in the inner chamber tonight. I'll tell you everything I know." Su Qing gratefully pulled Shao Qing closer. "Stay with me on the bed tonight." Chapter 17. A Form of House Arrest. Shao Qing was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "Miss, your boldness is quite amusing." Su Qing awkwardly climbed onto the bed, burrowing under the covers and gesturing for Shao Qing to join her. After hesitating for a moment, Shao Qing succumbed to Su Qing's insistence and clambered onto the bed. Looking at the bed curtains, Shao Qing asked, "Where would you like to begin your understanding?" Su Qing pondered for a moment. The first place she had arrived at was Wan Snake Valley, where even the mysterious wooden carving was snake-shaped. Her arrival had coincided with the predictions made by Yin Si and regarding the star testing plate, indicating that the root of everything and the secrets must originate from the Snake Clan. "Let us start with your Wan Snake Valley and that Qingdao," she proposed. Shao Qing nodded, her green pupils narrowing as she recalled and organized her thoughts, taking a while before she began to speak. Su Qing patiently waited, refraining from interrupting her flow. In the demon realm, there are two major forces at odds, with the vast Misty Forest as the boundary. To the east is our Wan Snake Valley, and to the west is Qingdao. The north and south are filled with various forces. The Misty Forest is so immense that it is said the northernmost part is the barrier for the entire demon race. Beyond that barrier is the human realm, where many demons also reside. However, the four corners of the Misty Forest remain the root of most demons. After a pause, Shao Qing continued, "I have cultivated in Wan Snake Valley for 100 years to take on human form. So, I only know a small portion of the events. Our king is said to possess the bloodline of an ancient dragon god, but for some unknown reason, He failed to transform into a dragon 1,000 years ago and returned with the young prince. Transform into a dragon, Su Qing exclaimed, astonished by this revelation, realizing that there were snakes that could indeed transform into dragons. Initially, she had thought Shao Qing's mention of Yin Linchen having the blood of an ancient dragon god was merely a jest. But now she discovered it to be true. Yet, she found it perplexing. How could Yin Linchen, being a colossal python, possess the blood of an ancient dragon? The image of Yin Linchen with 2 horns atop his head suddenly flashed in her mind. Could those be dragon horns? Su Qing found this notion astonishing. Indeed, Shao Qing echoed, "That is what I have heard today. As for the reasons, only the elders and the king are privy to that knowledge. The Feng Mo you mentioned is the king of Qingdao, a formidable black giant python that has cultivated for a millennium that he should be considered both a friend and a foe to our king. The fact that our king has yet to unify the demon race is due to the non-cooperation of the king of Qingdao. And it seems our king is at a loss for how to proceed. Ah, I see. And a Wonder Feng Mo spoke to me as if we had not seen each other in ages. I had unwittingly encountered both rulers of the demon realm upon my arrival in this foreign world." As Yu Qing reflected on how she had fainted in fear when she first encountered Feng Mo, feeling a mix of amazement and relief. Had she met not Yin Linchen and Feng Mo, but instead encountered the demon star wolf, her fate would have been dire indeed. By the way, what about Xian? What is the situation? What are the mysterious runes and red flames on him? Shao Qing contemplated before continuing to enlighten Su Qing. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems the young prince is sealed by some form of enchantment, which not only prevents his birth, but also continuously devours his life force. For the past millennium, it has been the king and the elders who have utilized secret clan techniques to barely maintain his life." Noticing Su Qing's shocked and serious expression, Shao Qing hugged her arm gently. "However, ever since you arrived, the young prince has been able to leave that chamber and can even run and speak. All thanks to you." Su Qing felt a wave of embarrassment at this praise. How could this be attributed to her? Shouldn't it rather be said that it was due to her blood? Yet, she never imagined that Yin Si and had endured such torment in that chamber for over 1,000 years. Remembering the pain he must have felt from the flames, her heart ached for him. Even after living for a millennium, his life was always at risk of being devoured, and he had to endure countless torments during the healing process. It would be difficult for even an adult to match the willpower of Yin Si-in, and she had helped him. Yet today, it was because of her that he faced the threat of death once more. That child was wagering his life to save her. But she was not his mother. How lonely he must feel, having not seen the outside world for 1,000 years. A few tears slipped down her cheeks, and Shao Qing comforted her. "Miss, everything will be all right. It's not just the young prince. After I cultivated to a certain level, my clan members discriminated against me. It was only after an elder recommended me to the king that I was allowed to guard the prince in that chamber for 100 years. I thought my life would be like this forever, but your arrival has given me a sense of value. I feel recognized and needed." Shao Qing was at a loss for words, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gently reached out to wipe away Su Qing's tears and softly said, "It is quite late. Dear lady, you should get some rest." Before Su Qing could react, Shao Qing formed a gesture with her fingers, and Su Qing immediately felt her body grow weak, her eyelids growing heavier. In just a moment, she succumbed to a deep slumber. In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to hear Shao Qing softly wish her sweet dreams. Dear lady, when Su Qing awoke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Nevertheless, her sleep had been incredibly restful and reassuring. She stretched lazily, and suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly called out, "Shao Qing, Shao Qing, Shao Qing," thinking something was amiss, rushed in with a basin of clean water, and inquired, "What troubles you, my lady? Has Lord Yin Linchen sent someone?" Without a thought for her shoes, Su Qing was about to rush outside. But Shao Qing caught her and teased, "Could it be that a day apart feels like 3 autumns?" She wondered how this girl could possibly think that she had any connection with Yin Linchen. "Shao Qing, I assure you, there is no relationship between me and your king." Yes, I understand, my lady," Shao Qing replied. "You have shared that with me before." Placing the basin down, she walked to the bedside, picked up Su Qing's shoes, and playfully remarked, "Even if you are yearning, You should at least put on your shoes first. Then Xiao Qing will tell you. Su Qing's face twitched, and with a sense of resignation, she accepted her shoes and put them on. This girl simply would not believe her, let alone truly comprehend. Xiao Qing was remarkably bold in this matter. If only she could be so audacious with Mo Cheng, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Thinking of Mo Cheng, Su Qing suddenly recalled that Xiao Qing had gone to find him with shrimp. What happened after that? Just as she was about to ask, Xiao Qing, as if sensing her thoughts, quickly said, "The king had already sent Lord Cheng early on to convey a message. He intends to enter seclusion and will come to seek you in a few days. You need not worry. Rest assured in the Wutong courtyard." Resting in the Wutong courtyard? Wasn't that just another form of confinement? What about the explanation Yan Linchen had promised her? Could this be the explanation? Chapter 18. A rare leisurely time, seeing Su Qing's apprehension. Xiao Qing comforted her. "Dear lady, do not overthink it. Perhaps the king is merely concerned for your health." The situation had already been arranged. Leaving no other options, Su Qing refrained from inquiring about whether Lu Xia had faced punishment, as she had never intended for Yan Linchen to intervene on her behalf. However, what was the current status of Xian? "Xiao Qing, how is Xian?" Xiao Qing took away the used water and brought in a bowl of porridge. Gently pressing Su Qing to sit down, "Why, dear lady, why be so troubled? Since the king has not called for you, it means there is nothing wrong. Moreover, the young prince is favored by the heavens. What you need to do now is to heed the king's words and take care of your health. Otherwise, you will not be able to save the prince when the time comes." The porridge this morning was specially made by Xiao Qing, with minced meat and chopped greens added, and it smelled delightful. Noticing Xiao Qing's eager expression as she wished for her to eat, Su Qing took a spoonful of porridge and gently placed it in her mouth. Oh, her surprise. It was incredibly delicious. She had not expected Xiao Qing to possess culinary skills. Her appetite was instantly piqued, and she took several more spoonfuls, not forgetting to praise, "Very good, very good. Our Xiao Qing truly excels in both the dining hall and the kitchen." Xiao Qing, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head, her face lit up with joy. "I'm glad you like it, my lady. Hee, I shall go and bring some to Lord Cheng, as I suspect he hasn't eaten. Yes. Oh, I'm merely the experimental subject." Su Qing nearly choked as she swallowed too quickly, exclaiming, "Truly, a young lady cannot remain." This girl was constantly thinking of her Lord Cheng. One could only wonder what fortune Mo Cheng had acquired. No, my lady. I intended to send him a portion as well, but I thought it better not to let you go hungry." Xiao Qing hurriedly explained, fearing Su Qing might misunderstand. Su Qing, unwilling to tease her further, waved her hand. "Then go quickly. If the porridge cools down, it won't taste as good, and Lord Cheng won't appreciate your efforts." "Yes, my lady," Xiao Qing cheerfully said, lifting her skirt and preparing to leave. Just as she reached the door, she hesitated and called back, "My lady, I am fine. Given the current situation, it's unlikely anyone would come to the Wutong courtyard. You may go without worry." "Then I will be quick." Su Qing nodded, and Xiao Qing dashed out the door. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qing felt an inexplicable sentiment. Perhaps having someone one deeply cares for is quite wonderful. When might she experience such feelings herself? Suddenly, a cold figure flashed through her mind, startling her into shaking her head. She must have sustained a severe injury, leading her to entertain unfounded fantasies. He was someone she could never possibly be connected to. Hastily finishing the remaining porridge in her bowl, she figured she would not be going out, so she began to wander idly around the courtyard. Calculating the days, she realized she had been in this otherworldly realm for a while, and she had learned much about the demon realm she inhabited. As for other matters, she held little curiosity. Xiao Qing had mentioned that the northernmost tip of the Misty Forest was the boundary leading to the human realm. Perhaps once her health was restored and if Xian was well, she could prepare to leave this demon realm. Demons and humans walked different paths. While her current circumstances were not unpleasant, she ultimately had to return if the demon realm could not reveal anything extraordinary. Perhaps the human realm held the answers she sought. When Xiao Qing returned, she found Su Qing had fallen asleep beneath the great tree in the courtyard. After some contemplation, concerned for her health, Xiao Qing approached and gently patted her. My lady, you should rest indoors." Su Qing drowsily opened her eyes, still struggling to gather her thoughts. "Xiao Qing, You've returned already? Xiao Qing chuckled, pointing to the sky. My lady, it is already well past noon. You have slept for quite a while. Go back to sleep. Otherwise, you'll end up with sore joints. Su Qing nodded and allowed Xiao Qing to assist her up. Feeling much more awake, she smiled and asked, So, how was it? Did Lord Cheng enjoy his meal? Did he praise our Xiao Qing? My lady, Xiao Qing blushed, feigning anger, then explained, I left right after delivering to Lord Cheng. It is already noon. Where did you go just now? Xiao Qing wore a mysterious smile, knowing her lady was feeling uneasy. Naturally, I went to inquire about the young elder. Lucia, Su Qing asked, feeling skeptical. After yesterday's events, she was indeed not at ease, but she did not expect Yan Linchen to back her. However, if it pertained to Yan Xian, then perhaps. What did you find out? Lucia entered the room with Su Qing, shutting the door before whispering. I heard that because of the young prince's matter, the young elder has been severely punished, not only receiving lashes that cost him over a century of cultivation, but also being stripped of his position. Consider it a form of retribution for you, given that Lucia held a high status within the Snake King's Valley and was quite ostentatious. While Xiao Qing admired her, she felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing about Lucia's punishment. Yet, contrary to Xiao Qing's expectations, Su Qing merely nodded lightly, asking instead, What of Xian? Do you have any news? Xiao Qing shook her head. After all, matters concerning Yan Si were confidential, and she could not know his status. Seeing Su Qing's disappointment, Xiao Qing could only reassure her, the young prince will be fine. The king is formidable. Su Qing, however, shook her head. Yan Linchen's pale face did not necessarily mean he could save Yan Xian. Had Wen Demo not appeared in time last night, the consequences could have been dire. Now, she was entirely in the dark regarding Yan Xian and could only take it step by step. Hoping that the boy was truly safe. By the way, what the demon Star Wolf leader? That fellow. It is said he was executed by Lord Cheng. Executed? Su Qing felt puzzled, sensing something was amiss. Yet unable to articulate her thoughts, she could only nod in acquiescence. Regardless, the matter seemed to have reached a conclusion, while Lady seemed still unhappy. Su Qing shook her head. Not all. I merely feel it is time to prepare lunch. Xiao Qing appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom her lady's train of thought. Come, let us head to the kitchen and gather some minced meat and flour. Today we shall make dumplings, my lady. Are you not going to rest? Xiao Qing hurriedly followed suit. In the past, during her 9-to-5 workdays, it was quite challenging to have meals on time, and the opportunities to cook for herself were exceedingly rare. However, upon traversing to this place, she unexpectedly found herself graced with an abundance of precious leisure time. Su Qing naturally did not wish to squander her culinary skills, and with no immediate means to venture out, she resolved to prepare some delectable dishes to pass the time. Chapter 19. Confrontation with Lucia. For several consecutive days, Su Qing and Xiao Qing busied themselves in the kitchen, experimenting with various new recipes. Time flew by swiftly, and Su Qing scarcely inquired about anything else. With no one to disturb her, she found herself enjoying a rare tranquility that it was not until the reappearance of a figure clad in red within the Wutong courtyard that the existing peace was shattered. At that moment, Su Qing was reclining comfortably in a wrought tan chair. She observed Lucia, who still exuded an air of arrogance. Su Qing's first reaction was one of confusion. She wondered what had brought Lucia back this time. What business could the elder Lucia possibly have? What instructions did she bear? Su Qing cast a nonchalant glance in her direction. Perhaps it was due to her recent humiliation that she could not muster any fondness for Lucia. The king summons you. Lucia seemed disinterested in engaging in further conversation, her beautiful eyes reflecting disdain and contempt. Xiao Qing, who had been quietly watching from the side, softly remarked, Miss, I shall accompany you. Are you unable to comprehend? The king has only requested her presence. When did the likes of a lowly maid such as you gain the audacity to speak out of turn? It is wise to first consider one's own station before embarking on any endeavor. Do not forget, for it is you who shall suffer if you do. Although Lucia's words were directed at Xiao Qing, Su Qing was not oblivious. Her haughty demeanor was clearly a veiled insult aimed at her. Just as Su Qing was about to retort, Xiao Qing suddenly knelt on the ground. Raising her head to meet Lucia's gaze, in a voice that was neither servile nor overbearing, she stated. This humble servant knows her lowly status and recognizes that she should not overstep, but the impulsive actions of the young elder nearly resulted in grave consequences for the miss, and even the young prince suffered as well. Since I have received the king's command, I shall protect the miss. Lu Xia was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling the severe punishment she had received due to the young prince's injury, which had also altered the king's attitude towards her significantly. All of this turmoil, she knew, stemmed from Su Qing. The nails on her fingers dug in her palm from rage as she coldly looked down at Shao Qing, saying, "Indeed, a lowly master begets a treacherous servant. You may follow if you wish, but should any misfortune befall you, do not blame me for not having forewarned you." With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, only to be halted by Shao Qing's voice from behind. "The young elder, the young prince calls the Miss Mother. I wonder, how does that position compare to yours? Is it possible that the young elder ranks above the prince?" Lu Xia's body stiffened at her words, for Shao Qing's implication was clear. Yan Xian's noble status inherently elevated Su Qing's standing as a spoken mother, rendering Lu Xia's arrogance utterly misplaced. Xu Er, who stood beside Lu Xia, witnessed her expression crumble and immediately chastised Shao Qing. "How dare you? A mere bamboo leaf green who has barely cultivated for a century, dare to speak to an elder in such a manner? An elder is not someone you can slander so freely. Apologize at once. The young elder is merciful and will surely not hold your insolence against you." After a prolonged silence, Su Qing chuckled and addressed Lu Xia. "Shao Qing's words bear no fault. I am indeed Xian's mother, and Shao Qing is not merely a maid in my service. She is my sister. Thus, her status should surpass that of the young elder Lu Xia." With that, she stepped forward to assist Shao Qing to her feet, brushing dust from her knees. Shao Qing, taken aback by the kindness, exclaimed, "Miss." Su Qing gently placed her hand on Shao Qing's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Very well indeed. Shao Qing, in following a mere mortal, you seem to have forgotten your own status. Have you forgotten your family? How dare you trample upon me in such a manner?" Lu Xia glared menacingly at Su Qing and Shao Qing, then added, "The king has commanded. Believe it or not, come or go as you please." Originally, she was already irked at having to act as a messenger today, and now her irritation had only compounded. With that, Lu Xia stormed out of the Wutong courtyard. Xu Er glanced at Shao Qing, sighed, "Qing Er, do not forget your own identity. Outsiders cannot aid you." "Xu Er, do you wish to lose your tongue?" Xu Er trembled, casting a deep look at Shao Qing before hastily lowering her head to follow Lu Xia. Meanwhile, Shao Qing's complexion suddenly turned pale, prompting Su Qing to ask with concern, "What is the matter?" Shao Qing shook her head, forcing a smile as she replied, "Miss, let us hurry along." Su Qing could only nod in agreement as they exited the Wutong courtyard together. Throughout the journey, Shao Qing remained rather taciturn, and Su Qing struggled to find a right moment to speak, but ultimately refrained. The Snake Palace was grand and opulent, yet Su Qing had never taken the time to explore it thoroughly. Thus, she could only muddle through as she followed Shao Qing, eventually arriving at the entrance of the palace. If Su Qing's deductions were correct, this should be the sleeping quarters of Yan Linchen. Shao Qing greeted the sentinel at the entrance, who then permitted their entry point. One of the guards led Su Qing and Shao Qing through a winding path until they finally stopped amidst a bamboo grove. "The king and the elders have been awaiting the miss at the hot springs for quite some time. We cannot enter. You may proceed alone," the guard stated solemnly, bowing slightly as Su Qing glanced at Shao Qing, who remained silent and retreated to the side, knowing she was not permitted to accompany her. "Shao Qing, I will speak on your behalf to the king." "Miss." Shao Qing suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude as she nodded. The guards exchanged surprised glances at Shao Qing, then gently urged, "Miss, you should hurry inside." As Su Qing no longer hesitated and stepped into the bamboo grove, the lush greenery indicated that these bamboo stalks were well cared for, each standing tall and straight. Venturing deeper into the grove, she soon beheld an open-air hot spring, wreathed in a veil of mist, where Yan Linchen and several elders awaited her without a doubt. Today, Yan Linchen donned a robe of creamy white, standing with his hands clasped behind him by the hot spring, exuding an aura reminiscent of an elegant nobleman. Su Qing could not help but entertain such thoughts. Shaking her head in amusement at her own musings, observing her arrival, Lu Xia, with a sour expression, sarcastically remarked, "Miss Su Qing, you truly are a person of great importance. We have been waiting for you." Unexpectedly, Su Qing did not even cast a glance in her direction and walked straight towards Yan Linchen, inquiring, "How is Xian?" Before Yan Linchen could respond, Lu Xia interjected, "Thanks to your interference, the young prince nearly lost his life." "Elder Lu Xia, I did not address you. Why do you presume to respond? What do you mean by overshadowing the main issue? Furthermore, if it were not for you leading me into such a predicament, I would not have faced such humiliation, and Xian would not have encountered misfortune. Yet here I stand, awaiting an apology from you. Yet none has been forthcoming, nor any sense of remorse." Lu Xia's face darkened with anger. But before she could retort, Yan Linchen's cold voice interrupted, "Except for the high priest and Su Qing, everyone else leave. Your noise is unwelcome." It was abundantly clear that noise referred to Lu Xia. Lu Yu shot a sidelong glance at Lu Xia, who was still bristling with indignation, and only then did Lu Xia relent, agreeing to withdraw along with the other elders. Before leaving, she shot a venomous glare at Su Qing, who met her gaze with a smug satisfaction. Chapter 20. The only solution was it to your satisfaction? Yan Linchen's penetrating gaze bore into her, leaving Su Qing feeling somewhat awkward as she explained. "I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. She was simply crossing the line that I was merely defending my own interests. Otherwise, who would not take the opportunity to bully me?" After she spoke, a twinge of guilt washed over her. For reasons she could not fathom, being in Yan Linchen's presence always seemed to cast a shadow over her mood, even though today he donned a particularly striking outfit. "Miss Su seems to be in high spirits," Yan Linchen remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Su Qing found his mood swings perplexing. Just a few days ago, he had treated her with relative kindness. Yet today, he seemed irritable, with Lu Xia seeking to provoke her. He too had chosen to confront her. She was not merely a punching bag for their frustrations. "In a huff," she retorted, "is it not thanks to our esteemed king of snakes? Were it not for you, I would hardly have mustered such enthusiasm." She could not comprehend how Yan Xian's mother could have ever found favor with such a capricious man, aside from his handsome appearance and commendable physique. He seemed to possess few redeeming qualities, and oh wonder Xian's mother ultimately chose to flee. Had she been in her position, she would have undoubtedly done the same, feeling foolish for having developed even a modicum of affection for him. "Ah, Miss Su, it seems that my daughter has been rather presumptuous towards you. I take responsibility for her lack of decorum and offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf. Regarding the previous incident, I too am regretful and have already reprimanded her. Should you require my assistance, I shall do everything within my power to accommodate you." Beside her, the Grand Priestess Lu Yu swayed her hips as she approached Su Qing, bending slightly in an apologetic gesture that left Su Qing momentarily stunned. From the implication, it seemed that Lu Xia was indeed the daughter of this Grand Priestess Lu Yu. However, it was evident that Lu Xia harbored an interest in Yan Linchen. Over the past few days, Su Qing had repeatedly reflected on her interactions. She had not offended Lu Xia, who was an esteemed elder of the 10,000 Serpents Valley. Would she truly seek trouble with her over a few insignificant crayfish? Coupled with the events at the altar, Su Qing speculated that Lu Xia's displeasure was likely due to Yan Linchen, which would naturally lead her to take action against her. Could it be that she had misunderstood their relationship that night? Clearing her throat, Su Qing politely stepped forward to assist Lu Yu, saying, "Grand Priestess, it is not your fault at all. There is no need for such formality. As for Elder Lu Xia, if she does not seek trouble with me, I assure you, our paths would not cross excessively." Lu Yu smiled gently, but Su Qing couldn't help but internally scoff, regardless of their personalities. This mother and daughter were indeed worlds apart. "By the way, what brings you here today?" With a subtle motion of his hand, Yan Linchen gestured towards the lake, and a golden egg emerged from the mist. Upon seeing Yan Xian, Su Qing could not contain her excitement and hurriedly called out, "Xian, Xian." Oh, her surprise. Yan Xian did not come bouncing over as usual, calling her mother in his sweet voice. Instead, he stood silently above the hot spring, the egg surface covered in crimson markings that appeared eerily sinister, as if it were pulling one down into the depths of hell. S.I.N. Su Qing choked back a sob. Turning to the silent Yin Lin Chun to ask, "He can still be saved, right?" Yin Lin Chun sighed, casting a glance at the floating golden serpent egg. For the first time, he solemnly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I have expended my clan's secret techniques and my essence to nurture Si-Un for a millennium, only for it to all be in vain. Is there truly no way left?" Su Qing exhaled deeply, suppressing her trembling body as she softly inquired, the words echoing in her mind. "Mother, do you still refuse to acknowledge me?" Regret washed over her in waves. "Miss Su, after a millennium, even the mightiest of our clan's secret techniques gradually weaken. Your blood has been the key to fortifying the techniques against the seal, but now—" Lu Yu shook her head with a bitter smile. As if pronouncing the fate of a terminally ill patient with no hope of recovery, Yu Qing refused to accept this as the conclusion, trembling as she rolled up her sleeves and offered, "You need blood? I can give it all, as long as it can save him." Currently, the secret techniques capable of resisting the seal have mostly vanished. "Relying solely on your blood will no longer suffice," Lu Yu said with regret. Gently lowering Su Qing's sleeves, Yu Qing turned to Yin Lin Chun, her voice a choked whisper. "Yin Lin Chun, is there truly no other option?" Silence enveloped them. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Lin Chun spoke softly. "There is. Perhaps the only way left. It might save his life." Clinging to this glimmer of hope, Su Qing, disregarding everything else, grasped Yin Lin Chun's hand, urgency lacing her voice. "What is it? Tell me, even if it costs my life." Seeing the genuine concern etched on her face, Yin Lin Chun, perplexed, could not fathom why she would suddenly care so deeply for Yin Si, and his voice grew hoarse, yet resolute. "Su Qing, the means to save him may indeed demand a life." "What is it?" she insisted. "He calls me mother because of my connection to him. I bear responsibility." Su Qing inhaled deeply, meeting Yin Lin Chun's gaze with unwavering seriousness. His violet eyes flickered with hesitation before he slowly uttered two words. "Divine artifact." "Divine artifact?" Su Qing inquired, confusion etched across her features. "What is a divine artifact? Where can it be found?" In ancient times, when the celestial realm closed, for divine artifacts were left behind, they were originally guarded by designated individuals. But for reasons unknown, they have been missing for a long time. Thus, we do not know their whereabouts. They may be scattered across the world in any corner. Lu Yu sighed, her expression one of regret. If the divine artifacts could truly be found, perhaps there would still be a chance for Yin Si and salvation. Otherwise, there would be no other recourse. Her life had been devoted to the 10,000 Serpents Valley, and now she felt a profound sense of guilt towards it. Should Yin Si perish, she would have no face left to continue her role as Grand Priestess. The notion of a divine artifact sparked hope, only to plunge her back into despair. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, searching for these artifacts felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What is Yin Si's current condition? He has forcibly activated the inherited secret technique, temporarily breaking through the seal, but now he has fallen into a deep slumber. If the divine artifact cannot be found, he may never awaken again. Currently, he can only rely on the spiritual spring to gradually restore his strength. Yin Lin Chun suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion wash over him. After cultivating for a millennium, he found himself unable to protect his own child. How tragically ironic. Su Qing remained silent, and the three by the hot spring shared a heavy silence, the atmosphere oppressive to the point of suffocation. Suddenly, Su Qing felt a warmth at her neck. The giant serpent wooden carving, which had remained dormant for so long, emitted a brilliant golden light once more. Then, to the astonishment of Su Qing and the others, it broke free from its bindings and flew directly towards Yin Si, who floated above the hot spring. Chapter 21. The cold and heartless man, the Grand Priestess Lu Yu gazed at the dazzling golden light of the giant serpent wooden carving with a complex expression. Her heart filled with wonder. The carving approached Yin Si, emanating a gentle golden glow that enveloped the entire EGG. As the golden light from the giant serpent engulfed it, The eerie crimson markings on the egg began to weaken. Yin Lin Shun, observing the giant serpent carving, turned to Su Qing with a thoughtful expression. "Where did you acquire this?" Snapping out of her stupor, Su Qing realized the carving was serpent-shaped and perhaps Yin Lin Shun knew something about it. Not intending to hide anything, she replied candidly. "I encountered an old man while on my way home to buy skewers. He insisted on giving it to me." "What are you saying?" Yin Lin Shun furrowed his brow. This woman had been uttering strange phrases since their first meeting, leaving him utterly perplexed. What was this talk of going home in skewers that he had never heard before? I met an old man during my journey home, and he gifted it to me," Su Qing explained, casting a look of exasperation at Yin Lin Shun. It seemed futile to expect a creature like him to comprehend her world, just as she had struggled to understand him initially. "Do you know the origins of this carving?" Curiosity sparked within Su Qing as she probed, noticing the peculiar expressions on Lu Yu and Yin Lin Shun's faces since the carving had appeared. They clearly knew something. Eventually, Lu Yu sighed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke. "This is the sacred artifact of our clan, the Go carving, a token of the king, entrusted to the Grand Priestess. It has been missing for over 1,000 years. I never expected to find it here today. With this Go carving, the chances of the young prince awakening again are greatly increased. The giant serpent wooden carving was indeed so powerful." Su Qing marveled at the unexpected turn of events. It was astonishing that this artifact had led her here and had such profound ties to the serpent clan. However, its presence in her possession was quite bizarre. Nonetheless, if it could aid in saving Yen Xian, she felt a surge of joy. After considerable thought, Su Qing finally explained, "I assure you, I did not steal it. I cannot possibly live for 1,000 years. It was given to me by an old man. It was through this that I was brought to the Misty Forest. Of course, Miss Su, there's no need to panic. I understand this matter is not your doing." Lu Yu reassured her, stepping forward with a gentle smile. "May I inquire where this old man is now? How did you come to meet him?" Lu Yu's question left Su Qing momentarily bewildered. If she knew where that blind old man was now, she wouldn't still be in this confused state. As for where she had encountered him, she struggled to articulate the truth of her journey through time, pondering for a long while before finally responding. "In a world entirely different from this one, I cannot explain it well, but that world is not one we can freely enter or exit. And I have no idea how to return." Lu Yu expressed her regret, having hoped to uncover more, only to find herself with no answers. Su Qing glanced at the giant serpent wooden carving and cautiously asked Yin Lin Shun, "Is this Go carving of great importance to you?" "It is indeed extremely significant, as it may be the key to saving Xian." Yin Lin Shun wore a knowing expression, which left Su Qing momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, she had hoped to glean some information from them, yet it seemed they were equally in the dark. However, they were not entirely without clues. At least they discerned that the matter originated from the Serpent Clan. Ultimately, it was Lu Yu who noticed Su Qing's discomfort and spoke with a smile. "Do not worry, Miss Su. This clever eagle is also a spiritual artifact. It appears to have already recognized you as its master. We shall not reclaim it, but simply require it temporarily to aid C, and this is its own volition. And afterwards, it shall be considered a gift to you, in gratitude for your contributions to the Serpent Clan." Recognizing her thoughts had been seen through by that scoundrel, Su Qing could only respond with an awkward smile, while Yin Lin Shun disdainfully shook his head beside her. "By the way, High Priest, why did the sacred object of your clan suddenly vanish?" Lu Yu stiffened at the inquiry and merely shook her head gently. Su Qing regarded the enchanting woman before her with a hint of suspicion, sensing that Lu Yu harbored many untold secrets. However, Su Qing was not one to overstep. If the person involved was reluctant to speak, she would not press further. After a brief pause, she inquired, "When shall we set out to search for the divine artifact?" "Regardless of the circumstances, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we should pursue it. Your enthusiasm is commendable," Yin Lin Shun remarked, gesturing lightly, causing Yin Xian along with the enormous serpent wooden carving to rise slowly from the center of the hot spring and into his hands, which he then extended towards Su Qing. "What is this?" Despite her confusion, Su Qing accepted Yin Xian and the wooden serpent carving. Yin Lin Shun cast her a nonchalant glance, seemingly in no hurry to respond. Instead, he produced a jade vial from his sleeve, which floated between the two sides of the hot spring. Before long, the water began to churn violently. To Su Qing's surprise, a substantial portion of the hot spring water was drawn into the jade vial, reminiscent of a play she had seen in her childhood. "If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" She couldn't help but chuckle softly upon meeting the dark expression of Yin Linchen. She cleared her throat and patiently asked, "What is the intention behind your actions, Lord Serpent King?" Yin Linchen felt exasperated by the woman before him, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he handed the jade vial to Su Qing and coldly stated, "For the time being, Xian shall remain in your care until his vitality is restored, at which point we shall set out to search for the artifact." Fearing his explanation might be inadequate, Yin Linchen elaborated with unusual detail. "This vial contains spiritual spring water. Although we now possess the clever eagle, it will still require 3 to 5 days of nurturing to restore Xian." "I see." Su Qing took the jade vial without hesitation. With Xian in her care, she need not constantly fret over his safety, and her guilt would not weigh so heavily on her conscience. "I will notify you when the day of departure arrives. The Demon Star Wolf clan has been entirely exterminated, I understand. Thank you, Lord Serpent King. If it is not too much trouble, may I request your assistance?" Su Qing interrupted Yin Linchen, reluctant to revisit that segment of her past. Yin Linchen, unperturbed by the interruption, merely asked, "What matter do you wish to discuss? Regarding Xiao Qing's family, could you lend your assistance?" "Absolutely not." Without a moment's thought, Yin Linchen replied resolutely. "Within the Serpent Clan, competition is fierce. If I were to intervene on behalf of Xiao Qing today, what would prevent others from seeking my aid in the future? But you are the king. Your subjects should be treated as equals. That is precisely why I granted Xiao Qing the privilege of safeguarding Xian for a century, which is a considerable boon. The Serpent Clan is not as uncomplicated as you perceive." With a frustrated grip on Yin Xian, Su Qing found herself at a loss for words. She truly ought to abandon any illusions regarding this man before her, who was not only unpredictable but also cold-hearted. Exasperated, Su Qing was uncertain of what to say. After all, whether to assist or not was ultimately another's prerogative, and she recognized that her stance was not entirely correct. Yet, given the matter involved Xiao Qing, she found it difficult to remain composed, ultimately casting a glare at Yin Linchen before storming out of the bamboo grove. Chapter 22. The Origins of Xiao Qing, Part 1. Your Majesty. "Why not take the time to explain things properly to Miss Su?" Lu Yu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Yin Linchen bore a neutral expression, simply responding, "There is no need for that." He paused before asking, "Did the leader of the Demon Star Wolves divulge the whereabouts of the artifact?" Lu Yu nodded, her gaze serious as she stepped forward to speak. "A few days ago, there was an anomaly above Tianjin City. It could very well be the power of the artifact." "The human realm?" "Indeed." Lu Yu sighed softly, seemingly lost in recollection, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, 1,000 years ago, it was also in pursuit of the artifact in the human realm that your Majesty became as you are now. Perhaps this is not an ill-timed opportunity. We might recover what was lost back then. However, the anomaly in Tianjin City will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions, and they will not let this opportunity slip by." Yin Linchen was acutely aware of Lu Yu's concerns that he had no memory of the events from that time and could not rule out the possibility of having been schemed against. Perhaps, amidst the chaos, there lay a predetermined fate. He must uncover the truth of what transpired 1,000 years ago. After a moment of distraction, Yin Linchen declared, "Regardless, I must visit the human realm." Lu Yu nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting back to the bloodied and disheveled youth from a millennium ago. She hoped that Su Qing's arrival would serve as a turning point in all matters. Fuming, Su Qing exited the bamboo grove and soon spotted Xiao Qing sitting on a large stone, gazing blankly into the distance, lost in thought. Feeling a pang of guilt, Su Qing hesitated before summoning the courage to approach and gently ask, "Xiao Qing, what troubles you?" "Miss?" Xiao Qing snapped back to reality, fearing Su Qing's concern, and forced a smile. She glanced at Su Qing, noting Yin Xian in her arms, and asked, "Why have you brought the young prince back?" With a sigh, Su Qing replied, "He is now suffering from insomnia. We may have no choice but to seek the artifact." "The artifact!" Xiao Qing exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Then we should return at once. The king will certainly have a plan. Shao Qing, ever understanding, did not inquire whether Su Qing had spoken to Yan Linchen about her family, perhaps having anticipated the lack of opportunity. Her demeanor only deepened Su Qing's feelings of guilt and unease. Though she was unaware of the specifics regarding Shao Qing's family, she presumed the situation could not be favorable. With this in mind, Su Qing gently grasped Shao Qing's hand and apologized. Shao Qing, I am sorry. I was unable to persuade Yan Linchen to assist your family. Shao Qing's body trembled slightly at her words. Though she had anticipated this outcome, she could not suppress the disappointment within. Shaking her head gently, she replied, Miss, you needn't trouble yourself about my family. The king has his own burdens. The Serpent Clan is not as tranquil as it appears. Shao Qing squeezed her hand, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps, one day, we shall all escape that place. Could you tell me what has happened to your family? Su Qing tentatively asked, but Shao Qing unexpectedly shook her head. Miss, you are not of the Serpent Clan. Do not wade into these murky waters. I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall remember it. Seeing Shao Qing's determination, Su Qing refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yet within her heart, she resolved that if she could assist Shao Qing, she would certainly do so. Upon returning to her quarters, Su Qing settled Yan Xian before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal with Shao Qing. Despite her efforts to conceal it, Su Qing could keenly sense Shao Qing's distracted demeanor. What could have transpired? A sense of unease enveloped Su Qing, and she suddenly recalled Xu Er's words, which sparked an idea in her mind. During dinner, Su Qing casually inquired, By the way, Shao Qing, I noticed that girl by Lu Xiaosai today seemed to know you. Did it appeared she was defending you? Xu Er, she trained with me. We were quite close. However, she later went to the little elder and had attended the young prince. So we lost touch, Shao Qing said, raising her head thoughtfully, curiosity evident in her eyes. Why are you suddenly interested in Xu Er? Not particularly. I just remembered that she spoke on your behalf. Su Qing replied with a laugh, quickly changing the subject. After dinner, Su Qing instructed Shao Qing to look after Yan Xian while she concocted an excuse to slip out of Wudong courtyard. She initially intended to seek out a member of the Serpent Clan for information, but was surprised to find Xu Er quietly watching her from a short distance. Could it be that she had anticipated Su Qing's arrival? Curiosity aside, Su Qing approached and asked, Xu Er, may I have a moment to speak with you? Xu Er politely nodded, glanced around, and led the way ahead. Su Qing lifted her skirt and hurriedly followed. Within a secluded area among the rocks, Xu Er stopped and turned to ask, What would you like to know, miss? Su Qing smiled gently. It seems you were already aware that I would come seeking you. She chuckled. The young lady refers to herself as a sister to Qing Er. If her heart is true, and if Qing Er is unwilling to speak, then you must naturally turn to me. One cannot help but admire Xu Er for her intelligence. Su Qing regarded her with appreciation before inquiring, What matter regarding the Qing Er clan do you speak of? Xu Er let out a cool laugh, responding, My lady, you cannot aid Qing Er, nor can you assist her family. You are merely a mortal. If you do not divulge the details, how can I ascertain my ability to assist? Su Qing retorted, though her heart was already steeling itself for the complexities ahead. Given Xu Er's words, the situation was likely far from simple. Whether it was Yan Xian or Shao Qing, she was already entwined in the matter, and she refused to believe that Qing Er's plight could be as intricate and challenging as Yan Xian's. As long as the issue genuinely existed, there must be a means to resolve it. Success is in human endeavor, Su Qing declared resolutely. Locking eyes with Xu Er appeared somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that a mortal woman could possess such tenacity. She soon let out a bitter smile, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than Su Qing imagined. What could a mere mortal achieve? Nevertheless, Xu Er gradually elucidated, her tones softening considerably. Qing Er belongs to the bamboo leaf green lineage, which once thrived as close ministers to the previous Snake King. However, due to certain betrayals, they indirectly contributed to the fall of the former Snake King. This event met with resistance from all major factions. And it was only through the king's protection that Qing Er's clan narrowly avoided total annihilation, relegated merely to the blood swamp. It seems she had misjudged Yan Linchen. She had not foreseen that Qing Er's clan had encountered such a fate. Curious, she asked, then what of Qing? Shu'er sighed. Qing'er is the sole legitimate descendant of the bamboo leaf green lineage, required by the various factions of the snake tribe to remain in the 10,000 Snake Valley, to ensure that the bamboo leaf green lineage remains docile in the blood swamp. Thus, what had transpired within Shaoqing's family. Su Qing pressed her lips together, recalling the cheerful demeanor of the girl. Astonished that she bore such heavy burdens, the fall of the Snake King must have caused her immense suffering over the centuries spent in the 10,000 Snake Valley. The surrounding rumors could crush her spirit. Yet Su Qing had remained oblivious. Chapter 23. The Origins of Shaoqing. Part 2. Shu'er sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing her lips. The blood swamp is a place where spiritual energy is scarce, making it wholly unsuitable for cultivation. Rarely do demon clans venture there. Only a few, like the bamboo leaf green lineage, are forced to endure its depths. Furthermore, the malevolent aura within the blood swamp is severe. Prolonged exposure can lead to the complete depletion of one's cultivation, or worse, death. Su Qing listened intently as Shu'er elaborated. How had Shaoqing's family managed to survive in such a place? Recently, the clan had been able to send medicinal herbs to counteract the malefic energy. But the situation had grown dire, and supplies had dwindled. Recently, news from Qing'er's kin indicated that many of the younger generations had succumbed to the malevolent energy, placing their lives in jeopardy. Shu'er was now filled with melancholy, and Su Qing began to grasp Shaoqing's current plight. And no wonder that girl appeared so listless. Is it true that your young elder manages these medicinal supplies? Su Qing suddenly recalled Lu Xia's threats toward Shaoqing, surmising that Lu Xia must be involved in the distribution of these herbs. Otherwise, Shaoqing would not have appeared so distressed. Shu'er nodded. Indeed, the young elder oversees the distribution of the herbs, but their efficacy has been diminishing. They can only provide temporary relief, and I fear the young elder will not part with even those. After bidding farewell to Shu'er, Su Qing fell into deep contemplation, her mind echoing with Shu'er as final counsel. My lady, if you still regard Qing'er as a sister, then urge her to sincerely apologize to the young elder. Perhaps acknowledging the weight of Shu'er's words, Su Qing was filled with indignation at the thought of Shaoqing groveling before Lu Xia. However, what fate awaited Shaoqing's kin? Upon returning to Wudong Courtyard, she found Shaoqing silently tidying the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Shaoqing smiled. You've returned, young lady? Su Qing glanced at Shaoqing, noticing that her eyes were still red, reminiscent of a rabbit, as if she had recently wept. Choosing to ignore it, Su Qing smiled and nodded. After exchanging a few brief words, she retreated to her room, gazing at Yan Xian on the bed. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding both Yan Xian and Shaoqing Xian. What should I do? Su Qing knelt beside the bed, resting her hand on the bedding while staring at the motionless Yan Xian, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yan Xian could hardly hear her at this point. I say, beautiful one, would you not find me more useful than that egg? Oh. Su Qing turned warily, her gaze scanning the room that a figure lounged on the windowsill, idly swinging their long legs, watching her with an amused expression. Beautiful one, here I am. Following the voice, she recognized the visitor as Feng Mo, the one who had assisted Yan Linchen in saving Yan Xian that fateful night. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, she thought, is it truly so easy to enter the 10,000 Snake Valley? Is there no one to stop him? Pray tell, what brings you here, Lord Feng Mo? Su Qing poured herself a cup of tea, downing it without any intention of offering hospitality. My beautiful one, today I have come to escort you away. Su Qing found Feng Mo's sudden declaration bewildering and forced a strained smile. Thank you, Lord Feng Mo, but I am quite content here in the 10,000 Snake Valley. There is no need to trouble you. Such lack of gratitude. Feng Mo, unfazed, casually sat down, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qing, adding, though I must say, I do quite enjoy this. Su Qing was taken aback by Feng Mo's words, her smile becoming increasingly awkward. Lord Feng Mo, please do not jest with me. How could I? You are the future bride I have chosen. Are we acquainted? Your countenance is indeed pleasant, yet your methods of flirtation are rather juvenile. Su Qing maintained her outward composure, though internally she was bursting with sarcasm. Perhaps sensing her silent rejection, Feng Mo shifted the conversation. Are you anxious about your maid? Su Qing was surprised. You know, Feng Mo smirked. His voice laced with charm. Naturally. And I also know how to save them. What did you say? Su Qing leapt to her feet, grasping Feng Mo's arm with urgency, her eyes alight with hope. How can they be saved? Feng Mo glanced at his arm, firmly held by her, gesturing for her to release him before continuing. Realizing her fervor, Su Qing awkwardly let go. How will you save them? Lord Feng Mo, call me husband and I shall consider it. Feng Mo wore a mischievous grin, and Su Qing, finally regaining her composure, realized his ulterior motives. Why were the members of the snake tribe so peculiar? I shall not. Su Qing shot him a glare, opting to ignore him and instead approach the bed, issuing a dismissal. Lord Feng Mo, I must ask you to leave. I am weary and wish to rest. Hey, you fickle woman, how can your demeanor change so swiftly? Regardless of Feng Mo's protest from behind, Su Qing remained deaf to his words. Just as she was about to draw the curtains, a long hand reached out and firmly grasped the fabric. Wait, if you desire my assistance, you must agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? Feng Mo pulled Su Qing closer, dragging her back to the table. At present, I cannot disclose them, but rest assured, I will not force you into anything unwelcome. How benevolent of you, Su Qing mused, pacing as she scrutinized Feng Mo. Why would he wish to assist her? What were his motives? However, given the urgency of the situation, perhaps it was worth taking a gamble. After all, he was a king. Should you doubt my sincerity, then so be it. Feng Mo feigned departure, prompting Su Qing to quickly intervene, smiling sweetly. I am well aware of your character, Lord Feng Mo. You are not the type to toy with a mere mortal. Her obsequiousness resembled that of a sycophant. Yet Su Qing thought, regardless, he is still a king, and if he claims to have a solution, it may indeed be legitimate. Feng Mo, amused by Su Qing's fluctuating demeanor, found her amusing. He wondered just what she might be saying about him in her mind while maintaining her facade of flattery. Very well. Accompany me to the Blood Swamp, and you shall see. The Blood Swamp. That is where Shao Qing's kin reside. What purpose does Feng Mo have in taking me there? A place where even demons struggle to survive. How could a mere mortal like me endure? Feng Mo perceived Su Qing's unease and, without hesitation, stepped forward to sweep her up, inadvertently taking the snake egg along with him. Just as Su Qing was about to utter something, Feng Mo had already whisked her away from the 10,000 Snake Valley in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a chilling figure emerged within the room. Chapter 24. Ambiguity. The Blood Marsh, located in the northernmost part of the Misty Forest, was an abandoned place, desolate to the point where even the entrance appeared forlorn, let alone any flora or soulless creatures surviving there. Feng Mo guided Su Qing swiftly to the entrance of this eerie and oppressive blood marsh, where Su Qing furrowed her brow and scanned the surroundings. The entrance was a gigantic archway formed by withered vines, beside which stood a weathered stone tablet. The tablet was half buried in dried grass, and, as Su Qing bent down cautiously to clear the weeds, she discovered several skulls neatly arranged at its base. The words Blood Marsh were prominently inscribed on the stone tablet, and despite Su Qing's formidable mental fortitude, she couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Collapsing onto the ground, inside the archway stretched an endless expanse, at times dim and at others illuminated, evoking a chilling sensation. The air was permeated with a nauseating stench of decay, making one gag involuntarily. Could it be that Shao Qing's family resided in such a place? Not to mention the oppressive atmosphere. One could only wonder how many bacteria thrived in this foul air. No wonder, despite being a place of punishment for the grievous crimes of the demon race. There were no guards present, who would wish to stand watch over this dreadful location. Feng Mo looked down at Su Qing, who sat on the ground, her expression still one of shock, that he hurriedly approached her, dramatically helping her to her feet while chuckling. If my little beauty is frightened, just hold on to me tightly later. Fear not, for as long as you cling to me, no one or nothing can harm you. Thank you, Lord Feng Mo, but I believe that won't be necessary. Merely following you is sufficient. Su Qing replied awkwardly, casting a glance at Feng Mo's somewhat devilishly youthful visage, She mused that, regardless of how long he had lived, the mere sight of his face made her feel an undeniable pang of guilt should she act inappropriately. Yet, the contrast between his harmless demeanor and his true nature was striking. Feng Mo, undeterred by Su Qing's blunt refusal, feigned heartbreak as he lamented, "My little beauty, you wound my heart grievously." "Your heart?" "Nonsense," Su Qing shot back with a wry smile, watching as Feng Mo continued his theatrics. She swiftly shifted the topic. "Lord Feng Mo, shall we proceed inside?" "No, before we enter, there's something else we need to do." "What is it?" Su Qing inquired curiously, tilting her head to look at Feng Mo, who suddenly flashed a devilish smile and produced a round pill, placing it in his mouth. Before Su Qing could comprehend his actions, he swiftly grasped the back of her head, forcing her to step back. Startled, Su Qing stumbled until her back collided with a dead tree. Fortunately, Feng Mo's hand cushioned her head, sparing her from pain. Just as she was about to voice her frustration, Feng Mo's handsome face loomed large before her, close enough for her to feel his breath. At that moment, her head spun slightly, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Was this the domineering CEO trope from a romance drama? A tree embrace. Feng Mo gazed down at the woman in his arms. Seemingly satisfied with her dazed expression, with a playful tilt of his head, he leaned closer to her lips. Su Qing, frightened, attempted to struggle, but found herself immobilized, as though ensnared by invisible bonds. She could only watch as Feng Mo's lips hovered mere centimeters from her own, so close that a slight movement could bridge the gap. Yet, it seemed Feng Mo merely wished to relish her reaction rather than actually kiss her. His lips brushed against hers in a fleeting touch, provoking a glare of indignation from Su Qing. He then transferred the pill from his mouth to hers, and instinctively, she accepted it, their lips inevitably brushing against one another. From a distance, it appeared as if they were engaged in a sweet kiss. A cold figure observed this scene with a sense of displeasure, feeling an indescribable irritation before swiftly departing. Once the figure had left, Feng Mo's eyes flickered slightly as he released the now slightly weakened Su Qing, lifting the restrictions on her, and burst into hearty laughter. Feeling tricked, Su Qing was about to spit out the contents of her mouth, but Feng Mo hastily interjected, "My little beauty, please don't. If you do, it will be disastrous. The magic energy in this blood marsh is exceedingly potent. As a mere mortal, you would likely perish upon entry." Clenching her fists in frustration, Su Qing suppressed her anger and swallowed the round object. Observing her, Feng Mo chuckled and retrieved another pill from his sleeve, swallowing it himself. Su Qing stared at him in disbelief, realizing that he had merely been toying with her. If it weren't for her genuine need of Feng Mo's assistance at that moment, she would have been tempted to confront him physically. Just moments ago, her first kiss had been jeopardized. Feng Mo was nothing short of a tormentor, and to think he was even less reliable than Yan Linchen. The mere thought of Yan Linchen's cold, disdainful demeanor further fueled her it seemed that there was not a single reliable individual among them. With a fierce glare directed at Feng Mo, she spoke through gritted teeth, "May I inquire if we can proceed now?" Feng Mo straightened himself, extending a protective barrier around Yan Xian and nodding with a smile. Naturally. Having said that, he swiftly opened the barrier of the blood marsh and stepped inside first. Though angered, Su Qing retained her composure. Once Feng Mo had entered, she followed him in, her irritation simmering beneath the surface. Feng Mo led the way, his back occasionally tinged with an inexplicable chill. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, this woman was undoubtedly the most formidable species in this world. He glanced sideways at Su Qing, who was casting him a frosty look. Upon noticing his gaze, she forced a smile that was far too strained, clearly under duress. Soon as Su Qing stepped into the blood marsh, she felt the atmosphere shift around her, a sudden chill enveloping her. The stench of decay assaulted her senses, and the desolation within the blood marsh was terrifyingly palpable. It appeared the environment exceeded Shuer's descriptions by far. Could anyone truly inhabit this place? Feng Mo chuckled at Su Qing's remark. Indeed, though most wouldn't survive long, this place is perpetually infused with magic energy. Even demons cannot linger here for too long without facing dire consequences. Do you truly possess a way to save them? Su Qing questioned, gazing skeptically at Feng Mo's carefree demeanor, unsure if he genuinely had the capability to help them. You doubt me? I am the king of Qingdao. Even Yin Linchen cannot best me. Feng Mo exclaimed incredulously, turning his head back with an eager expression that seemed to assert his claim to superiority. Chapter 25. The Crimson Shadow. Su Qing shot Feng Mo a disapproving glance. It appeared he was quite antagonistic towards Yin Linchen. Yet, could he genuinely defeat him? This left Su Qing in a state of profound skepticism. Strange, if this place is called the Blood Marsh. Why have we not seen any marshland? Can we go directly to Shao Qing's kin? Indeed, this was a curious point. They had been traversing for quite some time without encountering any marsh or living creatures. The surrounding desolation was eerily unsettling. Were Su Qing alone, she would have been too terrified to enter. This was akin to a real-life jungle adventure. Moreover, given the time spent traveling, the surroundings were gradually dimming. As the cool breeze swept through, Su Qing instinctively drew closer to Feng Mo. After all, he was a man. Fortunately, Feng Mo remained oblivious to her inner thoughts. Otherwise, he might have been driven to strangle her on the spot. My little beauty, you may not know this, but the term Blood Marsh refers to a vast crimson swamp located within this forest, not that the entire area is marshy. Feng Mo relished Su Qing's proximity, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he elaborated patiently. This blood marsh spans several dozen miles, devoid of any vegetation. I once helped establish the barrier that encompassed this area. He spoke of it with a sense of pride. His chest puffed out. Su Qing offered a few polite chuckles, recognizing that it was no wonder Feng Mo could easily unlock the entrance to the blood marsh. So, what do you think? Does it not seem that I am 1,000 times better than Yin Linchen? While it is said that one should not strike a smiling lover, the current demeanor of Feng Mo truly provoked Su Qing to entertain the impulse of delivering a hearty thrashing. This fellow, when indulging in childishness, resembled a mere child, perpetually eager to engage in a rivalry with Yin Linchen. Nevertheless, Su Qing chose to bestow ample courtesy upon this Serpent King, responding with feigned enthusiasm. Indeed, Lord Feng Mo is the greatest under heaven. How could Yin Linchen possibly compare to you? Regardless of the truth in her words, they were well received by Feng Mo just as he was about to utter something further. He noticed the sudden change in Su Qing's expression as she exclaimed in terror, "What is that?" Feng turned to follow her gaze, and his countenance instantly shifted. The nonchalance he had previously displayed in front of Su Qing vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Both Su Qing and Feng Mo beheld several shadowy figures, entirely shrouded in crimson, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. Their eyes were fixated on the two, as if they could see through them, and they stood at a distance, revealing an eerie smile that deepened the ominous atmosphere. Su Qing felt the hairs on her arms rise in response to the grotesque sight. What on earth could that be? Could it be the result of the divine artifact? You know about divine artifacts? Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was taken aback to learn that Feng Mo was also familiar with such things. He glanced at her, abruptly shielding her behind him, signaling her to remain silent. How long has it been since fresh prey graced this place? Such delightful blood. One of the figures grinned widely, blood streaming from its mouth, while the others echoed its sinister laughter. As their mirth intensified, Su Qing was overwhelmed by an even more putrid stench, unable to suppress her dry heaves. "Oh, another human! Such a delectable scent!" Feng Mo, observing Su Qing's distress, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" The revolting odor nearly caused Su Qing to regurgitate her previous meal, and she struggled to respond. "I'm fine, but what are those ghastly creatures? Do not speak. I shall handle this." Feng Mo retorted coldly towards the crimson shadows. "When did it become permissible for you fiends to run rampant in the demon realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Mo conjured a protective barrier around Su Qing, wielding a fan with which he fiercely fanned at the advancing shadows. In an instant, the figures were engulfed in a torrent of crimson, scattering in all directions. Thanks to the barrier, Su Qing remained unscathed, and she looked up at Feng Mo, suspended in mid-air, with a grateful gaze. Even as the blood-colored figures vanished, they left behind their eerie laughter. Demon realm? Huh. Once the Divine Lord awakens, what significance does the demon realm hold? Prepare to face his wrath. Feng Mo's expression turned steely, and after a moment, he approached Su Qing to lift her restrictions. Before she could voice her questions, he urged urgently, "We must leave. These entities have already taken form, and your maid's family is likely in peril." Su Qing's heart tightened, and she nodded hastily, fervently hoping that Shao Qing's kin could hold on. Otherwise, how could her maid cope? Without further delay, the two hastened deeper into the blood marsh. Indeed, as Feng Mo had indicated, at the center of this blood marsh lay a vast expanse of crimson mire, and the stench they had previously encountered intensified even further. The mire churned with a viscous blood-red substance. And after only a brief glance, Su Qing felt utterly drained, as if all her mental energy had been siphoned away. It was only Feng Mo stepping forward to block her view that provided her some respite. "Your maid's family seems to be quite fortunate," he remarked, gesturing toward the visibly faltering azure barrier surrounding the marsh. "The barrier remains intact, which indicates that your maid's kin once left a seal here to protect their people. However, judging by its current state, it seems incapable of preventing the encroaching malevolence of the blood marsh, or else those creatures wouldn't have appeared." "What precisely was that creature?" Su Qing inquired. "The Demon Clan." Feng Mo replied succinctly that, "I recall Shao Qing mentioning the demon realm and the human realm. Could there be a demon clan as well? If so, according to the tropes of television dramas, the Demon Clan must be even more formidable than the Demon Clan. What are they doing here? And what of the Divine Lord? Is he truly powerful?" Feng Mo answered without hesitation, "Very powerful." Su Qing had assumed Feng Mo would downplay the matter, yet throughout their exchange, he had remained serious. Could it be that the Divine Lord truly was the ultimate antagonist in this world? "Let us proceed. We can discuss matters later. I remember that beyond this point lies the dwelling of your maid's family." However, Feng Mo seemed reluctant to divulge further details, and Su Qing refrained from pressing, for she knew that the truth would reveal itself in due time. Her current priority was to alleviate Shao Qing's immediate concerns before embarking on the quest for the divine artifact. If fate allowed, she might even encounter the blind old man who had given her the giant serpent wooden carving, thus paving her way back to her original world. As for the affairs of this realm, she had no desire to meddle. Chapter 26. Mu Hua following the edge of the blood marsh, they soon arrived at the territory of Shao Qing's kin. Feng Mo led Su Qing swiftly around the periphery of the marsh. The noxious stench nearly overwhelmed Su Qing, who would have struggled to navigate the blood marsh alone had Feng Mo not been there to assist her. Beyond the marsh lay a shadowy path, flanked by dead trees that obscured the trails, and Su Qing tiptoed, yet still could not discern what lay ahead. She wondered, would anything else emerge from the depths? After her recent encounter, she had no desire to encounter those blood-colored figures again. Setting aside her apprehensions, she realized that if she did not descend, she might perish in this blood marsh before she could rescue Shao Qing's family. Feng Mo observed her clumsy demeanor with amusement, finding her reaction somewhat endearing. "Fear not. There is nothing more in there. Besides, you need not worry. I shall protect you. Should anything happen to me, I will not permit such a delicate beauty to perish here." Ah, there he was again, reverting to his carefree demeanor, proving that seriousness was not his forte for long. Indeed, a man who earnestly pursued his tasks was the most handsome. Feng Mo's current antics only prompted Su Qing to think of 4 words: violently charming. Feng Mo extended his hand and waved, conjuring a green circular barrier that appeared at the path's entrance. Su Qing, intrigued, reached out to touch it, but was abruptly halted by Feng Mo's intervention. "What is it?" Someone approaches, startled. Su Qing quickly retreated behind Feng Mo, finding solace in his presence. Feng Mo regarded her cautiousness with mild surprise, contemplating whether, if faced with an adversary he could not defeat, she would unhesitatingly use him as a shield. The hint of exasperation crossed his handsome features as he waved his fan and declared coldly, "Why do you hide in the shadows instead of coming forth to greet me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, several men in azure garments emerged, swords in hand. Leading them was a middle-aged man who bowed respectfully upon seeing Feng Mo. "My lord." Su Qing curiously peeked from behind Feng Mo. Scrutinizing the middle-aged man, he bore the marks of a seasoned warrior, his face etched with lines of resilience, and a deep scar marred the left side of his visage. Despite being relegated to this sunless, demon-infested place, he maintained a demeanor of discipline and decorum even in Feng Mo's presence. "May I inquire what brings you to our clan, my lord?" The middle-aged man glanced at Su Qing, his surprise barely concealed. Yet, inexplicably, Su Qing sensed a palpable disdain emanating from the other azure-clad men, including the seemingly composed middle-aged man, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of displeasure. This sensation was more pronounced than she had felt even in the 10,000 Serpents Palace. Why did Shao Qing's can exhibit such attitudes? Feng Mo smirked. Glancing at Su Qing, "I come bearing a request to alleviate the troubles within your clan." A multitude of individuals followed the gaze of Feng Mo, directing their attention towards the unassuming Su Qing, each face adorned with varying degrees of astonishment, as if struggling to comprehend the scene before them. That Su Qing, feeling a touch of embarrassment, offered a shy smile, which momentarily enveloped the atmosphere in silence. Ultimately, it was the middle-aged man who took a step forward and spoke. "We are grateful for the kindness extended by you, my lord, and this young lady. However, we are but disgraced souls, unfit to impose upon your presence any longer. This blood-soaked marsh is a realm fraught with peril. It would be prudent for you both to depart as soon as possible." It was evident that the master of this place had issued a clear decree for their departure, subtly conveying that the Zweiking clan did not welcome them. Su Qing, feeling anxious, stepped forward to clarify her identity. "Greetings. I am a friend of Shao Qing, and I have come to discuss with the clan leader how to rescue your tribe." She glanced at Feng Mo before continuing. "He possesses a means to save your clan. I kindly request that you relay this message to your clan leader." Su Qing's demeanor and tone were imbued with sincerity, yet the middle-aged man, instead of showing any sign of softening, appeared even more irate. However, constrained by Feng Mo's presence, he cleared his throat and replied with a tone of indifference. "I am indeed of the Zweiking clan, but as for Shao Qing, she has long severed ties with us. We are but condemned souls, willingly remaining in this blood-soaked marsh. I implore you, young lady, to convey to Shao Qing that she should cease any further involvement in our clan's affairs." Was he the clan leader of the Zweiking? According to Xu Er, did this mean that the middle-aged man before her was none other than Shao Qing's father, Mu Hua? But when had Shao Qing ever distanced herself from the Zweiking clan? Was it not a good thing that someone had come to assist them? In an instant, Su Qing found herself at a loss, casting a pleading glance towards Feng Mo, understanding her unspoken plea. Feng Mo smiled and said, "Why must the clan leader reject those who come to offer assistance? This king is aware of your unwavering loyalty to the Wanxi Valley. Had it not been for the treachery of vile individuals in the past, you would not have fallen into such dire straits. Your king understands this as well, but given the current need to navigate among various clans, he cannot afford to appear personally." As he spoke, he produced Yin Xian from his cloak and continued, "He has dispatched Su Qing and your young prince, pleading fervently for me to rescue you from your plight. Do you truly not recognize your young prince?" The middle-aged man and several other men in green garments exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to fathom such news. Yet, the Yin Xian before them was undoubtedly genuine. Few could have extricated the young prince from Yin Linchent's grasp without sustaining any harm. Their king bore the bloodline of the ancient dragon god. At once, the middle-aged man, tears glistening in his eyes, along with the other green-clad men, knelt before them, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young prince. We are the perpetrators of the previous Snake King's demise. Even if we have been wronged, we have betrayed the king's trust and nurturance, as well as the entire snake tribe. The Zweiking clan willingly accepts this punishment, vowing that for generations to come, we shall remain here in this blood-soaked marsh as recompense for the king's grace." This series of events left Su Qing utterly astounded, and she couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Feng Mo. Merely through a few words, he had earned such profound trust from the Zweiking clan. Casting a glance at Yin Si in his arms, she found herself curious. Had he anticipated encountering such a dilemma on their journey? Yet, the skills possessed by Feng Mo were not something an ordinary person could emulate. When had Yin Linxin ever uttered such words that she was unaware of? The cold and unyielding figure that had once been so distant was now depicted as pleading with Feng Mo, which struck Su Qing as humorous. Naturally, she allowed a laugh to escape her lips, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity towards her. Chapter 27. Entering the village feeling somewhat awkward under the multitude of gazes. Su Qing managed a few dry chuckles. Unable to bear the scrutiny, deciding to fabricate a story for herself, she remarked, "Indeed, I believe your loyalty would surely bring solace to your king, even in death." Noticing their continued stares, she steeled herself to continue. "However, I must assert that I perceive your actions as foolish loyalty." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, one of the green-clad men stood up in a fit of anger. "What do you, a mere mortal, understand?" With a scoff, she retorted, "I may not comprehend everything. Yet if you are indeed ensnared by deception, what purpose does your eternal residence here serve? Does it not merely lead to your demise? Remaining here renders you incapable of fulfilling your loyalty to your king. Moreover, considering that many of your clansmen are currently afflicted by malevolent energies, instead of allowing us to assist them, you stubbornly cling to your so-called beliefs. Is that not the very definition of foolish loyalty? Perhaps you are not even loyal. You are simply selfish and cowardly." Su Qing's words left the green-clad man speechless, forcing him to retreat with a huff of discontent. Mu Hua glanced at Su Qing, not wishing to engage in further conversation with the two, when suddenly a beautiful woman emerged from the defensive barrier. This woman wore a pallid expression, her steps unsteady. Exuding an air of weakness, cradling an infant of merely a few months, she softly spoke. "Husband, I believe this young lady speaks the truth. Ahung, were you not told to rest properly?" Mu Hua's demeanor softened. Even the most resolute of men could not help but display tenderness in such a moment. He stepped forward to support the frail Ahung, who smiled weakly and, gazing at the child in her arms, sighed, "Husband, this child is the youngest of our clan. Their parents could not endure and have perished, and my heart aches for this little one. This young lady is correct. We must be loyal, but we must also live first." Upon saying this, Ahung knelt at Mu Hua's feet, exclaiming, "I, Ahung, dare to beseech for a glimmer of hope for our kin. I shall shoulder all consequences. I am willing to bear any slander, regardless of how the snake tribe views me." Ahung. Mu Hua quickly helped the kneeling Ahung to her feet. Tenderly brushing the dust from her knees, he held her tightly, his gaze complex and hesitant as it settled on the infant in her arms. So, this was Xiao Qing's mother, Ahung. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty. No wonder Xiao Qing was such a graceful young lady. Yet it seemed her health had been utterly depleted. Nevertheless, her words stirred a flicker of doubt within Mu Hua. Perhaps this could be their breakthrough. When Su Qing looked at Ahung, the latter returned a gentle glance towards Su Qing and Feng Mo, nodding at them. "My lord, young lady, please save my kin. The malevolent energy is too terrifying. If this continues, they may struggle to survive. Rest assured, as long as you lay aside your factional differences, this king shall certainly dispel the malevolent energy for your kin." Feng Mo smiled, and Su Qing suddenly realized that the reason these individuals had refused their aid was due to the fact that those who sought to rescue them were not from the Wanqi Valley. Allowing them to assist would equate to connecting with outsiders, and after years of unwavering loyalty, how could they betray the Wanqi Valley? This thought left Su Qing both amused and infuriated. Loyalty in itself was commendable, but it ought not to devolve into foolishness. Yet, she was also curious about the events that had transpired back then, leading them to descend from their former heights to their current state. Had Yin Linxin's protection been based on knowledge of the situation, or had he simply acted out of compassion? Ultimately, Mu Hua could not withstand Ahung's plea, deeply sighing as he requested, "I implore you, my lord and young lady, to enter our clan and save my kin." Ahung smiled with gratitude as Su Qing and Feng Mo exchanged glances, and in that moment, Su Qing seemed to catch a glimpse of Feng Mo's anticipatory expression. Did he know this all along? Was he truly that perceptive? Mu Hua opened the defensive barrier, gesturing for Feng Mo and Su Qing to enter with them. Feng Mo, showing no hesitation, strode forward, with Su Qing closely trailing behind. Upon entering the protective barrier, a blinding light engulfed them, prompting Su Qing to instinctively close her eyes. After a considerable moment, she gradually opened them to find herself in a dilapidated village. Rows of houses stood in disarray. Yet the streets were devoid of any bustling activity. Only 2 guards stood at the village entrance, momentarily startled upon seeing Mu Hua and the others. Yet they offered no further reaction, simply kneeling in reverence. "We greet the clan leader." "We greet the lady." Mu Hua nodded and turned to Feng Mo, who chuckled lightly and addressed the guards. "Gather all those within your clan who are still able to move and bring the afflicted by the malevolent energy to the central square of your village." The guards, unfamiliar with Feng Mo, inquired with Mu Hua and Ashan, and upon receiving their nods, hurriedly went off to make arrangements. Mu Hua gestured politely, leading the way ahead. "How do you plan to rescue them?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, little beauty." Feng Mo gazed at Su Qing with a smile in his eyes. Su Qing, irritated, pinched his waist, causing him to wince and frown, nearly crying out in pain. "Only you would dare treat me this way," he complained. "Stop rambling and tell me. Do you have a way to save them?" Feng Mo replied with a mysterious smile, adopting a theatrical pose, "Of course. I do. You shall find out soon enough. Why the rush? Aren't you curious whether my rescue might endanger myself?" As he spoke, he feigned an injured look, gazing longingly at Su Qing, who could only manage a dry laugh. She had been preoccupied with rescuing Xiao Qing's kin, yet had never asked Feng Mo if his methods would pose a threat to himself. This matter was not his obligation. He was merely being kind, and her own panic had led her to feel a twinge of guilt as she asked, "Will it harm you?" Feng Mo seemed quite pleased with her guilt, chuckling. "Not at all. I'm the Serpent King, having cultivated for over a millennium." He leisurely waved the fan in his hand, swaggering after Mu Hua and the others. "All right, I'll take back my earlier thoughts. This fellow has no sense of propriety." Su Qing shook her head in exasperation, hastening to follow, hoping that this time they could indeed aid Xiao Qing's people. Allowing her to pursue the artifact with peace of mind, in the central square of the village, Mu Hua, Ashan, and Feng Mo, along with Su Qing, silently observed the group of Zweiking clansmen being led toward the center of the square by the guards. Most appeared pale and weak, some even unconscious as they were brought in. Upon seeing Feng Mo and Su Qing, their expressions varied. Yet, as it was the village chief's arrangement, they complied without question. Mu Hua, looking at the dwindling number of his clansmen, felt a surge of complex emotions. Kneeling on one knee before Feng Mo, he implored, "My lord, please save my people. In the future, we shall repay your kindness within our means." Feng Mo chuckled lightly. "There's no need for that. I am merely an observer." With that, he produced a small jade bottle from his hand. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a beam of sky-blue light suddenly emanated from within the bottle. As the light dissipated, a graceful and beautiful young woman appeared in the square. Notably, she exuded a refreshing aura, her amber eyes sparkling with clarity, giving off an impression of innocence that made one instinctively want to draw closer. The appearance of the girl not only stunned Mu Hua and the others, but also left Su Qing, who had followed Feng Mo, speechless. However, standing on the elevated platform, it was not the time to speak. Although they were all taken aback, no one dared to approach and inquire about the girl's origins. The girl smiled gently, moving her lotus-like steps, and nodded lightly at the group of Zweiking clansmen in the center of the square. Her voice was melodious and pure, and it was Su Qing's first encounter with such an ethereal being since arriving in this otherworldly realm. I am the 27th Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan. Xuanming, I hope for your understanding as I intrude today. What? She is of the Spirit Clan. Aren't they always reclusive? Murmurs of disbelief circulated through the square. Just then, the composed Mu Hua regained his composure. Softly clearing his throat, silence. Young Miss Xuanming has come here specifically to dispel the demonic energy within you all. Do not create further disturbances. Thank you. Mu Hua bowed slightly to Xuanming, who returned the gesture politely. Swiftly, she formed several elegant hand seals, closing her eyes gradually, and then her body began to levitate. As she ascended, her eyes suddenly flew open, and a wave of sky-blue energy rapidly spread across the square. With the dispersal of the energy, cries of agony erupted from the crowd. Accompanying the screams, thick crimson mist surged from the bodies of the afflicted. Unflustered, Xueming swiftly formed another seal, causing the escaping crimson mist to dissipate. Miss Xueming, when did you come here? How did you end up in the jade bottle? Su Qing, noticing the improvement in the crowd's condition, could no longer contain her curiosity and edged closer to the relaxed Feng Mo. Seeing her approach, Feng Mo smiled and teased, "Little beauty, are you so curious about Xueming because you're jealous that I've been carrying her? Be serious." Su Qing retorted, perplexed by Feng Mo's whimsical thoughts. Feng Mo clicked his tongue, feigning disappointment. "What a pity! I'm so heartbroken. Little beauty isn't jealous." Su Qing shot him a glare, choosing silence and turning her head away in frustration. Only then did Feng Mo chuckle and explain. The jade bottle is a magical artifact capable of containing all things. Xueming was able to conceal her presence because of it. She suggested coming here, and since you needed assistance, I decided to bring her along. Su Qing nodded, then asked, "What exactly is the Spirit Clan? How many clans are there?" However, Feng Mo, now serious, replied, "The less you know about her and the Spirit Clan, the better it could be a matter of life and death. Why does a mere mortal concern herself with such matters?" Su Qing pouted defiantly. "Is it so wrong for mortals to know?" Yet, respecting Feng Mo's warning, she refrained from pressing further. After all, it was not her concern. As long as Xueming could help Xiaoqing's kin, that was sufficient. While Su Qing pondered this, Xueming gradually withdrew her spiritual energy, landing lightly on the ground, her complexion slightly pale. The crowd, though weak, knelt on one knee, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, young Miss Xueming, for allowing us to resume our cultivation." Xueming smiled gently, retrieving a piece of jade from her sleeve and tossing it into the air. The jade instantly radiated a soft glow. "This is my Spirit Clan's purification jade. With this as the focal point, the village shall be safeguarded from demonic energy. Tomorrow, I will venture to the Blood Marsh to seal the demonic energy there." "Thank you, young Miss Xueming." The crowd looked at her with gratitude before joyfully departing the square. The problem of the demonic energy that had plagued them for so long was no longer an issue, and they could continue their cultivation without fear for their lives. How could they not be happy? Yet, in contrast to the joy of the clansmen, the village chief Mu Hua and his Shun were less elated. Mu Hua stepped forward. "Rooms have been prepared at my home. I kindly invite you, my lord, Miss Xueming, and esteemed guest Su Qing to follow me." Xueming nodded weakly, smiling at Feng Mo. "Brother Mo, what do you think? Am I impressive?" Feng Mo chuckled in reply. "Indeed, Xueming is quite remarkable." Su Qing observed the two with suspicion. They seemed very familiar with each other, yet Feng Mo was good at feigning ignorance, acting as though he and Xueming were not close acquaintances in her presence. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Qing shrugged it off, only to find Xueming gazing intently at her. Instinctively, she touched her face, wondering if there was something amiss. "Thank you once again, young Miss Xueming." Su Qing smiled warmly. Xueming snapped back to reality, then asked, "May I know your name, dear lady? I only knew that Brother Mo brought a lady along, but I was unaware of your name during my rest in the jade bottle." "Su Qing. Sister Qing. How delightful to meet you." Su Qing was taken aback by Xueming's sweet address. Did she really call her sister? She shot a puzzled glance at Feng Mo, who merely shrugged, appearing equally bewildered. "Hello." Su Qing responded awkwardly, but Xueming cheerfully took hold of her arm. "Sister Qing, let us sleep together tonight. I'm very fond of you." Chapter 29. The missing demon core. What is happening now? Su Qing was left dumbfounded as Xueming enthusiastically pulled her along to the village chief's home. Overwhelmed by the affable demeanor of this seemingly familiar girl, Mu Hua and Ahen's home was modest yet impeccably clean, furnished with all the essentials. Ahen smiled gently and said, "Dear guests, please make yourselves comfortable while I prepare some delectable dishes." "Madam, please wait." Su Qing, noticing Ahen's slightly unsteady gait, could not help but speak up. Ahen turned back in confusion. Su Qing smiled and inquired, "May I assist you in the kitchen, madam?" "Of course, Xueming wishes to join as well," chimed in Xueming, eager to lend a hand. Ahen looked at her husband, Mu Hua, and nodded kindly. Certainly, as long as you two ladies do not mind. Please follow a hen. Sister Qing, let us go, Xuan Ming exclaimed excitedly. Pulling Su Qing along after Ahen, Yu Qing felt a twinge of helplessness. She suddenly realized how appearances can be deceiving. When Xuan Ming was silent, she resembled an ethereal fairy untouched by the world. Yet now she appeared like a mischievous sprite that had descended into the mortal realm. Perhaps that was the charm that endeared Xuan Ming to others. The kitchen in Mu Hua's home was rather spacious. Perhaps owing to a hen's passion for cooking, Yu Qing couldn't help but envy a hen. It was evident that this woman was enveloped in Mu Hua's unwavering love and care, which lent her an aura of profound gentleness. Was this the family that Xiao Qing had longed for day and night? But why did she still appear unchanged even after the demonic energy had been dispelled? Xuan Ming, did you not cleanse the demonic energy completely? Su Qing whispered to Xuan Ming. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ming glanced at a hen and shook her head. Not at all. My spiritual power possesses purifying abilities, so that is impossible. Then what about the madam? Xuan Ming fixed her gaze on a hen, and, feeling bold, she rotated her wrist and channeled her spiritual power to probe a hen's body from a distance. A hen paused, seemingly lost in thought, but then resumed washing the vegetables as if nothing had happened. What is it? Oh, nothing. She harbors no demonic energy. Perhaps her husband has protected her well. Su Qing pointed incredulously at a hen, questioning how someone who appeared so frail and pale could be devoid of demonic energy. Xuan Ming chuckled and promptly clarified Su Qing's confusion. Because she lacks a core, just as mortals have no heart, a demon without a core is akin to a half-mortal. Yet fundamentally, she is not a mortal. So that is how it is, Xuan Ming pouted, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and then shifted her tone. But I am quite curious. Logically, demons concentrate their entire life force within their cores. How could she maintain her human form without one? Shouldn't it lead to either reverting to their original form or scattering their demon soul? How perplexing! Su Qing gazed at a hen in astonishment, realizing that a hen's apparent frailty was indeed due to the absence of a core. Xuan Ming, noticing Su Qing's bewilderment, cheerfully took her hand and said, Sister Qing, I heard from Brother Imo that you are quite the culinary expert. Would you mind showing Xuan Ming a thing or two? Oh, Miss Su knows how to cook? A hen, busy with her tasks, looked up with a smile. Yu Qing, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled. I know a bit. I used to cook with Xiao Qing. A hen nodded thoughtfully, then couldn't help but ask, is Xiao Qing doing well? After all, being Xiao Qing's mother, how could she not worry about her daughter's well-being? Su Qing nodded. Xiao Qing is doing splendidly. She has grown into a graceful young lady and often speaks of you. Missing you dearly. Upon hearing this, a hen's eyes glistened with tears, and she couldn't suppress a sniffle, her voice trembling. As long as she is safe and sound, that is all that matters. Xuan Ming, noticing the emotional shift in the atmosphere, hurriedly interjected, Sister Qing, let's focus on cooking. I have exhausted much of my spiritual energy and am quite famished. Can you prepare those delicious little lobsters Brother Imo mentioned for me? Oddly, how did Feng Imo know that she cooked lobsters? How could he have known they were delicious? She had only made them for Xiao Qing. Then I shall humbly take charge of the kitchen tonight. A hen smiled at Su Qing to Su Qing, feeling a hint of regret. Shook her head. I can manage other dishes, but I cannot prepare lobsters. Well, as long as it is something Sister Qing has made, I will be content, Xuan Ming said, playfully tugging at Su Qing's arm. Su Qing found herself both amused and exasperated by Xuan Ming's familiarity. Yet, she quite liked Xuan Ming. She nodded in agreement. Then I shall do my best to whip up a few dishes. While still following the madam's lead, a hen and Xuan Ming exchanged glances, both nodding in approval. Yu Qing no longer hesitated, taking a quick glance around the kitchen before deciding to prepare a few simple home-style dishes. Minced eggplant, kung pao chicken, and braised carp. A hen also made some soup and sautéed vegetables, and the three of them cheerfully brought the dishes to the table. From a distance, the delightful aroma of the food wafted into the living room. Feng Imo and Mu Hua exchanged casual pleasantries before heading toward the entrance. Seeing Su Qing chatting amiably with a hen and Xuan Ming, a warm feeling surged within him. What has transpired tonight? Su Qing looked up just in time to meet Feng Mo's teasing gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Xuan Ming dashed forward, proudly showcasing the Kung Pao chicken. Brother Mo, you were right. Sister Qing's cooking is simply marvelous. I have never tasted anything so delectable. As if recalling something, she glanced at a hen. Of course, Madame's dishes are also exceptionally delicious. This comment elicited a light laugh from a hen, who remarked, "Tonight, a hen feels truly humbled by Miss Su's culinary skills. However, everyone has feasted well tonight." Mu Hua, who had joined Feng Mo, took the dishes from a hen and embraced his wife. "A hen, you have worked hard tonight." He then turned to Su Qing and the others, politely urging, "Please, come inside." Xueming was the first to step into the room, while Feng Mo leaned casually against the door, observing Su Qing with a smile. Su Qing, taken aback by his earnest gaze, wondered, "Is there something on my face?" "No. I just suddenly find you quite beautiful," Feng Mo said with a smile, stepping forward to take the dish from Su Qing's hands as they entered the house. His rare sincerity made Su Qing feel slightly out of sorts. By the way, how did you know I made lobsters? Feng Mo halted abruptly, and in her haste, Su Qing bumped into his back. Winching from the pain, Su Qing grimaced, and Feng Mo turned to gently lift her hand, scrutinizing her forehead. "Does it hurt?" Chapter 30. Is this a dream? Su Qing instinctively shook her head, perhaps feeling unaccustomed to Feng Mo's style. She quickly withdrew her hand. Feng Mo said nothing further, and they walked into the room, where the table was already set with dishes. Upon their entrance, Mu Hua graciously offered the seat of honor to Feng Mo and Su Qing. Su Qing pondered for a moment, then nudged Xuan Ming into the seat of honor, while she casually took a less prominent position, feeling she had contributed little along the way in her view. She was merely a bystander and saw no need to claim a place of prominence. Xuan Ming happily picked up a piece of chicken and gave a thumbs up, exuberantly exclaiming, "Sister Qing, this is absolutely delicious. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate." Mu Hua and a hen exchanged amused glances, asking, "We were unaware that Miss Su possessed such culinary prowess. There's someone special in your heart." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Qing felt a burning gaze fixated on her, but she merely smiled to herself. "It all depends on fate. There's no rushed, I see," a hen said with a hint of regret, while Mu Hua gently patted her hand and poured himself a glass of wine. Standing up, "Today, I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of my Zhu Yiqing clan for your efforts in saving us from peril." "You are too kind." Su Qing stood to drink a toast, and Xueming cheerfully raised her glass as well, while Feng Mo simply sipped as lightly. By the way, Xueming, do you feel confident in sealing that blood marsh tomorrow? You appeared quite fatigued today. After taking a few bites, Su Qing casually asked, and Xueming thought for a moment before smiling. "Sister Qing, rest assured, it is nothing to worry about." After finishing her words, she awkwardly added, "However, Xueming has not fully inherited the position of the saintess yet, so her spiritual power is still not very formidable. Therefore, Xueming can only ensure that the blood marsh remains sealed for about 100 years under normal circumstances. If we wish to avoid disturbances, it would be prudent to leave the blood marsh as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Mu Hua furrowed his brows and shook his head, stating, "We bear the weight of our sins. Even if it means death, we shall not depart from the blood marsh without the king's command. Moreover, even if we were to leave, the vastness of the demon realm offers us no sanctuary." Su Qing found it difficult to comprehend why Mu Hua was so insistent, especially since Yan Linchen did not seem inclined to offer assistance. Although she had once managed to summon aid to rescue Xiao Qing's kin, she could not rely on that every time. Perhaps the only breakthrough lay with Ashan Ti. Her surprise, Ashan's gaze was filled with admiration for Mu Hua's decision. She understood her husband's character well and recognized his convictions. While she longed to rescue her people from peril, she also harbored a stubbornness deep within her. As long as their clan had not received the king's decree of release, they would not step out of the blood marsh, even if it meant death. Feeling her wife's support, Mu Hua cast a grateful glance at her, realizing that with such a wife, what more could he desire? Having reached this point, Su Qing, being an outsider, felt it inappropriate to voice further opinions. At least they could remain undisturbed for another century, and she herself would not live to see that day. Perhaps there would be other opportunities in the future. After dinner, feeling bored, Su Qing noticed Feng Mo and Mu Hua engaged in discussion and sought refuge from Xiuming. Alone, she climbed to the rooftop with Yan Xian and a jug of wine. Gazing at the full moon while sipping delicately, "Ah, Xian, how I wish you were awake right now," Su Qing mused, taking another sip. For some reason, the sight of Shan's eyes moistening while speaking of Xiaoqing during dinner made her unconsciously think of Yan Xian. In a soft, pitiful voice echoing in her mind, she patted herself, feeling as if she were a mother. How could a mother not acknowledge her child? What a foolish thing to think. After reveling in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a cool voice from beside her. Blinking in a daze, she turned to the source of the sound. In the moonlight, a figure clad in off-white appeared, and upon seeing the serene silhouette, Su Qing grinned foolishly, turning back to stroke Yan Xian. "Xian, I must be quite intoxicated to see your mercurial father." At the edge of the rooftop stood Yan Linchen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This woman had indeed formed such an impression of him. Contemplating this, Yan Linchen took a step forward, almost instantaneously arriving before Su Qing. He looked down at her, who was already a bit tipsy. With a hint of disdain, the memory of the last time she had drunkenly vomited all over him was still fresh. Yet, it seemed she had no recollection of what had transpired afterward. After that incident, Yan Linchen had detested having to discard his attire and hurriedly change, still feeling revolted. However, he reconsidered and decided to check on Su Qing, knowing that Yan Xian still needed her. And she certainly could not simply perish. Indeed, he found her sprawled drunkenly on the ground, completely oblivious. How troublesome! Yan Linchen gently lifted Su Qing, carrying her and unceremoniously tossing her into the pond in the back courtyard of Wudong Garden for a few washes. Before hoisting her back to her room, as if she were a chick, he intended to drop her directly onto the bed. But as Su Qing sneezed a couple of times, she groggily opened her eyes, though she seemed not to fully grasp her surroundings. "Yan Linchen, wake up and change your clothes." Yan Linchen snapped, genuinely not wanting to deal with her. If it weren't for needing to lure Feng Mo out, he wouldn't have come to Wudong Garden at all. Yan Linchen, you are truly handsome." Su Qing gazed at him, becoming infatuated once more, audaciously placing her hands on his cheek. Before Yan Linchen could react, she quickly rose on tiptoe and pecked him on the lips, licking the corner of her mouth in astonishment, unabashedly exclaiming, "So sweet." Then she lay back down, leaving Yan Linchen with a face pale as iron. Reflecting on the previous events and witnessing Su Qing's current drunken state, he refrained from getting too close, merely extending a hand to offer her something. "What is it?" Su Qing, still not overly intoxicated but unable to distinguish reality from dreams, gazed up at Yan Linchen with a perplexed expression. "Tomorrow, after Xiuming seals the blood marsh, discreetly hand this object to Mu Hua. Do you understand? Why don't you give it to him yourself?" Su Qing grumbled, rising to her feet, wobbling slightly and nearly dropping Yan Xian. Yet Yan Linchen maintained a stoic expression and steadied her with a hand, causing her intoxication to fade significantly. Staring blankly at Yan Linchen, she hesitantly inquired, "Is this a dream?" Chapter 31. How swiftly the world changes. What do you think? Yan Linchen glared at the half-awake Su Qing, pointing at the snake egg. "If you dare to wander around with Xian again, I wouldn't hesitate to toss you into a snake den. A whole batch of snake hatchlings has recently emerged." Su Qing looked at Yan Linchen, startled, as she had been uncertain moments ago about whether this was a dream. She was now 100% certain that the man before her, with his capricious demeanor and threatening tone, was indeed real. She laughed cheerfully, promptly flattering him. "Our esteemed snake king possesses such a broad mind. How could you bear to send a weak woman like me into a snake den to feed them?" She then lifted Yan Xian. "If our little Xian wakes up and finds his mother missing, how sad he would be. As his father, you wouldn't want to see him upset, would you?" Yan Linchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing Su Qing's performance. Once she finished, he coldly replied, "Are you done? Is there anything else you wish to say?" This woman had indeed become increasingly shameless, now even using Xian as a shield. Hearing his words, Su Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. thinking how he offered no mercy whatsoever. Didn't he know that leaving some room for negotiation would make future encounters easier? What else could there possibly be? Su Qing cautiously tilted her head to look at Yan Linchen. In the moonlight, the contours of his face appeared almost luminescent, perfectly sculpted beyond imagination. However, Su Qing truly had no time to dwell on such matters. Take this. Deliver it to Mu Hua tomorrow. Yan Linchen, uninterested in further conversation with Su Qing, stated directly, and no matter how he phrased it, this woman always managed to find excuses to feign ignorance. So he decided to be straightforward. Su Qing, puzzled, accepted the string of jade gourds from Yan Linchen. Curious, what is this for? Since the Snake King has arrived, why not personally deliver it to Mu Hua? Do as I say. No need for all these questions. Su Qing glanced at Yan Linchen's icy expression, unable to suppress her complaints. I've never seen someone so demanding. What an attitude. One might think you were owed millions. What are you saying? Yan Linchen furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. This woman was once again spinning tales about him. I have my reasons for asking you to do this. Simply follow my instructions without questioning. Understood. You are the boss. Your word is law. Su Qing pouted, thinking that the Snake King insisted on maintaining an air of superiority even when seeking help. After putting away the jade gourds, she prepared to leave. Wait. Su Qing turned, asking irritably, does the Snake King have any further instructions? Can you please say it all at once? Confronted by her impatience, Yan Linchen stood frozen for a few seconds, momentarily at a loss for what else to command her. After a moment's thought, he improvised a vague question. Aren't you curious why I had to punish them and come here in person? What is there to be curious about? They were framed all along, and you don't believe they betrayed your father, do you? Su Qing stared at Yan Linchen as if he were a fool, yawning while cradling the snake egg, casually stating, if the Snake King has nothing else to say, I shall take my leave. I am truly tired. Without waiting for Yan Linchen to say anything, and not even wanting to see his expression upon hearing her words, Su Qing descended the long ladder from the rooftop, leaving behind a bewildered Yan Linchen. Indeed, she was far too weary this evening, compounded by the fact that Su Qing had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, rendering her unable to keep her eyes open as she made her way back to her room. Xueming, feeling exceedingly bored, paced back and forth in the room, and upon seeing Su Qing return, immediately rushed forward to inquire, Sister Qing, where have you been? I'm so bored. Su Qing forced her eyelids to lift just enough to glance at Xueming, then shoved a snake egg into her arms. Too lethargic to even bother with washing up, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep within mere seconds. Xueming sighed at the sight, tucked Su Qing under the covers, and then began to scrutinize the snake egg in her hands. Why is there such a powerful seal on it? Xueming wondered, reaching out to probe the egg, only to be repelled by a surge of force that jolted her hand back, with a grave expression. Xueming clenched her trembling hand, glancing apprehensively at the snake egg. How could this be? Impossible. She turned to look at the slumbering Su Qing and, deciding not to linger, hurriedly cradled the snake egg and rushed out, heading directly to Feng Mo's room, knocking urgently on the door. Brother Mo, it's Xueming. I have something urgent. Feng Mo opened the door, glancing at the anxious Xueming, and asked, what is it? Xueming held up the snake egg. Brother Mo, whose child is this? What? Has our little Xueming taken a liking to him? Xueming, exasperated, replied, Brother Mo, please don't apply your usual teasing tactics on me. I simply want to know whose child it is. I found it by the roadside. It looked like it belonged to the same clan, so I let Su Qing take it along. Is that really the case? Indeed, Xueming regarded the snake egg, clearly skeptical of Feng Mo's words that it certainly did not resemble an ordinary member of the snake clan, yet the entire shell was enveloped in a crimson seal. In her attempts to probe, it yielded no results. Unable to pry further from Feng Mo, Xueming felt a twinge of disappointment as she prepared to return to her room. Xueming, I advise you to heed my words. You are aware of how you came to be here, and if you wish to continue living freely, do not stir up trouble. Xueming halted in her tracks. How could she not understand? This freedom had been hard-won over a millennium, yet this snake egg might be linked to that individual. How could she simply disregard it? I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Mo, I want to speak further on this matter, she sighed, feeling somewhat dejected as she retreated to her room. Behind her, Feng Himo gazed up at the full moon in the sky, preparing to close the door and retire for the night, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Exclaiming, "Why do troublesome matters keep surfacing one after another? Ah, how difficult it is to seek a peaceful existence." With this turn of events, it seemed chaos would once again reign over several realms. How swiftly the heavens shift! Afterward, a gust of wind swept by, restoring the surroundings to a tranquil state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet it seemed destined that everything was on the verge of a quiet transformation. Upon returning to her room, Xueming gently placed the snake egg beside the slumbering Su Qing and quietly lay down on the other side of her friend, who had been in deep slumber for quite some time. Chapter 32. The Fall of the Divine Artifact the following morning. As Su Qing awoke, she discovered Xueming peacefully sleeping while embracing her. Yin Xian was also comfortably situated nearby. How can this girl have such a poor sleeping posture? Su Qing thought, carefully maneuvering Xueming's hands and feet, fearful that any sudden movement might rouse her. Opening the door, she found the weather still drearily overcast, as Su Qing had noticed this upon her arrival. Perhaps it was due to the blood marsh's persistent emanation of demonic energy. Even with a protective barrier, not a sliver of sunlight penetrated. However, she was surprised to see numerous members of the Bamboo Leaf Green clan walking in small groups along the road, heading in the direction of the square where they had gathered the previous day. Squinting, Su Qing spotted Feng Mo, who was leaning against the doorframe, quietly observing the people, stifling a yawn and stretching. She approached him to greet, "Good morning." Feng Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "The little beauty is up early. What's this? Could it be that you've been unable to sleep? Missing me?" Su Qing had grown accustomed to Feng Mo's teasing and brushed aside his remarks, asking, "What are they up to? Don't look at me. They aren't my people from Qingshan, so it's not my concern." Feng Mo shrugged innocently as Su Qing rolled her eyes and headed straight for the kitchen. Regardless, she decided it was best to fill her stomach before anything else. Feng Mo, intrigued, followed her into the kitchen. Observing Su Qing's busy movements, he inquired, "What are you making today?" "Just some noodles." Su Qing bent down to toss a piece of wood in the fire pit and retrieve the noodles she had prepared the night before. Tossing them into the boiling water, turning to Feng Mo, she gestured, "Come and help." "Me?" Feng Mo pointed incredulously at himself. Su Qing nodded emphatically. "Of course, the clan leader and his wife have gone to attend to matters. If I don't call you, should I call Xueming instead?" With an expression full of reluctance, Feng Mo ultimately agreed to assist with tending the fire, though his clumsy attempts only made Su Qing stifle her laughter. Noticing his discontented gaze, she quickly averted her eyes and skillfully continued preparing breakfast. All done, Su Qing fished the noodles from the pot and placed them in a bowl that had already been seasoned, stirring carefully before presenting it to Feng Mo with a smile. "This first bowl is for our hard-working Lord Feng Mo." Feng Mo, scrubbing his hands, accepted the bowl with a look of disdain, slurping a few bites before nodding. "The taste is quite good." Su Qing, suppressing her laughter, reached out to wipe the dust from his face. As Feng Mo raised his head, their eyes met, causing Su Qing to withdraw her hand as if struck by lightning. Cleared her throat. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why does your demon clan also prepare human food? Many times, you seem to live like humans. Demons shouldn't need to eat, right? You don't get hungry. Nor do you die." Feng Mo elegantly took another bite of noodles, sighing, "The lifespan of a demon is exceedingly long if we were to simply hide away and cultivate. Wouldn't that be rather dull? Thus, we live in human form, adopting your mortal lifestyle. Besides, human food is indeed quite delicious." Su Qing had never contemplated this before. She had always thought that a human's lifespan of merely over 100 years was a pity. But now reflecting on it, living in solitude for thousands of years seemed a cruel fate. "Sister Qing, have you cooked something delicious again? I can smell it from afar." Xueming rushed into the kitchen, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Feng Mo already eating. "Sister Qing, I want some too." Snapping back to reality, Su Qing smiled and nodded. "Of course, I wouldn't forget you." She expertly prepared 2 more bowls of noodles. After everyone had eaten their fill, Mu Hua and Ajan returned just in time to see the 3 chatting merrily in the living room. They exchanged glances, and Mu Hua stepped forward, clasping his hands apologetically. I apologize. Matters within the clan took longer than expected. May I ask if you all could accompany me to seal the blood marsh now? Of course, Xuanming stood up without hesitation. Since I promised you, I will certainly not go back on my word. We have been waiting here for the clan leader for quite some time. Mu Hua smiled apologetically and gestured for them to proceed. Then please, my lord and the two ladies, let us make our way to the blood marsh. This matter was not particularly urgent, but I am very curious about the artifact's appearance this time. His words struck like thunder, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned, with Su Qing looking the most astonished. Could it be that their target was also the artifact? Yet the artifact was the sole means to save Xian. If they had ulterior motives, what would happen to Xian? Mu Hua was the first to regain his composure, laughing off the tension. Though internally he was already on high alert, and my lord, we have been in the clan all along. We are unaware of where the artifact has manifested. Could it be that the artifact has appeared in the world? Feng Imo scoffed lightly, fixing Mu Hua with a sardonic gaze. If my memory serves me correctly, your Bamboo Leaf Green clan has one of the most reliable sources of information in the demon realm. With such a ruckus last night, how could you remain uninformed? Mu Hua fell silent, fully aware that this matter could not remain concealed from Feng Mo. However, as a member of Wanxi Valley, he knew that with the artifact's emergence, the first to be informed should be Yan Linchen. Husband, Ajan gently took Mu Hua's hand. Looking up at Feng Mo, you have saved our lives, and we have nothing to hide from you. We were indeed aware of the strange phenomena last night, and have confirmed the artifact's location. It appeared in the human realm, at Tianjin City. As far as we know, the artifact has only made its presence felt there and has not truly been unsealed. Ajan. Mu Hua gazed at his wife with a complex expression. After all, they were from Wanxi Valley. How can such a significant message be conveyed to others? My husband, they are our benefactors. At present, our clan is utterly incapable of repaying their kindness. Ahen immediately sought to comfort her spouse. Feng Mo smiled knowingly. How could he not comprehend Ahen's intentions? They were from the Wanxi Valley, yet owed a debt of gratitude to a person from Qingdao, even if they were to clear their name in the end. This alone would render them unrecognized by the various factions of Wanxi Valley. Now, she was willingly relinquishing the crucial information about the divine artifact. The implication was clear. You have aided me, and I have returned the favor. Each party attained what they desired, leaving no debts between them. Henceforth, there would be no leverage for coercion. Furthermore, if the artifact were truly to emerge, it was uncertain whether they in Qingdao could even obtain it. Having provided the information, any failure to secure it would be a matter for Qingdao to contend with. What a clever woman! Appearing gentle and refined on the surface, she was in truth exceptionally astute. Mu Hua was undoubtedly intelligent as well, yet he was overly loyal. However, with Ahen compensating for this shortcoming, it was no wonder they had managed to survive in this blood-soaked mire for so long. If Mu Hua were the king, then Ahen would be the strategist. Su Qing naturally perceived this clearly. While she was delighted that there were finally leads regarding the divine artifact, she was simultaneously apprehensive. Why did Feng Mo require the artifact? Chapter 33. Sealing the blood swamp, yet Su Qing remained silent throughout, deciding it best to observe the situation before speaking. The lady is a wise one. Rest assured at this moment, your Zhuyi Qing clan and my Qingdao have no debts between us. This is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Feng Mo suddenly interjected. Despite the gravity of his words, Su Qing could clearly discern the admiration in his gaze, indicating his appreciation for Ahen. I wonder, does the esteemed one also seek the divine artifact? Mu Hua, upon hearing Feng Mo's words, pondered for a moment and understood Ahen's good intentions. Earlier, when Ahen had unilaterally disclosed the artifact's whereabouts, he had held some resentment toward her. Yet now, he was filled with guilt, realizing that after being married to Ahen for so long, he still doubted that his wife would ever act to harm him. Ahen, sensing this, smiled at Mu Hua. Although they exchanged no words, the feelings of remorse and understanding swiftly dissolved between them as Su Qing, witnessing this scene, was suddenly filled with emotion. Perhaps this was the secret behind the enduring love of Xiao Qing's parents. Even when one remains silent, the other will surely understand. Feng Yamo did not respond to Mu Hua's words, but instead said, "The hour is late. We must proceed to seal the blood swamp. Once we complete these tasks, we should depart." He turned to the side, urging Xue Ming, who stood quietly in contemplation. "Let us go. Xue Ming, let us finish swiftly. There are pressing matters to attend to." Xue Ming nodded, her graceful steps transforming her into the image of a saint, effortlessly dissipating the awkwardness. "Then I must trouble the clan leader to lead the way. Soon, I will need Brother Mo and the king to accompany me." Mu Hua nodded. "This is our duty." Seeing this, Ah Hen approached softly, saying, "Husband, esteemed ones, the clan has matters to address. Moreover, as one who has lost her inner core, there is little I can accomplish, so I must trouble you all with this matter." Su Qing looked at Ah Hen in surprise. According to Xue Ming, the demon's inner core was akin to its life and vulnerability, that a demon without its inner core was not only in peril, but could also attract the covetous eyes of other demon clans. After all, although the inner core was lost, the spiritual essence remained, and absorbing it could still enhance one's cultivation, a fact she had inadvertently discussed with Xiao Qing. Yet at that time, Xiao Qing had shown no sign of knowing that her mother had lost her inner core. Thus, it was likely that Ah Hen had lost it only after Xiao Qing's birth. Feng Mo seemed unfazed by Ah Hen's words. However, given his cultivation level, it was no surprise to Su Qing that he could see through the matter without difficulty. Mu Hua led the way, while Feng Mo and Su Qing followed closely behind. The group traversed the village and made their way directly to the boundary. Along the way, many members of the Zhu Yiqing clan cast grateful glances at them. Yet, in the face of Su Qing, their expressions remained complex. Perhaps their deep-seated disdain for mortals was ingrained in their very essence. But Su Qing cared little for this. She had come to aid Xiao Qing. And now that her objective was achieved, whatever happened next was of no consequence. Upon exiting the boundary, a foul stench suddenly wafted through the air, nearly causing Su Qing to retch. Even Feng Mo and the others crinkled their noses in distaste. It seemed that the demonic aura had intensified since their arrival. Feng Mo pinched his nose disdainfully with a finger, remarking to Su Qing, who nodded in agreement, uncomfortably voicing, "Could this be related to those blood-colored shadows?" Indeed, it was the dispersing demonic aura that had allowed those minions of the demon clan to escape from the blood swamp. Mu Hua stepped forward, sensing the aura and pointing in a direction. The group followed him, and as the demonic aura thickened, the mist grew denser, obscuring their vision. Were it not for Mu Hua leading the way, Su Qing would have truly lost her sense of direction. After a cautious journey, they reached the edge of the blood swamp under Mu Hua's guidance. Throughout, Feng Mo and Xue Ming had been protecting Su Qing from behind. Su Qing cast a grateful glance at the two. Then, feeling nauseous, covered her mouth and nose and stepped back. Observing this, Feng Mo waved his fan, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped Su Qing. Feng Mo stepped forward and turned back to remind Su Qing, "Do not wander. Remember, as we seal the blood swamp, illusions may arise. Do not trust or listen to anything. The demon clan's lord excels at stirring one's inner demons and creating illusions if I do not personally open your protective barrier. You must not believe anything." Feng Mo seemed only cautious and serious in the presence of the demon clan. Su Qing instinctively nodded, grateful for the barrier that finally dispelled the nauseating stench surrounding her. Xue Ming pondered briefly before handing a short dagger to Su Qing. Su Qing accepted the dagger, inquiring, "Xue Ming, what is this? What Brother Mo just said is indeed wise, yet none of us know what may transpire. The blood swamp was left behind by the demon clan's lord, and sealing it is no simple task. Sister Qing, you are immortal and possess no means of self-defense. I am quite concerned." Xue Ming gazed at Su Qing with worry, then explained, "This dagger was gifted to me by someone very important. It is a spiritual object that can dispel demonic aura. With it, you'll be protected in times of need." Su Qing regarded the ancient dagger in her hand, feeling an unexpected weight, uncertain whether it was safer to keep it or to let it go. Xue Ming, noticing Su Qing's hesitation and unease, smiled at her. "Sister Qing, what are you thinking? This is merely a loan." After a brief pause, she added, "Xue Ming will not lose it. So, Sister Qing, do not feel burdened. With Shui Ming's reassurance, Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Urging, let us proceed. I will safeguard myself. You all be careful. She then stepped back a few paces, allowing Feng Mo and Shui Ming to move forward with Mu Hu T this moment, the blood swamp roiled with blood energy. And a vast amount of demonic aura surged forth. Could this truly be due to the emergence of the divine artifact? Do you dare to brazenly provoke us again? Shui Ming snorted coldly, her hands swiftly forming seals as a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged from her body. With a swift point of her toes, she ascended into the air above the blood swamp. You should return to the demon realm. As long as the spiritual clan exists, you shall not have the audacity to act recklessly. Having completed her seals, Shui Ming's gaze sharpened, her body flipping as the symbol manifested above, forming a massive and mysterious seal that locked onto the blood swamp. The demonic aura, sensing the threat, began to flee in all directions. Many dispersed upon meeting the seal, yet the sheer volume of demonic energy caused the seal to tremble slightly. Brother Mo, what are you waiting for? Quickly reinforce the seal. After casting the seal, Shui Ming's complexion turned pale as snow, yet she did not dare delay, urgently calling out to Feng Mo and Muhua. Upon hearing her words, the two showed no hesitation, swiftly charging towards the blood swamp. Chapter 34. Mi Luo's Dreamscape, Part 1. The two simultaneously unleashed their spells, reinforcing the seal. With their combined efforts, the demonic aura within the seal grew even more frenzied, violently slamming against the barrier. Su Qing gripped the dagger tightly, anxiously watching the situation of the three, astonished at how fearsome the so-called demon clan truly was. Gradually, the surrounding mist thickened, rendering the figures of the three increasingly indistinct. Su Qing felt an involuntary surge of fear, yet she found solace in the protective shield and dagger at her side. Why be so anxious, my little beauty? Feng Mo emerged from the haze with a wicked grin, holding his fan and gazing at Su Qing. Upon seeing him again, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Approaching with concern, she asked, "Are you all right?" Then, noticing something amiss behind Feng Mo, she inquired, "Where's Shui Ming and Chief Mu?" "They've already taken care of things. We should leave first. They'll handle the aftermath," Feng Mo replied softly, still wearing that playful smile. However, Su Qing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The person before her was Feng Mo, yet he felt strangely unlike himself, even if there was a need for cleanup. Feng Mo would never wait for others to do it, would he? "Where are we going?" Su Qing blinked, curiosity piqued, just as Feng Mo pulled her over with a carefree gesture. A delightful place. Of course, maintaining her outward smile, Su Qing swiftly drew the dagger from her sleeve and thrust it towards Feng Mo's arm, causing a thick stream of blood to erupt from the wound. He truly wasn't Feng Mo. The false Feng Mo let out a pained shriek, his face contorting with rage as he pointed menacingly at Su Qing. "Damn you, mortal! I will not let you escape." As soon as the words left his lips, the dagger in his arm emitted a purer form of spiritual energy, inflicting excruciating pain upon the impostor, whose eyes glared malevolently at Su Qing. "Impossible! How could a mere mortal see through my disguise?" Su Qing let out a cold laugh. "I may not be able to see through your facade, but I know precisely what kind of person Feng Mo is. Even if you can mimic his tone and appearance, deep down, you are not him." Just moments ago, she had been unclear about the dangers Shui Ming and Feng Mo had spoken of, but now, having experienced it firsthand, she was drenched in cold sweat. Had she followed the false Feng Mo without suspicion, what would the outcome have been? The impostor glared at Su Qing with venomous hatred and declared, "So be it. I shall ensure you never escape the Mi Luo dream." Su Qing stared at him in confusion, still processing his words when, without warning, the false Feng Mo transformed into a swirling mist of blood. Rushing forward, Su Qing retrieved her dagger and carefully wiped the grime off with a handkerchief before discarding it. Just as she was about to look up, a violent tremor shook the surroundings. Her body jolted several times, and when she finally steadied herself, she realized that the environment had changed. But she had been in the blood swamp just moments ago. The scene before her now bore no resemblance to the swamp at all. A gentle stream meandered through a landscape of dreamlike wildflowers. A girl in a pale pink dress sat by the stream, joyously splashing water, having removed her shoes and socks. Su Qing felt a surge of joy and was about to approach her when she suddenly noticed a boy walking towards the stream. Upon closer inspection, she was astounded to find that it was none other than Yin Linchen. Su Qing was shocked. How could Yin Linchen be here? And who was that girl? This was the first time she had seen Yin Linchen so gentle. Entirely different from a Yin Linchen she knew, gazing at the girl like a warm sun. It's still chilly. Don't go swimming. Be careful. Yin Linchen admonished, his tone full of concern despite the reprimanding words. Was this truly Yin Linchen? The girl, upon hearing his words, pouted playfully and splashed water at him, soaking his face. Rather than being angry, Yin Linchen laughed and pulled the girl into an embrace, tenderly lifting her delicate ankle from the water to dry it with care. Su Qing, watching from a distance, felt an unbidden surge of jealousy rise within her. Oh, this guy could be gentle too. Why did he always wear that expression toward her? That attitude. Yet now he was so tender with another girl. Even drying her feet, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She was determined to find out who that girl was to earn Yin Linchen's affection. With a huff, Su Qing marched forward, only to be halted by a long, cold hand gripping hers. Startled by the chill, she looked up to see Yin Linchen before her. But the Yin Linchen by the stream was also Yin Linchen. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, she recalled the words of the false phone MO about the Mi Luo dream, and as she surveyed her surroundings, a chill ran down her spine. She should indeed be in a blood swamp. Not in this idyllic realm, if that were the case. Could the Yin Linchen before her be yet another manifestation of that malevolent creature? Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why were these creatures so unoriginal? Always resorting to impersonation, she forcefully yanked her hand away from Yin Linchen and snapped, "What do you want?" Yin Linchen frowned, and I came to rescue you, of course. Su Qing scoffed, recognizing the familiar pattern. Without hesitation, she lunged at him with her dagger, aiming for his chest. Just as the dagger was about to reach him, he seized her wrist with a vice-like grip, so strong that she feared it would break. With a swift motion, he pushed, and the dagger was snatched from her grasp, leaving Su Qing stumbling backward in surprise. This act truly so convincing. Su Qing scrutinized the dark expression on Yin Linchen's face, pondering how she might have been deceived had she encountered him for the first time. Are you out of your mind? Yin Linchen shot her a cold glare, twirling the dagger in his hand. A Spirit Clan artifact. It seems your luck is rather remarkable. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Su Qing's mind raced. The voice and mannerisms were indeed strikingly similar to Yin Linchen's. Could he really be the genuine article? But that didn't seem plausible. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she noticed Yin Linchen staring in astonishment at the scene by the stream, where the two figures were locked in an embrace, sharing a kiss. Was he curious? Was he surprised? Could it be that the Yin Linchen before her was indeed the real one? Su Qing felt a twinge of doubt as she stepped closer, inquisitively asking, "Who are you kissing?" Yin Linchen shot her an exasperated glance. How should I know? Su Qing pursed her lips, realizing that the Mi Luo dream was vastly different from her previous encounter. Although it was still an illusion, the figures within it did not directly interact with them. Moreover, they seemed oblivious to their presence. Otherwise, given Yin Linchen's nature, he would have long since discovered and dealt with her. What was the significance of this spectacle? Was it possible that what she was witnessing was indeed a genuine event from Yin Linchen's past? Chapter 35. The Mi Luo Dream. Part 2. Are you truly unaware? Su Qing asked skeptically if her conjecture was accurate. Then, as the person involved, Yin Linchen could not possibly be ignorant of this matter. Yin Linchen narrowed his eyes, his tone turning increasingly displeased. Are you questioning me? Su Qing shook her head, crossing her arms as they both continued to observe the couple by the stream. Suddenly, the Yin Linchen by the stream waved his hand, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the two. And the scene took an intimate turn. The stream-side Yin Linchen gently lowered the girl onto the grass, tenderly peeling away her garments. The girl's skin appeared like snow, and she gazed shyly at the man before her. Though Su Qing had never been in a romantic relationship in her 24 years of life, she was well aware of what was about to transpire. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Casting a glance at Yin Linchen, She found herself curious about the man bearing his likeness engaging in such actions that, if he was indeed the real Yan Linchen, what thoughts must be swirling in his mind? Yan Linchen noticed Su Qing's gaze and shot her a glare, causing her to hastily feign innocence and look away, while the couple by the stream became lost in their own world. As Su Qing turned her back, her face burning as she listened to the strange sounds, feeling a shiver run through her entire being. Did you notice? The girl's features are completely obscured, Yan Linchen remarked calmly, his attention still fixed on the scene. As Su Qing, blushing furiously, looked up at him, incredulous that he could watch such a moment without a hint of embarrassment or excitement. Truly, he was an ancient being, unperturbed by such matters. Unaware of Su Qing's inner thoughts, Yan Linchen would likely have been furious had he known. Turning back, Su Qing saw that the couple was now dressed, embracing sweetly. Yet, despite her scrutiny, the girl's face remained elusive, as if obscured by a mosaic. Feeling a twinge of panic, she rushed a few steps closer, but no matter how near she got, the girl's features remained indistinct. As Su Qing sprinted forward, the two figures by the stream suddenly vanished, and the entire scene began to tremble. It was then that Su Qing realized she was no longer in a fairy tale realm. Beneath her feet flowed a torrent of molten lava, and the surroundings resembled a vast cavern, where magma erupted in all directions, the searing heat threatening to scorch her to oblivion. In her haste, her foot slipped, and she began to plummet downward. Before she could utter a cry, a bony hand grasped her tightly, pulling her back up with urgency. Looking at Yan Linchen before her, her heart raced as she patted her chest, reflecting on how precarious her situation had been. If she had fallen any further, she might not have survived. Are you truly the Lord of Serpents? If this is indeed a dream, surely it cannot follow me endlessly? Given the circumstances, Su Qing found herself more inclined to believe that Yan Linchen was indeed the real deal. Yan Linchen cast a cold glance her way, his expression inscrutable, finding her question rather foolish. However, rather than feeling offended, Su Qing chuckled with amusement. Lord of Serpents, how do we escape now? What brings you here? With Yan Linchen, the towering figure beside her, her fears began to dissipate. After all, he would bear the brunt of any troubles that arose. This is the Moreau dreamscape. Judging by this place, it undoubtedly represents a corner of the demon realm. Yan Linchen stepped forward, surveying the surroundings briefly before handing her a dagger. This dagger belongs to the Spirit Clan. Use it to cut your palm, and you shall be freed from this Moreau dreamscape. Cut? Su Qing hesitated, but her inherent trust in Yan Linchen compelled her to take the dagger and prepare to slice her hand. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "But what about you? Why are you here? What will happen to you when I leave this dream? Do you think I need you to worry about me?" "I have my own plans," Yan Linchen replied tersely, urging her, "Hurry. Feng Mo and the others have already sealed the blood marsh. If you do not awaken soon, they will come in. If you delay my affairs, do not blame me for turning ruthless." His threats were unmistakable, prompting Su Qing to roll her eyes at him, muttering, "Good intentions wasted on the ungrateful." With determination, she swiftly cut her palm with the dagger. And immediately, a torrent of blood flowed forth. As she did so, she noticed that Yan Linchen and the cavern began to blur increasingly. Amidst the haze, she could still hear his voice advising her, "Remember to give the item to Mu Hua." Before Su Qing could respond, a blinding light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in Feng Mo's embrace. "Sister Qing, you're awake?" "That's wonderful," Xue Ming exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Qing regain consciousness. Feng Mo, who had been prepared to forcefully enter the Moreau illusion, halted his actions, relief washing over him as he gently asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine now," Su Qing replied, touched by the concern etched on their faces. With Xue Ming's help, she rose and dusted off her clothes, noticing that the mist had dissipated. Although the surroundings still bore the marks of decay, the foul odor had vanished, and the blood marsh nearby was now completely sealed. "Sister Qing, what happened to you just now? We sensed that you had entered some sort of illusion." Su Qing cast a reproachful glance at Feng Mo, explaining, "A false Feng Mo appeared to deceive me, and when I used the dagger you gave me, That person declared I would be trapped in the Moreau dreamscape forever. The Moreau dreamscape? Mu Hua interjected. As far as I know, the chances of escaping once one enters the Moreau dreamscape are exceedingly slim, especially for a mere mortal like you. How did you manage to escape? Just as Su Qing was about to reveal that Yan Linxin had helped her, she reconsidered, since Yan Linxin did not want Feng Mo and the others to know he had been there. It was likely he would prefer to keep his involvement a secret. Smiling, she fabricated a tale. I have no idea. I just found myself in a cavern filled with lava. Then a few figures in black appeared. And when I tried to stab them with the dagger, I accidentally injured myself and woke up. Mu Hua pondered her words, stroking his chin thoughtfully before his eyes brightened. Everyone says entering the Moreau illusion is a life-or-death experience. Yet who would have imagined that the key to breaking it lies in self-harm? Consider this. When we encounter enemies, whether in reality or not, who would not point their sword at others? Su Qing chuckled softly. Regardless of the truth, Mu Hua's interpretation was far more plausible than her own. At least Sister Qing is all right. Indeed, but why does your complexion seem so pale? Su Qing grasped Xue Ming's hand, who looked a bit aggrieved. Isn't it obvious? I just used one of our clan's secret techniques. With insufficient spiritual energy, I naturally depleted my mental strength. Afterward, I'll prepare a few dishes for you to help you recover. Su Qing felt a pang of sympathy and squeezed Xue Ming's hand, realizing that her efforts to assist them had taken a toll on her. In stark contrast to the camaraderie shared among Su Qing, Xue Ming and the others, Feng Mo stood nearby with a slight smile, confident that his suspicions were indeed correct. Su Qing might truly be that person's Achilles heel. Chapter 36. How about a fair exchange? Mu Hua addressed the group with a bow. Now that the blood marsh no longer poses a threat to our clan, and the demonic energy surrounding our kin has been thoroughly dispelled, they can resume their cultivation normally. This is all thanks to the efforts of the esteemed lord and the two young ladies. Xue Ming stepped forward, gently lifting Mu Hua's hand, and smiled. The demon clan is our common enemy. Moreover, the recent expansion of the blood marsh's demonic energy is largely due to our spirit clan's inadequate oversight. Mu Hua nodded in agreement, suddenly asking, could this be related to the resurgence of divine artifacts? After all, the spread of demonic energy must be due to an inability to suppress it, if even divine artifacts cannot contain the demonic energy. It either indicates that the demon lord is awakening or that someone is attempting to manipulate the artifacts, employing extraordinary means to unleash the demonic energy. However, the former seems unlikely. The demon lord has been sealed for at least 10 millennia, and unless people deliberately mention it, many are likely to forget the existence of the demon clan. Very possible. Hence, our mission is to head to Tiangon City without delay. Su Qing stared at Feng Mo in astonishment, increasingly puzzled by this enigmatic figure. Why was he exerting so much effort to assist her, especially when they had barely met? Now, his objective seemed to involve the so-called divine artifacts, leaving her to wonder what his true intentions were. Su Qing could hardly believe that she possessed any captivating charm. Indeed, are you perhaps unwilling to accompany me to Tiangon City, my little beauty? Feng Mo remarked with a playful smile, fanning himself leisurely, his captivating gaze fixed intently on Su Qing. Xue Ming laughed. Brother Mo, don't look at Sister Qing like that. She will undoubtedly join us. She gazed at Su Qing with eager anticipation, prompting Su Qing to nod in acquiescence. Well, I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I might as well go. In that case, I shall not delay you any longer. Once you exit the blood marsh, make haste to the barrier and return to the human realm. Mu Hua pointed out the path leading out of the blood marsh. You must head that way. Feng Mo smiled. Then let us set off now, recalling that she had an item to deliver to Mu Hua. Su Qing quickly stepped forward, calling out to him, Clan leader Mu, please hold on. Mu Hua turned back, puzzled. What is it, Miss Su? Could I have a word with you? Xiao Qing entrusted me with something to give to you. Initially, Mu Hua had seemed resolute in severing ties with Xiao Qing, but he was ultimately her father. Su Qing did not believe he could be so heartless. Thus, she was taking a gamble, hoping for the opportunity to speak with Mu Hua. As expected, upon hearing Xiao Qing's name, Mu Hua paused, then sighed. Please follow me. Will you all wait for me? Su Qing asked with a smile, and Xue Ming nodded in understanding. You should hurry. We will wait for you. Once assured of their support, Su Qing followed Mu Hua to a different location. How is Xiaoqing? Mu Hua inquired, his expression complex. It had been ages since he last laid eyes on a child. As her father, how could he truly be so callous? His previous decisions, made out of necessity, were intended for Xiaoqing's well-being. Yet he felt a deep sense of guilt for failing to be a proper father to her. Su Qing observed Mu Hua's myriad concerns and nodded, retrieving the jade gourd from her arms and offering it to him. Xiaoqing is well to as for this. It is imperative that you receive it. The one who entrusted it to me said you would understand upon seeing it. Mu Hua reached for the jade gourd, and in an instant his countenance shifted dramatically, followed by an outburst of joyous laughter. He knelt, holding the jade gourd aloft, and the once stalwart man was now weeping profusely. The Zweiken clan shall forever remain loyal to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, loyal to the descendants of the Golden Python. Su Qing silently observed the kneeling Mu Hua, refraining from inquiries or comments. From the moment Yan Linchen appeared among the Zweiken clan, Su Qing knew that the millennia of suffering endured by their lineage had not been in vain. Miss Su, if you chance upon that esteemed individual again, could you convey a message on my behalf? That esteemed individual could undoubtedly only be Yan Linchen. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. Speak, and I shall ensure your words reach him. May the heavens rain down, may the world flourish. I implore you, esteemed one, to investigate those who participated in the events of yesteryear, particularly the Qingdao faction. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Qingdao? Was that not under the dominion of Feng Mo? Could he be entangled in the death of the previous Snake King? Yet, Feng Mo did not strike her as the type to act without facing the consequences, even if Qingdao operated in the shadows. Su Qing was inclined to believe that Feng Mo was unaware. However, whether there were indeed covert machinations at play remained uncertain. Recalling the vision she witnessed in the Mi Luo dreamscape of Yan Linchen and that girl in pink, Su Qing couldn't help but wonder if she was Yan Xian's mother. Yan Xian. Yet if that woman truly was Yan Xian's mother, why had she left Yan Linchen and abandoned Yan Xian? The two appeared deeply in love in the dream, and it was rare to see Yan Linchen exhibit such gentleness. Rest assured, I shall convey your message faithfully. You need not worry. Ultimately, Su Qing smiled wryly and shook her head. Perhaps such matters were not hers to meddle in, especially as even Yan Linchen himself seemed reluctant to believe the events depicted in that dream were real. After Mu Hua departed, Su Qing swiftly made her way toward Feng Mo and Xuanming. Regardless of the circumstances, she had successfully completed her task, and it was now time to focus on seeking the divine artifact. Once they emerged from the Blood Marsh, they wasted no time and proceeded directly to the northernmost barrier of the Misty Forest. Along the way, Xuanming exhibited an inexplicable excitement. Sister Qing, I've heard that the human realm is a veritable paradise of culinary delights. It is entirely different from the demon realm and the spirit clan. Su Qing rubbed her forehead. This girl seemed perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of food. It reminded her of Xiaoqing. What might that girl be doing at this moment? Did she know that their kin had escaped danger? By the way, Lord Feng Mo, could you do me a favor? Feng Mo, walking ahead, turned his face slightly and smiled. What does the little beauty wish for? Speak freely, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. I shall oblige. Su Qing was taken aback by his flattery and hastily replied, traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire might be a bit excessive. I simply wish for you to inform Xiaoqing about the situation concerning the Zweiken clan. I fear she may worry. Sister Qing, you need not fret. Long before you converse with that clan leader Mu, Brother Mo had already relayed the message that I trust it won't be long before that maid of yours receives it. Xuanming couldn't help but pout. Sister Qing treats that Xiaoqing so well. I'm a bit envious, she said, winking playfully as Su Qing felt somewhat helpless and cast a grateful glance at Feng Mo. If it weren't for his timely assistance, she would truly have been at a loss for how to aid Xiaoqing. Perhaps all she could do was wait anxiously. Feng Mo had been observing Su Qing's expression and, seeing her gratitude, drew closer, provocatively asking, since the little beauty is so appreciative, how about offering yourself to me? Chapter 37. Mayor, Brother Mo, how fanciful your thoughts. Sister Qing is mine, Xuan Ming exclaimed, protectively positioning herself behind Su Qing as if shielding a vulnerable child. Her wide eyes glaring at Feng Mo as though he were a deceitful human. Su Qing burst into laughter. Since leaving the blood marsh, surrounded by the lush greenery of fir trees and inhaling the refreshing scents, she felt considerably lighter in spirit. Along the way, she had also soaked the serpent egg in hot spring water, witnessing the wooden carving radiating golden light, healing Yan Xian, which eased her worries. Feng Mo smiled faintly. Yet he found it curious. Xuan Ming, being the revered saintess of the spirit clan, typically exuded an air of aloofness and pride. He wondered why she seemed so amicable and approachable around Su Qing. Folding his fan, he shook his head in jest. Xuan Ming, you ought to be cautious. Such meddling in others' affairs could deplete your good fortune. Her exaggerated expression prompted laughter from both Xuan Ming and Su Qing. Xuan Ming raised her chin proudly. I'm the saintess of the spirit clan. No one possesses more fortune than I. Feng Mo was about to respond when a strikingly alluring woman suddenly materialized beside them. This woman was clad in revealing attire. If Xuan Ming was an unattainable blue lotus, then this woman was a dangerous yet enticing red rose. Every gesture she made was imbued with charm. Had Su Qing not been a woman herself, she was certain she would have been captivated by such beauty. Upon the arrival of this enchanting figure, Xuan Ming immediately became vigilant, realizing she had approached without detection. Who are you? Xuan Ming demanded coldly, her voice laced with disdain. Naturally, anyone would respond unfavorably to an unexpected visitor, especially a proud individual like Xuan Ming, who felt insulted by her lack of awareness of the stranger's presence. What brings you here? In contrast to Xuan Ming, Feng Mo spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. The alluring woman cast a dismissive glance at both Xuan Ming and Su Qing, clearly regarding them as inconsequential. My husband inquires about my business, yet it truly wounds Mayor's heart. The woman, named Mayor, swayed her curvaceous figure and delicately placed her slender hand upon Feng Mo's chest, exclaiming, "Husband!" Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Su Qing and Xuan Ming exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling a wave of dizziness wash over them. They had never anticipated that the seemingly carefree Feng Mo was already married at a young age. Especially Su Qing, who had not sensed at all that the man before her had a family. After all, Yan Linchen had not had any consorts in the Serpent Palace, leading her to naturally assume the same of Feng Mo. However, upon further reflection, she realized that since Yan Linchen had a child, it was entirely plausible for Feng Mo to be married as well. Yet the thought left her feeling somewhat disheartened. In other words, the male leads were all virtuous, patiently waiting for the female lead to choose. Yet here she was, continuously encountering handsome men, only to find them all already committed. Was reality in her original world not enough? Even in this new realm, was she to be reminded that exceptional men belonged to others? As Su Qing lowered her head in contemplation, Feng Mo observed her expression and felt an inexplicable urge to clarify the situation. With that thought, he reached out, pushing aside Mayor as if she were attempting to cling to him, coldly stating, "If I recall correctly, we have not yet wed. It would be wise for you to refrain from such presumptions." Mayor was destined to become the wife of the Qingdao king, was she not? The wedding was imminent, and she reminded her husband not to forget. As a woman, Mayor was acutely aware of Feng Mo's every movement and glance. She had noticed him cast a momentary, flustered glance at Su Qing. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she concealed her malice beneath a veneer of calm, subtly sizing up Su Qing. This woman's appearance could only be deemed average, and she was but a mortal. Mayor prided herself on being superior in every regard to this ordinary girl. Yet, despite the passage of a millennium, Feng Mo still treated her with indifference. Initially, she believed it was due to his father's coercion that he had been bound to the engagement. But surely, as the future leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, he understood men well. Thus, she had chosen to turn a blind eye to his escapades. After all, Feng Mo would soon lose interest. However, seeing the way Feng Mo looked at that mortal woman stirred an unfamiliar sense of unease within her. Was it possible that the king of Qingdao held interest in such a woman? Was this not a slap in the face to her, suggesting that a dignified Fox clan woman could not retain a man's affections? Feng Yimou scoffed, contemplating that had it not been for his father's insistence and his own eagerness to compete with Yan Linchen for control of Qingdao, he would never have allowed himself to be bound by such a promise. Little beauty, why do you linger there? We should hasten our journey. After speaking, he strode past Mei without even casting a glance in her direction, heading towards the bewildered Su Qing. Instinctively, Su Qing glanced anxiously at Mei. Good heavens, that gaze, as if it could consume her whole, was indeed somewhat terrifying. As Feng Yimou approached, she quickly took a few steps back and smiled. Why not converse properly with your fiancé? Lord Feng Yimou? Perhaps she has matters of importance to attend to? Our journey is not urgent. Feng Yimou regarded Su Qing's retreating figure with a sense of acute discomfort. Her movements were painfully conspicuous. His hand lingered in the air for a moment before he let out a wry smile. So, the little beauty is distancing herself from me. Is it merely because I have inexplicably acquired a fiancé? Yet you must know, I shall not regard her with any significance. Su Qing stood frozen. Was his gaze one of hurt? But surely, such words only serve to cultivate animosity. Even if he harbored no affection for this fiancé, did he really need to voice it so openly? It was deeply hurtful. She couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Mei, who continued to smile radiantly, though her eyes had long since grown cold. What a mere mortal woman! After only a few days apart from Feng Yimou, it was evident that he cared for her deeply. Given more time, how could she, the future mistress of Qingdao, allow a mere mortal woman to usurp her place? No, her dignity absolutely forbade it. She was destined to become the elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. If she couldn't even keep a man, wouldn't that be the subject of ridicule? Husband, may I inquire as to who this young lady is? Mei asked, pulling her lips into a bewitching smile, seemingly inquiring with kindness. From the moment she laid eyes on this woman, Xueming felt a wave of displeasure. She stepped closer to Su Qing and Feng Yimou. She sneered. What does it matter who she is? Brother Mo's earlier demeanor clearly indicated his lack of fondness for you. So why are you here? Chapter 38. 3 women in a play, who are you? Mei's lips curled into a dangerously alluring smile. Such an affectionate address was truly grating. Nonetheless, she had to concede that the woman before her possessed both beauty and grace, exuding an air of refreshing cleanliness. You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, I'm aware of who you are. A mere nine-tailed fox demon. I advise you not to humiliate yourself here. Xueming let out a cold snort. This woman named Mei was indeed quite exasperating, but Mei maintained a gracious smile. Countering, might I ask if my quest for my husband has offended you, young lady? In all the realms, forgive my limited experience. I have yet to encounter another woman who clings to another's husband so tenaciously. Miss Xueming, so pure and innocent. I cannot believe you would be one of such ilk. Xueming's sense of integrity was challenged. Mei was remarkably sharp-tongued, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. It was Su Qing who sighed. Miss Mei has misunderstood. If you seek your husband, you have indeed found him. We are merely acquaintances of Feng Yimou. Your matters are best settled by yourselves. From their conversation, Su Qing deduced that Mei was indeed a fox demon. Previously, she had only encountered such beings in novels and dramas, all of them bewitchingly beautiful. Yet now she felt it was somewhat excessive. Moreover, she was quite articulate, having swiftly labeled them as the other woman with just a few words. Regardless of Feng Mo's feelings for Mei, she did not wish to be caught in the middle. Thus she stepped forward to gently reassure Xueming, earnestly advising Feng Yimou. Lord Feng Yimou, I believe it would be prudent for you to clarify matters with Miss Mei. After all, this is a situation between the two of you. Feng Yimou gazed at Su Qing, who was gradually distancing herself from him, with a heart laden with sorrow. Although he had previously sensed a reluctance, it had never felt this cold and distant. He endeavored to draw closer to Su Qing, to cultivate her affection, yet with Mei's sudden appearance, it seemed everything had reverted to the beginning. His voice caught in his throat. He pondered for a long moment before finally sighing. What brings you to seek me? Faced with the source of his troubles, Mei, he felt an unexpected weariness wash over him. Mei was acutely aware of Feng Mo's fluctuating expressions, her heart growing increasingly irked by Su Qing. Had Feng Yimou shown interest in Xueming, perhaps she would have felt less animosity. However, his expression unmistakably conveyed that his concern lay with the unremarkable Su Qing. Yet being a fox demon who had cultivated for over 1,000 years, she was always measured in her words and actions. "Husband, may I have a word with you?" Despite addressing Feng Mo, her gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Su Qing and Xuanming. Xuanming shot her a glare and resolutely turned away, seemingly repulsed by the sight of Mayor. "So, what does this lady have in mind?" Implied that she did not wish to find another place for their conversation, but rather wanted Su Qing and the others to vacate. As Su Qing was about to speak, Feng Mo had already moved away, prompting Mayor to follow, leaving her with a deceptively sweet smile directed at Su Qing. Although Su Qing returned the smile, she felt an unsettling chill. Mayor's insincere demeanor was rather difficult to bear. Upon reflection, even the hot-tempered Lu Xia seemed preferable to Mayor. At least her feelings were straightforward. Hatred was hatred, and affection was affection. Just a filthy fox demon. She could smell her presence from afar. Xuanming crossed her arms, glaring with displeasure at the distant figures of Mayor and Feng Mo, looking at Su Qing with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. "Sister Qing, how could you allow Brother Mo to be alone with such a woman?" Su Qing found herself both amused and exasperated, reminding Xuanming, in terms of status, we are merely friends of Feng Mo, while she is destined to be his wife. Regardless of Feng Mo's feelings towards her, that is a matter for him to resolve. As friends, we have no right to intervene. This foolish girl certainly had a strong possessive streak. With your demeanor, how could you ever capture Brother Mo's heart? In his heart, you must be special. Xuanming blinked, speaking with evident frustration, her heart ablaze with unexpressed anger. Observing her indignant expression, Su Qing tentatively ventured. "In truth, Mayor harbors no ill intentions. Naturally, she would feel threatened by another woman being near her future husband. But why are you so enraged?" Xuanming faltered, her speech becoming somewhat stammered. "I was merely standing up for you." "Sister Qing," Su Qing offered a knowing smile. Is that truly the case? For she had observed Xuanming's discomfort, reminiscent of someone she had encountered in this foreign world, Xiao Qing. Yet Xiao Qing's feelings were rooted in affection for Mo Cheng. What about Xuanming? Could it be that she harbored feelings for Feng Mo? Yet upon reflection, given Feng Mo's exceptional appearance, the pairing of such a talented man with a beautiful woman was indeed fitting. Alas, Feng Mo was already betrothed, but Su Qing felt reluctant to expose Xuanming's feelings, as they would likely have to interact frequently in the future. Why should she dismantle her dreams? Is it true? Xuanming adjusted her throat, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Sister Qing, who was the man you stood with on the rooftop that night? Could it be that your indifference towards Brother Mo is due to him? Yan Linchen? Su Qing chuckled awkwardly, startled to discover that Xuanming had seen her with Yan Linchen that night. She shook her head and fabricated an excuse. "Just someone asking for directions, Sister Qing." "At this age, I have never encountered such a dismissive response." Xuanming pouted, clearly unconvinced that Su Qing's explanation held any weight. Su Qing smiled awkwardly, as she truly struggled to conjure another excuse. In the midst of their conversation, Feng Mo returned, looking troubled alongside Mayor. "Brother Mo, what on earth does this woman want?" Xuanming glared at Mayor with unbridled hostility, her expression devoid of any semblance of kindness. Feng Mo gently ruffled Xuanming's hair. "Xuanming, it seems that I may not be able to fulfill the promise I made to you." "Not able to fulfill? What does that mean?" Xuanming's breath quickened. Had Brother Mo not promised to take her on a journey through the realms? She looked at Feng Mo with glistening eyes, her emotions flaring as she angrily pointed at the beaming Mayor. "Is it because of this fox demon? You must tell me." Upon hearing this, Mayor felt a surge of displeasure and, with a charming grin, remarked, "Dear lady, please refrain from calling me a fox demon. Pray tell, what is your connection to my husband?" Su Qing observed from the sidelines, her heart heavy with the realization that this was a scene straight out of a palace drama. She couldn't allow this situation to escalate further, lest it harm the innocent. With 3 women embroiled in this theatrical clash, Su Qing felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite standing at the back, Mayor's veiled glances sent shivers down her spine. She stepped forward to pull Xuanming back, who seemed ready to confront Mayor, feeling it was her duty to prevent this unnecessary conflict. Xueming, do not act impulsively. Let Feng Mo finish speaking. Su Qing turned to Feng Mo, inquiring, Lord Feng Mo, has something occurred? Chapter 39. Exiting the barrier, Feng Mo nodded, seemingly confronted with a rather challenging issue, yet he merely told Su Qing and Xueming, there are urgent matters within the clan that require my attention. As for the mortal realm, you may proceed on your own for now. I will seek you out once I have resolved my affairs. Xueming's mood instantly dimmed, softly calling out, Brother Mo. Feng Mo cast a cryptic glance at Su Qing before speaking. Xueming, I entrust you to take care of Su Qing while I am away. Ensure her safety. She is but a mortal, I understand. Xueming replied, fixing a glare at the self-satisfied Mei Er in the distance. She earnestly cautioned, Brother Mo, you must be wary of that vixen. Feng Mo himself harbored disdain for Mei Er, as this marriage was not of his choosing, yet he could not fathom why Xueming held such a strong aversion toward her. He gently ruffled Xueming's hair, bemused yet agreeing, for it was not a difficult task for him. Still, he could not shake his concern for Su Qing. The current state of Tianjin City was undoubtedly a chaotic mix, with various factions stirred into action at the slightest hint of an artifact's presence. Relying solely on Xueming would not suffice to protect her. I shall return promptly. Feng Mo glanced at Su Qing, who smiled in response. If their delay caused him to miss something important, she would feel guilty. Thus, Mei Er and her husband took their leave. Perhaps in the future, Mei Er would gather with the two ladies again. Who would want to gather with you? Xueming huffed. Mei Er took her leave with a curtsy, ignoring the fuming Xueming as she followed Feng Mo out, leaving Xueming in a sulk. Come now, the barrier to the mortal realm is just ahead. Let us proceed. Su Qing consoled, patting Xueming's shoulder. As expected, Xueming's spirits lifted considerably at the mention of food, and she seized Su Qing's hand, determined to indulge in all the delicacies of the mortal realm. With a resigned sigh, Su Qing led the way towards the barrier point. Two imposing ancient trees flanked the entrance, where two guards stood rigidly. Numerous demon folk were queuing to exit the barrier. One by one, Xueming frowned and pulled Su Qing aside. Noticing her cautious demeanor, Su Qing could not help but inquire, What is the matter? Almost forgot. One of us is of the spirit race, and the other is immortal. Now that Brother Mo is absent, how can we expect the guards to let us through? Xueming expressed her concern, realizing that an inspection might be necessary to exit the barrier. Su Qing squinted at the guards and asked, Is there no other way? Xueming chuckled. Of course there is. Saying this, she produced a dark, peculiar object from her robe and handed it to Su Qing. Su Qing examined it. She found nothing extraordinary about the object. What is this? What purpose does it serve? She inquired, squeezing the object in her hand. Xueming's expression turned serious as she took a deep breath, gathering her resolve before swallowing the object whole. That a moment later, her face contorted in discomfort as she urged Su Qing to eat it quickly. Su Qing hesitated, torn between the unappetizing object and Xueming's pained expression that it must be horrid. However, to successfully pass through the barrier to Tianjin City, every unpleasantness was worth it. Encouraged by Xueming, Su Qing swallowed the concoction that a strong, pungent odor mixed with extreme bitterness nearly overwhelmed her. Struggling to keep her composure, she grasped her throat and forced it down before asking Xueming, What on earth was that? I acquired this treasure a few days ago. It is said to conceal one's aura, helping us pass through the barrier undetected by the guards. Su Qing swallowed hard again. So can we now queue up? There seemed to be quite a few demons ahead. Indeed, she was not mistaken. A throng of demons lined up to enter the mortal realm. It appeared that Tianjin City was set to be lively. Xueming tugged Su Qing to the end of the line, obediently waiting her turn, and whispered, If anyone inquires, we shall say we are visiting friends in the mortal realm. Do not mention Tianjin City. Many seek to seize artifacts, and revealing our intentions may attract unnecessary trouble. Yu Qing nodded cautiously. If the artifact truly existed in Tianjin City, she would stop at nothing to obtain it. Only with the artifact might there be hope for Yin Si, and she wondered about Yan Lin Chun. Had he exited the Mi Luo dream? What could have led him to be trapped within that dream? As Su Qing and Xue Ming slowly advanced in line, they soon reached the barrier. Perhaps it was due to Xue Ming's striking beauty, but the guards continually cast furtive glances at her and Su Qing. Xue Ming stood behind Su Qing, squeezing her hand, which was slick with nervous sweat, as Su Qing whispered reassuringly, "Do not worry, I am fine." Steeling herself, she prepared to step through the barrier, only for a guard to suddenly call out, "Halt!" With one foot already out, Su Qing found herself caught in an awkward limbo. Xue Ming felt a bead of sweat form that if they were discovered here, she would have no qualms overpowering the two guards to escape. But revealing her spirit identity would undoubtedly draw attention from her clan. Fortunately, Su Qing quickly regained her composure, straightening up with a smile. "Good sir, is there something you require? Are you of the Serpent Clan?" One guard inquired, his tone bordering on flattery, as Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she could not fathom why they assumed her to be of the Serpent Clan, it was better than being exposed. "People of Wanxi Valley, what business do you have?" Su Qing replied, raising an eyebrow, her tone decidedly unfriendly that in truth, her heart raced at the prospect of uttering those words. However, the guard's reaction left both Su Qing and Xue Ming dumbfounded. The two guards promptly knelt before them, saying, "We are blind to the grandeur before us. Had we known you were from Wanxi Valley, there would have been no need to queue. Let us proceed." Then Su Qing inquired coolly once more. The guards nodded vigorously, bowing as they allowed Su Qing and Xue Ming to stride confidently through the barrier. Once they exited, a number of demons behind them began murmuring in hushed tones. Who did not know that artifacts had been spotted in Tianjin City? The very fact that even Wanxi Valley had been stirred was bound to cause quite a commotion. Chapter 40. Come and take my life. As Su Qing opened her eyes after passing through the barrier, she found the surroundings had transformed dramatically, and no longer were there lush, towering pines. Instead, although still within a forest, the trees were noticeably sparser and shorter, with sunlight streaming through the branches directly onto Su Qing and Xue Ming. She could even hear the gentle babbling of a nearby stream, and the air felt refreshing. In that moment, all Su Qing could think of was freedom. "Sister Qing, this must be the mortal realm," Xue Ming exclaimed, appearing equally captivated by the stark contrast to the demon realm. Her mood had considerably improved. "Indeed. Let us hurry. We must exit this forest before nightfall, and it would be best to find shelter with people," Su Qing urged. Xue Ming, having never been to the mortal realm, seemed to trust Su Qing's judgment, considering her a mortal herself. Moreover, having expended much spiritual energy sealing the blood swamp, Xue Ming felt a bit fatigued, asking, "Sister Qing, which way shall we go?" Su Qing was taken aback by Xue Ming's weary appearance. She herself had never been here before and had no sense of direction. The trust in Xue Ming's eyes put a considerable weight on her shoulders. "Xue Ming, I have never been here either, so I'm not quite sure. However, if you trust me, let us explore as we walk." "You've never been here?" Xue Ming asked, astonished. "By the way, Sister Qing, I never got the chance to ask, how did you end up in the demon realm?" Su Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating how to explain the bizarre circumstances. Even now, it was difficult to comprehend how she had traversed into this extraordinary world through a giant snake wood carving. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "I will explain it to you when we have the time. In any case, I stumbled into the demon realm in a rather perplexing manner," gently supporting the visibly fatigued Xue Ming. Su Qing encouraged her to keep moving forward. "Let us continue. My intuition tells me that once we emerge from this forest, a village will surely be waiting for us." Xue Ming nodded in agreement. Following Su Qing as they ventured forth, of course, Su Qing was not wandering aimlessly. She relied on her past wilderness survival experience to seek a way out. Shortly after the two had departed, several figures whizzed by and halted at the spot where Su Qing and Xue Ming had just paused. The leader, a woman clad in a mask, spoke coldly. "Where are they?" The masked subordinates, upon hearing her words, knelt before her. One of the masked men, trembling with cold sweat, stepped forward. "My lord, I have confirmed that the two individuals you seek were indeed here not long ago." "And now?" The masked woman narrowed her eyes, feigning anger as she demanded, "Tell me, where are they? Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. If you fail to find them and they have angered my lord, You shall prepare to face dire consequences. Those two women must die. Find them. The masked figures all trembled in unison, responding in unison before scattering to search. The masked woman glared at the direction from which Suqing and Xu Eming had departed. Scoffing, "No one has ever escaped my pursuit." No sooner had her voice faded than, had Suqing been present, she would have been utterly astonished to witness the masked woman transform into a myriad of vines, which spread and clung to the trees and ground, dissipating in all directions. Meanwhile, Suqing and Xu Eming quickened their pace in search of the village, yet they had not found it. Suqing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, thought to herself, "This should not be happening. The path we are following along the water should be correct. Why have we been wandering in this forest for so long without finding a way out?" This realization left her somewhat disheartened. Noticing Suqing's distress, Xu Eming, weary yet composed, spoke. "Sister Qing, do not fret. It is growing dark. If we cannot find a way out tonight, we might as well rest here in the forest. We can continue our search come dawn," she added with a reassuring smile. "Xu Eming will protect Sister Qing well." "Very well. You are tired today, Xu Eming. Let us rest here tonight. I will gather some firewood. Just sit tight and wait for me." The darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, and traveling under such conditions was indeed unwise. Suqing set Xu Eming down and prepared to resume their quest at dawn. "Sister Qing, let me accompany you," Xu Eming, concerned, protested. However, the human realm was vastly different from the demon realm or the spirit realm. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly thin, rendering her unable to recover her strength quickly, leaving her increasingly fatigued. Suqing shook her head, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. I will only search the nearby vicinity, not venture far." Xu Eming, lacking strength, ultimately agreed after Suqing's repeated reassurances. While picking up sticks, Suqing remained vigilant, ever wary of any lurking creatures. However, she found herself chuckling at the thought. What could pose a threat here? This was the human realm. Surely, there could not be anything more terrifying than the demon Star Wolf. Suddenly, as she bent to collect wood, she paused. The surrounding silence felt peculiar, and the rustling of the foliage seemed to emanate from nowhere. Years of experience had taught her that this was unusual, and she sensed danger drawing near. She continued to gather wood, acting as if nothing were amiss. Yet she alone knew that her back was damp with sweat from tension. Suddenly, Suqing swiftly picked up a long stick and swung it backward. The stick severed a vine, but her hand hesitated as she beheld a mass of writhing vines converging upon her, weaving an intricate web. "Who goes there? I know not if I have wronged anyone. Why do you lurk in the shadows?" If this were the demon realm, she would think it a natural occurrence, but here in the human realm, such plans were a rarity unless manipulated by someone with ill intent directed at her. As if confirming her thoughts, sharp, mocking laughter echoed around her. "A mere mortal possesses such awareness? It seems I have underestimated you." Accompanying the voice was the apparition of a woman clad in a black gown, her face obscured, yet her figure was undeniably alluring. "Pray tell, where have I offended you, my lady? What prompts such hostility?" "Ha! You have indeed wronged no one, yet you have provoked those you ought not to have. That individual desires your life, and since I have pledged to fulfill this, I shall take it." Suqing stood in contemplation, her mind racing to recall if she had truly offended anyone. "Unless, do not dwell on it. You have only yourself to blame for crossing paths with those you should not have. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 41. Lu Xian, the masked woman, seemed unwilling to waste further words with Suqing. With a flick of her wrist, a torrent of vines surged towards Suqing, abandoning the stick she had just collected. Suqing charged forward without hesitation, calling out, "Xu Eming, run!" As she fled, she shouted to alert Xu Eming of the impending danger. Not far off, Xu Eming, hearing Suqing's urgent cries, opened her eyes. In an instant, she darted toward the sound of Suqing's voice. However, upon reaching Suqing, her relief was short-lived as she noticed the overwhelming number of vines that pursued her. These vines moved with astonishing speed, soon ensnaring Suqing's legs. The force of the vines pulled her down. And recalling the short dagger she had yet to return to Xu Eming, she wasted no time in drawing it and stabbing at the vines. The vines recoiled in pain, prompting Suqing to rush toward Xu Eming. Xu Eming stepped forward, instinctively shielding Su Qing and swiftly forming hand seals to fend off the encroaching vines. Sister Qing, you must flee. This vine demon is more powerful than I. With my dwindling energy, I cannot hold her off for long. Xu Wiming exclaimed, furrowing her brow. Su Qing resolutely shook her head, her grip tightening on the dagger. If we leave together. I will not abandon you. What a touching display of sisterly affection. The masked woman emerged from the midst of the vines, clapping her hands mockingly as she surveyed the struggling Xu Wiming with surprise that a spirit clan member. The masked woman's footsteps faltered as she retorted, the world views the spirit clan with reverence, believing they are superior due to their heavenly mandate. Yet, it seems they are not so formidable after all, unable to withstand even my myriad vines. Humph. Were it not for my diminished power, I would not allow you to be so arrogant, Xu Wiming scoffed. Biting her finger to draw blood and infusing it into her protective barrier, her brow furrowing as she strained to hold back the vines. Although she spoke bravely, she was acutely aware that she could not withstand such formidable vines. However, Xu Wiming could not bear to let Su Qing perish. Whether out of a promise to Mu Gu or her fondness for Su Qing, she could not allow her to die here. Bold demon, how dare you wreak havoc in the human realm? Just as Xu Wiming grappled with her thoughts and Su Qing prepared for battle, a rich male voice reverberated from the air. Su Qing looked up to see a man in a Taoist robe rushing toward them, sword in hand. Upon hearing his voice, the vine demon froze momentarily, snarling through clenched teeth, cursed demon hunter. Reluctantly, she withdrew her vines and fled in disarray. Yet the Taoist man would not let the vine demon escape easily. He swung his sword, casting a spell upon it. The sword, seemingly animated, shot toward the fleeing vine demon. Not far away, the vine demon let out a piercing scream, mustering all her strength to break free from the sword's grasp and flee hastily. Finally freed from their assailant, Xu Wiming and Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As they exchanged glances, Xu Wiming stepped forward, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving us today. It is my duty. There is no need for thanks. The Taoist man sheathed his sword, glancing at Xu Wiming with surprise. You are the spirit clan? Su Qing looked at Xu Wiming, curiosity piqued. Why did everyone seem so astonished upon learning Xu Wiming's heritage? What exactly was the spirit clan? I am ashamed. The young lady, Xu Wiming, is indeed a member of the spirit clan. It is only natural that Miss Xu Wiming, with her diminished spiritual power, would struggle against this vine demon. However, there is one matter that perplexes me. Jin Xian. Xu Wiming nodded and politely inquired, might I assume, given your cultivation and attire, that you are an exorcist? I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. My sister and I have narrowly escaped peril. Might I inquire if you have any guidance to offer? Most individuals of the spirit clan lead secluded lives, eschewing worldly affairs. How is it that you, as one of the spirit clan, do not follow this path? With a wry smile, Xu Wiming replied, each person's path and fate are distinct. The exorcist has mentioned that it is the norm, yet there are no stipulations dictating that one of the spirit clan must shun the mundane and ignore trivial matters. Su Qing was somewhat astonished by Xu Wiming's courteous demeanor towards another, for although her time with Xu Wiming had not been extensive, she understood the girl's character well. Rarely would someone earn her regard, for she was quite proud and haughty. Su Qing felt that Xu Wiming's attitude towards Jin Xian was likely not solely due to his rescue of the two of them, but rather because this man, clad in a Taoist robe, was indeed an exorcist. Contemplating this, Su Qing could not help but glance at Jin Xian a few more times. In terms of appearance, he did not possess the striking allure of Feng Mo or Yan Linchen. Yet his countenance exuded a sense of righteousness, imparting an impression of simplicity and honesty, albeit not to be trifled with. Overall, he was not an unpleasant sight. Rather, he inspired an impulse to approach and befriend him. As Su Qing scrutinized Jin Xian, he seemed to sense her gaze, his eyes locking onto her with an unwavering intensity, and then he frowned. Who exactly are you? Jin Xian raised the long sword in his hand, aiming it at Su Qing this moment. Not only was Su Qing taken aback, but Xu Wiming wore an expression of utter bewilderment as well. However, Xu Wiming quickly positioned herself in front of Su Qing and questioned, What do you mean by exorcist, Jin Xian? She is my sister. Merely a mortal. Not a demon. Not a demon. Jin Xian scoffed coldly. Though you are a mortal, the density of demonic energy surrounding you is unlike any ordinary creature. Speak. What are you? Exorcist Jin Xian. Do not go too far. Xu Wiming retorted, I've been courteous to you because you are an exorcist, but do not take liberties. With a cold huff, Xu Wiming began to prepare a spell. Yet Su Qing understood well the current state of Xu Wiming's health. If she continued to exhaust her spiritual energy in this manner, her body would surely not withstand it. Without further hesitation, Su Qing stepped forward and grasped Xu Wiming's hand, shaking her head firmly in surprise, then smiling at Jin Xian. May I inquire, Exorcist Jin Xian, if merely being tainted by demonic energy means that even as a mortal, I am to be treated as a member of the demon race and slain? Tainted by demonic energy, Jin Xian slowly lowered his sword, yet he regarded Su Qing with palpable skepticism. Indeed, Xu Wiming and I have wandered the demon realm for some time. I may have inadvertently come into contact with demonic energy. If I am to become a casualty beneath Exorcist Jin Xian's blade for this, then Su Qing has no other recourse. It would be a grave error for Exorcist Jin Xian to mistakenly slay an innocent mortal. I wonder if you are still worthy of the title of Exorcist. Chapter 42. Bullying the innocent Jin Xian's expression froze, as he had not considered this aspect in due time as an exorcist. He bore the responsibility of safeguarding the mortal realm, yet he could not wield his skills to indiscriminately slay the innocent, that if he were to act in such a manner, what distinction would he have from those bloodthirsty demons? Contemplating this, Jin Xian's brow furrowed, yet the density of the demonic energy surrounding Su Qing was unusually thick, which should not manifest in a mortal woman, unless Jin Xian stepped forward solemnly, slightly bowing towards Su Qing, and earnestly stated, My apologies, miss, for my abruptness. However, as an exorcist, it is my duty to investigate demonic presence. Might I request your permission to conduct an examination? Xu Wiming, witnessing Jin Xian's demeanor, was momentarily rendered speechless with indignation. And after a lengthy pause, she finally managed to inquire in a strained tone, How might Exorcist Jin Xian examine my sister? Are you implying suspicion towards our spirit clan? I am unafraid to disclose that I am the 27th saintess of the spirit clan. Would I harbor a demon? Jin Xian's expression grew troubled, and he hastily stepped back, offering a flustered apology. Please do not be angry, Mississippi. Jin Xian, was overly hasty in my words and never intended to tarnish your reputation. As for you, I was indeed remiss, unaware of your status as a saintess of the spirit clan, but if I have been disrespectful, I hope you can forgive my ignorance. Xu Wiming could not help but stifle a laugh at his earnest yet foolish demeanor, feeling her anger dissipate significantly. How could there be such a naive man in this world? Although he was not unattractive, his simplicity was truly regrettable. Clearing her throat, she said, Since you have acknowledged your rudeness, we sisters must take our leave. Will you attempt to stop us? Upon hearing this, Jin Xian glanced at Su Qing, his brow knitted. Although he was exceedingly reluctant, he ultimately bowed and said, I would not dare to impede you. Please do as you wish. Xu Wiming then revealed a satisfied smile, pulling Su Qing closer. Sister Qing, let us depart. It is all right now. Su Qing cast a peculiar glance at Xu Wiming, then at Jin Xian, who had been observing her numerous times. And her mind began to form a plan. Exorcist Jin Xian? Might I address you as such, good sir? Su Qing approached him, offering a polite yet somewhat exaggerated curtsy. Jin Xian hastily returned the gesture. Miss Su, you are too kind. You may call me whatever you wish. I was indeed abrupt earlier. I hope you will not hold it against me. Sister Qing, why are you still conversing with such a dullard? It is a waste of breath, Xu Wiming remarked bluntly, oblivious to Jin Xian's presence, leaving him with no choice but to awkwardly smile in acknowledgement. Su Qing shook her head at Xu Wiming. Do not worry. I have my plans. After soothing Xu Wiming's growing impatience, Su Qing turned to Jin Xian. My younger sister Xu Wiming may speak without the necessary decorum. I hope you can bear with her. Su Qing's series of composed and polite actions undoubtedly won Jin Xian's favor, if only slightly. Setting aside everything else, Su Qing's demeanor, both in speech and conduct, was meticulous, Even when he had raised his sword against her earlier, her calm composure had already indicated that she was no ordinary woman. No, it was I who was impetuous. It is only right that Miss Xueming harbors misunderstandings about me. Jin Xian glanced at Xueming, who was turning her head away from him, and sheepishly scratched his head. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you two ladies should depart swiftly. It is not safe here at night. If you follow this forest northward, you will soon reach a village where you may find refuge. Su Qing nodded, realizing that she had indeed been headed in the right direction earlier, but the encroaching darkness had made her less vigilant. Jin Xian's words bolstered her confidence. Might I request one favor from you? Exorcist Jin Xian, I wonder if you would be willing to assist? Jin Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, responding politely, of course. Miss Su, please speak that if there is anything I could do to assist you two ladies. I shall do my utmost. Xueming turned her head to tug at Su Qing's arm, whispering, Sister Qing, what do we need this dullard's help for? Su Qing winked at her and whispered back, with your spiritual energy compromised. And given his evident prowess, he may harbor suspicions about the demonic energy surrounding me. We might as well have him accompany us to Tianjin City. This way, he can dispel his doubts, and we need not fear the unfamiliar terrain or encounter any more vine demons. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Having Jin Xian with us will undoubtedly provide some reassurance. Is that feasible? I suspect the demonic energy on you may very well stem from that sealed serpent egg. Xueming recalled the serpent egg, having detected a familiar aura emanating from it. Even if it was faint, she would not allow anyone to harm the serpent egg until she could ascertain its identity. Did you not say he is a simpleton? Even if he discovers the serpent egg, we can easily deceive him. He would never act against us. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with confidence. Xueming's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation. Yet ultimately, she could not resist Su Qing's resolute gaze and nodded. Very well, I shall trust you once. Sister, should we fail to control this dullard later, I will hold him back, and you must not hesitate to seize the opportunity to flee with the serpent egg. Understood? I am a member of the Spirit Clan. No matter the circumstances, he would never easily harm me. The two exchanged glances and ultimately decided to embrace Su Qing's proposal. Meanwhile, Lu Xian stood nearby, feeling somewhat perplexed as he observed the two young ladies quietly conferring with one another. As they spoke, they occasionally turned to scrutinize him with various expressions, leaving him feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Though he yearned to inquire about their discussion, he hesitated, believing it would be impolite to interrupt their deliberation. Thus, despite the urgency gnawing at him, he maintained a calm demeanor and patiently awaited their words. Su Qing turned around with an apologetic smile, saying, I was just discussing matters with my sister. I hope young Master Lu does not take offense. Of course not. Not at all. Lu Xian's demeanor was so earnest that it almost pained Su Qing. It felt as though she was taking advantage of an honest man. However, given the circumstances, she realized that if they did not act now, she and Xueming might be delayed in reaching Tianjin City. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, might young Master Lu be willing to accompany my sister and me on our journey? Lu Xian's expression became somewhat awkward, but he was indeed inclined to agree. Although he had hesitated before, his curiosity about the mysterious aura surrounding Su Qing compelled him to accept her proposal wholeheartedly. Once he clarified the source of Su Qing's enigmatic energy, he could apologize to the two young ladies afterward. After all, they had personally invited him, and such an opportunity was rare indeed. There was no need for him to act inappropriately. Young Master Lu, if it is inconvenient, we can pretend this conversation never happened. Seeing Lu Xian lost in thought, Su Qing and Xueming exchanged knowing glances. Understanding her cue, Xueming took Su Qing's hand, intending to leave. But Lu Xian's anxious voice interrupted them. Ladies, please wait. Chapter 43. Tonight, our meals are secured. If Lu Xian had remained silent, Su Qing and Xueming would have likely abandoned their plans. After all, taking advantage of a simple, somewhat naive demon hunter was not something they could easily bring themselves to do. Yet Lu Xian's urgent exclamation dispelled any lingering hesitation they had. They exchanged glances, both revealing triumphant smiles. However, Su Qing feigned innocence, asking, Young Master Lu, what is the matter? Her gentle, almost pitiful tone sent shivers down her spine, and if such a tone were directed at Yen Linchen, she had no doubt she could be cleaved in two. As for Feng Mo, his demeanor was even less decorous. If she acted this way, she would surely find herself ensnared in his grasp. Observing Lu Xian's serious countenance, Su Qing sighed inwardly, realizing that such tactics were likely only effective against innocent demon hunters like him. Lu Xian cleared his throat, having previously contemplated his next words, unaware that Su Qing and Xuan Ming were about to depart. In a moment of desperation, he acted somewhat abruptly, his face flushing as he quietly suggested, "Miss Su, your proposal is excellent. I too have come down the mountain to explore, having wandered this area thoroughly. At present, I have nowhere else to go. It would be better to accompany the two of you, thus preventing another encounter with that vine demon. Really? That is wonderful." Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at Lu Xian. Xuan Ming, standing beside her, was momentarily taken aback. She felt the need to reassess her understanding of Su Qing. In just a few words, this somewhat slow-witted demon hunter had been completely won over, and Xuan Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for Su Qing. Only Su Qing herself understood that her excitement was genuine. With Lu Xian's presence, she could compensate for Feng Mo's absence. Under his protection, she and Xuan Ming should be able to reach Tiangong City safely to meet Feng Mo. The only uncertainty was whether the divine artifact would manifest in Tiangong City. If they could successfully locate the artifact, perhaps it would also mean she could rescue Yen Xian swiftly. And no matter what, Mother would surely save you, even if it meant sacrificing herself. The memory of his childish calls lingered in Su Qing's mind, prompting her to recall the woman in the pink attire. Could she truly be Yen Xian's mother? Yet if she were indeed his mother, how could she have vanished for so long without ever checking on him? As these thoughts swirled, Su Qing felt her head begin to throb. Shaking her head, she resolved that the immediate priority was to devise a compelling reason to persuade Lu Xian to willingly escort her and Xuan Ming to Tiangong City. Su Qing understood well that although Lu Xian appeared simple-minded, he was inherently just and kind-hearted. Such individuals are generally amenable as long as their principles and boundaries are respected, yet they can become formidable once they dig in their heels. Thus, she needed a reason that would thoroughly convince Lu Xian. Lu Xian, unable to meet Su Qing's sparkling gaze, shyly lowered his head, prompting Xuan Ming to unleash a round of merciless laughter. Lu Xian scratched his head, finally stammering, "Ladies, are you still able to walk? If so, why not follow me in the village? I am also staying there, and the villagers are quite hospitable. Young Master Lu is truly kind, and I'm certain the villagers are equally wonderful." Su Qing smiled, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Having spent so long in this strange world, she had seldom encountered another ordinary person like herself, making her eagerness palpable. "Xuan Ming, are you all right?" Su Qing glanced at her companion, who seemed somewhat out of sorts. Xuan Ming shook her head, replying, "Sister Qing, I am fine, just a bit weary. Let us follow this young Master Lu into the village." It was quite the feat for the usually outspoken Xuan Ming to refer to him as young Master Lu instead of the more casual term she had intended. Su Qing stepped forward, supporting Xuan Ming, and turned to Lu Xian, saying, "Please lead the way, young Master Lu." Lu Xian pondered for a moment before producing a medicinal pill from his pocket and handing it to Xuan Ming. "Though it pales in comparison to your spirit clan's elixirs, it should assist you in recovering your spiritual energy. There is no rush to head to the village. With me around, no harm will come to you two." His primary concern was ensuring Xuan Ming regained her strength. "I was quite hasty just now." Xuan Ming was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch embarrassed for referring to him as a fool. At such a critical moment, relying on someone else's medicine was humbling indeed. Slowly, she reached out to accept the pill, murmuring her thanks before swallowing it without further hesitation. The sealing of the blood marsh had depleted much of her spiritual energy, and she had just exerted herself to combat the vine demon. Upon reflection, she realized that her energy was now nearing exhaustion. Fortunately, Su Qing had shown foresight in reaching out to Lu Xian. Otherwise, Xuan Ming could hardly fathom how she would protect and escort Su Qing to Tiangong City. After consuming the pill, Xuan Ming settled down to meditate and restore her energy, while Su Qing and Lu Xian waited quietly nearby, The tranquility was abruptly shattered when Su Qing's stomach audibly rumbled, breaking the stillness. Lu Xian cleared his throat, quickly rising to feign nonchalance as he positioned his sword upright in the ground. Earlier, I saw Miss Su gathering firewood. I shall retrieve it. With my sword here, I can sense any disturbances. So, Miss Su, please feel free to wait for Miss Xueming. I shall return shortly. Observing his hurried departure, Su Qing cast another glance at the fallen firewood and sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Even lying is so easily exposed. She then lowered her gaze to her own stomach. Su Qing understood that Lu Xian was simply trying to spare her the awkwardness of being a girl alone, thus finding an excuse to fetch food for them. She looked at the sword standing in the ground and, propping herself up, began to collect the scattered sticks. Just as she was about to resort to her usual method of creating fire by friction, she noticed the sword out of the corner of her eye and decided to try pulling it out. However, despite its seemingly shallow position, the sword refused to budge no matter how hard she strained. Exhausted and panting, she was fortuitously met by Lu Xian, who returned, hurriedly carrying 2 rabbits. Seeing that Su Qing and Xueming were unharmed, and noticing Su Qing's somewhat disheveled state as she sat on the ground, he couldn't help but smile. Miss Su, this sword is my companion weapon. Without my permission, you cannot draw it. Su Qing dusted off her clothes, slightly embarrassed, and stood up, realizing the situation at hand. Once again, I beheld the rabbit in Lu Xian's grasp and the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. It seemed that he had just been engaged in the pursuit of the rabbit, only to rush back upon sensing the unusualness of his sword. Miss Su is in need of fire, is she not? Observing the firewood that had already been piled high, Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, discarded the 2 lifeless rabbits to the side, and drew his long sword, merely sweeping it lightly over the firewood, instantly igniting a flurry of sparks. The predicament that had troubled Su Qing was swiftly resolved by Lu Xian's deftness. Su Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to herself that it was exceedingly difficult to survive in this otherworldly realm without any magical prowess. By the way, does young Master Lu possess any seasonings? Casting a glance at the 2 rabbits on the ground, she felt a ravenous longing. Lu Xian awkwardly retrieved a few bottles of seasoning from his pocket. Scratching his head in embarrassment, I do have some, but I am not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. Accepting the seasonings from Lu Xian's hands with a mysterious smile, Su Qing replied, No matter. Just prepare the rabbits. Tonight, our meal shall be secured. Chapter 44. Wolf-Tooth and Tiger Girl. To her surprise, Miss Su would actually take to the kitchen. Lu Xian was somewhat astonished, but soon smiled and took the 2 rabbits to the stream to clean them. Su Qing, watching Lu Xian's retreating figure, lowered her head to inhale the aroma of the seasonings he had provided. After pondering for a moment, she felt she had a grasp on what seasonings were present and how to utilize them. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Xian was still occupied with the rabbits, Su Qing swiftly erected a spit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the rabbits. With Lu Xian's assistance, Su Qing managed to roast the rabbits expeditiously. Though she lamented the lack of a wider variety of seasonings, had she possessed the plethora of seasonings available in her original world, she was certain the flavor of the roasted rabbit would have been even more delectable. Nevertheless, despite the minor shortcomings, the aroma of the cooked rabbit meat prompted Lu Xian to exclaim in admiration, I have never managed to create such fragrant rabbit meat using my own seasonings. Miss Su, you truly possess remarkable skill. Young Master Lu, do sample it. Su Qing was taken aback by the sincerity of the praise, feeling a touch of shyness, and promptly tore a piece of rabbit leg to offer to Lu Xian. He cautiously accepted the rabbit meat, and, under Su Qing's expectant gaze, took a slow bite. The meat was cooked to perfection, leaving Lu Xian at a loss for words, only able to express his delight. Miss Su, it is absolutely delicious. While savoring the rabbit meat, he continued to shower her with compliments, inadvertently burning his lip in his eagerness. Meanwhile, Xueming, having regained some of her spiritual energy after consuming a medicinal pill, awoke to the enticing aroma, instantly recognizing that Su Qing was once more conjuring up something delicious. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted the somewhat foolish Lu Xian devouring the rabbit with fervor, so much so that he had scalded his lips in the process. Unable to contain her laughter, Xueming teased, Look at you, acting as if you've never seen the world. My sister Qing's culinary skills are renowned. There's no need for such flattery. However, your lack of composure is quite amusing, Xueming. Su Qing noted that her complexion had improved significantly upon waking, feeling a surge of joy, but then Xueming's words left her momentarily speechless. With this remark, Lu Xian would undoubtedly become even more embarrassed, as expected, upon hearing Xueming's teasing. Lu Xian's fair complexion flushed under the glow of the fire, fidgeting uncertainly as he contemplated whether to stand or sit. This only served to provoke further laughter from Xueming, who found amusement in having such a Na'vi monster hunter trailing behind her. Enough, I was merely jesting, Xueming, feeling a tinge of sympathy, stepped forward to tear off a piece of rabbit meat, offering it to Su Qing. Sister Qing, you should eat as well. I suspect you've been hungry all day. Thank you, Xueming. Su Qing accepted the rabbit meat, not hesitating to eat heartily, as the three of them gathered around the fire, devouring the two rabbits with great enthusiasm. Afterward, Xueming, patting her round belly, jokingly scolded, Sister Qing, if I end up so plump that even Brother Amo fails to recognize me, I shall certainly hold you accountable. This girl, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, pondering how she had ended up bearing the brunt of the consequences for her own cooking. Lu Xian, glancing between the two, couldn't help but chuckle as well. The night passed swiftly, and as dawn broke, Lu Xian and Su Qing, along with Xueming, departed from the woods. The trio ambled at a leisurely pace towards the village where Lu Xian often sought refuge. Not long after they set off, their previous location became shrouded in a tangle of vines. Upon exiting the woods, Lu Xian led the way, allowing them to enter the village with ease. Upon reaching the village entrance, many villagers recognized Lu Xian and greeted him warmly. Young Master Lu, it has been a while. Lu Xian responded with a smile to each greeting. Indeed, it has been some time. It was evident that the villagers were quite familiar with him. However, when they laid eyes on Su Qing and Xueming, their curiosity led them to steal a few extra glances. After all, many villagers had never ventured beyond the confines of the village, making it a rare sight to behold such young and beautiful women. Xueming maintained her aloof demeanor, while Su Qing smiled, choosing not to expose the inner turmoil she sensed. The villagers primarily relied on farming for their livelihood, and the morning dew had just begun to dissipate. The sounds of activity in the fields were already audible, prompting Su Qing to reflect on the scene before her. Xueming, too, was captivated by the unfamiliar sights, her curiosity causing her to glance about. Lu Xian Gij, you have returned. A voice filled with delight rang out from a distance. Su Qing and Xueming exchanged glances and turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld a girl of around 11 or 12 years, barefoot and covered in mud, running towards Lu Xian with a beaming smile, extending her hand. Lu Xian Gij, did you bring something delicious for Hunyao? Lu Xian looked apologetically at the eager Hunyao, bending down to ruffle her fluffy head. Hunyao, this time your brother had matters to attend to that. I promise to bring you something next time. All right. Humph. Hunyao huffed, clearly displeased, her gaze darting towards Su Qing and Xueming, her eyes widening in indignation. I see Lu Xian Gij is with beautiful ladies and has forgotten all about me. Hunyao, what is all this commotion? A deep voice came from behind Hunyao. She ran over to the middle-aged man with a hint of grievance. Father, you must chase those two women away. It's their fault. Otherwise, Lu Xian Gij would never have let me down. He has never failed to keep his promises to me before. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Xian, then at Su Qing and Xueming. Chuckling, those who come to my Wind Village are guests. Young Master Lu and the two young ladies need not take offense. I'm the village chief, Wolf Tooth, and Hunyao is simply spoiled by me. Both Su Qing and Xueming nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the pouting Hunyao with some exasperation. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable, simple-minded monster hunter would be so well-liked in this village. Village chief, it has been a while. I hope your health has improved recently. Lu Xian inquired kindly. Wolf Tooth laughed heartily. Thanks to the medicine you provided last time, I feel as fit as a fiddle now. One wouldn't know that someone was groaning in pain last night. Hunyao did not hold back in exposing Wolf Tooth's fib, but he paused, scratching his head in amusement. You little rascal, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Hunyo huffed and stormed off, leaving the adults in an awkward silence. Exchanging glances, Lu Xian smiled as he produced a small bottle from his pocket. I figured the village chief's medicine might have run out. So I brought some extra. Thank you, young Master Lu. Wolftooth wiped his hands on his clothes before carefully accepting the bottle, extending a warm invitation. Young Master Lu and the two young ladies should not just stand around. Come back to my home with me. We are celebrating the birthdays of several centenarians tonight. It would be delightful for you to join us. Chapter 45. Strange Happenings in Wind Village, celebrating a centenarian's birthday? It is indeed quite a remarkable feat for a mortal to reach the age of 100. As Xueming playfully grasped Su Qing's wrist with a smile, Su Qing instinctively realized that this girl likely harbored a keen interest in the proposed outing. Although Xueming's true age might well exceed a century, such a fact seemingly failed to dampen her insatiable curiosity. In Su Qing's childhood home, events of this nature had indeed been organized. But as time progressed, and the family gradually moved to the city, she found herself estranged from such activities. I see you wish to go. Shall we venture out together this evening? Su Qing suggested, casting a glance at Xueming. Xueming raised an eyebrow and inquired of the nearby Lu Xian, "Fool, are you joining us for the evening's festivities?" Lu Xian, taken aback and somewhat helpless, found himself labeled a fool by Xueming. Yet he responded with utmost sincerity, "I shall accompany these two ladies. If you are going, then naturally I shall go as well." Wolf Fong, leading the way, could not help but chuckle at the exchange, exclaiming, "Ah, to be young is truly wonderful. Young Master Lu Xian is indeed fortunate. Ha ha ha." The hearty laughter made it abundantly clear to any discerning observer that Wolf Fong had likely misconstrued the nature of the trio's relationship. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Xian scratched his head and clarified, "Village chief, these two young ladies are merely companions I have arranged to travel with. It is not of that sort." Upon hearing his words, Wolf Fong's smile only broadened, tinged with a hint of teasing. "Young Master Lu Xian, what precisely are you implying? I am merely a simple man, and I have said nothing at all. It seems you are the one becoming flustered. But who among us has not experienced youth? In my day, I had quite the infatuation with Hunyo's mother." Lu Xian had intended to elucidate the nature of his relationships with Su Qing and Xueming. Yet his explanations only served to further entangle the matter, leaving him at a loss. Observing his flustered demeanor, Xueming leaned closer to Su Qing and whispered, as expected of a fool, "Sister Qing, I did not misjudge him, did I? Just look at his face. It is as red as a monkey's bottom. How amusing." Indeed, Su Qing noticed that Lu Xian's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, prompting her to stifle a few quiet chuckles. She wondered if Lu Xian had overheard their whispering, for he seemed to stiffen slightly after their exchange. "Wolf Fong, what are you lingering about for? Hurry and bring young Master Lu Xian and the two young ladies inside." Su Qing called out, spotting a woman of around 50 or 60 years standing before a thatched cottage. This woman, likely Wolf Fong's mother, appeared to have just finished her chores in the kitchen, perhaps alerted by Hunyo's early return home. "Aunt Ma," Lu Xian greeted politely, to which Aunt Ma nodded happily, her face aglow with warmth. Come in. Make yourselves comfortable while I prepare a few dishes." "Aunt Ma, there is no need to go to such trouble. We are already a burden by merely having a place to rest." Su Qing interjected with a smile, as they were merely here to inquire about directions to Tianjin City and would not be staying long. My dear, since you are a friend of young Master Lu Xian and have called me Aunt Ma, you are our honored guest. Please do as I say and rest inside." Aunt Ma insisted, casting a reproachful glance at Wolf Fong, who stood frozen in place. "Why are you still standing there? Let the guests sit." "Oh, right. I was just listening intently to my mother." Wolf Fong, resembling a sturdy man, was rendered obedient in his mother's presence as he hurriedly led Su Qing and Xueming into the house. The interior was modestly furnished, and after a brief survey, Su Qing and Xueming settled down. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, having greeted the two ladies, rushed off to find Hunyo, likely feeling guilty for not bringing her a gift. "Would you care for some tea?" Wolf Fong offered enthusiastically, bringing forth a pot. "Thank you, village chief, that is very kind of you," Su Qing replied, accepting the pot. Wolf Fong shook his head. "No trouble at all. Since you are friends of young Master Lu Xian, you are friends of our entire Fong village. As Su Qing poured herself a cup of tea, she noted that, despite being labeled as such, the tea was made from rather ordinary leaves and would likely possess a somewhat bitter flavor. Village Chief, I am curious as to why young Master Lixian is so well-liked in your village. Xueming tilted her head in inquiry. Wolf Fong glanced at her before explaining with a smile, Our village is said to be close to those creatures, and previously, we suffered from various strange occurrences. Many of our livestock vanished overnight. It was thanks to young Master Lixian that our Feng village was spared. Neighboring villages lost both people and livestock to those creatures. It was a dreadful ordeal, recalling those distressing times. Wolf Fong shuddered, grateful for Lixian's presence, which had brought peace to their village. Xueming surveyed the room before posing a seemingly casual question to Wolf Fong, village chief. Do you have only Hunyao as your child? At this, Wolf Fong sighed. I have another son, but let us not speak of him. It only brings me frustration, as if he were never born. Well then, enjoy your tea. I shall assist my mother in the kitchen to expedite the meal, ensuring that the two young ladies have ample time to rest before tonight's activities. Wolf Fong smiled, eager to avoid further discussion, and swiftly departed. Xueming quietly sipped her tea, grimacing as she remarked, Sister Qing, this is quite bitter. Su Qing chuckled as she settled beside her, intrigued. What piqued your interest in the village chief's family? Not particularly. I merely found the household rather peculiar. I noticed men's clothes hanging out to dry when we entered. So, I casually inquired, only to discover the village chief has a son. Xueming moved her cup aside, boredom etched on her face as she leaned on the table. Sister Qing, what could possibly be the reason? Why does the village chief refuse to acknowledge his son? I have no idea. How could I possibly answer that? Su Qing shook her head. Enough with the riddles. Please, do share, with a slight lift of her eyelids. Xueming asked, Do you recall the village chief mentioning that strange occurrences often transpire in their village, like livestock suddenly disappearing? Yes, but what connection does that have? Su Qing remained puzzled, sensing no apparent link. Sister Qing, as we entered the village, did you notice that the village chief's livestock seemed to thrive far more than those of the other villagers? Moreover, it appears that the livestock at the village chief's farm are well fed. So the question arises, why are they unaffected? Are you suggesting the source of these strange happenings lies within the village chief's household? Su Qing gasped, You suspect the village chief's son? Chapter 46. Absurd hostility. Sister Qing, you misunderstand. I have never suggested such a thing. Xueming replied, exasperated. Her musings had merely been whimsical speculation, and she had not intended to draw any conclusions. What are you saying? At that moment, Lixian entered the room. Reluctantly accompanied by Hu En Ayudat, Su Qing glanced at Xueming, chuckling as she shook her head. It is nothing. I was merely sharing some amusing thoughts with Xueming. I suspect you were not discussing anything amusing at all. Perhaps you were speaking ill of someone? Hunyao shot Su Qing a sideways glance before plopping down onto a chair. Su Qing and Xueming exchanged a glance, both feeling slightly awkward. Finally, sensing the tension, Lixian hurriedly attempted to lighten the mood. Hunyao, shall I assist you in the kitchen? Though Hunyao was young, she was not easily deceived. She recognized Lixian's intentions to distract from the awkwardness, and, feeling somewhat irked, muttered, just as my mother said, beautiful women are always trouble. She hurried towards the kitchen, leaving a few individuals behind, exchanging awkward glances with one another. Lixian looked at Hunyao as departing figure with a hint of concern. Su Qing believed that Lixian was likely the one who understood many matters most clearly. After all, the so-called strange occurrences in Feng village had ceased since his arrival. During the meal, Su Qing did not spot the sun in the wolf's mouth, perhaps. Just as the wolf had previously implied, the sun was indeed a topic he preferred not to mention. Ladies, please enjoy your meal. The village should be preparing for festivities by now. After we finish eating, let our Hunyao take you around the village. Grandma, I don't want to. Hunyao protested immediately, frowning as she was about to put a piece of vegetable in her mouth. Grandma, they're not good people. What nonsense are you talking about, Hunyao? These young ladies are friends of Master Lixian. If you continue to be so rude, you might as well skip this meal. Before Aunt Ma could finish, Wolf Fong, seated nearby, had grown somewhat irritated. It was rare for Hunyao to see her father angry, so she could only grunt in response and bury her head in her food, not daring to utter another word. Only then did Wolf Fong's expression ease, and he spoke with embarrassment. Ladies, I sincerely apologize. Hunyo has been rather impolite. It is my failure in upbringing. Children will be children. After all, we are still strangers. Su Qing pressed down on Xueming, who was about to speak her mind. This girl often spoke too bluntly, which was fine in Lu Xian's presence, but inappropriate in the company of others. If she did not intervene, who knew what trouble Xueming would stir up? Xueming struggled momentarily, realizing she could not break free, and then whispered to Su Qing, Sister Qing, don't worry. I will be tactful. Su Qing smiled and released her grip as if nothing had happened. Aunt Ma suddenly stood up with a bright smile and brought a large bowl of soup to the table. When Hunyo attempted to serve herself, Aunt Ma swiftly intervened. How rude. Let the guests eat first. Hunyo pouted and decided to quickly finish her rice and vegetables, reluctantly saying, You all eat. Hunyo is full. Without waiting for a response, she left the room. Aunt Ma then served soup to Su Qing and the others, chuckling apologetically. Look at this child. Just as Wolf Fong said, she is becoming more and more unruly. Su Qing and Xueming tasted the soup, a simple egg drop soup, but it was remarkably fresh. After a few sips, Su Qing curiously inquired, Aunt Ma, did you just collect these eggs from the henhouse? They taste so fresh. Aunt Ma paused momentarily in her task of serving Lu Xian, surprised, and then her wrinkles gathered together in astonishment. This young lady is quite remarkable. She can discern such things. Truly worthy of being a friend of Master Lu Xian. Aunt Ma, this is Su Qing, who is skilled in cooking, so she knows this is not due to Master Lu Xian. You are overpraising me. Lu Xian, who had taken a sip of soup, then looked up, somewhat embarrassed, and offered an explanation. Fool, why did you only introduce Sister Qing? What about me? Xueming complained. Hands on her hips, Lu Xian, startled, stood up quickly. This is Xueming, also quite impressive. He then flushed as he explained, Xueming, please forgive me. I had not introduced you yet. His shy and earnest demeanor elicited laughter from everyone. Xueming then proudly lifted her chin. No second chances. Oh, I see. Miss Su is quite young, yet so capable. Miss Xue is also quite impressive. Aunt Ma chuckled, sitting back down and busily offering them other dishes, causing Su Qing and Xueming to feel a bit shy. After the meal, Su Qing, with nothing to do, stepped outside and spotted Hunyo squatting in the yard, aimlessly drawing something in the dirt with a small stick. After a moment of thought, Su Qing approached and gently asked, Hunyo, what are you drawing? Hunyo glanced at Su Qing, but remained silent, continuing to scribble on the ground. As Su Qing leaned down to see that the drawing resembled a group of people gathered for some kind of ritual. Sister Qing, what brings you here? Xueming emerged from the house. Noticing Su Qing squatting beside Hunyo and becoming curious enough to join them, Hunyo. The village has begun decorating for the festivities. You should hurry and take Miss Su and Miss Xue to see the sights. Aunt Ma's voice called from inside. Hunyo cast a disdainful glance at Su Qing and Xueming. Grandma, Hunyo doesn't want to go. Su Qing stood up and exchanged a puzzled look with Xueming, unable to comprehend why Hunyo harbored such animosity towards them. It seemed they had done nothing to provoke her. Hunyo, if you keep this up, I'll break your legs. Wolf Fong's furious shout finally made Hunyo tremble slightly. She shot a glare at Su Qing and Xueming before finally relenting. Fine, follow me. This was the first time Su Qing encountered such a situation, and it felt somewhat awkward. After all, Hunyo was clearly reluctant to take them along, making the situation quite uncomfortable. Huh. Fool. Aren't you coming? Xueming looked around and realized she had not seen Lu Xian since they finished eating. Aunt Ma, wearing an apron, came out and explained with a smile, Ladies, I truly apologize. Wolf Fong needs to discuss something with Master Lu Xian. So you should go with Hunyo for now. I will send Master Lu Xian to find you later. That works. Let us go. Xueming shrugged, and with a reluctant glance at Aunt Ma. Hunyo finally led Su Qing and Xueming out the door. Chapter 47. The Centennial Celebration, Part 1. This time, there were 4 centenarians participating in the celebration in Feng Village, the highest number in nearly a century, prompting the villagers to begin their preparations early. Exiting Wolf Fong's home and following Hunyo past a few fences, they encountered a bustling crowd of people moving about. The trees along the roadside were adorned with various colorful lanterns, creating a vibrant display. Every household had put up red couplets, making the atmosphere far more festive than during the New Year. Schwemming frequently glanced around curiously, clearly intrigued by the sights. Look, the ancient tree up ahead is the center of our village's celebration and will be the liveliest place tonight. Hunyo pointed with her slightly chubby hand, her tone casual, as if she had little interest in this village-wide event. Su Qing and Schwemming followed Hunyo's gesture, noticing that the square resembled one they had seen in the bamboo leaf green clan. Although the square wasn't very large, it was cleaned. In the center stood a massive ancient tree, lush and thriving, radiating vitality. The tree was adorned with red silk ribbons, and according to Hunyo, it was the village's matchmaking tree, reputed to be quite accurate, as many lovesick individuals had come to seek their fortunes at the tea that moment. A pile of wood was stacked on a high platform in the square's center, where villagers would likely light torches and dance around it in the evening, reminding Su Qing of a certain ethnic group, causing her to smile. Sister Qing, since it's so lively over there, shouldn't we lend a hand? Schwemming exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Hunyo rolled her eyes and immediately doused her enthusiasm. The centenarians in our Feng village are highly respected. Such celebration activities cannot be casually interfered with. Besides, look at you. What could you possibly do? Hey, are you implying I would cause trouble? Schwemming retorted defiantly, unconvinced that, as a dignified holy maiden of the spirit clan, am I not capable of handling such trivial matters? Seeing this, Su Qing quickly pulled Schwemming aside and turned to Hunyo. Hunyo, why don't you go have fun? You've already shown us around. We can just tell the village chief that you've been with us. When they left the house earlier, Su Qing had noticed how Hunyo frequently glanced at her peers, but out of respect for Wolf Fong, she had patiently accompanied the two of them, which must have been quite challenging for her. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Hunyo appeared surprised, her expression filled with skepticism. Are you serious? Su Qing smiled and nodded, affirming her sincerity. Hunyo glanced at the center of the square before turning her gaze to Su Qing and Schwemming, hesitating momentarily before leaning closer to them and whispering, "You must leave Feng village at once. Otherwise, danger lurks ahead." After uttering those words, she anxiously scanned her surroundings and, without waiting for Su Qing and Schwemming to ponder her warning, she dashed away as if nothing had happened, leaving the two girls bewildered in her wake. Schwemming blinked and asked Sister Qing, "What does she mean? Is there truly danger in Feng village?" Su Qing shook her head, equally perplexed by Hunyo's ominous words. Casting her eyes over the scene in the square, she felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Before she could deliberate further, the voice of a villager jolted her back to reality. "Ladies, I presume you are here to attend our centenarian celebration tonight?" "Indeed, we were merely curious and came to take a look. Is there something you need?" Schwemming nodded, glancing at the approaching villager, a middle-aged man who was blind in one eye. However, the way he scrutinized them made Schwemming feel inexplicably uneasy, though she could not pinpoint why. "You may call me Brother Hoer. It is my honor to welcome you both as guests from afar. Coincidentally, one of the elders being celebrated today happens to be my grandfather. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "I fear I may not be able to host you adequately." Su Qing furrowed her brow at the man who identified himself as Brother Hoer, shaking her head. "No, thank you, my sister and I are merely strolling about." With that, she attempted to pull Schwemming away, but Brother Hoer's gaze upon them resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Though his words were courteous, Su Qing felt a profound sense of unease. It was unusual for a stranger to show such fervent hospitality. "Why the hurry, ladies? Even in haste, you ought to complete the celebration before departing," Brother Hoer remarked with an unsettling tone behind them. No sooner had he spoken than several burly men emerged from the shadows, surrounding Su Qing and Schwemming, leaving no avenue of escape. "What does this mean, Brother Hoer?" Su Qing's irritation grew as she surveyed the scene. Glancing at Schwemming, who was perspiring slightly, as if struggling to contain her composure. "Schwemming, what is the matter?" Su Qing grasped Schwemming's hand, only to find it inexplicably cold, before Schwemming could respond. Brother Hoer's sinister smile widened. The Master's words were indeed accurate. These two demonesses are finished. Seize them. Yes, the burly men responded in unison, advancing towards them. Xuanming, her complexion pale, instinctively shielded Su Qing, weakly exclaiming, "Sister Qing, what that girl said is true. Feng Village is cursed. It seems they have been plotting against us since the moment we arrived, including the Wang family." Su Qing was taken aback, her mind racing as she recalled the villagers' overly warm reception, shaking her head in disbelief. How is that possible? Could it be that Luxian has plotted against us too? What could be his motive? Xuanming shook her head, her spiritual energy waning, yet she managed to utter, "Sister Qing, Luxian is likely being manipulated as well." "Huh? Stop listening to their nonsense. Capture them." The master declared that once the celebration concludes, Feng Village shall be free from calamity for the next century. With a commanding shout from Brother Hoer, the burly men surged forward without hesitation. Xuanming exerted her remaining strength to repel a few of them, but her body began to sway unsteadily. Xuanming. Su Qing rushed to support her, only to be thrust aside by Xuanming, who, using all her might, urged, "Sister Qing, quickly, find Luxian, run, we cannot let the demoness escape." Brother Hoer's shrill voice echoed behind them, and with no time to hesitate, Su Qing sprinted away down the path they had come. However, being on the territory of Feng Village meant that everywhere she turned, villagers were searching for them. Su Qing had no time to ponder the situation and could only evade the villagers as she sought refuge at Wang Ye's home to find Luxian. By the time she stealthily returned to the doorstep of Wang Ye's home, the night had fallen completely. Hiding in the darkness, she observed a group of people illuminated by torches surrounding the village chief. Wang Ye, whose expression was one of fierce anger. "You are all useless. How can a bunch of you, who have feasted on rice, fail to capture a single woman?" Unlike the amiable demeanor he had shown before Su Qing, Wang Ye now appeared menacing, berating the burly men before him. "Chief, this matter is not entirely our fault. We were merely—" One of the burly men attempted to explain but faltered, inciting further irritation from Wang Ye. "Merely what?" His tone was harsh, and the burly man quivered before finally stammering, "It is just that the Master S potion seems to have no effect on the demoness who escaped." Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's expression stiffened, and he barked, "Search! Ensure all exits from Feng Village are guarded. Furthermore, Luxian and the captured demoness must be closely monitored. This concerns the future of Feng Village, and no further mishaps are allowed." Su Qing's heart sank. It seemed as though, just as Xuanming had said, they had been ensnared from the very beginning, and even Luxian was not exempt. However, Su Qing could not comprehend why these villagers regarded them as demonesses. Who was the master they spoke of? Was it possible that the true focus of this centenarian celebration was not the elders at all, but rather them? The more she pondered, the more absurd it seemed. Now that Luxian was in their hands, their previous plans were in jeopardy, and it was imperative to devise a way to rescue both Luxian and Xuanming. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Qing cautiously shifted her position to leave, but suddenly paused as she realized she had inadvertently stepped on a bundle of firewood. Just moments ago, that pile had provided her the perfect cover. Yet now it served as a trigger for her exposure. Sure enough, the noise quickly drew the attention of Wang Ye and the burly men, who began to search for her. "Who's there?" The burly men approached her hiding spot, torches held high as Su Qing's heart raced, and just as she prepared to flee, a childish voice called out from behind her, "Uncle Ma, it's me." Su Qing looked up in surprise. Locking eyes with Hunyo, who had somehow appeared behind her without her noticing, that Hunyo glanced at her briefly before stepping out nonchalantly and smiling. "Uncle Ma, what are you all so tense about?" The lead burly man chuckled before saying, "Oh, it's just Hunyo. What are you doing hiding in the firewood pile? I saw my cat go in there, so I was looking for it. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it." Hunyo feigned disappointment, and the man called Uncle Ma had no reason to suspect anything. After all, Hunyo did have a beloved white cat, he signaled to the other man, and they hurried away to search elsewhere. To Hunyo feigned curiosity and asked, "Uncle Ma, what are you looking for?" "Nothing much, Hunyo. The event is about to start. You should hurry home and change into something nice for the celebration. You're all dirty. Your father will scold you." "All right then, you take care." Uncle Ma replied with a hint of concern before leaving with his torch. Hunyo's smile slowly faded as she glanced back at Su Qing, saying coolly, "You can skip the thanks," as Su Qing was taken aback. She had never expected the seemingly disdainful Hunyo to come to her aid at such a critical moment. "Why did you help me?" Su Qing brushed off the dust from her clothes and cautiously surveyed the surroundings before asking, "Do you know where Lu Xian and Xuan Ming are being held?" Hunyo chuckled. "You think I wanted to help you? Don't be ridiculous. I'm helping brother Lu Xian." Su Qing had an inkling of this, so she wasted no time and directly inquired, "Where are they? Where are you Feng village people keeping them? Why did you capture us? What good is your urgency now?" Hunyo glanced back at her before turning. "Follow me. It's not safe here." Su Qing nodded and followed her, realizing that she had no other options left. It was a gamble, but if she lost, she would be captured. Yet if she won, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Hunyo glanced around as she stealthily brought Su Qing into her room, proclaiming that the most dangerous place is, in fact, the safest. The room appeared small yet remarkably tidy, indicating that its owner had a penchant for cleanliness. "Where are Lu Xian and Xuan Ming?" Su Qing immediately inquired, her anxiety palpable upon entering the room. With the village chief, Wolf Tooth, and that Aunt Ma absent from home, it meant that Lu Xian and Xuan Ming would not be present either. Hunyo shot Su Qing an irritated look, saying, "You need not worry about brother Lu Xian. He has favored our Wind village. However, your sister is in dire straits. She might meet her end tonight." "What?" Su Qing gasped, shocked to discover that the villagers' intentions behind capturing her and Xuan Ming were lethal. "What do you want from us? We have no money." It was inconceivable for ordinary villagers to abduct them without some ulterior motive, and Su Qing suspected that the mastermind behind it all was the so-called master the villagers spoke of. She needed to ascertain who this master was and why they sought her and Xuan Ming's demise. She was utterly baffled as to when she and Xuan Ming might have offended such a figure. Observing Su Qing's expression of terror, Hunyo felt disenchanted, realizing that the two women brother Lu Xian cared for were merely blessed with beauty. Recently, the village had been plagued by strange occurrences, with livestock disappearing from various households. Initially, everyone, including her father, believed it to be the work of wild wolves. As Hunyo recounted this, her expression grew grave, yet gradually, regardless of the measures taken by the villagers. Livestock continued to vanish, and even young boys began to disappear. Su Qing furrowed her brow, recognizing that these events were indeed related to the odd happenings in Wind Village. However, she recalled that Xuan Ming had mentioned that only the village chief's family. Wolf Tooth seemed unaffected by the livestock disappearances, but our family has remained unharmed, which is why everyone has naturally directed their suspicions toward us. Hunyo sighed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and why father's authority vanished overnight. And it was then that my brother, who also went missing. That was the end of it, and afterward brother Lu Xian arrived in our village, claiming that evil spirits had come, yet my brother never returned. Hunyo puffed her cheeks, desperately stifling her tears, leaving Su Qing momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her, waiting for Hunyo to gradually compose herself. Chapter 49. The Centenary Celebration, Part 2. Once Hunyo had somewhat regained her composure, she resolutely wiped her tears and gazed at Su Qing, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking yet held back. "Are you feeling pity for me?" "Not at all." Su Qing shook her head. "I merely find it perplexing." This was indeed true. Yet even so, why did the village chief, Wolf Tooth, harbor such animosity toward his own son? As Lu Xian, the demon catcher, arrived in this village, if there truly were demons endangering the village, he would certainly not be lenient. But why was there still no news of Hunyo's brother? Perhaps only Lu Xian held the answers to all these mysteries. And who is the master that the villagers speak of? Why do they wish to capture us? Su Qing found this point equally perplexing, yet she speculated that this master likely recognized both her and Xuan Ming, using the villagers of Wind Village for their own design. After Lu Xian's arrival, the strange occurrences in the village ceased, and even after a significant time following his departure, peace reigned in the village until Hunyo shook her head with a bitter smile. As if recalling something, just a few days before your arrival, both people and livestock in the village suddenly fell ill, and then the master appeared. Do you remember what this master looked like? Su Qing tilted her head, eager to extract more useful information from Hunyeo, but Hunyeo merely regarded her quietly before shaking her head. The master wore a veil. I couldn't see their face, but they seemed to be of a similar age to Brother Lucian and appeared quite handsome, though it was unfortunate I could not discern their features. Regardless, at least Su Qing now knew that the master spoken of by the villagers was a woman. She pondered that the only individuals she might have offended were Lu Xia and Mei Er. However, she immediately shook her head. Lu Xia was bold and forthright. If she harbored hatred, she would undoubtedly confront you openly, never resorting to underhanded schemes. As for Mei Er, the timing simply did not align. It was unlikely she would come to Wine Village just days ago to lay a trap. Who, then, could this person be? Su Qing found herself utterly baffled. And how does this master know about us? Why are the villagers convinced we are demonesses? This was what Su Qing most urgently wished to understand. How had the villagers been led to believe that she and Xue Ming posed a threat to Wind Village? After the master arrived, she predicted the village's fate, claiming that the villagers' ailments would be cured. However, she also foretold an impending calamity, stemming from the arrival of a strange woman into Wind Village, a woman who would endanger the entire village. If she were not eliminated, Wind Village would surely meet the same fate as those already obliterated. Hunyeo glanced at Su Qing, producing a small black vial from her pocket. The master gave this medicine to my father, saying that if the demons consume it, they will be powerless against us. Su Qing accepted the vial, her mind suddenly conjuring an image of Aunt Ma enthusiastically ladling soup for them. She leaned in to sniff the contents. Detecting no particular odor and recalling that she herself had consumed quite a bit of the soup, why had she suffered no ill effects? And what of you? Why did you save me when you were in the courtyard concocting that substance? Were you not hinting at something to us? Since Lucien is surely unharmed, you need not have gone to such lengths. Su Qing's curiosity was piqued. If the entire Wind Village had succumbed to the master's beliefs, why did Hunyeo still choose to save her? Why not simply heed the master's words and have them all captured and burned? Humph, do you really think I wish to save you? I merely believe that master is no benevolent figure. If she were truly as virtuous as my father and the others believe, why resort to murder for the sake of peace in Wind Village? Besides, I, Hunyeo, have never placed my faith in such things. She must be deceiving my father and the villagers. I must expose her conspiracy. Perhaps my brother's disappearance is intertwined with her schemes. From the moment Hunyeo had encountered the so-called master, she felt that the person was far from virtuous. While her father and the others were unwilling to believe her brother was still alive, Hunyeo held fast to the belief that he was indeed alive. After Su Qing and Xue Ming had arrived in Wind Village, Hunyeo had initially observed them and concluded that they were not as nefarious as she had imagined. After they drank the potion, she had relinquished any remaining hope. Yet when she prepared to return home, she was astonished to find that Su Qing appeared completely unscathed. Su Qing nodded, having grasped the general sequence of events. Now, she could only devise a plan to rescue Xue Ming and Lucien. However, with Lucien currently under control, lacking both magic and martial prowess, how could she possibly save Xue Ming and Lucien from the villagers? Where are Xue Ming and Lucien now? Su Qing felt a rising panic within her, but she struggled to maintain her composure. Hunyeo shook her head, a hint of sarcasm in her voice, that I know where your sister is, but I truly have no idea where father and grandmother have imprisoned brother Lucien. I had intended to stay, but father seemed to realize that I would undoubtedly attempt to rescue brother Lucien, so he sent me away early. Otherwise, I would have saved him long ago. This situation had become rather troublesome. Su Qing sighed. Then where is Xue Ming? I must go save her. Hunyeo shook her head, smiling as she asked, Are you going to your doom? How do you plan to rescue her alone? Even if it means certain death, I must go. Su Qing stood up, her gaze resolute. Xue Ming absolutely cannot die. Yet to Hunyeo, Su Qing's determination appeared utterly foolish. If you wish to die, you may as well go now. I certainly won't stop you. However, if you truly want to save your sister, why not make a deal? Hunyeo seemed unfazed, quietly observing Su Qing, her heart seemingly certain that Su Qing would agree to the arrangement. And Hunyeo's intuition proved correct. Su Qing indeed refrained from acting impulsively. Given Hunyeo's demeanor, it seemed there might still be a glimmer of hope. What Hunyo sought was simply assistance in locating her brother. Thus, Su Qing ventured to ask, "What must I do? Are you not going to inquire about the terms?" Hunyo was somewhat taken aback, as she had expected Su Qing to ask what the conditions entailed. Yet, Su Qing did not pursue that line of questioning. However, she soon smiled, revealing an appreciation that seemed atypical for her age. "You are quite clever. Hunyo enjoyed dealing with intelligent individuals in truth, the solution is simple, yet fraught with risk." Su Qing furrowed her brows, suddenly struck by a thought that illuminated much within her heart. Indeed, Hunyo was clever. If my conjecture is correct, you must be asking me to impersonate that master. Correct? In this day and age, even Lucien cannot command the unwavering belief of the villagers in Feng Village. So apart from masquerading as the esteemed master whom the villagers trust implicitly, Su Qing could conceive of no other alternative. Chapter 50. The master now. Please describe to me the characteristics of the master you speak of, since most of the villagers have had dealings with him. Su Qing knew she must be impeccable in her portrayal to avoid revealing her true identity. Only then could she hope to rescue Xuan Ming from the villagers. It seemed Hunyo had already devised a plan. She rose and rummaged beneath the bed, producing a white dress and veil amidst Su Qing's astonished gaze. "How did you come by this?" Although Su Qing was not particularly knowledgeable about clothing, the fabric appeared to be of good quality. However, this was a village, and a child like Hunyo could hardly afford such finery. More importantly, at her age, Hunyo seemed no more than a middle school student in their community. How could she be so astutely prepared? Su Qing couldn't help but regard Hunyo with newfound respect. "What kind of look is that?" Hunyo frowned, clearly displeased with Su Qing's gaze, and tossed the dress at her, somewhat awkwardly saying, "This fabric was given to me by a friend of my brother's, who said I could use it for my coming-of-age ceremony. After my brother disappeared, I went to the city and spent a small fortune having a tailor create this outfit, which resembles what the master wears." Su Qing chuckled at Hunyo's muttering expression, gently caressing the hard-earned white dress with heartfelt gratitude. "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to rescue your brother. I shall also provide you with a more beautiful garment." "Who asked you to compensate me? I don't care for this dress. It's utterly hideous." Hunyo shot Su Qing a glare and urged, "Hurry and put it on. If we delay any longer, your sister will truly be sacrificed. Along the way, I will gradually share with you some characteristics of the master." Su Qing nodded, hastily changing into the dress before following Hunyo to the square. As she attentively noted the master's behavioral traits, she quickened her pace. I could see that moment. The square was ablaze with light, with 4 centenarians seated on chairs, attended by villagers, surrounded by a spread of food. Yet the 4 elders wore frowns as they gazed at the village chief, Wolf Fong, on the high platform. Above, Xuan Ming was bound to a colossal wooden pillar, her complexion pale, surrounded by a pile of dry firewood. It was evident that the villagers had resolved to burn Xuan Ming alive that night. Wolf Fong stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of severity. Beside him stood Uncle Ma, who had spoken with Hunyo not long ago, brandishing a torch with an anxious tone. "What shall we do, Chief? We still cannot find that which named Su Qing. Feng Village is so small. How can she be elusive?" Wolf Fong was seething with anger, his gaze icy as he shot a discontented glance at Uncle Ma before asking, "What of Brother Hoer? No news at all?" Uncle Ma shook his head, perplexed, unable to fathom how Su Qing could remain hidden despite such thorough searches. "Chief, why not burn this witch first?" Uncle Ma, feeling desperate, glanced at the bound Xuan Ming and inquired tentatively. Wolf Fong sighed, surveying the crowd's expectant faces. As chief, his foremost duty was to maintain stability and consider the greater good for the future of Feng Village. He had no desire to resort to such drastic measures against Lucien, nor to sacrifice others for the village's future. He had indeed questioned the master, yet the master had saved those villagers, leaving Wolf Fong with little choice. "Let us begin." Uncle Ma promptly raised the torch, proclaiming loudly, "The celebration has officially commenced." As his words fell, the previously somber crowd erupted into joyous cheers. "Burn the witch! Save Feng Village! Burn the witch! Save Feng Village!" Xuan Ming struggled to lift her eyelids, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Who would have thought that the esteemed saintess of the spirit clan would be deemed a witch by mere mortals, destined to be publicly burned? How absurd and ironic. Hold on. Just as Uncle Ma was about to toss the torch into the pile of firewood, a light, ethereal voice floated above the villagers' clamorous shouts. Both Uncle Ma and the crowd were taken aback as Unyo entered the square. Leading a veiled woman clad in a flowing white gown, the masked woman surveyed the square with a cold indifference. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "Master!" Gradually, more voices joined in, calling for the master, with many villagers kneeling in reverence. Wolf Fong furrowed his brows, exchanging glances with Uncle Ma. How could the master arrive at Feng Village at this moment? Had something new been revealed? Regardless, Wolf Fong and Uncle Ma rushed forward with smiles. "Master, your unexpected presence tonight. Have you divined something?" Su Qing lifted her gaze to meet Wolf Fong's wrinkled smile, nodding gently before lowering her voice to respond. "Indeed, I have uncovered something of great significance." "Master, could this be unfavorable news for our Feng Village?" Wolf Fong gasped, unable to bear the weight of such a revelation. Feng Village must not fall into his hands. Su Qing smiled lightly, adopting the demeanor Hun Yo had described. Speaking with an air of authority, "Chief, there is no need for concern. Now that I have arrived, I shall ensure Feng Village remains unharmed." Only then did Wolf Fong breathe a sigh of relief, though his heart still raced with anxiety as he urgently asked, "Then, Master, what must we do?" Su Qing feigned contemplation, pacing back and forth before glancing at the puzzled Xuan Ming bound to the pillar. Smiling as she declared, "It is simple. This which cannot be burned for now, what?" Below in the square, Brother Ho Air immediately grew agitated, recalling that it was this master who had insisted they must burn the witch. Now she claimed they must not. Was she toying with them? Though he was determined to confront the master, he was halted by Hun Yo's smiling intervention. "Uncle Ho, what the master speaks of concerns the greater good of Feng Village. Should you dare to confront the master and jeopardize our village, we will not let you off lightly." Under normal circumstances, Hun Yo would never dare to speak to Brother Ho Air in such a manner. But her words echoed the sentiments of the villagers, altering the dynamics of the situation. "As if on cue, a chorus of villagers chimed in. "Yes, Uncle Ho, my child is still young. Think carefully before you act rashly and endanger us all." Brother Ho Air's face turned a shade of green with anger as he glared at Su Qing, who was impersonating the master on the platform, ultimately retreating amidst the villagers' reproaches, yet for reasons he could not articulate. He felt that the master on the platform bore some differences from the master of that day, but he could not pinpoint exactly why. Fearing the villagers might turn against him, he sulked away to a corner, stewing in frustration. Chapter 51. A dilemma. Wolf Fong shot a warning glance at Brother Ho Air, who had retreated to the corner, then hesitantly approached the master, his voice trembling. "Master, you previously insisted that the witch must be burned for Feng Village to remain safe. Why has the stance changed?" Su Qing paused, exchanging a glance with Hun Yo, who promptly stepped forward to grasp her father's arm and whispered, "Father, the master surely has her reasons for this course of action. If you provoke the master with such foolish inquiries, it could lead to dire consequences. Even the fortune-telling elders would never dare to reveal the secrets of fate. Regardless of our actions, we stand to lose nothing. It is better to heed the master's counsel." Upon hearing this, Wolf Fong was struck with dread, realizing he nearly provoked the master into revealing forbidden knowledge. Had it not been for Hun Yo's timely warning, he might have committed a grave mistake. Her reasoning was sound, and thus he found himself swayed by her words. "Bring forth the bindings for Miss Xuan Ming." Wolf Fong hurriedly issued commands, prompting Uncle Ma beside him to swiftly discard the torch in his hand, swaying his body as he rushed up to the platform, clumsily untying Xuan Ming. Due to Xuan Ming's frail condition, as soon as the ropes were loosened, she swayed precariously like a small boat adrift in the sea. After a tremendous effort, she finally steadied herself, using her hands to support herself against the wooden post behind her, raising her eyelids in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Su Qing. Su Qing understood immediately that Xuan Ming had recognized her, but at present they were still not free from danger. The thought of approaching to assist her seemed overwhelmingly difficult. She could only maintain her previous stance. "Thus, this enchantress shall be taken away by me. Burning her is not an option. This sorceress possesses formidable powers, and I must bring her back to eliminate her completely. Su Qing averted her gaze. Casting a fleeting glance at Wolfang, as if struck by a thought, she inquired, "By the way, I heard that there's another demon catcher named Lu Xian who came with your village?" "Yes, indeed. Young Master Lu Xian is also in this village," Wolfang replied, unable to suppress a cold sweat in his heart. To protect the village, he might have to harm innocent people, which would undoubtedly place Lu Xian in an unjust position. If the master before them were to take Lu Xian's life, not only would he oppose it, but the entire Wind Village would vehemently disagree. Young Master Lu Xian had saved their lives, and they were not the type to repay kindness with malice. Su Qing naturally perceived Lu Xian's esteemed position within Wind Village and smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for Village Chief Wolfang to worry. I merely wish to meet this young Master Lu and discuss matters of cultivation with him. If that is permissible?" Understanding at last, Wolfang felt somewhat relieved and quickly turned to instruct Uncle Ma. "Hurry, summon people to bring young Master Lu Xian here." Uncle Ma nodded vigorously, hastily gathering people to lift Lu Xian. That he held a great respect for the village chief, thus he dared not delay in carrying out Wolfang's orders. Wait, just as Uncle Ma was about to lead people to fetch Lu Xian, Ho Ergu, who had been observing Su Qing from the corner for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Su Qing turned to meet Ho Ergu's gaze. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a wave of unease wash over her, accompanied by a foreboding sense that was evidently shared by others. Tiger Girl had already stepped forward, loudly reprimanding. "Uncle Ho, what are your intentions? You have repeatedly tried to obstruct the master. Are you not here to harm Wind Village?" Upon hearing this, Ho Ergu smirked, retorting mockingly, "You little brat, though young, your thoughts are quite malicious." With that, he suddenly weaved through the crowd onto the platform, declaring, "You incessantly invoke Wind Village, casting various accusations upon me. Your Uncle Ho, with such ruthlessness, can you sleep at night? Uncle Ho, my father is the village chief, and my brother was the first and only scholar in the village." Tiger Girl retorted fiercely, "Everything we do is for Wind Village. What wrong is there in fearing for its safety?" Despite her youth, Tiger Girl's spirit matched her name. She fearlessly countered him. She even called out to the villagers gathered in the square. "Uncles and aunts, do you not agree with my words?" The villagers, having watched Tiger Girl grow up, were well aware of her character. In contrast, they were more inclined to trust her than the idle and self-indulgent Ho Ergu. Observing the crowd's reaction, it was evident that Ho Ergu was becoming increasingly desperate. He angrily pointed at Su Qing, exclaiming, "My name, Ho Ergu, is not without merit. I suspect you are not the master at all, but rather another enchantress in disguise. Otherwise, how could we not find her?" Su Qing's heart trembled. It became clear that Ho Ergu posed the greatest obstacle. It appeared she would not be able to smoothly take away Xuan Ming and Lu Xian today, and she might even have to sacrifice herself. "Are you questioning my authenticity?" Su Qing scoffed, her tone tinged with hostility, which to the onlookers suggested she was indeed showing signs of anger. However, both Wolfang and the other villagers merely observed the standoff between Ho Ergu and Su Qing in silence. For although Ho Ergu's words were bold, they also startled Wolfang and the others. What if the person before them truly was Su Qing and not the real master? Would that not render their efforts futile? With a brazen bird leading the charge, they chose to remain as spectators. After all, if the person present truly was the master, then even if the master were angered, it would only be Ho Ergu who would face the consequences, and they would not be implicated. Conversely, if this person was indeed not the master, they could seize her and burn her without hesitation. "Father." Tiger Girl was acutely aware of her father's thoughts and attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Wolfang, who feigned a reprimand toward Ho Ergu. "Get down. If the master becomes angry, I wonder how you will face the consequences." Ho Ergu sneered, "If the master is present, then I willingly accept death for offending her. This matter is solely my responsibility. It concerns none of the villagers of Wind Village. But if she is not the master and instead an enchantress, then I shall personally see to her demise. Do you dare to remove your veil?" Su Qing paused, realizing she could not dare to remove her veil. Yet in the current situation, what could she do? It was evident that if she did not unveil herself, the crowd would not accept her. But if she did unveil, death awaited her. Just as Su Qing found herself in a state of profound hesitation. A sudden sound reached her ears, accompanied by a slight chill at her wrist. Chapter 52. Survival and danger. Su Qing's entire body stiffened, and even her expression betrayed a surge of uncontrollable excitement. Ho Ergu, observing her sudden shift from panic to calmness, felt perplexed. His instincts told him that this woman before him was undoubtedly problematic. Without hesitation, he took a bold step forward, reaching out to unveil Su Qing's face. However, before his hand could touch her, it was abruptly intercepted by Tiger Girl, who rushed in. Though Tiger Girl was not tall and still quite young, her piercing gaze caused Ho Ergu to instinctively swallow hard and take a few steps back. Tiger Girl, are you conspiring with this enchantress? As Ho Ergu realized he had been intimidated by such a young girl, he felt a wave of frustration. If he did not take decisive action today, how could he face the village in the future? Would he not become a laughingstock? Tiger Girl was acutely aware of her predicament. She knew Su Qing was not the true master if the veil were lifted. Su Qing would have no escape but to perish alongside Xue Ming. Tiger Girl, step aside. Since he wishes for me to unveil myself, I shall do so, but I wonder if you are prepared to bear the consequences? Just as Tiger Girl was at a loss, Su Qing suddenly pushed past her. Tiger Girl looked at her in disbelief, but Su Qing merely winked at her, despite knowing that there seemed to be no other way. For some reason, at that moment, Tiger Girl was willing to place her trust in Su Qing. Tiger Girl was almost amused by her own thoughts. Why did she have such great hope for someone who seemed utterly incapable? In Ho Ergu's eyes, Su Qing's actions were nothing short of self-destructive. Yet simultaneously, he began to feel unease. Unable to comprehend how this woman in white could suddenly radiate such confidence, he sought help from village chief Wolfang. But Wolfang's gaze averted, clearly choosing to remain uninvolved. It was evident that Wolfang had decided to distance himself from the situation, causing Ho Ergu to mentally curse under his breath. Watching Su Qing press forward, he glanced around at the multitude of eyes fixed upon him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "You will unveil yourself. If you truly are the master, I, Ho Ergu, will accept whatever judgment you deem fit." As Su Qing smiled, she was already aware that Ho Ergu's heart was currently a tumultuous mix of emotions. Gently, she removed her veil. The moment the veil fell, not only was Ho Ergu rendered speechless, but also Hunyo beside him could not help but doubt herself and rubbed her eyes. The woman standing on a high platform in the square was not the Su Qing Ho Ergu had imagined, but rather an unfamiliar face. This visage was even more stunning and delicate than Su Qing's, yet it bore no relation to her whatsoever. Ho Ergu stared blankly at the woman before him, and his legs weakened, causing the 7-foot man to kneel down before the crowd. Wolfang was the first to regain his composure, his heart finally relieved. Fortunately, he had just stood as an observer. Even if the master were to lay blame, it would undoubtedly not fall upon him. "Master, it is indeed the master." Wolfang hurriedly approached and kicked the still-dazed Ho Ergu, immediately admonishing him loudly. "Ho Ergu, what more can you say now? Your actions display a lack of faith in the master. Hurry and plead for the master's mercy. Perhaps the master, in his magnanimity, will spare your life." Wolfang's intention to save Ho Ergu became abundantly clear, and Su Qing found herself suppressing a laugh at his antics. In truth, she had no intention of dealing harshly with Ho Ergu. Even if she could, she would choose not to. "Master, it is indeed my fault for not recognizing your greatness, but I shall bear the consequences of my actions alone. Ho Ergu's life is yours to dispose of as you see fit." Awakened by Wolfang's kick, Ho Ergu ultimately did not completely disappoint Su Qing. He displayed a measure of backbone, rising to his feet with a resigned expression, ready to face his fate. Truly, he was not afraid of death. Naturally, that face could not belong to Su Qing. Instead, it was the countenance of Xiao Qing. It was not that Su Qing had suddenly changed her face, but rather an illusion that caused the villagers to perceive only Xiao Qing's visage. With a smile, Su Qing felt a flicker of admiration for Ho Ergu. "Rest assured, on this day, I shall spare your life for Hunyo's sake. There will undoubtedly come a time when I shall require your services." Ho Ergu was not deaf. He clearly heard Su Qing's words, which implied that while she would temporarily spare his life, it would not be long before she would seek it again. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, he responded, "In that case, Master, you might as well take my life now and spare me the daily terror of anticipating my demise." Su Qing glanced at Hunyo. Gesturing towards her, Hunyo had been fixated on Su Qing's face, seemingly perplexed by the events unfolding, questioning why the person before her was both Su Qing and yet not. "Great Master," Hunyo stammered. "What would you have me do?" Su Qing, somewhat exasperated by Hunyo's reaction, thought to herself that no matter how shrewd Hunyo had appeared, she was still merely a child. "Have you not been clamoring to see your Le Chien Ge? Allow Ho Er-ge to escort you to him." Afterward, she cast another glance at Ho Er-ge, adding, "I shall not take your life, but during my stay in Feng Village, you must dutifully complete the tasks I assign you. Thus, I shall overlook your previous insolence." Ho Er-ge looked to Hunyo and felt a shiver run down his spine, finally relieved to realize that the master did not genuinely intend to take his life. He experienced a sensation akin to a survivor of calamity, reaching up to touch his face, only to find that he had unconsciously broken out in a cold sweat. He promptly nodded in agreement. "Let us go, Hunyo. I shall take you to find Lu Xian." Ho Er-ge, now devoid of any arrogance, hurriedly led Hunyo away. Su Qing withdrew her gaze and fixed it upon Wolf Fong, who eagerly stepped forward, seeking to ingratiate himself. "Master, what must I do next?" "Entrust this demoness to me, and arrange for a room. I intend to perform a ritual." Su Qing cast a side glance at Wolf Fong, her authority immediately asserting itself. "There's another matter." Wolf Fong hesitated to speak, but Su Qing quickly interrupted him. "You need not concern yourselves with this. I have my own plans." Wolf Fong hastened to nod in agreement, waving his hand to make the necessary arrangements. With a heavy sigh of relief, Su Qing felt the weight lift from her shoulders. This time, she had narrowly escaped disaster. Her thoughts suddenly turned to the cool figure at the entrance of the square. At that moment, he stood quietly leaning against the door frame, as if separated by centuries, and their gazes met in a silent exchange. Chapter 53. Yen Lin Chen's return. Wolf Fong, following Su Qing's instructions, arranged for a room at the village chief's home for her convenience. When Uncle Ma sent someone to bring in Xuan Ming, her face remained pale and frail. Su Qing gazed at Xuan Ming with concern. Yet due to her status, she could only sit coldly to the side and observe. "Master, we have brought the person, and my wife has ensured the room is spotless. I hope the master is satisfied." Uncle Ma wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at Su Qing with a simple sincerity. Su Qing cast him a sidelong glance and smiled. "Quite good. I'm very satisfied." Uncle Ma immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the master was pleased, there would be no reprimand. Does the master have any further instructions? However, to be cautious, Uncle Ma dared not show any signs of complacency. "None. You may return to your memorial activities. No one is to approach this place, except for Hunyo and that young master Lu Xian." Uncle Ma quickly nodded, committing Su Qing's words to memory, though he found it strange that Hunyo had suddenly become so close to the master. However, he dared not ask further questions, merely bowing and saying, "Thank you, master, for ridding our Feng village of this calamity." With that, he shot a resentful glare at the slumped Xuan Ming, as if he wished to bore a hole through her with his gaze. Su Qing, feeling a sense of urgency, hurried over to grasp Xuan Ming's hand, deeply worried. "Xuan Ming, how are you feeling?" Looking at the entirely unfamiliar face before her, Xuan Ming seemed unperturbed by the strangeness of it all. Yet, she lacked the energy to inquire why, eventually managing to muster a faint smile and shaking her head. "Sister Qing, I am fine. It's just that the Master's medicine has completely suppressed my spiritual power, and I have yet to recover from my previous condition, which is why I am in this state." Seeing the normally vibrant Xuan Ming now appear so weak and feeble, Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. "She is fine. You need not worry." A cold voice suddenly echoed in the room, prompting both Su Qing and Xuan Ming to look up. The figure before them was tall and poised, with sharp brows and striking eyes. His violet gaze was chilling, exuding an aura that seemed to deter any approach to it was none other than Yen Lin Chun, who had previously remained in Mi Luo's dreamscape. just as Su Qing felt lost and unsure of how to resolve the situation in the square. She felt a sudden chill around her wrist, where the Jue Yin rested. Though she still did not fully comprehend its purpose, her instincts told her that Yan Linchun had arrived. Her intuition proved correct as his voice rang in her ears. "Do not be afraid. Remove the veil." What should have been a simple command instilled in Su Qing an unprecedented sense of reassurance. "Lord Snake King, do you have a way to save her? Please save her." Su Qing rushed forward, seizing Yan Linchun's sleeve, her tone desperate as if she had found her savior. Yan Linchun lowered his gaze, taking in the delicate, white hand clutching his sleeve. Sensing something, Su Qing quickly withdrew her hand, even going so far as to smooth out the creases in his sleeve as a gesture of servitude. "You are the Demon King, Yan Linchun, of the Misty Forest? The one with the bloodline of the ancient dragon god?" Yan Linchun diverted his gaze from Su Qing, recognizing that this woman had indeed caused him no small amount of trouble during their time apart. Were it not for the fact that Yin needed to be placed in her care, he might have considered silencing her for good. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Tribe? Yan Linchun stepped forward, intending to extend his hand to save Xueming, but paused as he noticed Xueming unexpectedly lift her gaze and coldly sneer. "This Holy Maiden does not require your assistance." Yan Linchun halted in his tracks, and Su Qing shared her surprise at Xueming's sudden hostility. While Xueming's demeanor was typically cool, she did not seem to harbor such animosity toward Feng Yimou logically. This was their first meeting. Why would she display such resistance? Why would she refuse Yan Linchun's help, even at the cost of her own well-being? Xueming. Why? "He can help you recover immediately. At that time, we can go help Hunyu find her brother." "I cannot do it alone." Su Qing rushed forward to persuade Xueming, but Xueming weakly yet firmly shook her head, her tone unwavering. "I would rather die than have the Demon King save me." "Why?" Su Qing was perplexed, yet Xueming stubbornly pressed her lips together, unwilling to say another word. Su Qing turned to Yan Linchun, who looked equally astonished. Just when Su Qing thought Yan Linchun would not rescue Xueming, he suddenly smiled faintly and pulled out a jade vial from his robe. Tossing it to Su Qing, she instinctively caught it as a cold voice resonated above her. "Inside this vial are 2 pills, one for that demon catcher and one for her. Remember, Hunyu's brother is in the forest just outside the demon realm. You must rescue him." "Why?" Su Qing held the jade vial, astonished, for in her memory, Yan Linchun did not seem like the type to meddle in others' affairs. After all, he had watched the clansmen of Shaoqing perish without lifting a finger as their king. Why was he suddenly so compassionate? A pang of realization struck her. Was it because it concerned whether Xian could awaken? The calm voice echoed in Su Qing's heart like thunder, leaving her utterly stunned. She could scarcely comprehend it. She had long hoped that the little one would awaken again, yet she never imagined that day would come so swiftly. In her overwhelming joy, she suddenly felt anxious, even disregarding the reasons behind it. "Then what about you? Since you know how to awaken Xian, why not bring Hunyu's brother back immediately?" However, the outcome left Su Qing somewhat disappointed. Yan Linchun's purple eyes briefly flashed with a hint of panic before returning to tranquility. So swiftly that Su Qing almost thought she had imagined it. "I cannot go." Just a brief statement, devoid of any explanation. Before Su Qing could inquire further, Yan Linchun had already left the room in haste, leaving her in a state of confusion. He clearly possessed the ability to awaken Xian quickly. Why did he not act? Was there more to the story? For millennium, he had sacrificed his cultivation and energy to protect Xian's life. Why now, when Xian could awaken, did he refrain from doing so? "Sister Qing, who is Xian?" Xueming suddenly spoke, forcing herself to stand. Su Qing hurriedly supported her, saying, "Please take the medicine first." "All right. I will explain later." Xueming stubbornly shook her head, a glimmer of hatred flashing in her eyes. "I do not want the medicine given by the Demon King." Su Qing was bewildered. Why did Xueming harbor such animosity towards Yan Linchun? She sighed. "I truly do not understand." Xueming seemed to be lost in painful memories, finally breaking the silence after a long while. 1,000 years ago, it was the Demon King Yan Linchun who caused me to lose the most important person in my life. He may not recognize me, but I would recognize him even in ashes. Therefore, I do not want his medicine. Chapter 54. Hunyu is fierce. You say you met Yanlichen 1,000 years ago? Su Qing was taken aback. She had not expected Xu Weming to have known Yanlichen so long ago. What could he have done to incur such deep hatred? Xu Weming's animosity towards Yanlichen seemed far more complex than mere vengeance. Yet Yanlichen's gaze towards Xu Weming had been distinctly unfamiliar, suggesting he truly did not recognize her. What had transpired a millennium ago? Su Qing was perplexed. Ultimately, Xu Weming simply shook her head wearily, indicating that Su Qing would not extract any further explanations from her. Knock, knock, knock. That a series of knocks shattered the somewhat oppressive atmosphere within the room. Su Qing glanced at Xu Weming, who had returned to her seat, sighed, and rose to open the door. It was Ho Urge and Hunin. Ho Urge was carrying the unconscious Lu Xian on his back. However, judging by Lu Xian's complexion, it seemed he was not seriously harmed, which relieved Su Qing. Master, I brought the person you requested. Ho Urge gasped as he brought Lu Xian into the room, gently laying him on the bed. Hunyu and Su Qing exchanged glances, and Su Qing smiled. Thank you. You may leave now. Hunyu, please stay and help me. Ho Urge glanced at Hunyu, seemingly recalling something, and nervously rubbed his hands, asking, May I inquire if Master requires anything else from me? Hunyu, observing Ho Urge's timid demeanor, could not help but giggle, prompting Ho Urge to glare at her. However, mindful of Su Qing's presence, he merely muttered, You, girl, have become increasingly disrespectful. I shall ensure your father teaches you a lesson. Yet Hunyu was unfazed by Ho Urge's words, defiantly pointing at Su Qing. Oh please, Uncle Ho, I have a master here. Your father would not dare to do anything. You. Ho Urge was exasperated. A 7-foot man rendered speechless. He could only leave with a darkened expression, muttering to Su Qing that she could call for him should she need anything further, as he departed. He shot a final glare at the mischievous Hunyu, who was making faces at him. Once Ho Urge was gone, Su Qing helplessly closed the door. Hunyu, are you deliberately provoking Ho Urge? He is used to running rampant in the village. And since his father indulges him, I, Hunyu, will not let him off the hook. Hunyu pouted, exuding an air of fearlessness. After observing Su Qing's expression, she curiously asked, You are Su Qing, right? What happened to your face? Su Qing was taken aback as she touched her face, recalling that Yanlichen had cast an illusion upon her, making her appear as Shaoqing to Hunyu and the others. It was merely an illusion. Su Qing felt no need to explain further to Hunyu. After all, Hunyu was unlikely to be overly concerned about the demon realm. Knowing too much would not be beneficial for her. Hunyu did not press further and ran a check on the still unconscious Lu Xian. Turning to Su Qing, Do you have any way to save Lu Xian? Concern was etched on her face. Su Qing then retrieved a dark pill from the jade vial, forcing Lu Xian's mouth open and administering the pill. However, there seemed to be no immediate change. Su Qing had expected him to awaken as soon as he swallowed the pill, just like in the drama she had seen before. Yet, it was clear that this was not the case. Nevertheless, trusting in Yanlichen, Su Qing believed the pill would surely be effective. Su Qing, are you sure this thing works? Lu Xian is still not awake. Hunyu was growing anxious. Su Qing felt helpless. She did not know when the medicine would take effect. So, she could only reassure her. This medicine requires time to show its effects. Do not be anxious. It is indeed effective. You must trust me. Hunyu skeptically examined Su Qing's face, then pointed at Xu Weming, who was slumped in a chair. What about her? Why does she still look half dead? Su Qing paused, unsure how to explain Xu Weming's refusal to take the medicine. She awkwardly smiled. She finds it bitter. At her age, still complaining about bitterness? Hunyu scrutinized Xu Weming, who shot her a defiant glare, seemingly saying, What business is it of yours? Hunyu huffed, marched over, seized the jade vial from Su Qing's hands, and, to Su Qing's astonishment, forcefully pressed the pill into the weak and powerless Xu Weming's mouth. Neither Su Qing nor Xu Weming had anticipated such a turn of events. Xu Weming barely had time to react before the pill was swallowed, and she immediately began to retch, yet it was evident that it had little effect. Hunyu triumphantly clapped her hands, gesturing at Su Qing with her chin. Since my brother Lu Xian took it, she must take it too. Otherwise, how would I know if it works? Su Qing observed Xu Weming's murderous glare directed at Hunyu and thought to herself, Hunyu truly lives up to her name, fierce as a tiger. However, She was grateful for Hunyu's bold action. Otherwise, she would not have known how to persuade Shi Weming to take the pill. With a sigh, she pretended to chastise Hunyu. "You, girl, what will you do now? She does not want to take this medicine." Hunyu, with a dissatisfied pout, cast a glance at Suqing, whose expression was laced with a semblance of a smile. Reflecting an inner joy she was attempting to mask, she thought to herself, "How can you appear so composed when your heart is brimming with happiness, leaving me to shoulder the blame?" Shi Weming's penetrating gaze felt as if it could bore a hole through her back, prompting Hunyu to muster her courage and avoid looking at her, ultimately returning to stand beside Lishan. As the effects of the medicine gradually took hold, the unconscious Lishuan displayed evident signs of improvement. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, he finally languidly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Shi Weming, having been forcefully fed a pill by Hunyu, was left with no choice but to sit and restore her spiritual energy, her pallor slowly transitioning to a healthier hue. "Miss Su," Lishuan exclaimed, shaking his somewhat dazed head as he looked at Suqing with a hint of confusion. Suqing smiled, but before she could utter a word, Hunyu suddenly threw her arms around Lishuan, her voice tinged with tears. "Lishuan Gij, I thought you wouldn't wake up?" Although Lishuan was unclear about the precise events that had transpired, he could distinctly sense a wave of weakness coursing through him. He gently patted Hunyu's back to reassure her, saying, "Hunyu, don't worry, I'm fine. I will be all right." Hunyu pouted, wiping her tears, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Lishuan. "Lishuan Gij, is what you said true?" With a resigned smile, Lishuan reached out to ruffle her hair. "Of course it's true. Just look at who your Lishuan Gij is." Hunyu giggled, her spirits lifted by Lishuan's playful banter, a clear indication that he was indeed unharmed. Once Hunyu's emotions were soothed, Lishuan turned his attention to Suqing and inquired, "Miss Su, could you please recount the events that transpired during my unconsciousness?" Hunyu shot a displeased glare at Suqing, seemingly upset that Lishuan had not directed his question at her. Suqing chuckled awkwardly. Despite her youth, Hunyu's jealousy was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Suqing recounted everything in detail to Lishuan. Upon hearing her account, Lishuan's brow furrowed in concern. He was somewhat aware of the troubles plaguing Foam Village, but he had not anticipated the extent of the turmoil that had unfolded in his absence. Who was the master that the villagers spoke of? Why had they set a trap in advance for them? If even he could unknowingly ingest a medication with no immediate effects, then that master must be formidable indeed. "Miss Su, have you and Shi Weming crossed paths with any enemies?" Since the attack seemed specifically aimed at Suqing and Shi Weming, it was likely that the so-called master was targeting them. However, Lishuan pondered whether Suqing knew the identity of this person. Suqing shook her head with a bitter smile. If she had known, she would not have been so troubled. Moreover, she suspected that the matter was closely related to Shi Weming. After all, the drug seemed to inflict the greatest harm on Shi Weming, while she herself appeared relatively unscathed. Yet, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Does Miss Shi Weming possess any insights? Lishuan cast a worried glance at Shi Weming, who was still meditating to recover her spiritual energy. Suddenly, Suqing seemed to recall something and hurriedly retrieved a small vial from her bosom. Presenting it to Lishuan, "Take a look at this. Do you have any leads?" The vial in Suqing's hand was the one Hunyu had given her, claiming it was provided by the master. She had nearly forgotten about it. Uncertain whether Lishuan would have any clues regarding its contents, Lishuan accepted the vial and extracted a pill, gently sniffing it before shaking his head with a hint of regret. This is merely a medication that temporarily strips a practitioner of their cultivation. While it is indeed rare and difficult to discern, anyone with a modicum of knowledge could procure it. Therefore, I cannot ascertain its origin. "I see," Suqing sighed, her spirits sinking once more. She had hoped to gain some insight from Lishuan, only to find that he was equally in the dark. "Lishuan Gij, may I ask you for a favor?" Hunyu, who had been hesitating at the side, finally voiced her request. Lishuan paused, well aware of Hunyu's unspoken desire. This child, who often pretended that nothing bothered her, was secretly longing for her brother, who "I'm sorry, Hunyu, but I cannot assist you with this," Lishuan replied with a heavy heart. Hunyu, however, found it hard to believe. Lishuan clearly had the ability to save Hu Hao, yet he was unwilling to do so. Why? Why won't you help Hunyu rescue her brother when you clearly can? She cried. Lishuan Gij, you promised that you would do your utmost to fulfill Hunyu's wishes. All I want is my brother back. Hunyu's emotions spiraled out of control as tears streamed down her cheeks. She could hardly comprehend that the Lishuan Gij she trusted so deeply could repeatedly treat this matter with such indifference. Lishuan's lips moved, his eyes filled with guilt and regret. Yet under Hunyu's intense questioning, he ultimately remained silent. Seeing his demeanor, Hunyu shouted, Lishuan Gij, I hate you. I truly despise you. With that, she forcefully shoved past Suqing, running out without a second thought. Not only Hunyu, but even Suqing was bewildered by Lishuan's behavior. Although she had not interacted with him extensively, she understood his character well enough to know that indifference was not in his nature. Moreover, having just heard Yanlinchen mention that only by locating Hunyu's brother could the hidden Yanxian, trapped within the giant snake wooden carving, possibly awaken, Suqing was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. With a furrowed brow, she asked, Lishuan Gongzi, Hunyu has already left. Could you explain to me why? Why won't you save Hu Hao? Her tone was devoid of accusation, merely seeking understanding as she regarded Lishuan earnestly. Lishuan glanced at Suqing, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is not that I do not wish to save Hu Hao, but rather that I cannot. Lishuan sighed heavily before continuing, when I first arrived in Feng Village, I secretly sought out Hu Hao. You sought him out? Suqing exclaimed in surprise, yet found it consistent with Lishuan's character. If that were the case, why had he not informed Hunyu? From Hunyu's earlier words, it seemed she had previously pleaded with Lishuan. But he had refused, leading her to believe that perhaps he might change his mind this time. Yet, Lishuan had still turned her down, resulting in her emotional outburst. But now, Lishuan claimed he had searched for Hu Hao before. Did this imply that he had his own reasons for not acting? Indeed, I sought him out. As a demon hunter, how could I remain indifferent to such matters? Lishuan glanced at Suqing, as if recalling something, and after gathering his thoughts, he slowly spoke. Hunyu lost her mother at a young age, and her brother Hu Hao has always been her anchor. That fateful night, I went in search of Hu Hao, entering the very forest where we first met. In truth, I did encounter Hu Hao. Suqing gasped, suppressing her overwhelming curiosity and patiently awaiting Lishuan's next words. Lishuan forced a strained smile. However, Hu Hao himself did not wish to return. It is not that I am unwilling to bring him back. Before I departed, Hu Hao specifically requested that I not inform his sister, Hunyu. Lishuan felt both helpless and wronged regarding this matter. On one hand, he empathized with Hunyu's yearning for her brother. On the other hand, he had made a promise to Hu Hao, and a gentleman's word is as good as a bond. Having made that commitment, he saw no reason to go back on it, for that was not his way. Suqing was perplexed. Why would Hu Hao, who had always cared for Hunyu, not want to return to Feng Village, especially knowing how much she missed him? This suggested that Hu Hao was not truly missing, but had chosen to leave Feng Village, leaving the villagers to believe he had vanished. Why? Why had he chosen this path? At that moment, Xueming, having completed her meditation, appeared revitalized. Suqing exclaimed in delight, Xueming! Xueming rose with a smile. Sister Qing, I am fine now. My spiritual energy has fully recovered. After a brief pause, she added, however, I will not express gratitude to Yanlinchen. Chapter 56. The living dead. Suqing found it somewhat amusing, yet increasingly perplexing. Why did Xueming harbor such animosity towards Yanlinchen? Perhaps it was related to the events from 1,000 years ago that Xueming had mentioned, which might explain her lack of fondness for him. After all, the disparity in temperament between the two individuals is exceedingly vast. Furthermore, Yanlinchen is a person whose moods fluctuate unpredictably. At times, he appears gentle and amiable, while at other moments, he seems as cold as ice. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Suqing couldn't help but let out a light chuckle, which immediately drew the attention of Xueming and Lishuan. From their perspective, it seemed that there was nothing particularly amusing about Xueming's remark. A bit embarrassed, Suqing pulled at the corner of her mouth and swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, let's set aside other matters for now. Young Master Lishuan, could you perhaps elucidate why Tiger Hao chose to leave Wind Village, and why he's kept this matter from Tiger Niu? Tiger Niu's profound longing for Tiger Hao surely attests to the deep bond between the siblings, does it not? However, this was not the crux of Su Qing's confusion. What truly perplexed her was why the village chief, Wolf Fong, had chosen to remain silent about his own son. Previously, Tiger Niu had mentioned that Tiger Hao was the only scholar in Wind Village. It seemed exceedingly rare for a village to produce such an individual in ancient times. This should have been a source of immense pride. Yet as a father, Wolf Fong remained reticent about it, giving the impression that he regarded Tiger Hao with disdain. Li Xuan pondered for a moment. Realizing that sharing this with Su Qing and Xu Yiming posed no significant risk, he finally spoke up. Tiger Hao did not wish to leave Wind Village, nor did he want to part from Tiger Niu. Rather, he simply cannot return. Xu Yiming, growing increasingly impatient with Li Xuan's halting speech, stepped closer and admonished, "You fool, why can't you just articulate everything clearly at once? Must you persist in this stuttering manner?" Xu Yiming's sudden proximity made Li Xuan's face flush crimson, rendering him somewhat flustered. After all, he had been secluded in the mountains for his training, with little opportunity to interact with women, let alone engage in such close proximity. Li Xuan swallowed hard and took several steps back, leaving Xu Yiming standing there, perplexed. As an observer, Su Qing had a clear view of the entire unfolding situation. She smiled and gently tugged at Xu Yiming, whispering, "Calm down, Xu Yiming. Allow young Master Li Xuan to finish his explanation. Exercise a bit of patience." Although Su Qing herself felt a twinge of anxiety, as the situation extended beyond mere concerns for Tiger Niu and involved the dormant Yan Xian within the giant serpent wooden carving, she could afford to wait a moment longer. Xu Yiming pouted, flicked her sleeves, and sulked back onto a chair, ignoring Li Xuan. Su Qing shook her head helplessly and patiently settled down, taking a sip of water before cheerfully asking, "May we proceed now?" Li Xuan, slightly disgruntled, wiped his nose and inadvertently locked eyes with Xu Yiming. She shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to hurriedly divert his gaze and steady his thoughts before continuing the topic that Xu Yiming had interrupted. Because, in truth, Tiger Hao had already passed away several months ago. Upon hearing this, both Su Qing and the irritable Xu Yiming were momentarily stunned. This meant that Tiger Niu's brother, Tiger Hao, was indeed deceased. Did this imply that the strange occurrences in Wind Village were somehow connected to him? But how could a dead man be involved? A chill ran down Su Qing's spine as she realized that since arriving in this alternate world, she had encountered an array of bizarre events. She couldn't help but wonder what misdeed she had committed in her past life to find herself in such a place. If Tiger Hao had died months ago, then was the Tiger Hao whom Li Xuan had encountered a reanimated corpse or a lingering spirit? As if he could sense Su Qing's thoughts, Li Xuan let out a heavy sigh before speaking again. "Not long ago, I descended from the mountains and passed through Wind Village. I sensed an overwhelming aura of negativity. So I entered the village and discovered the gruesome deaths of livestock and even instances of missing persons. That my investigation led me to a cave, where I found Tiger Hao crouched within. Draining the blood from those animals, he exhibited no signs of vitality. He was already a living corpse. What is a living corpse?" Su Qing found herself increasingly perplexed. Before Li Xuan could elaborate, Xu Yiming interjected with a calm explanation. "Living corpses are more commonly found in the mortal realm, but they are quite rare. Typically, without exceptional circumstances, a mortal loses all consciousness upon death, let alone the ability to move." Xu Yiming shook her head regretfully, as she had already formulated her own hypothesis. "If I am not mistaken, someone must be aiding him. Perhaps some extraordinary treasure is forcibly keeping his soul tethered to his body. Initially, he would need to consume vast amounts of blood to transition into a living corpse. But eventually, he would grow accustomed to that shadowy existence and no longer require blood. He likely left in hiding to avoid harming the villagers of Wind Village, not wishing for anyone to perceive him as a monster or to burden his loved ones with such a cruel reality." For the first time, Li Xuan nodded appreciatively, acknowledging Xu Yiming's insight. Indeed, Tiger Hao was deeply reluctant to accept this truth. He did not wish to depart from this world, yet he also wished to shield his loved ones, particularly his only sister, from the harsh reality. Thus, he crafted the illusion of being missing, at least for Tiger Niu. Even if she never saw him again, her unwavering belief in Tiger Hao's survival would spare her from complete despair. Su Qing felt a twinge of sorrow as her nose began to sting. She had not anticipated such an outcome. How devastating it would be for Tiger Nyo to learn that her beloved brother had long since passed. Even if she were to remain in ignorance for her entire life, would it not still bring her profound heartache? While Tiger Hao's choice was made with Tiger Nyo's welfare in mind, Su Qing found herself fundamentally opposed to such a course of action. In certain circumstances, the cruel truth is far more palatable than the so-called comforting lies. And what about the villagers' illness? If Tiger Hao chose to disappear to prevent harming the villagers, it stands to reason that he could not be responsible for their affliction. So, what has caused their ailments? Li Xuan smiled gently. Su Qing, it seems you are momentarily adrift. I suspect that the strange occurrences in Wind Village are the result of the so-called master that the villagers speak of, whose intent is likely to gain the trust of these simple folk for ulterior motives. At this juncture, Li Xuan glanced at Xu Yiming, hesitating for a moment before asking, Xu Yiming, may I inquire if you have ever incurred the wrath of any particular individual? Xu Yiming found this question somewhat bewildering. She had never ventured beyond the Spirit Clan in a millennium. How could she possibly have offended anyone? Wait, the Spirit Clan? Xu Yiming's brow furrowed slightly, and a cynical smile crossed her lips. As she began to consider the possibility, do you have any leads, Miss Xu Yiming? Li Xuan had been attentively observing Xu Yiming's reaction since he broached the subject of the master, and her demeanor was noticeably revealing, suggesting she might indeed hold some knowledge. However, when Xu Yiming regained her composure, she merely cast a casual glance at Li Xuan, deliberately avoiding the topic. She moved to the table, bent to pour herself a glass of water, and quietly stated, "You'd be better off focusing on how to resolve matters concerning Tiger Nyo rather than pondering a master. Or do you wish to allow Tiger Hao to continue existing in this manner? As a demon hunter, you should be more aware than anyone of the fate that awaits living corpses who linger too long in a mortal realm." Upon hearing Xu Yiming's veiled admonition, even Li Xuan, who usually maintained a positive demeanor, couldn't suppress a wave of frustration. He was, of course, acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited living corpses in the mortal realm. Yet, the situation was far from simple. Encompassing far too many complexities, Su Qing had remained silent throughout the conversation, listening intently. She was not only bewildered by the myriad of information, but also increasingly intrigued by Xu Yiming. What status did the Spirit Clan hold in this alternate world? Why had this saintly figure, Xu Yiming, garnered the ire of certain individuals? What had transpired a millennium ago? And what was the nature of the peculiar blood-red seal that bound Yin Xian? Previously, Yin Xian had mentioned that Yin Linchen had lost his memories from 1,000 years ago. What had truly occurred? Could all of this somehow be related to the Spirit Clan? As Su Qing pondered these questions, her head began to ache. She decided to set aside these thoughts for now. She needed to find a comprehensive solution regarding Tiger Nyo, especially since she had promised to help her find her brother. Moreover, Tiger Hao's situation was intertwined with Yin Xian, and she had to meet him no matter what. Young Master Li Xuan, I wish to meet Tiger Hao. Could you take me to him? Suddenly, Su Qing lifted her head, gazing at Lu Xian with eager anticipation. Lu Xian was well aware of Hu Hao's whereabouts, and it would indeed be splendid if he could lead them there. However, without a moment's hesitation, he firmly rejected Su Qing's request. Apologies, Miss Su, I have made a promise to Hu Hao. One must honor their word. I cannot take you to find him. Have you lost your mind? Su Qing exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. I made it abundantly clear that you are fully aware of the fate awaiting the living dead. If he remains in the mortal realm any longer, he will have no chance of reincarnation. He will become a half-human, half-demon, an abomination shunned by all realms. When that happens, divine retribution will be unleashed. You wish to witness Hu Hao's utter destruction. Xu Yiming was nearly driven to the brink of rage, perceiving Lu Xian's steadfastness as sheer obstinacy. While remaining in the mortal world may seem favorable, the cycle of life and death is a natural law. The celestial realm, despite its prolonged closure, would never permit such a circumstance to exist. Should Hu Hao transform into a half-demon, the moment the celestial realm detects it, no matter where he flees, divine retribution will surely descend. To that point, not only would reincarnation be impossible, but Hu Hao's essence would vanish entirely from the three realms, a catastrophic loss. What do you mean by utter destruction? Xu Yiming seethed, her frustration boiling over. Unbeknownst to the group, Hunyu had quietly appeared at the doorway, her eyes brimming with tears and disbelief. "Do you all know my brother's whereabouts?" Hunyu entered, her movements unsteady, a stark contrast to her usual vibrant self. She approached Lucian, her voice trembling. "Brother Lucian, you have known my brother's whereabouts all along, haven't you?" Lucian, surprised by Hunyu's sudden appearance, felt a pang of guilt as he observed her heart-wrenching expression. Lowering his gaze, he couldn't bear to meet her eyes. Hunyu, visibly shaken, forced a self-deprecating smile before turning her attention to Suqing. "And you know where my brother is, don't you?" Suqing fell silent, the atmosphere in the room growing unbearably heavy. How could she break the news to Hunyu, who was so desperately searching for her brother? That he was no longer among the living? "But you promised." Hunyu's emotions spiraled out of control as she grasped Suqing's arms tightly, her eyes filled with fury. "You said you would help me." "Hunyu, things are not as you imagined. We all have our reasons," Suqing said, her heart aching for Hunyu. "I have not deceived you. I merely learned of your brother's fate, but I truly do not know where Hu Hao is. I'm searching for him as well. He is the only one who can save my child." "Your child?" Hunyu's rationality began to resurface, a mix of skepticism and shock crossing her features. Not only Hunyu, but Xu Wiming and Lucian were equally taken aback by this revelation. Lucian stared at Suqing, unable to fathom that she was already a wife and mother, that a tumult of emotions surged within him. Disappointment, confusion, and an inexplicable sense of unease he recalled the first time he met Suqing, finding her sharp-witted and eloquent. Coupled with the inexplicable aura of mystique that surrounded her, he had been drawn to her. The memory of her diligently roasting a rabbit and tearing meat for him remained vivid. How could such a spirited and dynamic woman already be a mother? Noticing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Suqing realized they had misunderstood her intentions. Yet, at that moment, she lacked the energy to concern herself with their thoughts. Hunyu's emotional stability was her priority. She needed to reassure Hunyu and devise a prudent plan. Resolutely, Suqing looked at Hunyu and nodded. "Someone informed me that your brother, Hu Hao, can save my child. Thus, it is not just you who seeks him. I, too, wish to find him. In a sense, we share a common goal." "Really?" Hunyu released her grip on Suqing's arms, her voice uncertain. Yet Suqing's conviction was palpable. Observing Hunyu's calmer demeanor, Suqing sensed a shift in the tension. "Fool, you might as well tell Hunyu the truth." Xu Wiming interjected, her patience wearing thin as she cast a glance at Lucian, who appeared profoundly affected. After a moment of hesitation, Lucian sighed, recognizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. From a moment he confided in Suqing and Xu Wiming. Perhaps he had already broken his promise to Hao. It was the first time he felt so powerless and defeated. Yet, Xu Wiming was correct. Hu Hao could not remain in the mortal realm any longer, or he would truly risk invoking divine retribution. "Hunyu, this matter is my fault, but it was never my intention to deceive you. Like your brother, I only wished to protect you from harm, though perhaps that was merely our misguided belief." Lucian spoke apologetically. Although he had not spent much time with Hunyu, he regarded her as a sister and could not bear to see her suffer. Chapter 58. Fabrication's brother Lucian. "Has something happened to my brother?" Hunyu's previous impulsiveness faded as she began to contemplate Lucian's guilt-ridden gaze. Whenever Hu Hao was not mentioned, Lucian never looked at her with such eyes. And the more he did, the stronger Hunyu's sense of foreboding became. Lucian nodded and then shook his head, drawing Hunyu into a comforting embrace. "Hunyu, it was my fault. I will take you to see Hu Hao. Just remember, no matter what happens, though I cannot take Hu Hao's place, I, Lucian, swear to protect you, Hunyu, as my sister for all my days, that I will always be by your side." As Hunyu felt his warmth, tears streamed down her face. Even if Lucian had not spoken, she understood all too well that something had indeed gone awry with Hu Hao. Her body trembled, and her lips quivered uncontrollably. "Brother Lucian, will Hunyu still be able to see her brother?" Hunyu's voice trembled with uncertainty. She lacked the courage to inquire about Hu Hao's fate, yet she recalled the ominous words from Xu Wiming about utter destruction. Did that imply death? Hunyu dared not dwell on the thought. tears cascading down her cheeks as she dissolved into sobs. Xu Yiming and Su Qing exchanged glances, both teary-eyed as they bore witness to the scene. Once Huaniu cried herself to sleep, Lu Xian gently soothed her, and only then did Su Qing feel emboldened to ask, Xu Yiming, is there truly no way for the living dead to survive? Xu Yiming shook her head resolutely. Absolutely impossible. He cannot escape divine retribution. Unless someone takes on the punishment for him. There's a slim chance he could survive, but even then, it is not guaranteed that the retribution would be averted. With a sigh, Su Qing contemplated her next words before suddenly declaring, Xu Yiming, I wish to take Huaniu to see her brother one last time. I believe this is what Huaniu desires, and Hu Hao must surely long for his family as well. Xu Yiming smiled knowingly, fully understanding Su Qing's intentions. She promptly rose and said, You handle the villagers for now. I plan to leave Feng Village. We shall meet in the forest later. After all, she was still viewed as a demoness by the villagers. Su Qing nodded in agreement, realizing that with Xu Yiming's powers restored, matters would be much easier to navigate. As long as Xu Yiming left and concocted an excuse, they could take Huaniu out for a brief excursion. Given the master's esteemed status among the villagers, Su Qing was unconcerned about the mysterious figure returning to Feng Village to cause trouble. If the master truly had connections to Xu Yiming, then Xu Yiming's whereabouts would determine his target. As these matters reached a resolution, Su Qing resolved to find a way to work with Xu Yiming to unearth the master, ensuring he would not escape unscathed. Those who schemed against them would pay a price. For although Su Qing may not possess formidable abilities, she was a person who believed in retribution. After exchanging farewells with the heavy-hearted Lu Xian, Xu Yiming hurriedly departed from Feng Village. Not long after her exit, Su Qing summoned Wolf Fong. Upon entering, Wolf Fong noted that the so-called demoness, Xu Yiming, had vanished, and Lu Xian appeared lost in thought. He hesitated to meet Lu Xian's gaze, yet he felt a sense of relief deep within. Ultimately, he voiced his concerns. Master, do you know what has become of that demoness? Anticipating Wolf Fong's inquiry, Su Qing cast a casual glance at Lu Xian before smiling reassuringly. Do not worry, just moments ago, with the assistance of young Master Lishuan, I have successfully eradicated that nefarious enchantress. As I spoke, I produced a dark, ominous vial from my bosom, feigning to show it to Langia, the village chief, exclaiming that the essence of the demoness now resides within this very bottle. As Langia reached out to accept the vial, he hesitated, nonchalantly retracting his hand, vigorously wiping it on his clothing, and with a face lined with wrinkles, he chuckled. How could we possibly doubt the abilities of Master and young Master Lishuan? However, the matter of the enchantress still looms. What shall we do about her? Su Qing had never considered herself skilled in the art of fabrication, yet since arriving at Feng Village, she felt this latent talent had been unearthed within her. With a smile that barely concealed her intentions, she replied, That enchantress has long fled. Therefore, for the sake of Feng Village, I must pursue her. Ah, we owe much to the master. Upon hearing Su Qing's resolve to assist Feng Village in eliminating this menace, Langia felt a surge of joy. As long as Feng Village remained safe, all was well. Su Qing smiled inwardly, thinking to herself that she was not foolish enough to pursue someone intent on harming her. Surely, that would indicate a mysterious affliction. Yet, she understood the necessity of maintaining appearances, for her current status was that of a revered master in Feng Village. Langia was about to speak further when he noticed Huaniu lying nearby. Causing his heart to skip a beat in alarm, he hurriedly approached her, his voice trembling slightly as he turned to Su Qing. Master, what has happened to Huaniu? Although Langia was deeply concerned, his lengthy tenure as village chief prevented him from losing his composure entirely. Oh, fret not. She is merely exhausted and has fallen asleep. By the way, I have taken a liking to this child, Huaniu, and I wish to accept her as my disciple, to accompany me in the search for the fleeing enchantress. What are your thoughts on this, village chief? Originally, Su Qing intended to mention taking Huaniu to meet Hu Hao, but recalling Langia's dissatisfaction with his son's demeanor, she quickly altered her phrasing. Upon hearing this, Langia was overjoyed. He had previously heard from Brother Ho and others that the master had unique fondness for Huaniu. Initially skeptical, he was now thrilled that the master wished to personally take Huaniu as a disciple. If she could learn even a fraction of the master's skills, Feng Village would no longer have to fear any demons. Moreover, given Hunyu's tender age, studying under the master could potentially lead her future husband beyond the confines of Feng Village. Imagining Hunyu's fate transformed, Langyan nodded eagerly, his heart lightened. Su Qing, satisfied with her clever fabrication, inwardly reveled in her newfound prowess at storytelling. Meanwhile, Lishuan, observing her spirited performance, could not help but chuckle in exasperation. He caught Langya's eye, who, recalling his past misdeeds towards Lishuan, quickly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. In that case, we should celebrate appropriately. The ceremony has already commenced. Why not join me and young Master Lishuan for some food and drink? Su Qing shook her head, feeling fatigue from the earlier commotion. Please have Brother Ho bring some provisions over. Young Master Lishuan and I need to establish a protective barrier for Feng Village. So we will not attend the ceremony. It's quite the hassle, and I find myself somewhat weary. Chapter 59. The past of Hu Hao. With Su Qing expressing her wishes, Langya had no grounds to protest further. He nodded, saying, Then we are grateful to you, Master and young Master Lishuan. With your presence, the villagers of Feng will feel much more at ease. Moreover, Langya was genuinely satisfied and joyful, for in his eyes, his daughter now possessed the opportunity to alter her destiny. What parent could fail to feel happiness at such a prospect? Yet, thoughts of his son weighed heavily on his heart. Su Qing nodded. Waving her hand wearily, Langya cast one last glance at the sleeping Hunyu and Lishuan before hastily departing to attend to his duties. Once Langya had finally taken his leave, Su Qing sank heavily onto a chair, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Who would have known that Miss Su possessed such a talent? Lishuan remarked teasingly. Su Qing smiled sheepishly, having anticipated Lishuan's playful jibe that it was, after all, a situation she had not chosen. Her hand had been forced, and without such embellishments, matters would have been rather difficult to navigate. She glanced at the still slumbering Hunyu before turning to Lishuan and softly urged, You should swiftly prepare a protective barrier for Feng Village. I've already made grand claims. Lishuan shook his head in resignation. Even without Su Qing's prompting, he had intended to do just that. Rest assured, Miss Su, I shall attend to it promptly. We won't linger in Feng Village. I harbor some reservations. This place not only held the villagers of Feng, but also Hunyu. He had promised to protect her for life, and having already broken his word to Hu Hao, he could not afford to fail Hunyu as well. Otherwise, he would be ashamed before himself, a man of stature. Not long after Lishuan departed, Brother Ho entered cheerfully, carrying a basket of food. His demeanor suggested he had heard news of their impending departure from Feng Village, which naturally lifted his spirits. Su Qing chose to remain discreet about her knowledge. By the way, Brother Ho, may I inquire about something? Seemingly struck by sudden thought, she asked casually. Brother Ho paused, surprised that the master had queries for him. Yet he quickly regained his composure and, with a hearty smile, asked, What would you like to know, master? I shall divulge all I can. If only such a person existed in her world. He truly knew how to converse with anyone, adapting to their needs. This could be regarded as a skillful maneuver. However, it also served Su Qing well, as it allowed her to glean information more effectively. You are aware that I intend to take Hunyu as my disciple. Correct? Su Qing sipped her tea lightly, as if casually inquiring. Brother Ho's eyes widened as he glanced at the still sleeping Hunyu, nodding vigorously. Yes, I have heard village chief Langya mention it. The news had spread throughout the village, with some harboring envy and others jealousy, for Hunyu's fate and future were not easily measured. However, for Brother Ho, it was of little concern. As a solitary figure, what did he have to do with such matters? His curiosity was piqued regarding what the master wished to discuss. As he meticulously arranged the food from the basket, he smiled and asked, What is it that you wish to know, master? You may inquire freely. There is nothing to be shy about. Now that the matter had been broached, Su Qing saw no reason for pretense. She wasted no time in probing, having only sought to gauge Brother Ho's attitude. I have heard that Hunyu's brother, Hu Hao, has gone missing. However, it seems that village chief Langya is rather reluctant to speak of him. I wish to understand why. Fearing Brother Ho might grow suspicious, she quickly added, I am genuinely concerned for Hunyu, as she misses her brother dearly, that I wish to assist her in finding him. Unexpectedly, Brother Ho's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Su Qing's intent to search for Hu Hao. He glanced around furtively, then cautiously closed the door before leaning closer to Su Qing and whispering, "Master, it would be prudent for you to seek out that lad. His departure from Feng Village was quite peculiar." What do you mean? Su Qing had initially aimed to understand the disparity in language treatment of his children, but Brother Ho's words suggested that there was more to the story than she had anticipated. Naturally, she needed to comprehend the full situation. Brother Ho swallowed hard, glancing at Hunyu before slowly divulging what he knew. Hu Hao has always been diligent in his studies, ultimately becoming the only scholar in Feng Village. However, things took a turn when he returned from a trip bearing a woman. The most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Naturally, we should have rejoiced at his choice. Yet, upon learning that this stunning lady was the foremost courtesan from a brothel, it cast a shadow over his return. Upon hearing this, Su Qing could already anticipate the ensuing developments in this place. A scholar could be regarded as possessing boundless potential, yet he had sought out a courtesan, which, in the eyes of the villagers, was undoubtedly an act of moral degradation and self-indulgence. Moreover, as the village chief, Wolf Fong would certainly disapprove of Hu Hao marrying such a woman. It was no wonder that Wolf Fong was reluctant to acknowledge his son whenever he was mentioned. Simultaneously, Su Qing's curiosity was piqued. Was there a connection between Hu Hao's demise and the courtesan? She had not had the opportunity to inquire about this matter with Lu Xian earlier, as her focus had solely been on comforting Hunyo. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than she had initially thought. Indeed, on the night Hu Hao vanished, she had seen him. That night, she had observed him embroiled in a heated argument with the courtesan, who was weeping profusely, a sight that had evoked her sympathy. That it was a pity that her origins were so disreputable. Brother Ho'er continued to reminisce about the events leading up to Hu Hao's disappearance, recalling them as vividly as if they had occurred yesterday. Little did he know that the very next day, Hu Hao would vanish along with the courtesan. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have surely inquired about the circumstances that night. While it was more palatable to describe it as a disappearance, the villagers largely believed it to be an elopement, which is why Wolf Fong never sent anyone to search for Hu Hao, publicly asserting that he had only Hunyo as a child. Those with a modicum of sense refrained from mentioning Hu Hao's name. Perhaps only Hunyo still harbored thoughts of Hu Hao. The bond between the siblings had always been profound, and it was entirely natural for her to struggle with acceptance at this moment. Chapter 60. Each with their own thoughts the following morning. Hunyo awoke leisurely, glancing at Su Qing, who was peacefully asleep with her head resting on the table. Hunyo felt a sense of relief. At least Su Qing had not abandoned her. Rising, she hesitated for a moment before gently shaking Su Qing. Su Qing, groggy, opened her eyes to find Hunyo before her throat still parched. After a prolonged stretch to ease her stiff neck, she whispered, "You're awake?" "Yes. When do you plan to take me to see my brother?" Hunyo's primary concern remained her brother, Hu Hao. She missed him dearly. Su Qing smiled and reached out to pat Hunyo's hair. But the nimble girl dodged her touch, instinctively shielding her hair and asking, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I just noticed that your brother Lu Xian often does this, and I was curious if you would prefer it." Su Qing replied, feeling a bit awkward as she withdrew her arm. She had intended to offer some comfort to the child, but it seemed Hunyo was not receptive to such gestures. Hunyo pouted in dissatisfaction, carefully arranging her hair while muttering, "Only my brother and Lu Xian can touch Hunyo's hair. No one else is allowed." "You little rascal." Su Qing adoringly regarded Hunyo, who, feeling unaccustomed to the affection, shook her body, wondering if Su Qing might be unwell today. Just as she was about to say something more, Lu Xian's voice called from the door, "Miss Su, Hunyo. Are you awake? We should be setting off." Upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, Hunyo rushed to the door and flung it open with enthusiasm before Su Qing could react. Lu Xian, seeing Hunyo's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but smile gently, his warmth akin to the sun in spring, instantly brightening Hunyo's heart. "Lu Xian Gij," Hunyo sweetly called out, her voice filled with youthful emotions. However, she remained unaware that Lu Xian seemed oblivious to her feelings. He merely smiled kindly, his gaze shifting past Hunyo to the still drowsy Su Qing. As Su Qing had just awakened, her complexion not at its best, with her hair in disarray, likely a result of having slept at the table. Leaving a red mark on her face, she appeared languid, reminiscent of a cat, which stirred something within Lu Xian. Yet he quickly suppressed a bitter smile, reminding himself that Su Qing was married and already a mother. Lu Xian lowered his head, a mix of self-mockery and helpless regret washing over him, leaving him perplexed by the emotions swirling within. It was a perplexing feeling, both uncomfortable and strangely pleasant. After all, he could see her. Although Hunyo was still young, she perceived many things with remarkable clarity. To be honest, she did not like the way Lu Xian had just looked at Su Qing, which prompted her to step forward and inadvertently block his line of sight. Lu Xian Gij, please wait for me, and Su Qing to freshen up. Without waiting for his response, Hunyo hurriedly closed the door behind her, leaving Su Qing puzzled as she leaned against the door, catching her breath. What are you doing? You really are a mother now. How could it be otherwise? Yan Xian calls him Mama, so naturally, I'm his mother. Of course. What's wrong? Su Qing was taken aback by Hunyo's question, but upon receiving her confirmation, she distinctly sensed Hunyo's palpable relief. After the group had washed up, Su Qing feigned a performance in front of Wolf Fong and the others, and only then did they successfully depart from Feng Village. Throughout the journey, Hunyo exhibited great excitement, as she was about to reunite with her brother. However, in contrast, Lu Xian and Su Qing were considerably more subdued. Both were acutely aware that Hu Hao would indeed be leaving, and that Hunyo might very well be seeing him for the last time. They wondered if she could bear the weight of yet another loss. Nevertheless, it was too late to turn back. The arrow had been loosed. Lu Xian could only lament his failure to uphold his promise, feeling utterly powerless. Could Hu Hao's disappearance be related to the courtesan he had brought back to Feng Village? Su Qing ensured that Hunyo was out of earshot before leaning closer to Lu Xian and quietly inquiring that Lu Xian was caught off guard by Su Qing's sudden proximity, the faint scent of her fragrance overwhelming him as he struggled to suppress the stirrings of his heart. Just recently, Xuanming had leaned in similarly, yet all he had felt then was a desire to retreat. Yet lately, he found his feelings for Su Qing to be peculiarly intense. For instance, at this moment, although Su Qing had done nothing but draw nearer, his heart raced erratically, and his breath quickened. Could it be that he was unwell? Lu Xian gripped his sleeve tightly, curiosity getting the better of him as he asked, "How do you know?" "It was merely a guess, but with your words, it has become a certainty. I had heard Brother Hoer mention it, and I wanted to ask you. After all, I truly wish to understand how Hu Hao could save my child." Lu Xian's expression shifted, visibly pained at the mention of child, as a bitter sensation spread within him, driving him to the brink of madness. For a long time, he merely furrowed his brow, offering no response to Su Qing, causing her to feel perplexed. What was wrong with him? Why was he acting so strangely? Had the events surrounding Hu Hao truly impacted him so deeply? I also wish to learn more. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly, and Lu Xian turned to regard her, his lips twitching before he ultimately nodded in assent. Hunyo glanced back, her gaze flitting between the two, already sensing the odd tension that hung in the air. She decided to step back slightly, squeezing herself between Su Qing and Lu Xian, causing Su Qing to be pushed aside. Observing Hunyo's pouty demeanor, Su Qing couldn't help but find it amusing. Could it be that this little girl harbored feelings for Lu Xian? She seemed intent on creating distance between Su Qing and him, even having inquired about Yan Xian's whereabouts earlier. "What are you all discussing?" Hunyo attempted to shatter the oppressive atmosphere, genuinely curious about a question that had long lingered in her mind. Lu Xian glanced down at Hunyo, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Oh, it's nothing. Soon, Hunyo will be able to see her brother. Are you excited?" As he spoke, he affectionately tousled Hunyo's hair, prompting her to beam with delight, nodding eagerly as her joy radiated. Chapter 61. What brings you here? Young master, since departing from Feng Village, Su Qing and her companions have been hastening back through the familiar woods, intent not only on reuniting with Xuanming, but also on locating Hu Hao as swiftly as possible. According to Lu Xian and Xuanming, should Hu Hao persist in his state of a living dead, he would soon face divine retribution, leading to his complete annihilation, a fate Su Qing dreaded above all else. If possible, she hoped Hu Hao could be reborn, sparing him such a tragic end. With their pace quickening, the trio arrived in the woods within half a day, following the agreed-upon signal for Xue Ming. They settled quietly at the edge of the forest, awaiting her arrival. However, it was peculiar that, given her speed, Xue Ming should have appeared promptly upon receiving their message. Yet, as often happens, reality defied expectation. After a considerable wait, they had yet to catch sight of her. Yunyo, growing increasingly impatient, scanned the surroundings restlessly. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she glanced at the unforgiving sun hanging high in the sky and inquired of Su Qing, who was lost in thought. "Hey, Su Qing, why hasn't your sister arrived yet? Is it possible the message she sent was unreliable, were it not for Su Qing's awareness of Hunyo's youth and vulnerability? She might have felt inclined to reprimand her. After all, what could she do in this situation? With no phone, no communicator, and certainly no helicopter, she herself was unsure why Xue Ming had not yet come. The likelihood of a mistake in the message seemed slim, unless Xue Ming had encountered some trouble. Su Qing, why don't we go search for Hu Hao instead? Xue Ming is quite capable. She should be able to take care of herself. I can leave a mark here. And perhaps Xue Ming is also on her way to find Hu Hao. Luxian, who had been leaning against a tree in silence, finally spoke up. Given the uncertainty of the situation, nobody could ascertain Hu Hao's condition. Thus, their only option was to seek him out. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to find my brother," exclaimed Hunyo, the most excited of the group, her small face alight with enthusiasm. Su Qing glanced at her, then stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothing, and agreed with Luxian's suggestion. "Very well. I shall trouble you, young Master Lu, to lead the way." "Of course," Luxian replied warmly. Pleased that Su Qing had concurred with his plan, he drew his sword and waved it through the air, causing several golden characters to appear momentarily before vanishing again. Oh, not worry, Su Qing. This is a special mark I've inscribed. Once Xue Ming arrives, she will surely perceive it, and we will then be able to meet. To reassure Su Qing, Luxian thoughtfully explained, and she smiled in response. Although she did not fully understand, she trusted him, replying kindly, "Thank you, young Master Lu." Meanwhile, Hunyo observed Luxian with a complex gaze. Surely, he himself was unaware of the tenderness and focus in his eyes as he looked at Su Qing, akin to someone beholding a cherished treasure. Hunyo recognized Luxian's gentle nature, yet she had never seen him regard her in such a manner. This thought sparked a wave of unease within her. In a moment of impulsiveness, Hunyo rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Luxian's arm. Adopting a slightly spoiled tone, "Brother Luxian, my legs hurt terribly. I don't want to walk anymore. Could you carry me?" "Of course," Luxian replied without a second thought, interpreting Hunyo's request as the innocent whimsy of a child. He, as her elder, felt compelled to indulge her, especially considering her youth. However, Su Qing observed everything with clarity. The moment Luxian bent down for Hunyo to climb onto his back, her eyes sparkled with joy and happiness, a rosy blush spreading across her cheeks. Perhaps Su Qing's gaze was too intense, for both Hunyo and Luxian turned to look at her. Luxian, appearing somewhat bewildered, called out, "Su Qing, shall we set off?" Seeing Hunyo's triumphant expression, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Children indeed remained children. While she had little interest in Luxian, Hunyo seemed to view her as a rival. Su Qing rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. It was absurd that a young girl in her adolescence could evoke jealousy in a woman in her 20s. "Let us get going," Su Qing declared, choosing to disregard the trivialities and focus on the pressing matters at hand. Luxian, noticing her nod, proceeded to lead the way, frequently glancing back to ensure she was following. By now, it was midday, the sun at its most scorching. Dressed in a long robe, albeit a summery one, Su Qing felt the heat becoming increasingly oppressive. She suddenly longed for her jeans. Wiping her brow, she rolled up her sleeves and trudged along behind Luxian. They traversed the dense woods for what felt like an eternity, eventually stopping before a cave. The cave was neither tall nor wide. Surrounded by a tangle of weeds and shrubs, it would be easy for an unsuspecting individual to overlook its existence. And even if noticed, most would hesitate to enter. Luxian set Hunyo down, gazing at the cave with a complex expression, his voice barely above a whisper. Hu Hao was inside. He Chunyo glanced at the cave, her hands nervously clutching her dress, her breaths becoming increasingly erratic. Her small face was serious, yet she remained rooted in place, torn between excitement and fear, silently standing behind Lu Xian. Then let us proceed, young Master Lu, Su Qing suggested, returning her gaze to him. Lu Xian nodded, softly calling out, Miss Mei Ru, I have a matter to discuss. Su Qing shot him a surprised look, suddenly understanding. The earlier words of Lord Ho were indeed accurate, for Hu Hao's disappearance was linked to the woman Lu Xian had brought back. Not long after Lu Xian's words fell, a young woman dressed in a sky-blue gown emerged from the cave. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and her simple adornments did little to detract from her remarkable beauty. So, this is Mei Ru. Just as Lord Ho had described, she was indeed stunning. With graceful steps and a serene expression devoid of any unnecessary emotion, she spoke softly, Young Master Lu, what brings you here unexpectedly? Chapter 62. Why must you go through this? Lu Xian felt a twinge of guilt, bowing slightly as he offered an apologetic gesture that I come today for two reasons. First, to offer my sincerest apologies. And second, to request that you allow me to bring Su Qing and Hu Niu to see Hu Hao. As he spoke, his tall frame trembled slightly. In all his 20-plus years, he had never failed anyone. Though he believed his current actions to be the right course, the weight of his conscience was a relentless burden. Mei Ru let out a cold laugh, slightly turning her body away, refusing to acknowledge Lu Xian's earnest gesture. She glanced at Su Qing and Hu Niu before speaking languidly. Mei Ru recalls that before you departed, young Master Lu, you swore a deadly oath to uphold your promises. Should you fail, your pursuit of demon hunting would be in vain, and your romantic endeavors would end in tragedy. Oh, you still remember this. At her words, Lu Xian shuddered involuntarily. How could he forget? Yet personal matters seemed trivial compared to the betrayal he had committed. As a man of stature, he felt nothing but shame. Mei Ru stood there, her gaze fixed coldly upon Lu Xian. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, Please take your leave, young Master Lu, along with the two young ladies. My husband is unwilling to see guests, and I cannot entertain you. With a slight bow, Mei Ru made her intentions clear. She cast one last glance at Lu Xian before turning to retreat into the cave. However, Hu Niu, anxious and somewhat indignant, stepped forward, exclaiming, You lack the proper standing to speak of a husband. You, who are tainted, dare to abduct my brother. You are a venomous woman with a heart as cruel as poison. As Mei Ru's graceful figure came to a halt, so too did her footsteps. With a smile, she turned her head, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon Hu Niu. The intensity of that gaze caused Hu Niu to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet unable to concede in front of her, she mustered her courage and exclaimed, Did I say anything wrong? I am Hu Hao's sister, bound by blood and bone. What power do you possess that could prevent me from seeing my brother? I believe my brother has been lured by you, this venomous woman, and I shall report you to the authorities. Mei Ru let out a cold snort, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous of statements. She cast a glance at Lu Xian, revealing that he had yet to inform her. Hu Hao had been secretly killed months ago after offending someone during his visit to the city. With a mocking tone directed at Hu Niu, she continued, Indeed, you are his sister, tied by blood. However, your brother has long since departed this world. Were it not for the fact that I have preserved his soul, what connection would you still possess? What right do you have to shout at me, you foolish girl? It is utterly absurd. Brother, he is dead. Hu Niu stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt, her expression one of shock and despair. Though a nagging suspicion had lingered in her heart that something might have happened to her brother, she had never dared to entertain the thought that he was truly gone. Su Qing sighed, lamenting that the very outcome she had hoped to avoid had indeed come to pass. Perhaps from a moment they had brought Hu Niu to seek Hu Hao, it was clear that this truth could not remain hidden forever. She would eventually learn of the reality that Hu Niu, unable to comprehend, turned her gaze toward the silent Lu Xian. Memories of whispers about vanishing in a thin air flooded her mind. Was it all true? Her legs gave way, and she sank to the ground, repeatedly murmuring, Brother is dead? Brother is dead. Miss Mei Ru, we acknowledge that you saved Hu Hao. However, If you were capable of saving him, then surely you understand the consequences of divine retribution? Su Qing stepped forward gently, but upon hearing the term divine retribution, Mei Ru's pallid complexion grew even more ashen, her expression contorting with anguish. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Qing's. Are you implying that I am the one harming him? Her voice quivered with barely contained rage, and Mei Ru's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She had betrayed her kin and sacrificed a century of cultivation for Hu Hao, yet he did not understand her. Nor did others see her as anything but a threat to him. How utterly laughable. Fueled by fury, Mei Ru's gaze turned fierce as she glared at Su Qing, her tone resolute. What could you possibly understand? Have you ever loved? What wrong is there in keeping my beloved by my side? What divine retribution? I only know that if heaven obstructs me, I shall not relent. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. While Mei Ru's actions were indeed extreme, her desire to keep her loved one close was not inherently wrong. Moreover, if she had managed to preserve Hu Hao's soul, it indicated that she was likely of the demon race. I believe that human determination can triumph over fate, but do you comprehend what you are doing? Have you ever asked Hu Hao if he is truly happy? You are wagering his life. If divine retribution were to descend, how confident are you that you could retain him? This is not love. It is selfishness. Su Qing retorted defiantly. In her view, a genuine relationship should be mutually fulfilling. Although she had never met Hu Hao, she felt that he too might wish for a release from his suffering, rather than existing as a mere shadow of himself. You know nothing, Mei Ru exclaimed in exasperation. For Su Qing's words struck a deep chord within her. Her eyes turned a furious red, her nails elongated rapidly, and 9 tails emerged, laid bare for all to see. The murderous intent in her gaze intensified as she glared at Su Qing. A fox spirit? Su Qing was taken aback by Mei Ru's sudden transformation, glancing at the silent Le Chien beside her. Wasn't he a demon hunter? Surely he must have sensed Mei Ru's true identity. Why, then, had he treated her with such civility? Was it not said that demon hunters and demons were sworn enemies? Before Su Qing could ponder further, Mei Ru's claws lunged toward her face, only to be interrupted by a furious voice echoing from the cave entrance. Stop, Mei Ru! Instantly, Mei Ru halted, turning in surprise to behold a figure clad in white at the cave's entrance. Reluctantly, she retracted her tails and claws, her eyes returning to their original form as she rushed toward the white-clad figure. With concern, she grasped his arm, exclaiming, Mei Ru will handle everything. My husband. Why have you come out? You mustn't expose yourself to the sunlight. It could harm you. The figure was none other than Hu Hao. His expression devoid of emotion, his face darkened, marred by many bruises. If Su Qing had not been mistaken, those marks were signs of decay. Hu Hao gently pushed Mei Ru's hand away and gazed up at the blazing sun, a sardonic and envious smile gracing his pale features. Mei Ru, I have not felt the warmth of the sun for so long. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the sunlight immediately burned his decayed, pallid skin, turning it a vivid red. Had Mei Ru not yanked him back, that hand might have been irrevocably lost to the light. My husband, why must you endure this? Mei Ru cried out in anguish, her heart aching as she clutched the burnt hand. Chapter 63. A love story across 3 lifetimes. Hu Hao, his face a ghastly white, looked down at Mei Ru, tenderly caressing her cheek. My Mei Ru, when we first met, your cheeks were as rosy as peaches. Now, look at how you have suffered. Mei Ru froze. After all this time with Hu Hao, how could she not grasp the underlying meaning of his words? Tears welled in her eyes as she responded. My husband, Mei Ru has never regretted what I have done. I love you, my husband, and even if it costs me my life, I wish for you to live on. Hu Hao shook his head self-deprecatingly. He had always been diligent and ambitious, a source of pride for his parents and later for the village. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had offended someone and met with such a tragic end. When he first encountered Mei Ru, she had been forced to stand outside a brothel to entertain guests. At that time, he had no inkling of her true nature. He merely sensed that her eyes were different from those of the other women. Despite the allure of that place, he could see that Mei Ru was unique, that in youthful infatuation, it was merely a fleeting encounter. From that moment on, Mei Ru took root in his heart, but he painted fervently. Selling his works in the city, and due to his talent, his paintings flew off the shelves. Overjoyed, he bought Mei Ru's freedom from the brothel. However, fate is often unkind. His relentless pursuit of art and profit had obstructed the business of his rivals, drawing down upon him their ire. Yet he had never anticipated that he would be granted a second chance at life, a moment to reunite with his beloved Mei Ru, only to find that everything had changed. Brother, Hunyo snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on the young man in white. Was he not her brother Hu Hao? In a flurry, she scrambled to her feet and rushed towards Hu Hao, throwing herself into his embrace with disbelief. Looking up, her eyes brimming with tears, she pleaded, "Brother, they have all lied to me, deceiving Hunyo. You are not dead, are you?" Hu Hao's heart ached as he held Hunyo close, gently patting her back, his eyes filled with complexity. After a moment, he spoke softly. "Hunyo, they did not deceive you. Your brother has indeed long since departed from this world." Hunyo stared in shock into Hu Hao's eyes, unwilling to accept this truth. Yet, as she stood in his embrace, she could not feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. How could a living being lack a heartbeat? Moreover, his embrace felt unnaturally cold. Trembling, she reached out to touch his nose, only to recoil in horror. There was no breath. "Hunyo, your brother is happy to see you one last time, but you have grown up. I cannot remain by your side forever. I regret not witnessing your growth and your wedding. It would have been a sight to behold." Hu Hao affectionately tousled Hunyo's fluffy hair, tried to soothe her rising panic. "But Hunyo, death is inevitable. Your brother has merely departed a little earlier." Hunyo shook her head violently, clinging to Hu Hao with all her might. "No, no, no. How can my brother be dead? He is still here." Hunyo has not misjudged. With a forced smile, she turned to Lu Xian and Su Qing, playfully declaring, "You are all so wicked. Knowing that my birthday is in a few days, you conspired to deceive Hunyo. I refuse to believe it." "Hunyo." Lu Xian stood by, at a loss for words. He wished fervently that such a fate would not befall her, yet it had already occurred, an unavoidable reality. "Young Master Lu." Hu Hao suddenly turned to Lu Xian, offering a gentle smile filled with gratitude. "Thank you for allowing me to see Hunyo one last time. Even as I depart, my heart shall find peace. I apologize, Hu Hao, for my betrayal." "No, you have not betrayed me. In truth, I began to regret it long ago. I miss Hunyo dearly and cannot help but worry for her. However, as you know, my physical condition is dire, and I cannot escape this forest. I once thought I would regretfully depart, but now I am truly elated to see Hunyo again. My heart's desire has been fulfilled. Lu Xian, there is no need for concern. You have not let me down, and those vows were never binding." Hu Hao smiled, though his eyes bore a look of liberation. Lu Xian understood his meaning and would naturally respect his choice. Yet Meru, standing nearby, grasped Hu Hao tightly, disbelief filling her beautiful gaze. "Husband, we promised to be together through life and death. Why do you refuse to trust me? Once you endure the heavenly punishment, we shall live together. If you wish to pursue your ambitions, we can do that too." As Meru spoke, her voice trembled slightly, revealing her heartache. She had toiled for so long simply to remain with Hu Hao, and the thought of separation was unbearable. "Meru, please do not cling to this. I am already gone. This existence brings me no joy, only suffering. Let us free each other, shall we?" Hu Hao released Hunyo and looked earnestly at Meru, his tone not gentle, but rather a firm declaration that he too was human and could not bear to part with Meru or his sister. Yet, each time he awoke in the dead of night, feeling for his pulse, he was consumed by anguish. There was no breath, no heartbeat. He felt nothing around him, not even hunger, and his consciousness and this body felt like two strangers, unable to merge, rather than endure this torment. He preferred to bring it to a swift end, that he was acutely aware of Meru's efforts over the centuries to protect his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Why continue this mutual suffering? He was unhappy, and so was Meru. "Convince your brother. I can save him. I can." Meru's expression suddenly turned frantic as she grasped Hunyo, pleading with her to sway Hu Hao's heart. Hunyo furrowed her brow, casting a pained glance at Hu Hao before looking to Lu Xian, as if seeking guidance. Lu Xian sighed and shook his head. Even if you are a nine-tailed spirit fox who is cultivated for 100 years, you cannot withstand the heavenly punishment. Respect Hu Hao's choice. Otherwise, if the punishment truly descends, not only Hu Hao, but you will also be obliterated. Your cultivation has not been easy, and you have not harmed mortals. It would be better to focus on your training and await Hu Hao's next life. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Meru could not help but scoff. The next life? I have already waited for Hu Hao through 2 lives, and each one has ended in tragedy. Each life, I alone remember the sweetness and pain we shared. Must I wait for another? After speaking, her expression hardened, clearly feeling the injustice of fate. Why must we meet such a conclusion across 3 lives? I refuse to accept it. If heaven wishes to make Meru suffer, then why can I not defy destiny? The moment her words fell, even the bystanders, including Suqing, were taken aback, and Hu Hao stared at Meru in shock. You have waited for me through 2 lives? Meru stepped closer, gently caressing Hu Hao's cheek, her smile tinged with sorrow. Husband, did you not realize? Chapter 64. Acquiescence. Meru's voice was cool as she recalled the centuries of waiting, her fingers trembling. Others only knew that Meru had transformed Hu Hao into this inhuman state. But who would understand that she had been alone, enduring the river of time, searching for him, only to find a different Hu Hao each time. She could only watch as he gazed at her with distant, unfamiliar eyes, starting anew each life, with all memories and suffering confined to her alone. She was so weary, truly weary. Just when she thought this life could be spent peacefully with Hu Hao, he faced calamity once more. Hu Hao had never realized that throughout it all, he was the one who had forgotten everything. What then was Meru to do across these lives? Husband, I am truly weary from this endless stretch of time. Do not blame me. I only wished for one of us to find release. That is why I transformed you into this state. Meru is exhausted, yearning only to be simply together with her husband. Her voice quivered slightly, tinged with fatigue. Hu Hao sighed deeply and embraced Meru tightly. In that moment, he felt a rush of regret. Had he not been so ostentatious back then, would Meru not be in such pain now? In this life, he had wronged her. Husband, please do not leave Meru, will you? Husband, Meru trembled violently in Hu Hao's embrace. Ultimately, she was merely a woman longing for her husband's love. Suqing gazed at the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. And even Hunyu fell into a deep silence. Perhaps they had misjudged Meru, yet what could be done to save Hu Hao now? There was no solution. With a single heavenly punishment, survival was impossible. Lu Xian. Is there truly no other way? None, Lu Xian replied, knowing that Suqing was now filled with compassion. Yet he had no solutions to offer, only watching as the star-crossed lovers were torn apart. Hu Hao sighed, holding Meru close. Gently kissing her forehead, his eyes filled with adoration and pity. Meru, in this life, I have loved but you alone, yet I have ultimately failed you. I know that if I remain, it will cause you immense pain as well. Meru stiffened, already understanding Hu Hao's choice. She implored, Husband, please, trust me just once. I can protect you. In this life, let us never part again, shall we? Hu Hao smiled gently at Meru, the warmth of his smile reminiscent of a sunbeam, suddenly reminding her of long ago when a youthful boy had smiled at her. Back then, she had just begun to take human form, journeying from the demon realm to the human realm, passing through a peach grove and meeting a boy she could never forget. Meru sighed, her stubbornness resurfacing as she lifted her chin defiantly. Very well. Meru will respect her husband's choice, but in the next life, it shall be your turn to seek me, if that is agreeable. Hu Hao extended his hand, gently wiping away Meru's tears, nodding with a voice that held a deep resonance. All right, in the next life. Wait for me. I will seek you to the ends of the earth. Suqing watched the two with surprise, a sense of foreboding rising within her, though she could not articulate why. Meru smiled radiantly, standing on tiptoe to press her lips against Hu Hao's. Hu Hao, momentarily stunned, did not resist. Yet, gradually he sensed something amiss as a warmth began to spread within him. He pushed Meru away in astonishment. Meru, what are you doing? Hu Hao was bewildered, yet warmth continued to envelop him. Meanwhile, Meru's complexion grew increasingly pale. Her 9 tails had begun to emerge uncontrollably, a sign that her cultivation should not falter to such an extent. Li Xian furrowed his brow, astonished by the sight before him, then offered a bittersweet smile, pondering the nature of love that binds life and death. What exactly was happening? Su Qing was bewildered by the scene. Tilting her head to look at Lu Xian, who gazed back at her gently before slowly explaining. This Meru has cultivated for 100 years as a nine-tailed spirit fox. Now she has given her entire demon core to Hu Hao, hoping for a better fate for him in the next life. Li Xian had previously deduced Hu Hao's fate, one that had faced tragic endings across several lives, but Meru's emergence had shifted the course of his destiny. By doing this, Meru aimed to fulfill Hu Hao's destiny, for even if he reincarnated in this life, their next life would inevitably conclude in tragedy. This thought plagued Meru endlessly, yet she found herself unable to change anything. Thus, she resolved to bestow her demon core upon Hu Hao, using the Fox clan's secret arts to forcefully alter his fate. Perhaps, in her exhaustion, Meru had finally come to a realization. She chose to completely fulfill Hu Hao's destiny, even if it meant that he would never encounter her again in his life. Such love truly exists in this world. Su Qing felt a mix of admiration and regret. In the past, she believed there were countless reasons that could tear apart a relationship. Now, she has come to realize that true love is something that even death cannot truly sever, akin to the profound connection she shares with Hu Hao. Over there, Hu Hao gazes at Meru with utter confusion, asking Meru, "What is this?" Meru responds with a gentle smile, her voice betraying an extraordinary weariness as she replies, "Meru is a bit tired, my beloved. Meru has no regrets. I only wish for you to have a good ending from now on." As she speaks, she suddenly raises her hand and draws something from Hu Hao's being. Hu Hao's consciousness begins to fade, and he seems to understand something, crying out in pain, Meru, I love you. I love you," just moments after his words fall. Hu Hao's entire form collapses, while Meru's true, enchanting nature is fully revealed. In her grasp lies a fragment of a primordial spirit. Hu Hao's very essence. It took her considerable effort to preserve Hu Hao's spirit initially. And now she must forcibly extract it. As the essence detaches, a turquoise bead, born alongside the spirit, appears in Meru's palm. With a smile, Meru carefully hands the spirit and the turquoise bead to Li Xian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she casts one last look at Hu Hao's spirit before cautiously instructing Li Xian. "Li Xian, I must trouble you to escort my beloved on his journey. This invitation is also a gift for you." Li Xian accepts the spirit and the turquoise bead, saying, "Meru, I will ensure he is reborn. But what of you?" Meru gently shakes her head, a liberating smile gracing her lips as she declares, "Since the moment I met my beloved, my cultivation has been destined to stagnate. Now, the demon core can aid him in altering his fate. I would be content even with my demise, as long as in the next life, we might be fated to meet again." Without a demon core, it is generally impossible for a demon to condense another, and naturally, one without a core cannot survive for long. Su Qing is well aware of this, yet she recalls a hen who had also lost her demon core. Why was it that she could not only maintain her human form, but also appeared only slightly weakened? Yet here, Meru could no longer sustain her human shape. After handing Hu Hao's spirit to Li Xian, she casts a final glance at the dazed and wooden-faced Hunie. "I'm sorry. Hunie, I could not protect Hu Hao." With that, she transforms into a snow-white nine-tailed fox and rushes into the depths of the forest, perhaps choosing to depart silently as she nears the end of her life. Chapter 65. Diverging paths. As Su Qing and the others watched Meru grow increasingly distant, they felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps they had previously blamed her for her stubbornness, but a century of solitude is something only she could truly comprehend. Every life is destined for tragedy. Perhaps this outcome is indeed the best resolution for the two of them. They can only hope that in the next life, they will have the chance to love each other once more. Li Xian glances at the primordial spirit of Hu Hao in his hand and sighs, calling out to Hunie, "Come say farewell to Hu Hao. I must send him into the cycle of reincarnation now." Hunie stumbles forward, her expression a mixture of emotions as she gazes at Hu Hao's spirit. Suddenly, a smile breaks across her small face as she says, "Brother, You may depart in peace. Hunyu will grow up well and take care of herself. I will also look after father and grandmother." As her words resonate, the light from the spirit in Lishuan's hand brightens remarkably. Hunyu watches as tears stream down her face. In the next life, her brother will no longer be her brother. But in this life, Hu Hao will forever remain her only brother. Lishuan pulls Hunyu close, whispering softly, "Hunyu, I will always be your brother." Hunyu, nestled in Lishuan's embrace, pauses for a moment before nodding with a smile. Perhaps it is better that Lishuan remains unaware of her inner thoughts. Thus, her brother Lishuan will forever protect her. Lishuan raises Hu Hao's primordial spirit, performing a spell, and the spirit soars directly into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Suqing and the others gaze upward, silently witnessing this scene, fully understanding that Hu Hao has indeed reincarnated. Coming back to herself, Suqing's eyes fixate on the turquoise bead in Lishuan's hand. Her heart racing. After a moment's pause, she asks, "What is that?" Lishuan, without overthinking, lifts the turquoise bead for inspection, then smiles, stating, "This is the Qingyun bead. It is a derivative of the legendary Qing Feng bead. It possesses some of the powers and divine abilities of the Qing Feng bead, but cannot compare to the artifact itself. Perhaps Meru used it to retain Hu Hao." Earlier, Yanlichen had mentioned that Hu Hao possessed something that could awaken Yinshuan. Could be this Qingyun bead, as if struck by inspiration. Lishuan suddenly inquires, could it be that the item Miss Su mentioned, which could save her child, is this Qingyun bead? Suqing shakes her head, uncertain but willing to try. Lishuan contemplates briefly before generously offering the Qingyun bead to Suqing. With surprise evident on her face, Suqing accepts the Qingyun bead, and just as she does, she feels the wooden carving of the giant serpent around her neck begin to tremble violently. Alarmed, she glances at Lishuan, who seems to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing in concern as he watches Suqing. Before she can ponder further, a golden serpent egg suddenly emerges from the giant serpent's wooden carving, hovering alongside the Qingyun bead in Suqing's hand. A pale blue light envelopes the egg, and it is none other than Yanzin. It appears that the Qingyun bead indeed holds significance for him. Yet amid her elation, Suqing feels a pang of panic. She distinctly sees Lishuan's astonishment, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "Miss Su, the demonic energy surrounding you must originate from this egg." However, Lishuan does not strike immediately. Instead, he stares blankly at Suqing. He never anticipated that the demonic energy emanating from her was that of an egg from an unknown demonic creature, and it seems the Qingyun bead has a restorative effect on it. This means that the egg is indeed the child Suqing spoke of. How can a woman like her be intertwined with a demon? How can he remain composed? Suqing meets Lishuan's gaze, feeling a surge of guilt. She never imagined that the Qingyun bead would cause Yinshuan to emerge from the giant serpent's wooden carving. She steps forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the egg, pleading, "Lishuan, he is just a child. He has done nothing wrong. That I understand you are a demon hunter, but if you could spare Meru, why not this child?" Lishuan is rendered speechless. The intense demonic energy emanating from the egg signifies the power of its father. Meru belongs to the spirit fox clan, not the demon fox clan, and with diligent cultivation, she could ascend to immortality. Yet this egg is undeniably a demon. He vividly recalls the bloody and brutal scene from over a decade ago and swore to eradicate all demons during his lifetime. Yet now, this egg belongs to Suqing's child. How can he bear this? Lishuan grips the hilt of his sword tightly, veins bulging in his hand, and after a long pause, he despairingly releases his grip. "Miss Su, I am a demon hunter. I should slay him at this moment. But..." Lishuan gazes deeply into Suqing's face, which is filled with a mother's fierce protectiveness that he feels a pang in his heart. As if breathing itself has become arduous. With a weary sigh, he finally concedes, "Very well. You may take him and go. I must return to Feng Village, so I shall not accompany you any longer." "Lishuan?" Suqing is taken aback by the anguish and sorrow reflected in Lishuan's eyes. After a long moment, she slightly bows and says, "Suqing thanks you, Lishuan. It seems that having Lishuan escort her to Tianjing City is an impossible dream. He is a demon hunter. He has his own principles. After spending these few days together, Suqing understands that Lishuan is a man of integrity, and now to witness him abandon his beliefs must be deeply painful for him. Lishuan retrieves several smooth black beads from his pocket and hands them to Suqing, stating, "If you encounter danger, crush these beads to temporarily alleviate your troubles." It is impossible to say he feels no sorrow or despair. Even Lishuan himself does not comprehend the inexplicable feelings stirring within him, though he has barely known Suqing for a few days. Yet she possesses an extraordinary ability to capture his attention, causing his heart to ache and his peace to waver. Having never experienced love, he cannot fathom the reason behind his turmoil. Suqing cautiously accepts the black beads, and before she can express her gratitude, Lishuan hastily strides towards Hunyu. "Come, Hunyu, let us return to Feng Village." Hunyu lifted her head to glance at the pained expression on Lishuan's face, then turned her gaze to Suqing, nodding obediently. Lishuan, in a rush, left with Hunyu without even a farewell, and Suqing couldn't help but sigh as she watched their figures recede into the distance. Ultimately, she had deceived this kind-hearted demon hunter, and it was only natural that they would part ways now. She looked up at Yanxian and noticed the crimson talismans on his egg had faded somewhat. It seemed that the Qingyun pearl truly had a beneficial effect on Yanxian. Could it also imply that he might awaken soon? This thought stirred excitement and joy within Suqing. She would not overlook any glimmer of hope. There was a pang of sorrow for him enduring a millennium of solitude, and she felt a deep ache at his final words. "Mother, do you still refuse to acknowledge me?" Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Yanxian, murmuring, "Yanxian, your mother acknowledges you. You must awaken quickly." Chapter 66. Yanxian awakens shortly after Suqing's words fell. A resplendent golden light radiated from the snake Egg. In contrast, the brilliance of the Qingyun pearl gradually dimmed, ultimately descending gently to the ground at Yanxian. Suqing rushed forward, cradling him, calling out anxiously. However, disappointment soon overwhelmed her as she held Yanxian, feeling utterly lost, for there was no response from within the egg. Could it be that Yinshan had miscalculated? She sank to the ground with a heavy sigh, realizing Yanxian had not awakened after all. Her joy had been in vain. In her heart, she cursed Yinshan 100 times, which somewhat alleviated her frustration. Suqing glanced around, feeling that the area was still somewhat perilous. After all, she was alone, and a twinge of fear crept into her heart. Just as she prepared to rise and leave with Yanxian in her arms, a soft yawning sound emerged from the egg. Suqing's heart raced, her legs trembling as she tentatively called out, "Yanxian, is that you?" "Mother, I sleep so soundly," came a cherubic voice from within the egg. Suqing was nearly propelled into the air from excitement, tears streaming down her face. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yanxian seemed to sense her feelings and murmured, "Mother, why are you crying?" "I'm just too excited," Suqing replied, tears and snot mingling, disregarding her appearance as she wiped her face with her sleeve. "Mother, it's so dirty." The childlike voice piped up again, then fell silent for a moment before uncertainly asking, "Mother, will you acknowledge Yanxian now?" "Fool!" Suqing chided him with a smile, her resolve firm to seek out the artifact. If even a derivative of an artifact could awaken Yanxian, what might a true artifact achieve? No matter the circumstances, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would never give up. Inside the egg, Yanxian laughed joyfully, his laughter nearly melting Suqing's heart. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and Yanxian's voice turned urgent. "Mother, we must leave quickly. I sense demonic energy nearby. It is not safe here." Yanxian was indeed anxious. If he could break free from the egg, those demons would pose no threat to him and Suqing. However, he was currently bound by the accursed seal. The last time he had forcibly used the secret method to break free, he could not employ that technique again without his powers. If Suqing were to face danger, he would have no means to assist her other than to watch helplessly. Upon hearing this, Suqing did not doubt Yanxian's words for a moment. She swiftly gathered him in her arms, intending to flee. But her speed was a fraction too slow. Countless vines erupted, rapidly blocking her path. Seeing the familiar vines, Suqing's heart sank. She had not anticipated that the vine demon, Tingyan, would be so persistent. Frowning, Suqing turned around, clutching Yanxian tightly, only to find Tingyan in a black gauzy dress, sneering at her. "What is wrong?" "Not running anymore." Weren't you quite the sprinter? Ting Yin, still seething from her prior embarrassing escape, found this a rare opportunity for retribution. Not only could she fulfill the orders of her master, but her eyes greedily lingered on Yinxian in Su Qing's embrace. Although she could not discern the exact nature of the creature within, she boldly asserted that once she absorbed its demonic energy, her own power would ascend to new heights. Clutching a vine, Ting Yin's avarice sent a chill down Su Qing's spine. She tightened her hold on Yinxian, anxiously pondering whether this vine demon intended to consume him. Could it be that they would resort to cannibalism among their own kind? Nervously eyeing Ting Yin, Su Qing inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Ting Yin chuckled coldly, her gaze fixated on Yinxian. "Hand over that egg, and I might consider granting you a swift death." She indeed had her sights set on Yinxian. Su Qing glared at Ting Yin. "You wish? Humph, just a filthy, ugly vine demon, daring to covet what belongs to this palace." Yinxian's soft voice unexpectedly carried an air of authority. Yet, how effective would this be against Ting Yin? To Su Qing's astonishment, Ting Yin's expression shifted drastically at Yinxian's words. In the demon realm, there were scarcely more than two beings bold enough to refer to themselves as this palace. The Wind Ink had never been reported to have offspring, meaning this egg must belong to that esteemed figure. Rumors had long circulated that the demon king, Yin Shan, possessed a snake egg that had yet to hatch after a millennium. For this reason, he had employed countless methods to cherish this egg. Ting Yin swallowed hard. If Yin Shan indeed treasured this egg so dearly, and it was right here, did it not imply that Yin Shan was nearby? Just days ago, she had heard whispers of sightings of the Demon King in the human realm, and their Vine Demon clan was naturally under his jurisdiction. The greed in her eyes faded. Had this snake egg not been Yin Shan's offspring, she would have absorbed its power without hesitation. But now, she was reluctant to provoke such a significant figure. "Your Highness, what is your relationship with the Demon King?" Despite having her suspicions, Ting Yin still pressed for clarification. "Are you seeking my father? I sense he is nearby. I'm on my way to find him. If you wish, I can permit you to accompany me." With a confirmed answer, Ting Yin dared not speak further, quickly bowing and smiling. "This subordinate has nothing to report to the king, so I shall not accompany the young prince any longer. Please, your highness, go ahead." "Humph," Yinxian scoffed, his innocent voice attempting to feign maturity, nearly causing Su Qing to burst into laughter. Yes. Young prince, take care. I hope when you meet the king, you will not mention this subordinate's indiscretions." Ting Yin grinned obsequiously, her only concern being that Yin Shan would not learn of today's events. "Let us see how it goes." Yinxian yawned lazily from within the egg. Urging Su Qing, "Mother, let us hurry to reunite with father." "Mother?" Ting Yin stared at Su Qing in astonishment, her expression shifting. Su Qing cleared her throat and gently replied, "All right, mother will take you." After casting a glance at Ting Yin, who hesitated before hurriedly retracting the vines blocking Su Qing's path, she smiled respectfully. "Miss, please take your leave." "Young prince." Su Qing nodded and swiftly departed from Ting Yin's sight, cradling Yinxian. Chapter 67. Xuanming disappears. As Su Qing and Yinxian left Ting Yin's view, a dark shadow appeared beside her. Following Ting Yin's gaze, she bowed, her face etched with worry. "Master, you let her go just like that. How shall we explain to that one over there? Last time we failed to eliminate her, they were already quite dissatisfied. If she learns of our failure this time, what can I do?" Ting Yin's face turned ashen as she glared at the servant, pointing in the direction Su Qing had departed. "Oh, you dare pursue her? That mere mortal is one thing, but do you dare touch Yin Shan's child? The one above would think twice before pursuing her. She is not even worthy of being compared to the Demon King. Moreover, that serpent's egg referred to that mortal woman as mother. Who knows what their relationship truly is?" The maiden-in-waiting was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since she had seen Ting Yin in such a state of agitation. Typically, she would boast and bluster, but now she could only suffer in silence. Having incurred a serious setback, she could not act against the demon catcher, nor dare to confront Su Qing, leaving her mood far from pleasant. It was already remarkable that she wasn't in a fit of rage. In truth, her master need not be so anxious. While perhaps they could not confront the Demon King's minions, what of the demon catcher? A peculiar smile crept onto the maid's lips, and Ting Yin cast her a suspicious glance. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon catcher, remembering the wound inflicted by his sword that had yet to fully heal. He was highly skilled. What could you possibly do? Tang Yin cast a disdainful sidelong glance at the maid, who, unfazed, simply smiled enigmatically. Then she leaned closer to Tang Yin and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, a slight curve of a smile began to form at the corners of Tang Yin's mouth. After a lengthy pause, she finally commanded, "Go ahead. Do as you suggested. Should you succeed, your rewards will surely be plentiful." Yes, the maid's smile reached her eyes as she gradually stepped back. Meanwhile, Su Qing, clutching Yin Xian, hurriedly made her way out of Tang Yan's sight, glancing back periodically in fear that the woman might suddenly change her mind. Inside the egg, Yin Xian was shaken violently, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he pouted, "Mother, don't run so fast. My head is spinning." Su Qing slowed her pace slightly, though it was still considerably faster than usual. She glanced down at Yin Xian. "Yin, is your father truly nearby?" "Hee, Mother misses father, doesn't she? I knew that ever since you saw father last time, you've been deeply infatuated with him. You're simply enamored by his physique." Su Qing's expression darkened. She suddenly felt that this little rascal was much more obedient when asleep. How could she possibly be enamored with Yin Lin Chen's physique? There was not a shred of basis for such an assertion. However, an image of the handsome man emerging from the bath flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly shook her head, thinking, "It's just six-pack abs. I've seen plenty of those. There are countless handsome men in the world. I could never fall for that old ice block. Yin Lin Chen. Look, Mother is thinking about father again, isn't she?" A sweet, teasing voice chimed from within the egg, were it not for Su Qing's certainty that Yin Xian could not possibly know what she was thinking. She would have suspected this little rascal had installed surveillance in her mind. Nevertheless, Yin Xian was not lying. Father was indeed nearby. She could feel it, perhaps sensing that his constant teasing was not well received. Yin Xian quickly shifted the topic back to normal. "Well, he is certainly not a good person." Su Qing recalled his past deeds with irritation. He was fully aware of the situation with the Qingyun pearl, yet still insisted that she handle it. It was utterly perplexing. Yin Xian listened attentively to every word his mother uttered, and upon noticing her misunderstanding regarding Yin Lin Chen, he quickly interjected, "Mother, father has his reasons." "What reasons could he possibly have?" "You were asleep at the time. You wouldn't know." Su Qing's teeth clenched in frustration at the mere mention of it. "What kind of people are they?" Yin Xian sighed, feeling vexed. His mother seemed quite upset with father. How could they possibly be affectionate after this? Without affection, how could there be any younger siblings? Thankfully, Su Qing lacked mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, if she knew Yin Xian was constantly troubled by this, she might truly wish to smash her head against a wall. She merely assumed that Yin Xian was missing Yin Lin Chen as Su Qing gently patted Yin Xian, soothingly saying, "Yin, I need to find Xueming. Once I locate her, I will accompany you to find Yin Lin Chen." "All right." Presently, Su Qing was concerned that something might have happened to Xueming. She had not received any word from her previously, and now that Lu Xian's message had lingered for so long without her arrival, anxiety brewed within her. Suddenly, Su Qing felt a wave of regret. If something had indeed happened to Xueming, she would never forgive herself. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have never allowed Xueming to leave alone. "Mother, the person you seek has no presence within 100 miles. Therefore, we should first look for father. I can sense that his aura is quite faint." Yin Xian's voice suddenly rang out from within the egg, as if he were attuned to Su Qing's thoughts. Su Qing was taken aback upon hearing his words. Although Yin Xian sometimes spoke nonsensically, he would never deceive her regarding something so crucial. If Xueming was not here, then where could she have gone? Why had she left without leaving any trace? Unless her departure was exceedingly hasty and unexpected, leaving no time to convey a message. As these possibilities crossed her mind, Su Qing felt her heart tighten painfully. She embraced Yin Xian and exclaimed, "Where is your father? Father is not far away. I can sense him." "All right." Su Qing dared not delay any further. Following Yin Xian's guidance, she hastily changed her course. Now, there was a rift between her and Lu Xian that if something had indeed transpired with Xueming, perhaps Yin Lin Chen could assist more effectively. After all, with Yin Xian's presence, Yin Lin Chen's intervention would be much more impactful. Su Qing tirelessly carrying Yin Xian, finally arrived at a waterfall after several hours. The waterfall cascaded down with tremendous force, pooling into a basin below, surrounded by lush greenery. The scenery was indeed charming, yet there was nothing particularly extraordinary about the place, nor could she spot Yin Lin Chen's figure. Miss Ian, are you sure you haven't misled us? Your father isn't here. Su Qing, having run so briskly, now had a flushed face. She paused to catch her breath before asking. Mother, Xian did not err. Father's presence is indeed within the waterfall. Su Qing lifted her gaze to the rushing waterfall, pondering if there might be a hidden world behind it. However, with the currents so fierce, she doubted she could pass through. Besides, Su Qing was a poor swimmer. She could not help but swallow hard, taking a deep breath, and finally steeled herself to wade into the water. Chapter 68. The child is still young. How could he harbor any ill intentions? Just as her body barely touched the water's surface, Su Qing instinctively recoiled her foot. How could the water be so frigid? It was the height of summer, and at noon, the water should not be this cold. Surprised, she set Yin Xian aside and bent down to touch the water's surface. A penetrating chill seeping into her bones. Startled, she withdrew her hand and buried it in her lap. Waiting for the numbness in her fingertips to dissipate, she gently moved her fingers, gazing at the water with a hint of trepidation. Mother, what is wrong? Yin Xian's anxious voice emanated from the EGG as Su Qing rubbed her hands together, blowing on them for warmth. Fortunately, it was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Otherwise, her hands would surely have frozen. I'm fine, Xian, don't worry, she reassured him as she drew him back into her embrace, softly comforting him. She glanced at the water and waterfall, a faint worry shadowing her features. Miss Ian, is your father truly in there? Absolutely, Xian would never be mistaken. Yin Xian replied with unwavering certainty as Su Qing sighed, sitting cross-legged with one hand supporting her chin. She knew that the man was inside, yet she could not enter. Not only would she struggle to swim across, but simply being in the water for a moment would likely leave her frozen in place. But I cannot go in, Su Qing lamented, running her fingers over the eggshell. Fearful of disappointing Yin Xian after all, his father was inside, yet she could not take him in. Perhaps sensing Su Qing's emotional state, Yin Xian chuckled softly and cheerfully asked, Mother, can't you go in? Su Qing nodded, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. There was no need to ask. If she could enter, she wouldn't be sitting here helpless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xian could take you in. This water is like a cold spring. Even in the height of summer, it is piercingly cold. It's manageable for demons, but for mortals, it is simply too daunting to touch, Yin Xian explained in a hushed tone, causing Su Qing's forehead to twitch in annoyance. If he could take her across, why hadn't he said so sooner? How foolish she felt for feeling guilty towards this little rascal. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Su Qing perked up, pushing off the ground to stand, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Yin Xian chuckled, clearly enjoying the situation as he watched his mother's reaction. However, at this moment, Su Qing felt a touch of annoyance, and she dared not continue in that manner. Growing slightly more serious, a golden halo suddenly emerged from the egg, enveloping Su Qing entirely within it. As Su Qing gazed at the halo with a hint of astonishment. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the halo abruptly levitated into the air, causing her to kneel in surprise within its embrace. Yet the anticipated pain never manifested. As Su Qing squinted slightly, realizing she was seated within the halo, which was gradually ascending towards the waterfall. She exhaled in relief. Her curiosity piqued as she looked around. Could this be a complimentary sightseeing cable car from another world? Indeed, experiencing the view from such heights was truly a unique sensation. Was this what they called a panoramic view that made mountains appear diminutive? Mother, are you frightened? Teasing laughter emanated from the egg, belonging to Yin Xian. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Regardless of how long Yin Xian had existed, he had yet to break free from a shelled it was rather shameful for an adult to behave as if she had never seen the world before. Covering her mouth with her hand, she cleared her throat and finally adopted a serious demeanor, addressing Yin Xian. You wouldn't understand, would you? You haven't taken on a human form yet. Walking is quite a challenge. You see, Su Qing recalled that Yin Xian had always been in his serpent form, so it was unlikely he had ever transformed into a human before, prompting her to resort to her fabricated explanations. It remained uncertain whether Yin Xian truly believed her words, yet after a prolonged contemplation, he queried with evident confusion, "But father and the others appeared so at ease when they walked. Why is that?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Children's insatiable curiosity could indeed be quite challenging to navigate. She forced a smile, attempting to explain somewhat awkwardly. "That's because he is the Demon King. How could he allow you to witness his awkwardness so easily?" Yin Xian pondered her words, and, finding a semblance of truth in them, cheerfully exclaimed, "Mother is truly remarkable." The innocent and exuberant voice of the child made Su Qing feel an unusual sense of guilt. It seemed she had inadvertently misled this little flower. Embarrassed, she smiled bashfully, glanced ahead, and quickly changed the subject. "Look, we're entering the waterfall." Just as Su Qing and Yin Xian were conversing, the golden halo had already transported them into the waterfall, where the rushing water pounded against the halo. Yet, the halo remained utterly unaffected, and Su Qing, leaning against it in astonishment, watched as they passed through the waterfall, her eyes filled with wonder. Such a rare and extraordinary scene was likely something ordinary people would never experience in their lifetime. At that moment, Su Qing unexpectedly realized that arriving here might not be such a bad thing after all. The halo moved swiftly, and before long, they had traversed the waterfall. It gently set Su Qing and Yin Xian down before vanishing with a soft thud. Su Qing, cradling Yin Xian, gaped ahead in astonishment as a serene and naturally formed cave materialized before her eyes. Majestic stalactites stood tall, adorned with trickling water, while peculiar flowers bloomed vibrantly. Outside the cave, the waterfall cascaded down, its soothing sound resonating like a melodious symphony, a testament to nature's artistry. This place was truly a haven for scholars and poets seeking seclusion. Su Qing suddenly found herself understanding the ancient longing for a hermetic existence. This breathtaking scenery was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. She had thought such landscapes only existed in imagination. Yet now, she was witnessing it firsthand. How could she not be astonished? Even her expression momentarily froze in disbelief. "Mother, mother." Ultimately, it was Yin Xian's persistent calls that drew Su Qing back to reality, and she shook her head, slightly dazed. "Are we going in now?" Su Qing hesitated, cautious about making any sudden moves, given the water's potential for chaos. "Yes, I sense that father is inside. You can rest assured, mother. With me here, nothing will happen to you." Yin Xian's tone was filled with excitement, almost to an excessive degree, prompting Su Qing to cast a suspicious glance his way. She felt something was off about him, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Ultimately, she could only reassure herself that the little one simply missed his father. After all, he was still a child, incapable of harboring ill intentions. Right? With that in mind, Su Qing steadied her nerves and stepped into the cave. Chapter 69. Are you tempted by me? Upon entering the cave, Su Qing realized just how naive her earlier assumptions had been. The contrast between the cave's interior and exterior was nothing short of stark. The inside was not the stifling, humid, and dim environment she had anticipated. Rather, the air was refreshingly crisp. Even a gentle breeze caressed her face. A subtle floral fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating her senses. The cave was devoid of the sweltering heat typical of summer. In fact, Su Qing felt a sudden urge to don an extra layer. Several massive stalactites within the cave were adorned with luminous pearls, allowing her to take in the entire cave's splendor. The ground beneath her feet was carpeted with delicate greenery, and droplets of water occasionally fell from the stalactites, creating a tranquil atmosphere so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Xian, where's your father? Su Qing held Yin Xian tightly, realizing that if there were some ambient sounds within the cave, she might not feel as frightened. The overwhelming silence instead sent a chill down her spine. "Mother," isn't he lying? "Father is indeed inside. You'll see for yourself if you go in." Yin Xian's voice brimmed with excitement. But Su Qing felt increasingly uneasy. She wasn't yet at the stage of memory loss. Previously, she had heard Yin Xian mention that he sensed a faint trace of Yin Linchen's presence, so if his father's aura was already weak, how could the child still be so exuberant? That seemed rather peculiar. However, the course was set. Su Qing could only feign bravery as she ventured deeper into the cave. To the cave's depths, she came upon a pool of water obstructed by smooth stalactites, which she approached to find a figure leisurely soaking within. A pair of pristine white arms rested upon the stalactites, while a massive golden serpent tail draped languidly over the other side. Given its considerable size, the small pool of water struggled to accommodate its bulk. This familiar scene struck Su Qing as almost surreal. Good heavens, was this a reenactment? She glared at the egg she held, knowing that the creature inside was likely reveling in this moment. Anxiously swallowing a few times, Su Qing quickly crouched down and carefully maneuvered behind a stone. Discontent, she slapped the serpent egg, provoking an indignant murmur from Yin Xian. "Mother, what are you doing? Don't you like it? Or are you no longer interested in father's physique?" What audacity! Stunned, Su Qing stared at the excitedly wriggling egg in her arms, wishing she could chastise herself. The once tranquil cave had been shattered by Yin Xian's words, and the most troubling part was that the cave echoed. Almost immediately after Yin Xian's remark, the cave reverberated with the questions. "Don't you like it? Or are you not interested in father's physique?" Su Qing's heart raced, her body stiffening in shock. Having been caught off guard by Yin Xian before, she now found herself curious about how Yin Linchen could have produced such a cunning offspring. Fearful, she swallowed hard, maintaining a mindset of merely wanting to take a quick glance as she cautiously peeked out, only to be astonished to find that the person who had been lying there was now gone. Where did he go? Su Qing stood in surprise, taking a few steps forward, her gaze sweeping around but finding no trace of Yin Linchen. "Are you looking for this king?" Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and somewhat cool voice echoed from behind Su Qing. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, and it took her a while to mechanically turn around. There stood Yin Linchen, clad in a single garment, though for some reason his legs remained in the form of a golden serpent tail. His violet eyes regarded Su Qing with a calm intensity, and he held Yin Xian, whom Su Qing had hastily set down, in his arms, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Having accidentally spied on him once was forgivable. But to repeat the same mistake, would Yin Linchen think she was that kind of person? "I truly didn't mean to," Su Qing stammered, scratching her head. She swore she had no intention of barging in while Yin Linchen was bathing. She was genuinely unaware. However, this seemingly unintentional behavior was becoming rather frequent, and she looked earnestly at Yin Linchen, hoping to convey her sincerity. "It matters not. If you are captivated by this king's beauty, it is only natural." Yin Linchen cast a fleeting glance at Su Qing from beneath his lower eyelid. Then, with an unflinching demeanor, slightly parted his thin lips. His words, upon utterance, profoundly reshaped Su Qing's worldview. Struggling to close her jaw, which had nearly dropped in astonishment, she questioned whether the person before her was truly Yin Linchen. When had he become so self-absorbed? Perhaps Su Qing's expression had momentarily startled Yin Linchen. He raised his hand and softly coughed, gently guiding Yin Xian to a nearby stone pedestal where they sat down. "Come, take a seat." Yin Linchen's visage bore signs of fatigue, and he seemed disinclined to elaborate further. Regarding Su Qing's repeated glimpses of him in a bath, he appeared surprisingly unperturbed this time. Had he grown accustomed to it? The mere thought of such a possibility made Su Qing feel inexplicably absurd. Who could ever become accustomed to being watched? She approached him, offering a fawning smile, and glanced at Yin Linchen's serpent tail, inquiring with concern, does the Serpent King prefer his tail? After all, Feng Yamo did not share such a preference. Occasionally revealing his serpent tail, strangely enough, that enormous tail was rather unsettling. She could not fathom why Yin Linchen insisted on displaying it as Su Qing. Yin Linchen's gaze was intense, causing her to feel somewhat dazed by his unexpectedly amiable demeanor. She responded softly, "What is it, Serpent King? You frighten me." Yin Linchen continued to scrutinize her, and Su Qing, feeling intimidated, dared not offend him. Her demeanor, however, seemed to irritate Yin Linchen, who had initially intended to treat her with greater kindness due to her role in Yin Xian's recovery. Yet, she appeared utterly ungrateful. His expression soured as he remarked, "What brings you and Yin Xian here?" Indeed, it was this very attitude of Yin Linchen that Su Qing had grown accustomed to. In her eyes, this version of him seemed less terrifying. Simultaneously, she confirmed her earlier misinterpretation. How could Yin Linchen possibly address her with such gentleness? Relaxing slightly, she cheerfully replied, "It's just Yin Xian. He missed you. Mother said you were longing for father. So Xian brought me here." Me. Longing for Yin Linchen. Su Qing was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What was this little one babbling about? She forced a wry smile, shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the absurdity. Yin Linchen observed her with a placid expression, showing little reaction. After a lengthy pause, he squinted slightly and asked curiously, "You long for me?" Suddenly, Su Qing felt as if the world was turning upside down. Had Yin Linchen lost his mind? How could he believe such nonsense? Chapter 70. The soft spot. Yin Linchen regarded Su Qing's expression, which resembled someone who had swallowed a fly, and a faint smile graced his lips. A rare moment of good humor. "What troubles you? I have yet to blame you for longing for me, yet you appear dissatisfied." Su Qing shook her head, not daring to voice her thoughts. She recalled how the character of the Demon King was often depicted as capricious. Should he take offense one day, he might cast her into the serpent's den, leaving her life in jeopardy. She awkwardly chuckled and plopped down into a chair, glancing at Yin Linchen's serpent tail, timidly remarking, "The Serpent King certainly has an exquisite taste." Yin Linchen understood her insinuation and cast a glance at his own serpent tail, weariness and irritation flickering in his purple eyes that he offered no response but coolly stated, "Why are you here instead of seeking the artifact in Tiangong City?" Yin Xian's antics. "You should know your limits." Su Qing barely contained her frustration, almost flipping the table in outrage. After all, whose child was Yin Xian? This father had become a negligent overseer, leaving her, an outsider, to shoulder the burden. Such a heartless act could only be attributed to Yin Linchen. Others would at least have some semblance of decency. Yet he acted as if she owed him something. Were it not for her concern for little Yin Xian, she wouldn't have bothered with this thankless task. Was she simply idle? However, she could not voice such sentiments directly to Yin Linchen. So she exhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Serpent King, I beg your forgiveness. It is merely that Xian misses you so dearly. Upon hearing you were nearby, I hastened to bring him to you. As for the artifact, I shall seek it out, of course." Yin Linchen was well aware of the animosity this woman harbored against him, yet her facade of forced cheerfulness inexplicably soothed him. His long, pale fingers absently tapped the table. And after a prolonged silence, he merely grunted in acknowledgement, as if accepting everything as a matter of course. As Su Qing gazed at Yin Linchen's annoyingly charming yet innocuous face, battling the urge to confront him directly. But reason kept her rooted in place, suppressing her frustration with a strained smile. "You may leave now." Yin Linchen raised an eyebrow and unceremoniously tossed Yin Xian to Su Qing, who hurriedly caught him. She shot an exasperated look at the nonchalant Yin Linchen and retorted, "He is your child. After all, is this how you treat him? What objection do you have?" Yin Linchen raised an eyebrow. What could Su Qing possibly say? Regardless of the circumstances, he was still someone else's child, and she couldn't vent her frustration. She gently stroked Yin Xian's head, suddenly realizing how unfortunate it was for him to have such a father. "Mother, please don't be angry with father." Yin Xian's innocent voice, meant to comfort Su Qing, only deepened her sympathy for him. "Fear not, dear. Mother will protect you, and I shall never allow anyone heartless to harm you." Heartless? Yin Linchen's brows furrowed slightly. This woman's mood shifted more rapidly than the weather. He couldn't help but smirk, fatigue prompting him to dismiss them. "If there's nothing else, you should leave promptly. It is time for you to set off for Tiangong City. Shouldn't you, as his father, accompany us?" Su Qing finally found the courage to retort, challenging why she alone had to bear the burden. Did he not possess any sense of responsibility? Yin Linchen opened his mouth to respond, but his expression suddenly froze, and Su Qing was astonished to see his handsome face contorting in agony. "What is the matter?" Concerned, Su Qing approached, wondering if she had truly upset him. Surely, she couldn't have provoked such a reaction with mere words. Yin Linchen's purple gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Su Qing, causing her to instinctively clutch Yin Xian tighter. "Get out." Yin Linchen gritted his teeth, forcing the word through clenched jaws. Before Su Qing could process his command, his massive golden serpent tail lashed out violently, wreaking havoc around them. Startled, Su Qing instinctively recoiled, clutching Yan Xian. Meanwhile, Yan Linchen writhed in pain on the ground, clutching his head. Driven to madness, Xian, what is wrong with your father? Su Qing gazed in shock at the chaos unleashed by Yan Linchen's serpent tail, utterly bewildered and at a loss for how to assist him. It's an old ailment of Father S. Yan Xian's tender voice quivered slightly. The high priest said that ever since Father returned to the Myriad Serpent Valley a millennium ago, he has suffered like this around each full moon. Enduring such pain, he can hardly maintain his human form. That's why he couldn't personally retrieve the Qingyun Pearl for me. He is the Demon King, the ruler of the demon realm. Should anyone discover this, it would become a vulnerability for him. Su Qing's shock deepened as she watched Yan Linchen thrash in agony. His head was beginning to take on a serpentine shape, the two horns atop his head becoming faintly visible. Beads of sweat glistened on his stern face, and in that moment, a surge of empathy for Yan Linchen washed over her. As a king, he appeared supremely powerful, yet the burden he bore was unimaginable. He dared not reveal his affliction to anyone, for if others seized the opportunity during the full moon, he would be left utterly defenseless, as Su Qing recalled the night in the Myriad Serpent Valley. When she had witnessed Yan Linchen, with his massive serpent tail, gazing longingly into the distance, it dawned on her that he had endured such torment that night. What had transpired a millennium ago to inflict such deep wounds upon him? Yan Linchen, holding Yan Xian, gently called out to him, feeling a surge of helplessness as she hesitated to step forward. Yan Linchen cast a piercing glance at Su Qing with his cold, violet eyes, and in an instant transformed into an enormous golden python, reminiscent of the colossal creature Su Qing had first encountered in this otherworldly realm. The giant serpent, with its flickering tongue, loomed over Su Qing, revealing numerous deep scars etched upon its scaled body. She reached out a hand, only for the serpent to twist away and plunge violently into the waterfall below. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the depths of the water, and as its massive form submerged, the cascade could not withstand the deluge, splashing over Su Qing and soaking her to the core. Caught off guard, she instinctively shielded Yan Xian, the penetrating chill seeping into her bones, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her focus solely on the tumultuous waters where Yan Linchen had vanished. Yan Linchen. Su Qing screamed in a fit of desperation, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart tightening painfully in her chest. Chapter 71. A stirring emotion despite the frigid waters of the waterfall, Su Qing found herself momentarily oblivious to the cold enveloping her. Instead, her heart felt taut, each breath a labor, as she watched helplessly as Yan Linchen writhed in torment beneath the surface. Yet, what could she do? Her cries were but a feeble echo, devoid of any real power to aid him. "Mother," came Yan Xian's muffled voice from her arms, as if struck by a sudden thought. He exclaimed, "Mother, why not try your blood? My blood." Su Qing murmured, momentarily dazed, questioning the efficacy of her own lifeblood. However, she could not afford to hesitate. Barely had Yan Xian's words left his lips when she frantically scanned her surroundings. In her frenzy, she seized a nearby stone, without a second thought, and brutally sliced open her wrist with its sharp edge. The torrent of crimson gushed forth, the searing pain radiating from her wrist coursing throughout her body. Yet Su Qing gritted her teeth and placed Yan Xian in a safe spot. Stumbling, she made her way toward the pool formed by the stalactites, Yan Xian's anxious voice trailing behind her. Calling "Mother," pausing momentarily, she turned back to Yan Xian, offering him a reassuring smile, regardless of whether he could see it. Xian, "Do not fear. If I can save your father, I will." Resolutely, she turned back, her gaze fixed on the writhing form of Yan Linchen in the pool, her pale lips curling into a manic smile. "Yan Linchen, I am betting my life on this." Without a shred of hesitation, she leaped into the icy waters, the frigid cascade engulfing her entirely, enduring the biting cold and the violent currents. She swam toward the still turbulent giant serpent. The serpent's violet eyes, filled with agony, seemed to lose their sanity as it beheld the pale-faced yet resolutely defiant mortal woman before it. For a brief moment, the massive creature halted, staring blankly at Su Qing, who seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around its colossal form. Struggling to extend her stiffened wrist, her blood diluted by the water, she desperately reached out toward Yan Linchen. He paused, and then the immense serpent coiled gently around her, enveloping her entirely within its embrace, lowering its head to tenderly lick the blood from her wrist. Su Qing managed a weak smile, her body devoid of sensation, yet she felt no fear as she lay ensconced within the embrace of the magnificent golden python. Time slipped away, and as her consciousness began to wane, she felt the serpent's form gradually shift into that of a human. Squinting against the dim light, she beheld a strikingly handsome face, which suddenly loomed larger in her vision. As her thoughts dulled, warmth radiated from the now familiar lips that pressed against her frozen ones. The two shared a fervent kiss, and Su Qing felt herself enveloped by a gentle warmth, as if she were basking in the glow of the sun. When she awoke once more, she found herself reclined on the grass not far from the waterfall, a robe placed tenderly beneath her. Lifting her wrist, she was astonished to discover that the wounds she had inflicted were miraculously healed. However, a sense of unease washed over her as she noticed that her attire had been changed to a delicate pink gown. "Ah!" Su Qing shrieked, springing to her feet, her sudden movement drawing the concerned voice of Yan Xian. "Mother, mother, what is wrong?" Only then did she realize that Yan Xian was beside her. She quickly bent down to embrace him. Asking Xian, "Are you all right?" Mother, I'm perfectly fine." Yan Xian beamed with delight, but Su Qing, still suspicious, glanced around, spotting a figure in a pale blue silhouette by the riverbank. He appeared relaxed, leisurely roasting some meat that wafted a tantalizing aroma through the air. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminating his handsome features, a serene scene. Yet Su Qing shook her head, glancing back at Yan Linchen and then at her own attire. Memories of their passionate embrace and kiss in the water flooded her mind, igniting a blush across her cheeks. Her heart raced uncontrollably. What was she to do? Should she confront him, or was it better to retreat? They had shared an ardent kiss. Frustrated, she pounded her chest, lamenting the absurdity of it all. She had set out to save him, and yet here she was, caught up in a kiss, awake? Yan Linchen's voice rang out, turning slightly toward her, his features still obscured, but that strikingly handsome profile nearly made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. "Yes, I'm awake," she replied, unable to suppress a nervous bite of her lip, her face warming anew. Why could he act as if nothing had transpired? "Mother, why is your face so flushed?" Yan Xian inquired, prompting Su Qing to pat her cheeks. Hastily denying, "It's nothing. I'm fine." "Father, Mother's face is so red." It was clear that Yan Xian was not about to let her off easy, tugging at her with innocent mischief. Yan Linchen glanced back at Su Qing, a knowing smile playing at his lips, his voice deep and magnetic. "What's the matter?" Feeling shy and reminiscent. Su Qing felt an odd weight to the word reminiscent, as if he lingered on it deliberately. He sat there, doing nothing, yet his presence made her heart race uncontrollably. She quickly averted her gaze, changing the subject. Are you feeling better?" "Much improved, thanks to a certain someone's warm embrace." Su Qing's steps faltered as she approached Yan Linchen, her face igniting with embarrassment. He was undeniably teasing her. Seething, she stomped up to him, and in an impulsive gesture, snatched the roasted meat from his hands. Without waiting for a word of caution, she bit down, only to scald her mouth on the piping hot meat, tears streaming down her face in response. Yan Linchen observed her reaction, initially taken aback, before a bemused smile broke through his stoic facade. Finding her adorably foolish. Chapter 72. Harmonious cooperation. As Su Qing danced about in a comical display of discomfort, Yan Linchen watched her with an amused expression as Su Qing glared at him, yearning to scratch his face for his smug demeanor. What was there to laugh about? Wasn't he the epitome of aloofness? Shouldn't he maintain his cold demeanor instead of grinning like that? Covering her mouth, she couldn't resist sticking out her tongue in defiance. Surely, he was doing this on purpose. The meat was far too hot. "Mother, are you all right?" Yan Xian's soft voice echoed from a distance, prompting Su Qing to glare at Yan Linchen before huffing off toward her son. "I'm perfectly fine." "Do not fret," Su Qing said, her cheeks puffed out, her tongue incessantly flicking. She sank down onto the ground, enveloping Yanxi in her embrace. Yan Jinshin, with his violet eyes narrowed slightly, turned his back, continuing to grill the meat with an air of calm indifference. As if the events of earlier had never transpired. That be why the way, Cian, how did my clothes change? Once she regained her composure, Suqing cast a glance at Yan Jinshin, who was seated far away, calmly savoring the grilled meat. Ensuring he could not hear her, she lowered her head and hesitantly inquired of Yancy. This matter had been a source of unease in her heart. She felt a pressing need to voice it, her mind incessantly probing the issue. Although she had an inkling of the truth, she clung to a flicker of hope, unwilling to concede. To have lost her first kiss, which she had preserved for over 20 years, felt like an injustice. That it could not be that Yan Jinshin had taken advantage of everything. Mother is shy again. Naturally, it was father who changed them. In an instant, Suqing felt darkness envelop her. Had she not been seated, she feared she might have fainted from the shock. What a tragic conclusion. She had merely wished to save someone, yet had unwittingly sacrificed herself. Mother, is this not a good thing? This way, father and mother could quickly give me a brother or sister. Then Cian would not feel lonely. Yancy's voice brimmed with excitement, as if such matters were swift and effortless. Upon hearing Yancy's words, Suqing's face twitched uncontrollably, and she glanced at Yan Jinshin, who seemed oblivious to their conversation, letting out a sigh of regret. While this situation was somewhat improved, their species remained different. The memory of the enormous python she had glimpsed before her fainting spell suddenly sent a wave of fear through her. Causing her to spring up, when they had kissed, it felt as though her lips had been slightly bitten. Most snakes possess potent venom. What of Yan Jinshin? Anxiously swallowing a few times, she weakly asked Yancy. Cian, am I still alive? Yancy, taken aback by Suqing's question, was bewildered. Mother was clearly alive and well. Why would she ask such a thing? Of course she was alive. Suddenly, a gurgling sound erupted, and Suqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched her stomach. Unable to resist pinching herself fiercely until she winced in pain, before finally sighing in relief and resuming her seat. Cautiously taking a bite of the grilled meat, she found it to be extraordinarily delicious. Unable to help herself, she indulged in several more bites, her admiration for Yan Jinshin growing. Who would have thought that the exalted Demon King could cook so well? Suqing mused. Perhaps she was the first to have tasted Yan Jinshin's culinary creations? Upon reflection, she found herself chuckling, recalling the scene she had witnessed in the dreamscape of Miluo, smirking self-deprecatingly. What was she thinking? Perhaps it was merely that her blood held some value. Yan Jinshin had his own romance a millennium ago. Was not the fruit of their love Yancy? How could she possibly be the first to savor his meals? The fluttering in her heart was resolutely suppressed by the weight of reality and rationality. After Suqing had eaten her fill and was feeling quite content, she rose and calmly approached Yan Jinshin, who sat silently gazing at the river, his emotions obscured. Upon noticing her approach, he looked at her with mild surprise. Observing her cold demeanor, wondering how this woman could change her expression so swiftly. Just moments ago, she had appeared as a delicate maiden, and now she bore an air of indifference he found himself curiously pondering if she were a magician. Her moods shifting with alarming rapidity. Your Excellency, the Snake King, I suppose I've saved you as well. Yan Jinshin nodded, astonished that in his most desperate and painful moment, Suqing had recklessly rushed to his aid. He had not anticipated that her blood would prove beneficial. Moreover, perhaps it was not merely a figment of his imagination. From Suqing's blood, he had tasted an incredibly familiar flavor and energy. This left him perplexed. May I request a favor in return? Suqing hesitated, unsure if Yan Jinshin was the kind of person who would feel compelled to repay a debt, yet she could not restrain herself from speaking. Yan Jinshin paused, his expression suddenly cooling, his voice flat as he replied, Speak. The succinctness of his words made it clear to Suqing that ever since she had rescued him, his demeanor towards her had indeed improved significantly. Yet, she wondered if her previous statement had offended him, as his expression now resembled that of a block of ice. Suqing thought to herself, had she erred in her words? She had risked her life to save him. Was it unreasonable to ask for a small favor in return? Besides, he had not even inquired as to what she required of him. So why the frosty demeanor? She mused that perhaps she ought not to harbor too much hope for Yan Jinshin. He was indeed a temperamental individual that it would be wise to maintain some distance. What had transpired previously could simply be viewed as an act of charity on her part. Now, she merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully hers. And that was hardly excessive. I wish for your assistance in locating Xu Eming. The initial reason for seeking Yan Jinshin's aid had been to enlist his help, for she truly found herself at a loss in her quest to find Xu Eming. That spirit clan saintess? Yan Jinshin furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the woman in Feng Village who had harbored a deep disdain for him. It seemed that Xu Eming possessed knowledge regarding events from a millennium prior. Contemplating this, he did not hesitate and readily agreed. Very well, but we must first proceed to Tiange City. The disturbances caused by the artifact have been escalating. We must hasten our journey. As for that spirit clanswoman, I will dispatch someone to search for her. You need not worry. As long as she remains in the human realm or the demon realm, you shall receive the information you seek within 3 days. 3 days, Su Qing reflected and found the time frame acceptable, considering that in this world devoid of any modern technology, 3 days to locate Xu Eming was indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, the search for the artifact had long been her objective. Regardless of the reasons, she was determined to save that child. Yanxi, with this in mind, Su Qing extended her hand, saying, "Let us collaborate joyfully." Yet, Yan Jinshin merely cast a fleeting glance at her outstretched hand before leisurely reclining on the ground and closing his eyes. His lips parted slightly, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. "We shall set off tomorrow. I am weary today." Su Qing awkwardly withdrew her hand, no longer knowing what to say. It was not only Yan Jinshin who felt fatigued. She too sensed exhaustion enveloping her after her meal. Thus, she returned to the place where she had awakened, glancing at the discarded robe on the ground, and unceremoniously laid down upon it. Chapter 73. This king is unfamiliar with the path the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the lush foliage and illuminated Su Qing's face, she groggily opened her eyes. The sunlight felt uncomfortable upon her skin, and she truly understood the saying about the sun warming one's backside. Moreover, this was her first experience sleeping outdoors without any form of protection. Perhaps she had been too fatigued the night before, or perhaps her subconscious had still held faith in Yan Jinshin as long as he was present. It seemed as though no danger existed. She stretched her arms and slowly rose, glancing at the disheveled clothing beneath her, feeling a twinge of guilt as she looked toward the figure quietly seated by the riverbank. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied him as he sat in silence, doing nothing. Yet the phrase "time is at peace" involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Su Qing hastily shook off those errant thoughts and steadied her resolve before walking towards Yan Jinshin. "Your Excellency, the Snake King, shall we set off?" Yan Jinshin, hearing her voice from above, did not even spare her a glance, lazily replying, "You should wash up first. You look rather disheveled." His words dripped with disdain, and Su Qing instinctively sniffed her hair and exhaled a breath. Realizing that Yan Jinshin's observation was not unfounded, feeling a bit embarrassed, she gestured towards the river, saying, "The water is too cold. I cannot use it." The chilling sensation that had nearly penetrated her soul yesterday remained vivid in her mind. If possible, she would prefer never to experience it again. Yan Jinshin let out a light huff through his nose and raised his hand. The river's water surged forth as if it possessed a will of its own, rising in a rhythmic dance, seemingly beckoning Su Qing to come and use it. Su Qing stood transfixed, pulling out a handkerchief from her pocket and cautiously reaching out to touch the water, only to discover it had lost its chill, feeling akin to water at a normal temperature. After a brief wash, Yan Jinshin strode ahead, leading the way, while Su Qing, cradling Yanxi, rushed to keep up behind him. Yet, was that man made of machinery? He walked at an astonishing pace. Su Qing struggled to lift her skirt, nearly breaking into a jog just to keep up with Yan Linshin's pace. Thus, after only a short distance, she was already gasping for breath, unable to resist leaning against a tree to inhale the fresh air. "Yan Linshin, you are walking too fast. I can't keep up at all." Su Qing licked her somewhat cracked lips and frowned at Yan Linshin, who had finally come to a halt ahead of her. Yan Linshin turned back, unable to suppress a slight frown. Are mortal women truly this fragile? It has only been a short while. He glanced down at Su Qing's slightly trembling legs and ultimately decided to remain stationary. waiting for her without any urge to hurry her along or offer a response. I don't understand. Can't you fly? Wouldn't it be better to soar directly to Tiangong City? Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why must they walk? From dawn until nearly noon, they had already distanced themselves considerably from the forest. She felt as if she were expending her entire lifetime's worth of physical exertion, her feet now tingling with pain, perhaps on the verge of blistering. However, the next words from Yan Linchen nearly caused Su Qing to spit out a mouthful of blood. With utmost seriousness, he gazed at her, and, just when Su Qing thought the noble Serpent King would provide a solution, he merely stated, "This king does not know the way. Why don't you just die?" Su Qing was so incensed that she nearly fainted on the spot. So, all her efforts following this fellow for an entire morning had been in vain? Aren't you immortal? You should lead the way. Following this, Yan Linchen, staring at his handsome visage, shamelessly spoke again as Su Qing bit her lip tightly, clutching Yan Xian to her chest. The little creature within the egg couldn't help but shrink back slightly. Fortunately, its egg form was sealed, or it might have been crushed by Su Qing's grip. "Mother, please don't be angry. It could harm your health. Father only visited the human realm for leisure a millennium ago before he inherited the title of Demon King. He forgot everything afterward, so he doesn't remember anything." Yan Xian sensed Su Qing's fury and hurriedly comforted her, fearing that her wrath might inadvertently affect the innocent. At the same time, he admired Yan Linchen even more. In his impression, Su Qing rarely lost her temper, yet from yesterday until now, she had been angered by her father numerous times. Father is truly formidable. Naturally, Su Qing was unaware of the little creature's thoughts. She merely heard Yan Xian's gentle voice, the little one even showing concern for her. And no wonder the saying goes that the most adorable beings in the world are babies. She must cultivate Yan Xian into a little warm-hearted boy. How delightful it would be to have a refined gentleman, as gentle as jade. Su Qing was so touched that she completely forgot how Yan Xian had previously tricked her. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves reached Su Qing's ears. Yan Linchen's violet eyes flickered slightly. After a subtle assessment, he discerned no immediate danger and glanced at Su Qing with a calm demeanor. However, while it was merely a trivial matter for Yan Linchen, it was a different story in Su Qing's eyes. She disregarded her aching feet and the fatigue of the morning as she joyfully rushed forward, discovering a convoy of carriages slowly traversing the road below. The earlier urgent hoofbeats had been a warning of those ahead, and trailing behind were several tall, well-dressed men, the leader among them bearing a vigilant expression. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, his gaze sweeping around with far greater caution than the others riding behind him. Following these men were two exceedingly lavish carriages, and behind them was a pair of horses, indicating the presence of significant figures. Do not blame this king for not warning you. If you go down now, you will likely be cut down by errant swords. What do you mean by that? Su Qing did not act recklessly, for she knew it was wise to observe her surroundings first in an unfamiliar place. Otherwise, as Yan Linchen suggested, she might truly be slain by errant swords. She might not even have the chance to explain. Yan Linchen crossed his arms, observing the carriages below, a hint of purple flashing in his eyes. After a long silence, he spoke with a casual air. In one carriage sits a mortal woman, while in the other are one man and two women. Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yan Linchen, jesting, "Lord Serpent King, you are truly remarkable." Yet internally, she couldn't help but add, "Having X-ray vision is impressive, indeed." Yan Linchen glanced at her, noting how her words sounded sweet. Yet her eye-rolling nearly conveyed her disdain. Did she truly think him a fool? Perhaps, in her mind, she was saying something entirely different. Nevertheless, he chose to patiently overlook Su Qing's tone and merely reminded her. The man and two women in the carriage are demon hunters. Currently, due to the seal, Xian cannot conceal his demonic aura. If they discover the trace on your wrist, do you think you would always be so fortunate as to stumble upon such naive demon hunters? Chapter 74. The Family Naive Demon Hunters. Su Qing's mind suddenly conjured the image of Lu Xian. She felt quite guilty towards him, and the mention of his name stirred her anger. She retorted, "Young Master Lu Xian is a man of integrity. He is not a naive demon hunter. He is quite formidable, you know." After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at the serpent-shaped mark on her wrist. Since leaving the 10,000 Serpent Valley, she had been extremely cautious not to let anyone see the trace. If it weren't for Yin Linshin's reminder, she might have even forgotten about it herself. However, his words had indeed brought her back to awareness. The main reason Lucian had followed them last time was largely due to Yin Xian being by her side, causing Lucian to mistakenly believe there was demonic energy surrounding her. But Yin Linshin was not wrong. Not everyone was like Lucian, so principled and kind-hearted. The trace on her wrist was something she could manage, yet the demonic aura of Yin Xian was indeed quite troublesome. She inadvertently cast a glance at Yin Linshin and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What about you? With a demon king of your stature present, wouldn't those demon hunters be able to sense you?" As she spoke, she pointed her chin towards the convoy slowly making its way along the road below. Yin Linshin raised his gaze, not answering, but instead asking, "Do you believe your intellect is on par with mine? Do you think that if it weren't for me, you could stand here, casually holding Xian, without being detected by those demon hunters? You helped us conceal it." Yin Linshin's expression was icy and rather exasperated. Was it not obvious? Did she really need to ask? "Xian, for now, please endure a bit and stay within the wooden sculpture, all right?" The little Yin Xian and the egg nodded obediently, whispering, "Okay, mother, please be safe. Look at that. Look at that. This is the stark difference. The blatant disparity arises right here." Su Qing gently placed Yin Xian into the giant serpent wooden sculpture, forcing a smile as she squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "So can I go down now?" Yin Linshin nodded, and only then did Su Qing prepare to find a way down. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she turned to Yin Linshin, circling around him while rubbing her chin and sizing him up. Yin Linshin, feeling somewhat uneasy, furrowed his brow tightly, a chill emanating from him. "What are you doing? Your eyes are not the usual color of a normal person, are they?" Su Qing remarked. She had always felt something was amiss. And even though the demonic aura could be concealed, what did those violet eyes signify? Yin Linshin couldn't help but take a deep breath, blinking as the color of his eyes transformed into that of an ordinary human. Was this woman implying that he was abnormal? Yin Linshin suppressed the urge to strangle Su Qing, coldly stating, "You may go down now. However, it would be best not to inquire about matters concerning Tiangong City." Su Qing was certainly aware of this. The disturbances caused by the artifact would attract many who were aware of its existence to rush towards Tiangong City. Moreover, even the demon hunters within the carriages below would likely have their sights set on Tiangong City as their ultimate destination. Thus, revealing their intention ahead, there would likely lead to perilous encounters along the way. After all, there was only one artifact. Fewer competitors meant greater opportunities in a world where resources were scarce. She was no fool. Su Qing dashed along the narrow path until she reached the main road, startling the convoy as a figure suddenly emerged. The leading man immediately pulled the reins, causing the horses to halt with an urgent whoa. The rest of the convoy followed suit, halting their horses in a flurry. The sound of hooves echoed chaotically, stirring up clouds of dust from the uneven, parched ground that had long suffered from the absence of rain. "Who goes there?" The sharp sound of swords being drawn echoed through the air, followed by several men on horseback brandishing their long blades, their expressions menacing as they encircled Su Qing. Cough, cough, cough. The swirling dust enveloped her, and she inhaled a considerable amount, nearly choking her as the dust began to settle. Su Qing was astonished to find herself surrounded by a group of fierce-looking horsemen, each with their swords pointed directly at her. Unable to suppress the instinctive swallow, she lamented that she merely sought directions and hoped for a ride, not that she intended any harm. Above, Yin Linshin watched the scene unfold with a resigned hand to his forehead. Bemused by Su Qing's sheer foolishness, "I am not a villain. I simply wish to ask for directions." Su Qing hastily raised her hands, her gaze sincere as she peered at the men, adopting a pitiful expression. One man scoffed derisively, questioning which nefarious individual would proclaim themselves a villain. This seemed quite reasonable, and Su Qing found herself in agreement, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. "I truly am lost. Having wandered for quite some time, and my feet are blistered. I genuinely do not know the way." The men surrounding her exchanged dubious glances, scrutinizing her words with skepticism. Observing their hesitation, Su Qing, undeterred by the dirt, plopped down onto the dusty ground, feigning the act of removing her shoes for their inspection. The men paused, surprised, until the leader of the group urged his horse forward, and they parted to allow him passage. "Miss, please wait. I am Su Hung. Let us converse civilly and avoid actions that might tarnish our reputations." Su Qing ceased her movements and looked up, noting the leader's pale blue attire, which now seemed somewhat tense. Glancing down at her nearly discarded shoes, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Could it be that such customs mattered here? His words hinted that he too bore the surname Su, which rendered her predicament less troublesome. Thus, she bit her lower lip, a sharp pain eliciting tears that streamed down her cheeks as she gazed up at him with a woeful expression. "Sir, my surname is Su. With the given name Qing, I have traveled for an eternity and truly do not know the way. I implore you to guide me. I am not a villain." Another with the surname Su? A compatriot? Su Hong chuckled softly, the warmth in his tone noticeably increasing, perhaps due to Su Qing's sincerity. "Indeed, I hope you might indicate the way," he inquired. "Where does the young lady intend to go?" Su Qing was about to exclaim Tianjin City, but suddenly recalled Yin Linchen's prior warning. She chuckled nervously, her mind racing to, "I merely wish to find a town to procure some food. I am absolutely famished," she said, unconsciously patting her flat stomach. Su Hong glanced back at the carriage, then turned to ask, "Are you traveling alone?" This fellow was scrutinizing her as if conducting a census. Her brain was nearly overwhelmed. Could he not simply tell her? Su Qing looked up, realizing Yin Linchen's figure had long since vanished. Presumably, he preferred not to entangle himself with mortals. She was certain, however, that he was stealthily following behind, so she felt little concern despite his absence. "Yes, indeed. I am alone." Su Qing snapped back to reality, her demeanor brightening as she smiled at Su Hong. He was about to speak when another man suddenly glared at Su Qing. Addressing Su Hong, "Young master, this girl's origins are unclear. How could she appear here at such an opportune moment?" "Indeed, young master, this matter concerns the entire Su family. We must not be careless," another man chimed in cautiously. Exasperated, Su Qing nearly leaped forward to claw at them. How could she possibly appear threatening? She would never act against them, yet fear gripped her heart, even if they chose not to take her along. They could at least point her in the right direction. Hearing his subordinate's words, Su Hong scrutinized Su Qing carefully, seemingly pondering her potential threat. "Brother Cough, since this young lady is lost, perhaps we should offer her a ride." A voice suddenly emerged from the carriage, belonging to a woman who seemed unwell, her voice weak and punctuated by coughs. Su Qing, even from a distance, could hear the maid within the carriage anxiously patting the woman's back. "Miss, are you all right?" "Rower," Su Hong, upon hearing the woman's distress, quickly turned his horse and rushed to the carriage, speaking a few words through the window. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and turned back to Su Qing with a gentle tone. "Miss Su, I have spoken with my sister, Su Ro. Since we share the same surname, and the road ahead to Huayuan City is but 100 miles, my sister and I are returning there. We will be pleased to accompany you. Should you wish, that would be splendid. I could not ask for more," Su Qing exclaimed, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, though her pink dress remained soiled. "I appreciate your kindness, Master Su and Miss Su. I assure you, I shall repay any future assistance." This was no empty promise. If Su Hong was correct about the 100 miles ahead, her legs would surely falter by the time she reached Huayuan City. "You are too kind. My sister is unwell, so I kindly request that you join us in the carriage behind with the esteemed adults." Su Hong gestured, allowing her passage as Su Qing discerned that the esteemed adults mentioned by Su Hong were likely the demon hunters Yin Linchen had referred to. She hoped fervently that, as Yin Linchen had suggested, he had concealed Yin Xian's demonic aura. Otherwise, would she not be swiftly torn to pieces upon mounting the horse? With a smile, she expressed her gratitude, then glanced at the men who had previously aimed their swords at her as she proceeded toward the rear carriage. As she passed the carriage where Su Ro was situated, a gentle breeze fluttered the curtain, allowing her a glimpse of a pale, weary face framed by delicate brows and a cherry-like mouth, revealing a strikingly clean and youthful visage. Su Ro's simple hairpin adorned her hair, and despite her youth, she wore humble attire, exuding an aura devoid of vitality. Su Ro offered Su Qing a friendly smile before succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. That Su Qing observed this, but was urged by Su Hong. "Miss, please board the carriage. We must set off. This area is known for its peculiar occurrences and is not safe." Nodding with a smile, Su Qing hastened her steps toward the carriage, the image of Su Ro's lifeless demeanor lingering in her mind. The coachman noticed her approach and quickly positioned the seat, to which Su Qing gratefully nodded, inhaling deeply before lifting her skirt and carefully stepping into the carriage. Upon entering, she was met with 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her. And the interior indeed mirrored Yan Linchen's description: 1 man and 2 women. The man, unlike Le Chien, bore a sinister expression. His gaze made Su Qing shudder involuntarily, casting an unsettling sensation over her. Among the 2 women, one appeared quite compatible with Yan Linchen, exuding a cold demeanor devoid of emotional fluctuation. The most exuberant of the group was a girl in green, who cheerfully greeted Su Qing. "Hello, I am Greenie." Noticing her vibrant attire, Su Qing mused inwardly, fully aware of their identities. However, it seemed they had not detected the lingering aura of Yan Xian upon her, which alleviated her concerns. Nonetheless, she dared not let her guard down. After all, they were demon hunters. The surrounding individuals were one matter, but the hawkish-eyed man's piercing gaze felt as though he could see right through her. This man truly instilled no sense of security. Greenie enthusiastically pulled Su Qing closer. "Miss, you should sit here with me." Delighted by the invitation, Su Qing happily settled beside Greenie, who radiated warmth akin to a little sun, rendering her utterly defenseless against such charm. Noticing Su Qing's slight apprehension, Greenie glanced at her senior companions before leaning in to whisper, "Miss, who do you think is more intimidating, my senior brother or sister? I'm sorry, but I truly don't know." Su Qing felt so awkward that she didn't know what to say, and perhaps it was best to say nothing at all. However, upon hearing Su Qing's words, the girl in green seemed somewhat disappointed and sighed. Just as she was about to say something, the aloof woman spoke coldly. "Green, do not say what should not be said. Do not forget the purpose of our journey." Hearing the warning from the cold woman, Green sheepishly shrank her neck and muttered softly, "If senior sister Ruo Ling is so cold-hearted, it's no wonder that brother Lu Xian avoids her at all costs." The woman named Ruo Ling suddenly opened her eyes, glared at Green, and formed a hand gesture. Green let out a few muffled sounds, pouting and unable to utter a single word. Only then did Ruo Ling, satisfied, close her eyes again to Su Qing. Upon hearing their conversation, was instantly overwhelmed with emotions. Could it be that they are all from the same sect as Lu Xian? I wonder how Lu Xian is doing now. He must have sent Hun Yo back to Feng Village by now. Last time, their parting was so hasty that she hadn't even had the chance to apologize. What a small world. Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim, only to catch a glimpse of the hawk-nosed man glaring at her with a fierce intensity. Su Qing immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Had he discovered something? Surely not. She had great faith in Yan Linchen's abilities. There shouldn't be such a huge oversight. Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Qing raised her hand to touch her nose and gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. The horse-drawn carriage was slowly rolling along the road that a gentle breeze brushed against Su Qing's face, a comfort she hadn't felt in a long time. The pain in her feet had finally subsided, but fatigue washed over her. Amidst the rolling of the carriage wheels and the soft murmurs of Green, Su Qing felt drowsy and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 76. Retorts. Su Qing slept soundly, unaware of how much time had passed until she was awakened by Green's gentle shaking. Blinking in confusion, she looked at Green. "Miss, we stopped for a break. They're setting up a tent outside. Let us go out and grab a bite." Su Qing rubbed her somewhat swollen head, only to realize that Ruo Ling and the hawk-nosed man had long since left the carriage. Perhaps they had dismounted early. Su Qing smiled warmly at Green, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Green. No big deal." Green laughed heartily and descended from the carriage alongside Su Qing. It dawned on Su Qing that she had indeed slept far too deeply. As she stepped out, she noticed that it was already quite late in the evening. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and the carriages were parked in an open area. Su Hong had quickly organized people to set up a temporary tent and build a bonfire. where a skilled cook was busily preparing meals, while others were preparing various grilled meats. Su Qing couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed these people had brought along so many cooks for their journey. She glanced over at Su Hong, who stood in front of Su Ro's carriage, pondering how appearances could be so deceiving. It appeared that the Su family was quite affluent. Did this mean Su Hong was a typical rich second-generation heir? Su Ro did not exit the carriage, remaining inside, and only occasionally coughing could be heard from within. Su Qing recalled the frail figure she had seen earlier and wondered what illness plagued Su Ro. She looked rather unwell and lacking in spirit, yet the woman seemed exceptionally easygoing, prompting Su Qing to ponder further why the bonfire sat Ruo Ling and the hawk-nosed man, and upon seeing them, Green's beautiful eyes lit up as she excitedly waved, "Senior sister Ruo Ling, brother Hong Feng." Before Su Qing could react, Green eagerly pulled her towards Ruo Ling and Hong Feng. Ruo Ling maintained her cold demeanor, and upon hearing Green's voice, she merely lifted her eyelids slightly to glance at the two before returning to grill her meat. Su Qing found herself unusually curious. Did people like Yin Linchen and Ruo Ling not tire of maintaining such indifference? Or were they simply born this way? While Ruo Ling said nothing, it was Hong Feng, the hawk-nosed man, who shot an irritable glance at Su Qing and sternly reprimanded Green. "You're not a child anymore. After so much time in the sect, how can you still be so reckless?" Green's enthusiasm was instantly doused, her smile fading as she muttered quietly, "Not everyone can be like you. If your abilities aren't as strong as Brother Lucien's, then why must your temperament be so harsh? No wonder Senior Sister All Ling doesn't like you." Although she muttered, Green's voice was loud enough for Hong Feng and Su Qing to hear clearly. Su Qing looked at Green, her head filled with dark lines, finding the situation somewhat amusing. This girl spoke with such admiration for Lucien, yet was she not clearly inviting resentment towards him? It was evident that Hong Feng had feelings for Ruo Ling, while Ruo Ling seemed to favor Lucien instead. Recalling Lucien's earnest and somewhat foolish demeanor, Su Qing was surprised that this cold beauty would be attracted to such a type. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, only to immediately feel something was amiss as Green looked at her with excitement and admiration. However, Hong Feng's already gloomy expression darkened even further as he glared at Su Qing, seemingly struggling with his restraint. With gritted teeth, Hong Feng nearly growled at Green, "Have you forgotten the sect's rules? You cannot just approach anyone so casually. What if they were in league with the demons? Your carelessness could cost you your life. How can Brother Hong Feng speak like this to Miss Su Qing? Besides, if anything happens to Green, she can bear it herself. There's no need for Brother Hong Feng to meddle." Green retorted, feeling quite vexed, for in her eyes, Su Qing was not a bad person at all. Ew. Hong Feng was momentarily taken aback by a junior sister's retort, his pride bruised and ready to respond. But Ruo Ling interjected with a calm, yet firm voice. "Enough, quiet down. You're being too noisy." With just a few simple words, Hong Feng immediately fell silent. Su Qing and Green exchanged glances, both secretly agreeing that Ruo Ling was quite formidable. Su Qing could see that compared to Hong Feng, Green seemed to hold a deeper fear and respect for Ruo Ling. Once Ruo Ling spoke, she no longer had anything to say and sat down beside Su Qing. Green casually offered a piece of grilled meat to Su Qing, who, having not eaten all day, was in a state of hunger. Fortunately, she had fallen asleep earlier, and now she truly felt famished, accepting the grilled meat. She nodded gratefully at Green, who responded with a broad smile as she bit into her own piece. "Esteemed guests, the meal is ready over there. Shall we move to eat?" As they were enjoying their grilled meat, Su Hong approached politely, cupping his hands in respect. Su Qing, seeing his demeanor, grew curious about why the Su family had invited Green and the others. What was the reason behind it? Moreover, why was Su Ro, who appeared so frail, required to travel such a distance? "Young Master Su, you're too courteous. We won't be joining. We used to roughing it, and meat will suffice." Ruo Ling, the most authoritative among them, spoke calmly. Hong Feng and Green had no objections either. As demon catchers, they should fulfill their responsibilities well, and they were unwilling to join the feast. Seeing that they were unwilling to go, Su Hong had no choice but to acquiesce. He glanced at Su Qing, who was heartily devouring her grilled meat, and asked with a smile, "What about Miss Su Qing?" "I won't be going either. You all enjoy yourselves," Su Qing replied with a smile. Finding the meat quite delicious, and was disinclined to move, Su Hong didn't press the matter further and was about to leave when he suddenly grew serious, saying, "It's still quite a distance to Huayuan City. I fear they won't let up easily in the coming days. I must rely on all of you. Rest assured, with us around, Miss Su Ro will be perfectly safe," Green confidently declared, while Hong Feng cast a discontented glance at her before adding, "Young Master Su can be at ease. As long as those beasts dare to come, I will ensure they have no way back." With such assurances, Su Hong felt somewhat relieved, smiling as he mentioned, "I have arranged tents for the esteemed guests and for Miss Su Qing as well. Shortly, someone will come to guide you to rest. However, due to the simplicity of the outdoor conditions, the three young ladies may have to share a tent." "Not a problem," Ruo Ling replied indifferently, indicating that it was of little concern. Su Hong then cupped his hands and departed. Su Qing glanced at Ruo Ling and Hong Feng, suddenly curious about who the they was that they kept mentioning. What secrets did the Su family hold? Could it be that these demon catchers were all there to protect the seemingly frail Su Ro? Chapter 77. The Enemy Attack, Part 1. After indulging in a sumptuous feast of wine and meat, two maidservants under Su Heng's command approached, bowing respectfully before Su Qing. "Several esteemed lords, please follow the maidservants. The tent has been set up and you may rest now." Ruo Ling rose and glanced at Hong Feng, saying nonchalantly, "Brother Hong Feng, I appreciate your efforts tonight." Hong Feng gazed at the cool countenance before him. Ever since he had met Ruo Ling, she had maintained this serene tone and demeanor. Initially, he had invested considerable thought into eliciting a smile from her. Yet she remained distant, leading him to believe that such was her nature. However, he later discerned that only Lu Xian within the entire sect could earn Ruo Ling's attention and soften her tone slightly. Nevertheless, this revelation did not diminish his affection for her. He firmly believed that one day she would recognize his worth. With gentle warmth in his gaze, he softly assured her, "Rest easy, junior sister. Don't exhaust yourself after the day's journey. I shall keep watch tonight, so you need not worry." Ruo Ling merely nodded in acknowledgement, not elaborating further, and proceeded to follow the leading maidservant. Despite this, Hong Feng couldn't help but smile warmly at her retreating figure. "Brother, you have worked hard," Lvy, in a dismissive tone, remarked, pulling Hong Feng back to reality. Hong Feng's expression darkened as he retorted, "If you devoted yourself to cultivation, I wouldn't have to exert myself so." "Indeed, brother, you are absolutely right." Lvy rolled her eyes, internally exasperated yet accustomed to such exchanges, unable to muster any fondness for Hong Feng. Compared to Lu Xian, the most accomplished demon catcher of their generation, Hong Feng's demeanor and approach to life paled significantly. It was no wonder that despite all his efforts, Hong Feng could never outshine Lu Xian. Lvy sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Hong Feng seemed to sense Lvy's thoughts, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Casting a cold glance at Su Qing, he issued a stern warning. Some individuals should refrain from wandering about at night. Losing one's life is a minor concern, if it interferes with my duties. I shall not show mercy. Su Qing understood his veiled threat without needing him to specify names. Could he be any more direct? The notion that losing one's life was inconsequential only served to diminish her regard for him further. Yet, since he had not named anyone directly, she feigned ignorance, turning her head aside to ignore him, and cheerfully said to Lvy, "Lvy, I feel quite fatigued. Let us retire for the night." "Absolutely," Lvy exclaimed, dragging Su Qing along and casting a disdainful glance at Hong Feng before following the maidservant. Hong Feng, feeling overlooked, could not suppress his irritation. With a huff, he plopped down on the ground, his expression darkening ominously. Upon reaching the tent, Su Qing realized it was situated adjacent to Su Ro's tent. Her certainty stemmed from the audible sounds of persistent coughing emanating from next door. "What is the matter, Miss Su?" Lvy inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she leaned closer to Su Qing. Following her gaze to the neighboring tent, with a smile, she remarked, "It is said that the second young lady of the Su family has been frail since childhood, relying on those precious herbs to sustain her life. Thus, it is hardly surprising," LVY assumed Su Qing was merely curious about Su Ro's persistent cough. However, Su Qing did not elaborate, nor did she wish to inquire further. She simply nodded and said, "Then let us enter." LVY, not overthinking it, grinned and entered the tent alongside Su Qing. Yes, Su Qing surveyed the interior. She couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of this ancient setting. The tent was furnished with wooden planks, and 3 neatly arranged beds were adorned with well-kept quilts, while Ruo Ling had already settled into her clothes, fast asleep. LVY glanced at Ruo Ling. Unlike her, who quietly slipped out of her outer garment and swiftly burrowed into her bedding. She dared not make a sound. LVY's caution stemmed from the knowledge that, should any trouble arise, Ruo Ling and Hong Feng would be at the forefront, sparing her from the need to intervene. After some contemplation, Su Qing ultimately decided not to remove her outer clothing and lay down gently, fully clothed. Perhaps due to her lengthy daytime slumber, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. A vague sense of unease gnawing at her. "Mother, what troubles you?" In the stillness of the night, Su Qing suddenly heard Yan Xian's voice, prompting her to sit up in alarm. "What is the matter?" Miss Su, LVY, who slept beside her, was the first to notice Su Qing's sudden movement. Ruo Ling also opened her eyes, drowsily gazing at Su Qing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Qing offered a sheepish smile, pondering whether she had merely misheard. "Mother, it is I." However, a clearer voice soon dispelled that notion. Observing LVY's expression, which was filled only with confusion, Su Qing began to feel dazed. "Mother, I am transmitting my consciousness. Our thoughts have aligned, and you can converse with me in your heart now. No one else can hear what I say except you." Yan Xian's soft explanation eased Su Qing's anxiety, allowing her to exhale in relief as she smiled at LVY, still looking perplexed. "I need to use the restroom." LVY, with her hair cascading loosely, returned to her previous position upon hearing Su Qing's words, but not before advising, "Miss Su, be cautious while using the restroom. LVY is so sleepy. I shall return to slumber." "All right." Su Qing carefully lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, realizing it was already the dead of night. The sky was dotted with faint stars, and the cool evening breeze swept through the air, surrounding her in a profound silence. The night watchman sat by the campfire, stifling yawns. Upon hearing the rustling of the tent, one glanced her way before returning to their conversation, seeing that no one was paying her any mind. Su Qing seized the opportunity to find a secluded corner and called out joyfully, "Xian." "Mother," Yan Xian responded sweetly, prompting Su Qing to smile broadly as she asked, "Can you tell me where your father is?" "Mother, do you miss father?" Yan Xian's innocent and naive inquiry caused Su Qing's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Not at all. Hee. Father is in Huayuan City, just 100 miles away." Su Qing stiffened. Was this really the kind of behavior exhibited by Yin Linchen? Upon receiving this information, he immediately headed for Huayuan City, leaving her behind. What did he intend to achieve? The thought ignited a spark of anger within her. Perhaps sensing Su Qing's displeasure, Yan Xian was about to speak when she abruptly urged, "Mother, hurry back to the tent. I sense a strong demonic presence approaching." "What?" Su Qing nodded, not daring to delay, and hurriedly made her way back to her tent, just as she was about to lift the flap. She was startled by a violent coughing fit coming from the adjacent tent. The forceful cough sounded as though it might expel the very lungs from the person's body, accompanied by the distressed cries of a maidservant. Miss, what is wrong with you?" "Su Ro." Su Qing instantly redirected her course towards Su Ro's tent. Just as she was about to lift the flap, a terrified scream pierced the night, followed by someone shouting. Enemy Attack, Chapter 78. The Enemy Attack, Part 2. Su Qing furrowed her brow in concern as she looked in the direction of the commotion, where a bloodied man stumbled into the center of the tents. His eyes wide with terror as he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" His body and face bore the marks of vicious wounds, blood gushing from deep, jagged gashes. In an instant, he resembled a ghastly figure, particularly chilling against the backdrop of the night. Behind him, the trees glimmered with an eerie green light, and soon, Su Qing discerned the source of that spectral glow. A pack of mottled leopards approached, moving with the precision of well-trained soldiers. The man's cries had alerted the night watchman. Hong Feng, who fixed a menacing glare on the advancing leopards, gripping his sword hilt with determination. Many individuals fled from the tents, eyes wide with fear at the sight of the approaching beasts. Su Hong and Lvy also emerged from their respective tents. Upon seeing Su Qing outside, Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, but his concern for Su Ro overshadowed any further thoughts. He nodded at Su Qing, his heart pained by the harsh sounds of coughing emanating from within the tent, and anxiously called out, "Xiao Chui, what is wrong with Rower? Young master, please come in and take a look. The young lady is coughing terribly." The tent soon echoed with Xiao Cui's choked response. Su Hong turned and called out, "Quick, summon the doctor." With that, he hurriedly lifted the tent flap and strode inside, his mind solely occupied with the safety of his sister. Su Ro, disregarding the leopards around him and leaving everything else to his subordinates and the elders. "Mother!" Su Qing snapped back to her senses. She had intended to go in and see, but upon noticing a gray-haired doctor, aged beyond 60, wiping the sweat from his brow as he rushed inside, followed by several maids, she hesitated. After some contemplation, she decided against entering. After all, she was a stranger, despite her concern for Su Ro. What could she accomplish if the doctor could not remedy the situation? Xian, are these demons? Yet they appear merely as ordinary leopards to me. Su Qing stood outside Su Ro's tent, constantly monitoring the happenings within while cautiously inquiring her mind to Yan Xian. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Yan Xian chuckled softly, because these are merely pawns. Pawns? Just as Su Qing pondered this, Hong Feng had already unsheathed his long sword, while Lu Yi and Ruo Ling also readied their weapons. The guards took their positions beside Hong Feng, momentarily hesitant to act. It was evident they understood these leopards were not simply ordinary beasts. Could it be that the Su family had offended some kind of demon? Su Qing, intrigued, decided to retreat to a corner and observe with curiosity, feeling she could be of no assistance. "Bold demon, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" Hong Feng commanded coldly, aiming his sword toward the darkness behind the ferocious leopards. Ruo Ling and Lu Yi exchanged wary glances, discreetly adjusting their positions to flank Hong Feng. No sooner had Hong Feng's words faded than a series of eerie, mocking laughter emanated from the shadows. "I thought the Su family possessed some remarkable skill. Turns out you've merely summoned a bunch of demon catchers. TSK, 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 still spouting the same old lines as those ancient demon catchers from 1,000 years ago. Have you not evolved at all?" Truly tiresome. At the sound of this voice, Hong Feng's brow furrowed, his expression turning cautious. The tone suggested the speaker had likely cultivated for a millennium. Any demon of such longevity would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Ruo Ling and Lu Yi could not help but frown. Given their levels of cultivation, they feared they would struggle against such an opponent. Damn it, why didn't the Su family clarify this earlier? Especially Lu Yi, who was increasingly worried. In terms of cultivation, she was significantly weaker than her senior brothers and sisters. Regardless of the circumstances, Ruo Ling and the others had some means of self-preservation against a millennium-old demon. Her concerns seemed less pressing. "Have you become frightened now that you are asked to cultivate properly?" Hong Feng muttered under his breath, irritation evident. Lu Yi shot him a defiant glance, tightening her grip on her whip as she retorted. "Then why is it that Brother Hong Feng, despite your diligent training, is unable to handle these leopard demons?" After which she sighed regretfully. If only Brother Luxian were here. With him around, we could merely stand by and observe. After all, Luxian was hailed by the sect as a once-in-a-century genius demon catcher. Lu Yi had never heard of him suffering a defeat. She believed he could handle any demon that was not at the level of a demon king. Hong Feng was well aware of this. Yet he anticipated Lu Yi would speak so openly about it. Casting a glance at Ruo Ling, who seemed to agree, his expression darkened considerably. If you find this tedious, why do you not dare to show yourself?" Though Hong Feng often sparred verbally with Lu Yi, he was mindful of her status and refrained from retaliation, redirecting his ire entirely toward the demon that had spoken. "Ha ha, then I shall reveal myself." The demon chuckled in a sinister manner. Su Qing watched as a man clad in vibrant red emerged from the forest. Most men could not carry off such a bold color. Yet it suited him unexpectedly well. His demeanor leaned toward the effeminate. Had he not commanded a legion of leopards, Su Qing would have found it hard to believe that such a delicate-looking man could be the embodiment of a leopard. As the man stepped forward, the leopards bared their fangs. Clearing a path for him, he cast a glance at Hong Feng and the others before his gaze abruptly shifted to Su Qing, who was crouched in the shadows. With a hint of surprise, he clicked his tongue playfully. Interesting, indeed very interesting. What could possibly be interesting? Why does a demon who has cultivated for over 1,000 years persistently pursue the Su family? Is it a matter of love or vengeance? How audacious to disrupt the mortal realm. Does he disregard the spirit clan and the demon-catching sect? In response to Hong Feng's veiled threats, the effeminate man appeared to find it comically absurd, his lips curling into a smirk as he pondered, the demon-catching sect. Do you think I take them seriously? As for the spirit clan, ever since the last holy maiden perished and the clan leader mysteriously vanished, the current holy maiden and clan leader have both fallen into disarray and have long since retreated from the world. You might inquire around, were it not for the Demon King's singular focus on hatching the young prince. Do you think the mortal realm would still exist? You are nothing but ants. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Hong Feng, whose expression had grown increasingly grim, and coldly scoffed, "You are no match for me. All I desire is Su Ro. Hand her over, and I shall let the past be bygones. What use is it to speak such nonsense?" Ruo Ling scoffed, and the moment her voice fell, her sword, as if imbued with consciousness, surged forth toward the effeminate As Ruo Ling launched her attack, her sword transformed into a flurry of blades, and seeing her move, Lu Yi and Hong Feng also drew their weapons. Charging at the effeminate man, that a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 79. A Night of Carnage, however. As the three launched their assault, the effeminate man displayed no signs of fear. Rather, a hint of disdain graced his lips. It seems I have overestimated the current demon catchers. But you are far weaker than I anticipated. With a gentle lift of his hand, he effortlessly repelled Ruo Ling's flurry of flying swords. Ruo Ling narrowed her eyes slightly, exchanging a glance with Hong Feng before gritting her teeth with a glint of determination in her eyes. "Set up the formation. Junior sister. No, your body. Enough chatter." Ruo Ling shot Hong Feng a frigid glare. He cast a worried glance at her, realizing she was already positioning herself within the formation. Reluctantly, he and Lu Yi took their respective places as well. "Oh, are you about to activate the formation?" The effeminate man showed no surprise, instead smiling slyly, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Qing watched intently from her corner, hardly daring to blink. She had never witnessed such an intense battle. The previous encounters with the magic star wolves and vine demons had seen Yan Linchen and Lu Xian handle them with ease, with Yan Linchen barely needing to intervene. In contrast, the battle against the magic star wolves alongside Yan Si and had left her with a sense of devastation. Now, she was witnessing a genuine contest of magical prowess. However, it appeared that Hong Feng and the others were at a disadvantage. She could not help but quietly query Yan Xian in her mind. "Xian, can you sense any escape routes?" "Mother, are you planning to flee?" Yan Xian's teasing voice echoed her mind. Su Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat, replying earnestly, "Mother is not fleeing. Mother is merely being wise." "Ah, good indeed," Yan Xian chuckled, not pressing the matter further. After a moment of probing, his voice took on a hint of regret. "Mother, there are many ugly demons nearby. You should refrain from wandering about." Upon hearing Yan Xian's words, Su Qing's heart sank. Could it be that the effeminate man had further tricks up his sleeve? Yet, from the looks of Hong Feng and the others, their situation was perilously dire. What puzzled Su Qing was why the effeminate man, who claimed to desire only Su Ro, relentlessly pursued her. Was it a matter of unrequited love or something else? "Mother, why are you so flustered?" Yan Xian chimed in cheerfully, his tone devoid of worry. Su Qing could only manage a bitter smile, feeling as though she had inadvertently plunged into a complicated predicament while simply intending to accompany Su Heng and the others. "Of course I'm anxious. Even if I get close, I wouldn't be enough to serve as a snack for those leopard demons." This statement was not erroneous. Upon hearing it, Yan Xian shifted positions lazily, yawning as he remarked, "Mother, it seems you possess several powerful energy orbs. The leopard demon is confident that the demon catchers cannot defeat him. Once they activate their formation, you could toss one of those orbs. And I assure you, this crisis would be averted." Orbs? With a slight furrow of her brow, Su Qing questioned where she might find such potent beads. A flicker of confusion crossed her face as she delved into her bosom. And to her astonishment, she indeed retrieved several black beads. These appear to be the very ones that Lu Xian had gifted her for self-defense, claiming that in moments of peril, shattering the beads would provide protection. With a complex expression, Su Qing gazed at the beads in her hand, carefully placing the others back in her bosom while clutching one tightly. Would they truly be effective? Indeed, they are effective, Yan Xian responded with unwavering certainty. Su Qing swallowed hard, her gaze shifting nervously towards Ruo Ling and the others as she gradually approached them. Meanwhile, Ruo Ling and the others were engaged in a series of intricate hand gestures. The formation of the array already becoming apparent. Do you truly believe this array can harm me? The androgynous man shook his head in disappointment as he regarded the array with disdain. Upon hearing his words, Hong Feng and the others exchanged anxious glances. If such a formation could not inflict damage upon this leopard demon, then it seemed all present would be in grave danger. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, the androgynous man's gaze turned icy as he reiterated, "I only desire Su Ro. I have no intention of harming the innocent. Should you seek your demise further, I shall not hesitate to ensure your end here." No sooner had he spoken than the group of leopard demons behind him bared their sharp fangs, eager to pounce. "Even if I perish, I shall not allow you to slaughter the innocent," Hong Feng declared, biting his finger and letting a stream of blood flow towards the formation, which quickly coalesced. The androgynous man's eyes glinted with thinly veiled anger. It seemed they were truly courting death. "Very well. I shall grant you your wish." With a mere flick of his hand, he signaled his intent. That moment, Su Qing had neared the formation, and upon spotting her, Ruo Ling's eyes widened in alarm as he hissed, "Get down! Are you seeking death?" Simultaneously, Su Qing recalled Yan Xian's urgent words, "Mother, now is the time." With no time to explain herself to Ruo Ling, Su Qing swiftly shattered the bead in her grasp and hurled it into the array. A blinding light erupted, and the formation rapidly took shape before the stunned eyes of Ruo Ling and the others. Finally, as the bead integrated into the array, the androgynous man's expression shifted. He raised his hand, and an overwhelming surge of energy resembling countless bolts of lightning surged forth, striking him fiercely. Casting a glance at the startled Su Qing, the androgynous man summoned his power to resist. But the energy was far too potent. He was struck and propelled backward, spewing a mouthful of blood, clearly severely injured. Witnessing their leader's grievous condition, the leopards erupted in fury, encircling the wounded man as they lunged menacingly towards Su Qing and her companions. Being the closest, Su Qing was caught off guard as a leopard tackled her to the ground, its sharp claws digging in her shoulder, sending a wave of agony coursing through her body. Prompting a scream to escape her lips, "You girl!" Ruo Ling and Lvy immediately shouted in unison, rushing to her aid. Without hesitation, Lvy produced a long whip and struck the leopard off Su Qing, while swiftly assisting her to her feet. With deft fingers, Lvy pressed on Su Qing's shoulder to staunch the bleeding, her eyes filled with urgency. Ruo Ling, quickly, fetched the sect's medicinal herbs, without a moment's pause. Ruo Ling produced a vial from her robes and poured a pill into Su Qing's mouth. Su Qing felt as though her shoulder had been rendered useless, the pain causing beads of sweat to flood her brow. While Yan Xian sobbed within her heart, "Mother, mother!" Enduring the excruciating pain, Su Qing bit her lip, which had turned pale from agony, silently reassuring Yan Xian, "Xian, do not cry. Mother is fine. It is not your fault. You warned me. I merely lost focus for a moment." In that fleeting instant, Su Qing had indeed heard Yan Xian's warning, but her momentary distraction had led to the leopard's strike. Meanwhile, chaos erupted as leopards charged toward a group of guards, some succumbing to the beast's ferocity, Su Qing observed the harrowing scene, unsure whether to feel fortunate or sympathetic. Chapter 8. His important person LVY. Keep an eye on Su Qing. I shall deal with that leopard demon. Ruo Ling's expression hardened as she surveyed the brutal clash between the humans and leopards as demon hunters. Their duty was to protect the human realm from malevolent creatures. Yet here they stood, while countless innocents fell victim to the claws of these demons. A truly lamentable sight. LVY supported Su Qing, gripping her whip tightly, ready for combat. Ruo Ling, hurry! LVY's frustration towards the leopards was palpable. Had Su Qing not been injured, she would not have hesitated to join the fray. In the stillness of the night, the cries of the wounded echoed relentlessly. Ruo Ling nodded, casting one last complex glance at Su Qing before departing. Her lips pressed into a thin line, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air. The androgynous man, evidently gravely wounded, cast a cold glance at the injured Su Qing, bewildered. She bore no semblance of cultivation. Merely immortal. Yet why did her aura carry a hint of what seemed like a Demon King's essence? Moreover, what had she just thrown that bore no connection to the Demon King? How could a mere mortal possess such formidable artifacts? Lost in thought, a chilling voice pierced the air above him, as countless leopard demons attempting to obstruct her were swiftly dispatched by her razor-sharp sword. Ah, how the mighty have fallen, allowing themselves to be bullied by mere mortals. The androgynous man self-deprecatingly chuckled, feebly raising a hand to fend off the onslaught, but his injuries rendered him powerless against Ruo Ling's assault. Another mouthful of blood erupted from him as he sought to flee, yet Ruo Ling's gaze bore down upon him with contempt. You demons should remain in the demon realm. Dare to tread upon the human realm, and I shall slay you on sight. Ha ha ha! What bravado from a demon hunter! The androgynous man displayed little fear. Noting that a significant portion of his followers had already perished, he let out a series of sinister chuckles and whistled sharply. The leopards, who had been engaged in battle with Hong Feng and the others, hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty passing through their eyes. But ironclad orders prevailed, and they swiftly turned to flee into the forest. Leaving Hong Feng and his companions gasping in astonishment, in an instant, the chaotic scene of human-leopard combat fell silent, leaving only Hong Feng and Ruo Ling encircling the androgynous man. He smiled, eyeing Ruo Ling leisurely, and declared, I demand to see Su Ro, otherwise I shall self-detonate my demon core. You should be aware of the catastrophic power of a 1,000-year demon core. Yes, Ruo Ling and Hong Feng exchanged glances. If the androgynous man truly self-destructed, the residual force would likely injure even those with cultivation, let alone the multitude of unrefined mortals present. Ruo Ling hesitated, but Hong Feng's expression darkened as he replied with a sinister smile. If killing you, this 1,000-year demon, comes at the cost of a few lives, it is a price worth paying. Senior brother. Ruo Ling could hardly believe her ears. It seemed Hong Feng intended to slay the androgynous man. But if he truly self-detonated, many innocent lives would be lost. Junior sister, great endeavors require sacrifice. If we can use the lives of those present to save countless others, what is there to question? Furthermore, if we succeed in slaying this 1,000-year demon, we shall undoubtedly shine at the upcoming demon hunting convention. Hong Feng pressed his case vehemently. They were currently ill-equipped to defeat a 1,000-year demon, and such a rare opportunity was not one to be squandered. He glanced at Su Qing, who lay by LVY's side, and whispered to Ruo Ling, You must recognize the essence of that object she threw, yes? Do you grasp the difficulty and pain of infusing one's cultivation into a life bead? That power is undeniably substantial, and I suspect it was not merely a small portion. It likely drained her vitality significantly. Ruo Ling's grip tightened around the hilt of her sword. She was indeed aware of this. The moment Su Qing shattered the life bead and cast it forth, she had felt its profound energy. Aside from Lixian, who else could it be? Infusing one's cultivation into a life bead was a means of safeguarding another. The life bead itself was a talisman for survival. Upon departing the sect, their master had explicitly warned them against such actions unless absolutely necessary, for even a moment of carelessness could jeopardize their foundation. Yet here was Su Qing, clutching a life bead, She had even gone so far as to give it to a mortal woman. What did this signify? It implied that she was of utmost importance to him, that he could not bear the thought of her suffering any harm. Is this woman named Su Qing truly the one that Lishuan holds dear in his heart? Ruo Ling let out a bitter laugh. The sour taste within her heart was something only she could comprehend. Steeling her resolve, she coldly fixed her gaze upon Hong Feng, her tone laced with detachment. Senior brother, there is no need for you to provoke me with her. I intend to rely solely on my genuine strength at the Demon Capture Conference, not to sacrifice the lives of these defenseless mortals, if lives are to be measured by their worth. Let us not forget, senior brother, that we too were once mere mortals, fortunate enough to enter the sect. From the moment we joined the sect, it became our mission and responsibility to protect them. If you believe that personal ambition surpasses human lives, I cannot concur. Hong Feng furrowed his brows at Ruo Ling's words. It was the first time she had spoken so much to him, each word laden with reproach. Piercing his heart, he had thought that by provoking her with Lishuan, Ruo Ling would be moved, but he was gravely mistaken. Not only did she reject his views, but he also discerned disdain and a hint of revulsion flickering in her eyes. Yet, all he did was for her to shine at the Demon Capture Conference. Why could she not see his earnest intentions? And Lishuan, though absent, could effortlessly stir her emotions and heart. He felt an unbearable sense of bitterness. I demand to see Su Ro. I have stated my intention. The effeminate man cast a sidelong glance at the pained Hong Feng, aware of the intricate dynamics at play. You shall not, without further hesitation. Hong Feng formed a hand seal, and his long sword danced forth, determined to strike down the effeminate man. The latter merely smiled, gently closing his eyes as a faint glow emanated from his dantian. Startled, Ruo Ling swiftly drew her sword to intercept Hong Feng's attack. I end disbelief. Hong Feng watched as Ruo Ling blocked his strike, yet he refrained from pressing further, knowing her current condition, fearing he might harm her. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and turned aside. Wait, I insist on seeing Su Ro. The anxious voice halted the effeminate man's movements. With a smile, he looked at Ruo Ling and said, Then bring her to me quickly. I wish to ask her a few questions myself. Just as the effeminate man's words fell, Su Hong emerged from within Su Ro's tent, astonished to find the ground stained with blood and the remains of his subordinates and a leopard. Raising his gaze, he spotted the effeminate man, and his fists clenched tightly as he drew a long sword from the hands of a nearby subordinate, fury propelling him forward. Demon, how dare you continue to pursue Roer? Chapter 81. A life-or-death ultimatum. Su Qing's mind was beginning to cloud, and she barely managed to lift her eyes to see Su Hong charging towards the effeminate man, sword in hand, as Su Hong passed by her. He caught sight of the injured Su Qing and the grim fate of his subordinates, fueling his anger even more. The effeminate man, upon seeing him, only smiled wider, his crimson robes accentuating his features. That Su Hong. Su Ro is in that tent, is she not? Let her come see me. In a fit of rage, disregarding Ruo Ling's attempt to stop him, Su Hing thrust his sword deep into the effeminate man's chest, blood gushing forth to mingle with the vibrant red of his attire. The effeminate man simply smiled, offering no resistance, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he grinned wickedly. Brother-in-law, should you kill me, your unborn nephew shall be fatherless. The crowd gasped at his words, contemplating countless possibilities, yet none had anticipated that the second miss of the Su family was with child by this demon. Even Hong Feng and the others were oblivious to this revelation, as Su Hong had only approached the sect seeking protection for Su Ro, citing a demon's pursuit. He had not disclosed the true reason. Observing the expressions around him, Su Heng's face turned ashen. This was a family disgrace. The Su family, a merchant dynasty built over a century, had countless suitors vying for connections with its offspring. Yet now, the only miss of the Su family was not merely unmarried but pregnant with a demon's child. How could this not tarnish the family's reputation? The root of this calamity stood before him, and Su Heng's hatred for the man was palpable. However, having never found an opportunity to confront him, he could not let this chance slip away, especially since the effeminate man had so brazenly revealed such disgraceful truths about Roer. Murong Song, I will not allow you to tarnish Roer's purity. Su Hong unsheathed his sword, veins bulging in his hands, while Murong Song remained unfazed, his smile growing more audacious. Su Hong felt a fire igniting within him, ready to deliver another strike when a violent cough erupted from behind. "Brother, please, don't cough, don't kill him. Let him go. Let him go." Su Rose stumbled out, clad only in a thin robe, the cool night breeze making her tremble. Her face was ashen, lips devoid of color, her hair disheveled as she rushed forward, pursued by her maid, Xiao Chui. "Miss." Su Ro paid no heed to anything else, rushing so hastily that she fell to the ground, sharp stones cutting into her palm, blood gushing forth. Xiao Chui hurriedly helped her up, her voice choked with emotion. "Miss, your body cannot endure this kind of strain." Yet Su Ro resolutely shook her head, her gaze fixed on Su Hong and the bloodied Murong Song. With a voice laced with desperation, she pleaded, "Brother, I beg you, do not harm him. I will agree to anything. I swear I shall never see him again in this lifetime." "Rower, this demon has sullied you. How can you still be so infatuated?" Su Hong stepped forward to support Su Ro, torn between anger at her continued attachment to the demon and concern for his only sister. Su Ro shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Murong Song, a faint smile gracing her lips. "A Song has never forced me. My feelings for him are genuine. I have promised to sever ties with him for the sake of the Su family's honor. Why must you be so relentless?" Her intent was unmistakable. Su Ro's insistence that she had never been coerced by Murong Song implied her willingness, including her child. Su Qing sighed, glancing at Murong Song, realizing he too was a man ensnared by love. What a pity that such a pair of soulmates should be torn apart at Roer. Murong Song's eyes brimmed with pain as he struggled to rise despite his injuries. Unexpectedly, Ruo Ling merely observed the unfolding events, offering no interference, while Hong Feng, sensing the tension, refrained from acting further, fearing Ruo Ling's displeasure. Su Ro smiled at him, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention to draw a dagger from her sleeve, pressing it firmly against her neck, a resolute glint in her eyes. This action caused both Murong Song and Su Hong to halt, astonished by her defiance. Rower. Su Ro pushed Xiao Chui aside, the night breeze tousling her hair as her frail figure swayed. Yet her gaze was unwavering. "Brother, let him go. I want him to live. Sister, he is a demon." Su Heng's voice trembled with agitation. "Have you forgotten our family's teachings?" Su Ro shook her head, a wan smile gracing her lips, her pallid face set with determination. "I demand that you spare him. Otherwise, this place shall be my burial ground." With that, the blade bit into her skin, blood flowing down her neck, leaving Su Hong in shock. He had never anticipated that his usually docile sister would threaten to take her own life for a demon. Very well. I shall not kill him. I will let him go. Just do not act impulsively." Su Hong relented. Nothing was more important than his sister. Su Ro's fierce resolve could lead her to end her own life, and that was not a fate he wished to see. "Rower." Murong Song's face twisted in despair. "You would risk your life for me, yet you refused to leave with me." Tears cascaded down Su Ro's cheeks, her voice trembling. "I must consider the Su family. But I truly love you. Forgive me, a Song. If you truly care for me, then from this moment forth, do not follow me anymore." Murong Song, feeling the blade draw closer, closed his eyes in despair. He loved her. How could he not understand her? The ancestors of the Su family were ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon clan, and even Roer, his mother, met a tragic end at their hands from the moment they became aware of their surroundings. They vowed to distance themselves from the demon clan and sought the services of specialized demon hunters to eradicate them. Over the years, the Su family spared no expense in hiring demon hunters from various sects. Yet never did they anticipate that their only daughter would fall in love with a member of the demon clan. Su Ro, unwilling to betray her family, found herself compelled to forsake her own heart. Gently, she caressed her slightly rounded belly and smiled, saying, "Song, I will bear this child. I shall send him to the place where we first met. Our fates as husband and wife have come to an end. You must leave now, live, and live well." Murong Song sighed in reluctant resignation, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Rower, may I hold you one last time?" Murong Song, do not overstep. Su Heng's fists clenched tightly. The fact that Rower wished for Murong Song to live was already pushing Su Hong to his limits. It was utterly excessive for Murong Song to remain so oblivious at this moment. As Yu Qing silently observed the scene, suddenly realizing how difficult love was for both the passionately devoted Mei Ru and the bound by worldly constraints Su Ro. Chapter 82. Miss Su's figure is quite appealing, ignoring Su Hong's irritation. Murong Song gazed ardently at Su Ro. She laid down her dagger, contemplating him for a long while before shaking her head gently. Urging Song, let it go. Turning to her attendant, Xiao Chui, she whispered, help me inside. With a worried expression, Xiao Chui stepped forward to support Su as Su Ro turned away under Murong Song's lingering gaze. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her steps had begun to falter. Were it not for Xiao Chui's assistance, she might have been unable to return to the tent unaided. Xiao Chui, tears brimming in her eyes, looked at her mistress with deep concern and said, Miss, you clearly cannot bear to part with young Master Murong. Why must you do this? You know that if you wish it, he would undoubtedly risk everything to take you away. Once in the demon realm, even the demon hunters would be powerless against you. Having accompanied Su Ro for a decade, Xiao Chui understood her mistress's disposition all too well. If it were merely familial constraints, she would never have initiated a relationship with young Master Murong. Xiao Chui's words resonated with Su Ro, who managed to force a smile through her pale countenance, her heart aching. Xiao Chui, everyone must eventually die. My body cannot endure much longer. If I perish, he will have countless years ahead of him. My life is but a fleeting few decades, while he must traverse a millennium alone. Why should I hold him back? Both mistress and servant sighed as they entered the tent, while Murong Song remained rooted in place. Gazing longingly at Su Ro's retreating figure, appearing utterly desolate and helpless, I have promised not to harm you. You may leave. Do not let me see you again. Su Hong cast a sideways glance at Murong Song, his tone laden with hostility at that moment. He harbored no thoughts other than to sever all ties between this man and Su Ro. Murong Song stood like a soulless puppet, as if all strength had been drained from him. He averted his gaze and spoke hoarsely. Take care of her. He sensed Su Heng's unkind tone, but recognized that he was Rower's brother. He would not harm her kin. Otherwise, after cultivating for a millennium, his pride would never allow anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Without waiting for Su Hong to say more, he departed. Hong Feng intended to intervene, but a single cold glance from Ling Ling halted him in his tracks. Suddenly, Green Garb exclaimed, Miss Su Qing. Su Qing had been enduring excruciating pain to remain conscious, but the wound on her shoulder was unbearable. Though the bleeding had stopped, she could not help but succumb to unconsciousness. Just before blacking out, she seemed to hear the calls of Green Garb and Yen Xian, along with the sound of hurried footsteps. She wished to open her eyes, but fatigue overwhelmed her when Su Qing awoke again. She found herself still within the tent, her clothes having been replaced, and her wounds tended to with great care. She squinted and struggled to sit up, inadvertently pulling at her injury, causing her to wince in pain. The tent was empty, save for faint sounds from outside. An unsettling feeling surged within her as she quickly glanced at her wrist. She then touched her neck, relieved to find the large snake wooden carving still intact. Xian, she called out anxiously in her heart, now left to inquire Yen Xian about the situation. Mother, what has happened? Yen Xian yawned, his voice somewhat languid. Hearing his voice brought her a measure of comfort. Who changed my clothes? Do you know? The one named Green Garb did. Su Qing was taken aback. If Green Garb had changed her, then she had seen the serpent-shaped mark on her wrist and the large snake carving on her neck. A cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Clumsily, she got up and lifted the tent flap, and the bright light immediately struck her. Miss Su, you are awake. Green Garb and Su Hong were conversing just outside the tent, and upon seeing Su Qing, they rushed to greet her with delight. Green Garb, still concerned, examined her closely, and only when she confirmed that Su Qing was unharmed did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Miss Su, it is truly wonderful to see that you are well. We were all terrified last night. We thought you would need to sleep for days. Green Garb remarked, astonished, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, Su Qing, observing her, couldn't suppress her unease. With a sheepish smile, she replied, aside from a bit of lingering pain, I seem to be all right. Hearing this, Su Hong took a step back and bowed deeply to Su Qing. She gazed at him in confusion. Young Master Su, what does this mean? I wish to apologize for my initial distrust. I have heard from Greenguard that had it not been for your intervention last night, Roer would surely have been taken by Murong Song, and there would have been no resolution. Upon hearing this, Su Qing hurriedly stepped forward to gently support Su Hong. Young Master Su, you are too kind. It was merely a magical tool lent to me by a friend. I never expected it to be so powerful. It truly has nothing to do with me. Regardless, miss, I will forever remember your kindness in saving me. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out at Su Manor in Huayuan City. He then pressed a jade pendant into her hand, stating, if you possess this jade, it is as if you possess me. I, Su Hong, will never go back on my word. Su Qing accepted the pendant without further objection, smiling as she did so. In that case, I express my gratitude. Young Master Su. Although her actions last night were also motivated by her own survival, she felt that cultivating friendships could only be beneficial, as there might come a day when she truly needed his assistance. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Hong departed to arrange for food, allowing Su Qing to turn her attention to Greengarb, who was watching her with an amused expression. With a smile, she said, Greengarb, thank you. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, did you notice anything when you changed my clothes? Greengarb furrowed her brow as she pondered, her expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Just as Su Qing felt a cold sweat bead on her palms, Greengarb immediately broke into a teasing smile. Say, Miss Su, you have quite a lovely figure. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly. Oh, is that so? She laughed nervously, preparing to lift the tent flap and lie down again when Greengarb added, do not worry, miss. Your secrets are safe with me, since you are someone dear to Senior Brother Lishuan. I will certainly keep your matters confidential. With a playful wink, she bounced away before Su Qing could fully process her words. Stunned, Su Qing realized that no secrets had been kept regarding last night's events when she first met Lishuan. However, with Greengarb's assurance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Watching Greengarb's departing figure, she softly murmured, Greengarb, thank you. Chapter 83. Mother is your father, as Queen Su Hong, and the others seemed to be worried that Su Qing's health might not withstand the journey. So the tent was pitched in place for 2 or 3 days before they finally set off for Huayuan City. Su Qing felt a warmth in her heart, moved by the thorough consideration of Su Hong and the others. After several days of travel, accompanied by the sounds of calls and the creaking of wheels, they finally arrived at Huayuan City. The atmosphere inside the carriage where Su Qing sat felt particularly strange, especially with the way Ruo Ling and Hong Feng looked at her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Only Greengar maintained a cheerful demeanor, eagerly looking out the window and pulling Su Qing to share in the sights of the novel things they encountered. Su Qing couldn't help but sigh in relief, grateful for Greengar's presence. Otherwise, being alone in such a heavy atmosphere would have made her extremely uncomfortable. Throughout the journey, Su Ro's carriage seemed to remain in a state of calm, only occasionally interrupted by violent coughing. As Su Ro was with child, the doctor dared not prescribe any potent medicine, fearing harm to both mother and baby, and could only recommend some tonics to replenish her energy. Su Hong was both anxious and frustrated. He truly did not wish for Su Ro to keep the child of Murong Song, yet he could not oppose his sister's stubbornness. Every time he saw Su Ro coughing violently, he could only feel helpless. Arrived. Huayuan, Greengarb exclaimed excitedly, pulling Su Qing along as she opened the carriage window. Sure enough, she saw the grand character spelling out Huayuan City at the gate not far ahead. Huayuan City was situated in a picturesque location by the mountains and rivers, with a long and tumultuous moat surrounding it. The entrance to the city was a wooden bridge constructed by human hands. At the appointed time, the guards would draw up the bridge, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. The city walls were built from fine materials by skilled craftsmen from various regions, and the guards at the city gate were strict in their duties, giving the impression of a bustling metropolis. Su Qing smiled, her heart fluttering with excitement. This was her first time witnessing a genuine ancient capital, and it was indeed majestic. Miss Su, What are your plans upon entering the city? I haven tea, yet asked where you are from. Green Garb suddenly turned to her with a radiant smile. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned the smile, responding calmly. I have come in search of relatives. However, I am not quite sure where they are, so I intend to search in several cities. Oh, I see, Green Gar continued. If you cannot find your relatives in Huayuan, there is another city nearby, called Tianhen City. Cough. Green Gar was about to say more when she was interrupted by Hong Feng's dry cough. Prompting her to stop abruptly and merely smile, Su Qing casually cast a glance at Hong Feng, thinking it seemed they were aware of some secrets, if her guess was correct. After escorting Su Ro, Su Hong would undoubtedly head to Tianhen City as well. In that case, thank you, Miss Greengarb, Su Qing replied with a polite smile, feigning ignorance. As the carriage came to a halt, a servant approached the city gate with a token to speak with the guards. Deciding to take a moment to rest her eyes, Su Qing planned to seek out Yin Linchen upon entering the city and inquire about the route to Tianhen City. Miss Su, may I ask what your relationship is with my junior brother? Lu Xian? Hong Feng, who had not spoken much until now, suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of 3 pairs of eyes on his Su Qing. His question revealed what several had hesitated to ask, particularly Ruoling, whose cold gaze betrayed a hint of tension. Seeing this, Hong Feng felt even more uncomfortable but maintained a facade of a forced smile as he looked at Su Qing. Su Qing was well aware of Hong Feng's hidden motives, and she could only helplessly sigh, realizing that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. She smiled and, under the expectant gazes of those present, simply replied, "We have only met a few times." Surely that cannot be all. How could it merely be a few encounters for Lu Xian to risk damaging his foundation for Miss Su's sake? Hong Feng said with a sly smile, deliberately speaking in front of Ruoling to make her aware that only he, Hong Feng, was worthy of her affection, urging Ruoling to give up on Lu Xian entirely. Shengzhu, what is that? Su Qing asked, puzzled. When Lu Xian had given her those black beads, he had not mentioned anything about them being Shengzhu. Furthermore, from Hong Feng's description, it seemed to be something of great importance. Why would Lu Xian treat her so well? Is it serious? Su Qing thought, unable to resist adding a comment, which prompted Hong Feng to cast a meaningful glance at Ruoling, not just important. If it weren't for Lu Xian's lack of feelings for Miss Su, how could he entrust such a crucial item for her protection? I suspect my junior brother will need a long period to recover. What? Su Qing was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Ning Lian could affect Lu Xian so severely. If something were to happen to him because of it, she would never forgive herself. Had she known, she would never have accepted the so-called Shengzhu so readily. Su Qing furrowed her brows in frustration, and Hong Feng keenly observed her reaction. With a half-smile, he remarked, "Since Miss Su has accepted my junior brother's feelings, it seems you will soon be family." I, as an elder brother, am truly happy for Lu Xian. He has finally come to his senses. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, appearing genuinely delighted. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly assume there was a close bond between Hong Feng and Lu Xian. After hearing Hong Feng's words, Ruoling's eyes grew even colder, and she closed her eyes, unwilling to listen further. Yet, Su Qing clearly noticed her tightly clenched fist beneath her sleeve. "Mother, who is Lu Xian? No other man is allowed to approach you. You and father have already shared a kiss, and I exist because of that. You must not look at other men." Just as she was about to respond, an order from Yin Xian, filled with tears, echoed in her heart, leaving her both amused and exasperated. When had she and Yin Linchen developed such a profound relationship? She herself was unaware. As for that kiss, Su Qing couldn't help but shake her head, thinking it best to pretend nothing had happened. What do you mean nothing happened? Clearly, everything had occurred. You all must not abandon Xian. Xian will become a child without a mother. Hearing Su Qing's thoughts, Yin Xian couldn't help but cry out in distress, his voice dripping with grievance. This made Su Qing instinctively wonder if she had truly hurt the little one. She quickly reassured him in her heart, "Xian, dear, your mother is your father's, and loves your father most of all. No one can take me away. All right?" "Really? Of course, truly," Su Qing replied with a smile in her heart. And only then did Yin Xian quiet down, though no one noticed the flicker of triumphant glee in the purple eyes of the snake egg. Chapter 84. Huayuan City, Miss Su? Hong Feng noticed that Su Qing had not engaged with him, appearing to be lost in her own thoughts, occasionally frowning or smiling wryly. An uninformed observer might think her mad. After calming Yin Xian, Su Qing remembered Hong Feng and glanced at Ruo Ling before smiling and addressing him with a hint of distance. Young Master Hong jests. How can a mere girl like me be worthy of young Master Lu Xian? I'm already married, and there's absolutely no possibility of a connection with young Master Lu Xian. As for the Shengzhu, it was merely a small favor I did for young Master Lu Xian, and out of pity, he gifted it to me. This declaration. Everyone was taken aback. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Su Qing did not appear particularly young, and being a non-cultivator, marrying early was quite normal. Especially for Ruo Ling, she could not help but open her eyes to look at Su Qing, loosening her tightly clenched hands, as a hint of warmth finally surfaced in her cold gaze. Unconsciously, she sighed deeply in relief, grateful that their relationship was not as she had imagined. Green Garb, observing Su Qing's composed demeanor, felt a twinge of suspicion and asked, "Could it be that the relatives you seek are your husband?" Su Qing had merely fabricated a story about seeking relatives to appease everyone, but she hadn't anticipated Green Garb would take it seriously. Since it had come to this, Su Qing decided not to decline further, and playfully feigned a shy demeanor, nodding her head slightly. This elicited a hearty laugh from Green Garb, who jovially moved closer to Su Qing and threw an arm around her shoulder, exclaiming, "Fear not. Miss Su is surely a blessed person, destined to find her husband." Ouch! In her moment of excitement, Green Garb had forgotten about Su Qing's injury on her shoulder, only realizing it when Su Qing winced in pain. She immediately released her hold and apologized profusely. "Miss Su, I'm so sorry. I got carried away." "It's nothing." With a gentle smile, Su Qing lightly touched her shoulder, although the wound had begun to scab over after several days of rest. It was still not suitable for casual contact. Suddenly, she found herself nostalgic for the feeling of being completely healed after an injury. It was simply delightful to think about. Lost in her thoughts, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of the disgruntled Hong Feng, prompting her to feign interest in the scenery outside the carriage. This man had not met his targets. One could only imagine the discontent brewing within him. It would be wise to avoid provoking him further. Upon entering the city, she decided it best to disembark immediately. Perhaps thereafter, their paths would not cross too frequently, which would be for the best. As she pondered this, she noticed the young attendant who had gone to greet the guards returning with a bright smile. He gestured for a moment, and the carriage slowly rolled forward onto the wooden bridge and into the city gates. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere gradually returned to its previous tranquility. Soon as they entered the city, Su Qing and the girl in green could not help but lean out to take a look. The broad road was bustling with numerous carriages, while vendors on either side of the street were busy hawking their wares. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, shouts, cries, and the clamor of the crowd. Su Qing smiled to herself, thinking that Huayuan City appeared to be a remarkably prosperous place. As she reflected on this, she could not help but inwardly ask Yin Xian, "Xian, can you sense where your father is?" Yin Xian concentrated for a moment and replied cheerfully, "I've sensed him. Just follow my lead, mother." Hearing Yin Xian's confident assertion brought a sense of reassurance to Su Qing's heart, and she felt a wave of joy as she glanced at the girl in green and the others. After traveling a certain distance, the carriage came to a halt in an open area. Su Qing recognized this as the spot she had previously asked Su Heng to stop at within Huayuan City. He had found a suitable place for her to disembark. Thus, it was time for her to leave. The girl in green looked at Su Qing with a hint of reluctance, to which Su Qing responded with a smile. "The mountains are high and the roads long. We shall meet again. Until we meet again. Take care, Miss Su." Both the girl in green and Ruo Ling chimed in unison. Su Qing was slightly taken aback, while Hong Feng, seemingly in a fit of anger, completely ignored her. However, Su Qing paid him no mind and gracefully stepped down from the carriage. Upon disembarking, she was greeted by the smiling face of Su Heng. "Young Master Su," she called out. "Miss Su, we have arrived at Huayuan. Are you truly not coming with us to the Su residence?" Su Heng asked, His brow furrowed with apparent concern. It seemed he was perplexed as to why Su Qing was so adamant about not visiting the Su residence. Despite not inquiring about her intentions, how could Su Qing possibly go to the Su residence? Her goal had always been Tianjin City, a place known for its frequent anomalies. Finding the artifact was her utmost priority. Thank you for your care along the way, young Master Su. My injury has greatly improved, and leaving home was a reluctant decision as I am in search of someone. I cannot linger, Su Qing explained with a smile. Su Hong could only respond with a resigned tone. In that case, I shall not keep you any longer. He then called over a nearby attendant and took a bundle from him, handing it to Su Qing. Seeing that Miss Su has not brought any luggage, this contains some funds and clothing, along with a travel permit that I hope you will not find it lacking. Su Qing thought for a moment and accepted Su Heng's kindness without hesitation. She had no desire to maintain appearances. She genuinely needed these provisions. Gratefully, Su Qing looked at Su Hong and said, "Thank you, young Master Su. It is time for me to depart. Take care, Miss Su." Su Hong clasped his fists in farewell, and Su Qing turned to walk down the street. After she had gone a distance, she looked back to see Su Hong and the other's carriage slowly departing, with a burden on her back. Su Qing sighed. I suppose I won't see them again. I hope Su Ro is doing well. Just as her thoughts settled, she heard Yin Xian chuckle. Mother, have you forgotten that you still bear Xiao Qing's face? Even if you encounter them in the future, they may not recognize you. Hearing Yin Xian's words filled Su Qing's heart with joy. How could she have overlooked such a detail? Previously, Yin Linshan had cast a concealment spell on her. Aside from Yin Linshan himself, who could see through her disguise, the demon catchers and ordinary folk would remain oblivious. With this realization, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even if she were to encounter them in Tianjin City, they would not identify her, thus sparing her from considerable trouble. Make way! Make way! Su Qing was momentarily distracted when a ragged-looking individual brusquely shoved her aside. Clutching her bundle tightly, she frowned and shot him a glance. He was followed by a throng of elderly, weak, and women and children, all making their way toward an alley. Su Qing could not help but mutter, "If you're going to make way, just do it. No need to be so aggressive. You do not understand. Young lady." A confused Su Qing turned her attention to an elderly vegetable vendor nearby, who smiled curiously and asked, "What is it that I do not know?" The old man, with his weathered hands, pointed toward the group ahead. "Those people have come from the nearby Tianjin City. They have lost everything and are in a foul mood." Observing the group, the old man continued with a hint of indignation. "It is because we in Huayuan have taken them in that they are not left without a place to stay, yet they act as if we owe them something." Chapter 85. Yin Linshan visits the flower house. Upon hearing the old man mention Tianjin, Su Qing felt an inexplicable thrill, tightening her grip on her bundle. She feigned curiosity and asked, "Old sir, what has happened to Tianjin City? Why have so many people come to Huayuan City?" The old man squinted his murky eyes, scanning Su Qing from head to toe before asking with a smile, "Miss, you are not from Huayuan or Tianjin, are you?" "A newcomer. Indeed, my family has fallen on hard times, and I am on my way to Tianjin City to seek refuge with relatives." Su Qing replied with an innocent smile, her words flowing smoothly without a trace of guilt. To her surprise, the old man appeared alarmed by her intentions to head to Tianjin City, his face turning pale as he glanced around before leaning in to speak in a hushed tone. "Miss, you must not go to Tianjin City. There have been continuous strange occurrences there recently, and many monsters and spirits have flooded in. All the demon catchers and cultivation sect have rushed in, creating a chaotic situation. Your relatives may have already fled Tianjin City. It would be wise not to go. Be careful, or you may lose your life." Grateful for the old man's kind warning, Su Qing smiled warmly and said, "Regardless, I implore you to guide me, for I have no one else to rely upon. I must go to Tianjin City to see if my relatives are still there." Seeing that he could not dissuade Su Qing, the old man's expression soured, feeling that she was stubbornly set in her ways. With a huff, he muttered to himself, "The youth of today truly do not value their lives. They have no appreciation for the gift of life bestowed by their parents. Such unfilial behavior." Su Qing could only smile helplessly, reflecting that no matter the era, similar sentiments seemed to echo through the ages. However, The old man was ultimately well-meaning, and Su Qing felt grateful for his concern. With a resigned sigh, the old man rummaged through his vegetable basket and eventually pulled out a slightly yellowed map, trembling as he handed it to Su Qing. "Take this and leave quickly." The old man seemed reluctant to engage further, merely waving his hand. "Hurry along. Do not obstruct my business. I value my life and need to sell my goods to survive." It was clear that the old man was displeased with her actions. Su Qing accepted the map and offered him a grateful smile, without further explanation. She then took out some small silver coins from her bundle and pressed them into the old man's hands before swiftly departing. The old man, staring at the silver coins in his hand, looked back at Su Qing's receding figure and sighed. "Ah, today's youth truly waste their potential." Shaking his head in regret, he turned around only to be startled by the sight of someone standing before him. Unable to resist, he rubbed his eyes. The newcomer beamed with a radiant smile. "Old sir, could you please direct me to Tianjin City?" Once Su Qing had run far enough away, she found a discreet corner to unfold the yellowed map, studying it carefully until she grasped the general route. Xian, where is your father? I must find him before heading to Tianjin. Su Qing tucked the map away and silently inquired of Yan Xian. She was not one to act recklessly. From the old man's words, it seemed that most of the original residents of Tianjin City had already fled. Therefore, the city was likely rife with demons. And with her being an unarmed, ordinary person, venturing there would be akin to walking into a den of tigers. Yan Xian, hearing Su Qing's thoughts, exclaimed with excitement, "Father is very close to you. You can see him just by looking up." Very close? Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. She raised her eyes to glance around, yet there was no sign of Yan Linchen, and a wave of perplexity washed over her as she inquired, "Are you certain? I have yet to catch sight of your father." As she spoke, she instinctively scanned her surroundings once more, utterly convinced that she had indeed not laid eyes on Yan Linchen. Truly, the presence of her father lingered within that house adorned with countless lanterns. Countless lanterns? What on earth? Su Qing curled her lip in disdain, following Yinswan's words to seek out the lantern-laden abode. Upon closer inspection, her jaw nearly dropped. Was there truly only one such place surrounded by lanterns? Gazing at the large characters on the signboard at the entrance, Su Qing could not suppress a gulp. It seemed her perception of Yan Linchen had undergone a significant transformation. A vague sense of discontent stirred within her. She took a deep breath, her voice somewhat muffled. "Are you sure your father's presence is in that lantern-filled place?" "Absolutely," Yinswan exclaimed. "My intuition is never wrong." The innocent, childlike voice echoed once more in Su Qing's mind, oblivious to the fact that her breathing had grown somewhat erratic. Yinswan chuckled softly, asking sweetly, "Mother, could it be that you have missed father so dearly after not seeing him for a few days?" Su Qing's gaze fixated intently on the prominent characters on the plaque, and with a cold snort, she replied, "Of course, I miss him terribly. Your father has been gallivanting around the brothels. He feigns a demeanor of aloofness. Yet behind closed doors, he is nothing but a libertine." In her mind, she conjured images of Yan Linchen kissing other women, which only fueled her indignation. No wonder that scoundrel had shown no reaction when he kissed her. He must have been too accustomed to kissing others. With that thought, Su Qing disdainfully wiped her lips, utterly repulsed. Yinswan blinked, feeling a twinge of unease. Had he said something amiss? Why did it seem that mother was not happy, but rather quite angry? What could be the reason? Yinswan was perplexed, completely unaware that he had inadvertently exposed Yan Linchen's indiscretions. Typically, brothels would open their doors at night, yet the one before Su Qing was strangely operating in broad daylight, and moreover,